Yi Fei 25 points. As the homeroom teacher's voice fell, the entire class immediately burst into roaring laughter. Everyone's gaze fell upon the handsome young man in the last row, their faces filled with mockery. 25 points. This must have broken the lowest score record of our class. Even if I closed my eyes, I wouldn't score just this little. This country bumpkin dragged down our class average again. Hearing these discussions, Yi Fei kept his head down, his face flushing crimson. His hands hidden under the desk, clenched tightly into fists, yet he made no sound. The homeroom teacher glanced at Yi Fei and complained. After speaking, he ignored him and continued handing out the test papers. Once the papers were distributed, the teacher announced the end of school, and the students left one after another. Yi Fei, why haven't you left yet? A clear, crisp voice suddenly rang beside Yi Fei's ear. Yi Fei looked up and saw the class monitor, Luo Yiren. Luo Yiren was not only the class monitor, but also a top student and the school belle. She was also one of the few people who didn't look down on Yi Fei. There wasn't a single boy in class 10 of the senior year who didn't like her, and Yi Fei was naturally no exception. However, Yi Fei's family conditions were poor and his grades were terrible, so he could only bury this affection deep in his heart, not daring to reveal it in the slightest. "Oh, you go ahead. I want to finish the remaining exercises before I leave," Yi Fei looked up and said. Luo Yiren nodded, not persuading him further, and also left the classroom. Soon Yi Fei was the only one left in the classroom. Yi Fei procrastinated until it got dark before finally packing his things and leaving the classroom. After exiting the school gates, he chose the small alleys to walk. Even so, just as he passed through a dark alley, he was still blocked by someone. 3 teenagers walked over from both ends of the alley, trapping Yi Fei in the middle of the road. "Kid, try hiding again, huh?" The tall and burly Sun Yuan shoved Yi Fei's shoulder, pushing him hard against the wall. I wasn't hiding." Yi Fei tried to defend himself. "Did you bring the money I told you to?" I don't have money. You still dare to talk back?" Sun Yuan slapped Yi Fei across the face, and Yi Fei's cheek immediately swelled up. Lu Guang wore a smirk on his face as his hand reached toward Yi Fei's pockets. When he pulled an old Nokia phone from Yi Fei's pocket, his expression changed, and he cursed angrily. "What freaking era is it you're still using a freaking Nokia?" Saying this, he smashed the phone in his hand against the wall. After that, Lu Guang searched all of Yi Fei's pockets again, only finding about 30 yuan in change. Furious, Lu Guang punched Yi Fei a few more times. "All right." At this moment, Wang Cheng, who had been recording a video with his phone, spoke up and stopped the two who wanted to continue teaching Yi Fei a lesson. Wang Cheng put away his phone and patted Yi Fei's cheek. His hand was very light. It didn't hurt when it hit Yi Fei's face, but it was incredibly humiliating. "Kid, remember this. Bring 300 yuan tomorrow, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you." After speaking, he left laughing and joking with his 2 companions. Only when Wang Cheng and the others' figures disappeared did Yi Fei pick up the phone thrown in the corner. As soon as he put the battery back in and turned it on, a call came in. "Xiao Fei, I called you earlier. Why did it say your phone was off?" A gentle voice rang from the other end of the phone. The caller was Yi Fei's mother, Xingku. Yi Fei took a deep breath, trying his best to make his voice sound normal, and forced a smile. "Mom, I'm fine. The phone just ran out of battery and turned off. I just charged it." "How are your studies going over there? Is the money enough? If not, tell Mom, and he'll send you some more," Xingku asked. "Mom, it's fine. Don't worry about me. The classmates treat me very well. Today the teacher even praised me for my academic progress," Yi Fei said, pretending to be happy. "Brother, I miss you. When are you coming home?" From the other end of the phone came the sweet and charming voice of his little sister Yi Xian. "Xiao Xian, your brother will come back once the holidays start. Study hard, and he'll bring you a gift when I get home," Yi Fei said with a smile. "Really?" Yi Xian suddenly became excited. "Of course, when has your brother ever lied to you?" After chatting with his family a bit more, Yi Fei hung up the phone and his face turned incredibly ugly. He gripped the phone tightly, his teeth biting his lower lip as tears of frustration still fell from his eyes. Yi Fei's family was in the countryside, and being able to study at Haizhou one high school was only possible because his aunt had pulled some strings. He had always studied in the countryside before, so his foundation was somewhat poor. Therefore, after coming to Haizhou one high school, he couldn't keep up with his studies. He didn't understand. He studied desperately every day and never caused trouble, so why did the teachers and students in the class reject him so much? He knew that Wang Cheng and the other 2 came from wealthy families. They frequently extorted him, not because they lacked money, but because they found it amusing. What did I do wrong to deserve this treatment? Yi Fei's lips were stained with blood and his vision blurred. Do you still not understand? Being weak is a crime in itself. A hoarse voice suddenly rang in Yi Fei's ear. This sudden voice startled Yi Fei. He looked around but didn't see a single figure. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi Fei shuddered, wanting to quickly escape this place. Kid, no need to look, you can't see me. I only ask you, do you want to become strong and no longer be bullied by others? That voice rang out again. You? What method do you have? Hearing about becoming strong, Yi Fei couldn't help but asked curiously. I am the reincarnation patriarch of the immortal realm. You may call me patriarch. As long as you take me as your master and cultivate under my guidance, I guarantee that your grades will surpass everyone else's in the future, and no one will ever be able to bully you again. The hoarse voice said again. Yi Fei's mind couldn't help but recall the various encounters he had since arriving at Haizhou. One high school. Why do those teachers and students all look down on me? Why do I like Luo Yiren but never dare to confess or even look her in the eyes? Why do Wang Cheng and his gang always like to bully me and not others? Why can't I let my mom and sister leave the countryside and live a wealthy, prosperous life? Why? Why? I want power. I want to become strong. Yi Fei had never desired strength as much as he did now. Without any further hesitation, he gritted his teeth. Fine, you'll learn. Very good, kid. You will be grateful in the future for how wise your decision today is, the aged voice said with a hint of gratification. Following that, Yi Fei felt a large paragraph of text suddenly appear in his mind. The characters looked incredibly ancient, ones he had never seen before, yet he understood their meaning. Without hesitation, Yi Fei found a grassy lawn and began to cultivate. He didn't know how long he had been cultivating until a noisy sound reached his ears, pulling him out of his cultivation state. Yi Fei only felt a warm current flowing within his body, which was extremely comfortable. The burning pain on his face had also long since disappeared. Patriarch, how is my cultivation going now? Yi Fei asked aloud, but received no response from the reincarnation patriarch. Instead, the noisy sounds from afar became clearer. Yi Fei finally heard clearly that the sound coming from afar was actually a cry for help. A few hundred meters away, Yi Fei could clearly see two burly men covering a young woman's mouth, trying to drag her into the nearby woods. Yi Fei hurriedly ran over, shouting, "Stop, what are you trying to do?" When he got closer and saw the faces of the two burly men clearly, Yi Fei was startled. He knew both of these men. The tattooed man covering the woman's mouth was a big gangster in the West District nicknamed Brother Dog, and many of the school bullies from Haizhou. One high school ran with him. The man next to Brother Dog was his lackey, who used to be a student at Haizhou. One high school, but was later expelled for fighting. After recognizing these two notorious figures, Yi Fei was so scared that his body trembled. These two were infamous for their ruthlessness, and neither was someone his small frame could handle. Kid, don't bring trouble upon yourself, get lost. Brother Dog's lackey glanced at Yi Fei and cursed. As long as you let her go, I'll pretend this never happened. Even though he was terrified to the extreme, Yi Fei still spoke up. You little piece of trash, are you freaking looking for death? Hearing Yi Fei's words, Brother Dog's lackey stormed towards him furiously, simultaneously pulling out a dagger from his pocket. Just as Yi Fei didn't know what to do, the reincarnation patriarch's voice rang out again. Not bad, kid. You actually stepped into the threshold of cultivation this quickly. Patriarch, you didn't leave. Hearing the reincarnation patriarch's voice again, Yi Fei was overjoyed. He asked softly, Patriarch, what should I do now? Kid, you don't have to be so quiet. They can't hear me speaking. You don't need to speak either. Oh, just say what you want to say in your mind, and I will know. Look at your cowardly appearance. You are a cultivator now. Dealing with these two ants is an effortlessly easy task. The reincarnation patriarch said disdainfully. As his words fell, Brother Dog's lackey had already charged right in front of Yi Fei. Seeing Yi Fei standing there foolishly, he thought Yi Fei was scared silly. The dagger in his hand thrust directly toward Yi Fei's stomach without any hesitation. The dagger suddenly stopped just as it was about to touch Yi Fei's clothes. You little piece of trash, you've got some nerve daring to ruin my good deed. Brother Dog let go of the young woman and charged toward Yi Fei. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Yi Fei glanced at the two men and said coldly. Brother Dog and his companion were terrified out of their wits by Yi Fei. Hearing Yi Fei's words, they didn't dare stay any longer. Without even uttering a harsh word, they scrambled and fled in panic. Are you all right? Only after Brother Dog and his companion's figures disappeared did Yi Fei turn his gaze to the young woman and ask. Only then did he realize that this woman before him was in her early 20s with red lips and white teeth. She was extremely beautiful, her skin fair and delicate as if water could be squeezed from it. Her chest was high and prominent enough to make one's eyes sink in. A pair of pale long legs were particularly eye-catching in the dark night. At this moment, the woman's beautiful face bore tear stains, and she looked panicked and uneasy, making one unable to help but feel pity for her. Thank you for saving me. My name is Chun Wan. The woman said, her voice gentle and touching, very pleasant to hear. You're welcome. My name is Yi Fei. It's not very safe here. You'd better not go out at night from now on. Seeing Chun Wan's panicked look, Yi Fei couldn't help but speak up. Where do you live? Let me walk you back. Chun Wan nodded and thanked him again. Chun Wan's place was nearby. As they walked and chatted, Yi Fei learned that Chun Wan had only recently rented the place and had come out to buy some daily necessities. Seeing Yi Fei wearing a school uniform, Chun Wan naturally guessed that he was a student at Haizhou. One high school. Chun Wan's eyes became a bit strange. However, Yi Fei was looking at the road ahead and didn't notice Chun Wan's abnormality. After escorting Chun Wan to her door, Yi Fei was about to leave. At this moment, Chun Wan suddenly spoke up, could you stay tonight? Hearing Chun Wan's words, Yi Fei opened his mouth wide and stared at her, his face filled with utter disbelief. Being stared at like that by Yi Fei, Chun Wan's pretty face flushed scarlet with shame. She hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. The apartment I rented has 2 rooms. I'm afraid they might come over tonight, so. By the time she finished, her voice had grown almost inaudible. Only then did Yi Fei realize he had read too much into it. Just as he was about to refuse, the voice of the reincarnation old ancestor suddenly sounded by his ear. Brat, agree to her. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Fei shouted inwardly. Chun Wan was exceedingly beautiful, with delicate features, fair and supple skin, and an especially alluring figure. Especially at Chun Wan's age, her body had already fully developed, and she exuded a unique allure belonging to a mature woman. Even Luo, Irin, the school belle of No. 1 High, appeared a few shades more inexperienced in comparison. Yet they had just met, and already they would be living together. Could that really be appropriate? You little rascal, it is old ancestor, not old man. The agitated voice of the reincarnation old ancestor rang by Yi Fei's ear. You brat, do not fail to recognize the blessing right before you. Do you know that the girl standing in front of you possesses a Xianin physique that appears only once in 10,000? Cultivating by her side and absorbing the Xianin qi from her body will allow you to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Do you still wish to be bullied by others? The words of the reincarnation old ancestor were like a heavy hammer striking squarely at Yi Fei's sore spot, rendering him silent for a time. Seeing Yi Fei fall silent, Chun Wan thought he was unwilling. A hint of desolation surfaced on her pretty face. If you don't want to, then. No, I am willing. Yi Fei hastily said. What, you really are willing? Chun Wan's large eyes instantly regained their sparkle. When she saw Yi Fei nod with certainty, she was so happy, she almost jumped up. Once they entered the apartment, Chun Wan suddenly realized something. Her pretty face flushed red again, tinged with a faint awkwardness. Only now did she remember that although the apartment she rented had 2 rooms, the second bedroom contained nothing but a lone bare bed frame piled high with all sorts of clutter, completely lacking any bedding. She had originally intended to use that room merely as a storage space. He just saved me, and I was the one who invited him to stay. I can't possibly let him sleep on a bare bed frame, can I? Chun Wan silently pondered a solution. Could it be that we have to sleep in the same room? The moment this thought surfaced in her mind, she secretly clicked her tongue at herself, her pretty face flushing a deep crimson. Yi Fei quickly noticed the situation as well, and took the initiative to say, Sister Chun Wan, I can just sleep on the sofa. At his words, Chun Wan's face grew even redder. Although summer was fast approaching, it was still quite cold to sleep in the living room. Summoning her courage, Chun Wan said, let's both sleep in the master bedroom. You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. How could that be? Yi Fei exclaimed in shock, hurriedly refusing. There was no way he could allow a delicate young lady like Chun Wan to sleep on the floor. Yet her attitude was equally resolute. After much back and forth, they finally reached a compromise. They would share 1 room, but Chun Wan would sleep on the bed, while Yi Fei slept on the floor. After all that had happened that night, neither of them had much appetite. They ate a simple dinner, and then returned to the room to sleep. Yi Fei lay on the floor wrapped in a quilt, and quickly fell asleep. Chun Wan, however, tossed, and turned, unable to drift off, especially when she remembered that a young man was lying right beside her. Chun Wan turned onto her side, resting a hand against her fragrant cheek as she studied Yi Fei's clear and handsome face. Only now did she realize how indescribably handsome Yi Fei was. His features upright and well-defined, his contours sharp, a trace of firmness between his brows. Though his frame was lean, he lay ramrod straight. All of this had previously been concealed beneath that bulky, worn-out school uniform. The longer Chun Wan looked, the more dazed she became, and she did not know when she finally drifted off to sleep. When she fell asleep, there was a faint smile at the corner of her lips, her face suffused with sweet contentment. Although a strange man she had just met was sleeping beside her, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Yi Fei slept exceptionally well, and was finally awakened in the morning by the tantalizing aroma of food. Wow, Sister Chun Wan, you made so many delicious dishes, he exclaimed. Looking at the table laden with all kinds of dishes, Yi Fei spoke to Chun Wan, who was still busy in the kitchen. She replied with a gentle smile, go wash your hands. We'll eat in just a moment. By the time Yi Fei finished washing up, Chun Wan was already seated at the table waiting for him. Yi Fei did not stand on ceremony. After greeting her, he began wolfing down the food. This is so good, Sister Chun Wan. You're amazing. Whoever marries you in the future will be truly blessed. Yi Fei muttered with his mouth full. Rolling her eyes at him, Chun Wan ladled him a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat congee before saying, eat slowly, don't choke. I have to go to your school as well later. Let's go together. No, that won't do. The time is almost up, Yi Fei said after glancing at the clock. Today our new Chinese teacher is coming. If I'm late and leave a bad impression, it'll be miserable in the future. That's unlikely. Haijiu no. One High is a nationally renowned school. Anyone able to teach, there is no ordinary teacher. Believe me, the new teacher won't make things hard for you over something this minor, Chunwan said with a smile, a subtle, meaningful mischief glinting in her eyes. How could they not? What if the new teacher is just like our homeroom teacher, big and burly with the temper of a raging she-demon? Then I'd be in for constant trouble, Yi Fei grumbled as he lowered his head to drink his congee. He was completely unaware that when he uttered the words "Sheedman," Chunwan's neat white teeth clenched so hard they almost ground audibly. She was so angry, she nearly flung the bowl of congee in her hand onto his face. Although Chunwan said she also needed to go to the school and would accompany him, Yi Fei still set off early. As soon as he reached the classroom door, all his classmates' gazes landed on him in unison, their expressions exceedingly strange. Yi Fei felt a bit uncomfortable under their scrutiny, but he had long since grown used to their cold looks. His expression remained composed as he returned to his seat. I heard that Wang Cheng and his gang cornered you last night. His desk mate, Guoliang, leaned over to whisper by Yi Fei's ear. Yi Fei nodded, his expression dark. Those bastards, Guoliang cursed angrily, then leaned in again to say, Wang Cheng spread the video of them cornering you all over the school group last night. Luckily it was pretty dark, so they didn't capture a clear shot of your face. Yi Fei's expression grew even uglier. No wonder everyone had looked at him that way when he walked in earlier. Even if they couldn't clearly see the face in the video, at least 90% of his classmates had probably guessed that the one being beaten was him. After school today, they'll walk with you. If they dare go that far again, they'll pay some guys from outside to teach them a lesson. Guoliang spoke furiously. No need. Yi Fei lowered his head to look at his textbook and shook his head. Thinking of Wang Cheng and the other two, his fists clenched until his knuckles cracked, a cold sneer flickering in his heart. The Yi Fei of today was no longer the Yi Fei of yesterday, who could be humiliated at will by them. In the future, who bullied whom was far from certain. Guoliang was about to say more when he looked up and saw their homeroom teacher Zhao Yun's robust figure appear at the doorway with someone following behind her. When he saw clearly who was behind Zhao Yun, Guoliang immediately became excited. Grabbing Yi Fei's arm, he shook it vigorously. Yi Fei, it's over him in love. Aren't you in love every day? Yi Fei replied perfunctorily, without even lifting his head. Guoliang came from a very wealthy family. Though he was a chubby kid, his personality was excellent, his features decent, and he was generous with money, making him very popular with the girls at school. It's different this time, it's different. I'm done for. I think I've truly fallen this time. Guoliang continued in a neurotic murmur. At that moment, the homeroom teacher had already reached the podium. She knocked on the lectern, drawing all the students' attention. Class, this is our new Chinese teacher. Before the homeroom teacher could finish, the classroom erupted in commotion. Wow, she's so beautiful. She's our new Chinese teacher? Haha, we're in for a good time from now on. Hearing the whispers, Yi Fei also looked up. When he saw who was standing beside Zhao Yun, his eyes widened, and he involuntarily let out an "ah" as he sprang to his feet. The new teacher turned out to be none other than Chunwan, who had just parted ways with him not long ago. Yi Fei felt as though his mind could not quite keep up. Their homeroom teacher regarded Yi Fei with open disdain. Yi Fei, do you have a question? When Yi Fei had first enrolled, she had thought Shed picked up a treasure and was secretly delighted. Yet after a mock exam, she realized what Shed picked up was mere grass. Her attitude toward Yi Fei had shifted from initial concern and kindness to outright displeasure. Yi Fei saw that when no one was looking, Chunwan even winked at him, her expression utterly innocent, as if saying, I wanted to tell you long ago, but you never gave me the chance. No question, Yi Fei replied, speechless. If you have no question, then sit down, the homeroom teacher snapped, glaring at him. She continued, Teacher Chun is an outstanding graduate of Beijing University. From today on, she will be in charge of teaching our class Chinese. The classroom burst into enthusiastic applause. After the applause died down, the homeroom teacher said a few more formal words. Once Chunwan finished her self-introduction, the homeroom teacher left. Since the first period of the day was Chinese, Chunwan naturally stayed behind to prepare for class. Even halfway through the first period, Yi Fei still had not fully recovered. Remembering how he had maliciously speculated about the new teacher right in front of Chunwan during breakfast, he could not shake a nagging sense of dread. His desk mate Guoliang clung to him and pressed, Yi Fei, do you know my goddess? Huh, who's your goddess? Yi Fei asked, baffled. Of course it's our teacher Chunwan. Wasn't your previous goddess Luo Yiren? From this moment on, I have only one goddess, and that's teacher Chunwan. Hurry up and tell me, did you already know her before? No. Yi Fei lowered his head to look at his textbook, responding to Guoliang half-heartedly. He realized that his memory had become much stronger than before. He only had to read the content on the page once to remember it, and many concepts he had previously struggled to understand now came to him with ease. Just as Yi Fei was secretly delighted, Chun Wan's voice suddenly grew louder. Guoliang, please repeat what I just explained. Since class had begun, Guoliang had been pestering Yi Fei the whole time and had no idea what Chun Wan had been teaching. When he stood up, his face flushed bright red. After stammering for a long time, he finally squeezed out, "Teacher, I don't know." The classroom erupted in laughter. Maintaining a gentle smile on her pretty face with not a trace of anger visible, Chun Wan shifted her gaze to Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, you answer." In an instant, all eyes once more fell on Yi Fei, their gazes tinged with amusement. Many boys could not help but snicker. Seeing Yi Fei make a fool of himself in front of a beautiful teacher was to them a highly entertaining spectacle. Looking into Chun Wan's smiling eyes, Yi Fei suddenly recalled a famous saying, "You always have to pay back what you owe sooner or later." He knew that Chun Wan was not punishing him for daydreaming in class, but rather exacting revenge for his morning remark that the new teacher might be a she-demon. "Teacher, I don't know either." Yi Fei had not yet spoken when a student in the back row suddenly mimicked his voice, drawing a burst of laughter from the class. Before their laughter had died away, a clear voice sounded beside them. Du Mu-styled Muji, known as Fanchuan Jushi, an outstanding Tang Dynasty poet and prose writer, grandson of Chancellor Du Yu and son of Du Songyu. In the second year of Emperor Wenzong's day at 26, he passed the Jinshi examination. Yi Fei's voice trailed off, and the classroom fell instantly silent. The students who had been sneering gaped as if their throats had been grasped. Their jeers died abruptly, disbelief plain upon their faces. He actually answered, and word for word. How could that be? Chun Wan was also taken aback. She had noticed Yi Fei chatting with Guoliang earlier and had assumed he had not been listening to her lecture. "Yi Fei, you bowed your head just now. You must have been sneaking a look at the book while everyone wasn't watching." Wang Cheng's voice cut through the room. At his words, the others snapped back to their previous assumptions. So he was the same Yi Fei. They knew his correct answer was simply the result of furtively reading the text. With that notion in mind, many classmates' astonishment curdled into contempt. Taking in their expressions, Wang Cheng smiled smugly, his gaze full of provocation for Yi Fei. Wang Cheng had hoped to see Yi Fei flustered or crestfallen, but was disappointed. The young man's face remained composed, and he did not so much as glance at him. "Teacher, I did not peek at the book," Yi Fei said calmly, meeting Chun Wan's eyes with an untroubled expression. "Yi Fei, what a shameless fellow. If you couldn't answer, say so, but secretly reading. You disgrace Class 10. Sun Yuan, one of Wang Cheng's sycophants, bellowed. "Exactly. He won't even admit it. I propose we oust Yi Fei from the class, so he stops embarrassing us." Another henchman, Lu Guang, chimed in agreement. Chun Wan's brows knitted slightly. She had only intended a mild rebuke for Yi Fei's earlier muttering, not for Wang Cheng and his friends to seize the chance to harass him. "Teacher, I believe Yi Fei did not peek at the book," said Luo Yiren from the front row. The entire class was stunned that Luo Yiren would speak up in his defense. What was going on today? The school's distant beauty, Luo Yiren, who usually kept everyone at arm's length, was defending this country boy. Wang Cheng's face flushed a deep red. His look toward Yi Fei was laced with both anger and jealousy. He had pursued Luo Yiren since the start of senior year. 3 years of courtship without ever earning a favorable glance, let alone being defended by her. Yet today she spoke up for someone he had always looked down on, and the thought was unbearable to him. Chun Wan had worried that Yi Fei would be humiliated, but seeing his clear-eyed composure, she relaxed. "Enough, don't argue further. Whether Yi Fei peeked or not is for me to decide." Chun Wan interrupted the clamoring students and turned to Yi Fei. "Since you insist you did not peek, you'll test you again. If you can answer, he'll concede you were not looking." "Test me then," Yi Fei replied composedly. Fei Pinning Chong, princes and royal grandchildren, leaving their palace towers, descending the halls, coming by carriage to Qin, singing by day and playing strings by night, becoming palace retainers of Qin. Translate this passage, Chun Wan asked, selecting a sentence she had just explained. Yi Fei answered, "The concubines and the princes and royal descendants of the 6 kingdoms." He continued, "They took leave of their palace towers, descended the halls, boarded carriages to Qin. They sang in the morning and made music at night, becoming the palace attendants of Qin." Yi Fei delivered the translation directly. The class found it hard to believe. Last time one could accuse him of peeking, but now every eye sat upon him, leaving no opportunity to cheat. Was it dumb luck that he happened to recall that line? Before they could settle on an explanation, Chun Wan posed another passage. Tripods and jade gold ingots and pearl fragments cast away in long succession. The Qin people regarded them and felt little regret. "What does this mean?" she asked. Yi Fei replied, "Precious tripods treated like iron pots, fine jade regarded as common stone, gold as mere clods, pearls as grains of sand, cast aside continuously, and the people of Qin seemed not to grieve their loss." Yi Fei answered again. A series of stunned gasps rippled through the room. Chun Wan had been explaining the Apang Palace Rhapsody up to precisely this point. Yi Fei's responses matched her exposition without the slightest deviation. These were passages Chun Wan had only just taught, the class had heard them only once. Even Luo Yiren asked in that moment, might not have been able to recite them so fluently without pause. Was this still the same dunce Yi Fei? Their gazes turned strange. Even Luo Yiren in the front row had turned to stare, her face full of astonishment. But Chun Wan did not stop there. The frontier soldiers cried Hanggu was seized. The Chu raised a torch. Pity the scorched earth. This was material she had not yet explained. They thought for sure he would fail this time. Yet even as that thought arose, Yi Fei's voice reached them once more. The border rebels Chun Sheng and Wu Guang let out a cry. Hanggu Pass was taken. Xiangyu of Chu lit a fire. Unfortunately, the splendid Apang Palace was reduced to a field of blackened ruins. They stared at one another dumbfounded. Quick-thinking students frantically flipped through their books, only to find that his lines remained perfectly accurate, not a word amiss. The Qin people had no leisure to lament themselves, yet later generations lament them. If later generations lament without taking heed, they will cause yet later generations to mourn them in turn. The Qin had no time to grieve, posterity grieves them. If posterity mourns but fails to learn from it, they only ensure that those who come after will grieve them once more. They went back and forth like a rehearsed duet. Chun Wan posed the questions, and Yi Fei promptly supplied the translations. When Yi Fei finished the final line, the students clutching their books sat numb, exchanging glances. Their only thought was, today, we have truly witnessed something uncanny. Chun Wan blinked, a glint of surprise in her eyes. She had only been speculating, and yet Yi Fei had answered even the passages she had not yet taught. Silence reigned in the classroom, one could even hear students breathing. Yi Fei, you may take your seat. Chun Wan nodded, signaling him to sit. Wang Chung sat rigidly, his fists clenched tight. Seeing Luo Yiren continue to stare at Yi Fei stoked his jealousy to a near frenzy. Hold on. Teacher, I do not agree to letting Yi Fei sit down. Wang Chung abruptly stood and shouted. Wang Chung, what is your objection? Chun Wan asked. Chun Wan regarded Wang Chung with a measure of displeasure. She had long perceived his tendency to single out Yi Fei, though her manners kept her from showing it openly. Her tone remained calm. Teacher, Yi Fei has openly disrupted class discipline. As the vice class monitor, I cannot simply allow him to sit. Wang Chung assumed an air of righteous indignation. Oh, and what do you propose? Chun Wan's eyes narrowed, a smile at the corner of her mouth that made her intentions hard to read. Seeing that Chun Wan did not immediately reject his suggestion, Wang Chung felt buoyed. In his view, Yi Fei's inattentiveness in the first lesson with a new teacher would surely earn the teacher's disfavor. Teacher, I propose that Yi Fei be required to recite the entire Apang Palace Rhapsody before he may sit, if he cannot punish him by writing it out 100 times. And he must write a self-criticism and read it aloud before the whole school at tomorrow's morning assembly. Many students drew sharp breaths at Wang Cheng's suggestion. Wang Chung could be cruel indeed. The Apang Palace Rhapsody was material Chun Wan had only begun to teach today. She had covered barely half. It was unlikely any student present could recite it from memory. If Yi Fei failed, he would have to copy it 100 times. The piece was over 600 characters. 100 copies meant writing more than 60,000 characters. To read his self-criticism before the entire school would be utter humiliation. Afterward, he would scarcely be able to raise his head in this place again. As Wang Chung finished speaking, every gaze in the room converged once more upon Yi Fei. It was unmistakable. They all saw that Wang Chung was deliberately provoking him. What do you think, Yi Fei? Chun Wan asked with a gentle, knowing smile, her heart fluttering with quiet anticipation. When no one was looking, she even gave Yi Fei a sly, playful wink. She certainly did not hope for his humiliation. Yet to Wang Chung her words naturally sounded like disdain, confirmation that even Chun Wan looked down on Yi Fei. His pride swelled accordingly. Before Yi Fei could utter a word, his desk mate, Guo Liang, finally snapped. Wang Chung, don't push it too far. He burst out, face flushed with fury. Guo Liang, this has nothing to do with you. Keep your mouth shut, or suffer the consequences. Wang Chung glanced at Guo Liang with open contempt. Though Guo Liang's father was a billionaire, he still fell short of the Wang family's influence. And worse, Guo Liang's construction firm relied entirely on contracts from the Wangs. Bringing him down would be effortless. You. Guo Liang's face burned crimson under the raw, unmasked threat. Seeing Yi Fei stand silent and unmoving, many classmates assumed he had cowered. Luo Yiren, who had been watching him intently, let a flicker of disappointment dim her eyes. Wang Chung sneered at Yi Fei. So, are you afraid, Yi Fei? Just as everyone expected Yi Fei to back down, his voice cut through the silence. Calm, measured, unruffled. Oh. And if I do recite it flawlessly, what then, Wang Chung? If you recite it, you simply sit down. What does it matter to me? Wang Chung scoffed dismissively. He wasn't foolish enough to fall into such a trap. Humph. Yi Fei's cold smile deepened. If I fail, I'll copy the entire epigraph of Apang Palace 100 times, write a formal self-critique, and read it aloud before the entire school. Is there any justice in that? Hearing this, Wang Chung grew even more certain Yi Fei couldn't possibly recite the full text, and concluded he was merely stalling to evade the challenge. Oh, then what do you propose? Wang Chung sneered. Let's wager. Under the witness of Teacher Chun and the whole class. Yi Fei replied, lifting a single finger with serene composure. His utter calmness left the entire class momentarily dazed. Was this truly the same timid, invisible Yi Fei who'd never drawn a glance in class? If I fail to recite the epigraph of a Pang Palace, I will copy it 100 times, write a formal self-critique, and read it aloud before the entire student body. But if I succeed, Yi Fei paused, then offered a glacial smile. I won't ask you to copy anything, nor demand a self-critique. All you need do is write 4 characters on a sheet of paper. I am a foolish pig, and wear it across your forehead while walking 3 full laps around the campus during morning break. Agreed. Oh, and the paper must fully cover your forehead. The characters must be uniform in size, legible at a glance, and fill the entire page. Yi Fei added this last remark with courteous precision. A thunderous wave of laughter erupted. Students doubled over, breathless heads thudding helplessly onto desks. Even the 2 beauties, Teacher Chen Wan and Class President Luo Yiren, could no longer contain themselves. Their lips curled upward in suppressed mirth, shoulders trembling as they fought desperately not to burst out laughing. Had Yi Fei stopped before that final clause, perhaps the image might have remained vague. But with his meticulous elaboration, their minds instantly conjured Wang Chung parading across campus, forehead plastered with the damning phrase pointed at and mocked by every passing student. If he truly carried it out, Wang Chung would become infamous across every school in Haizhou. His face darkened to the shade of raw liver, his glare at Yi Fei burned with murderous intent. Yi Fei, you're courting death. Oh, so you refuse? Yi Fei ignored the naked threat entirely, mirroring Wang Cheng's earlier tone with chilling exactitude. Exactly. Wang Chung, afraid. If you're not brave enough, stop pretending you're some great authority. You're just bluffing. Guoliang roared with laughter. All traces of earlier frustration vanished. Feeling every eye in the classroom fix upon him, Wang Chung nearly lunged forward to tear Yi Fei limb from limb. He craved attention, but not like this. Fine, I accept. But I set one condition: you have only 5 minutes. Should you exceed that, you lose. Agreed, without hesitation. Yi Fei accepted instantly. A few eager students had already pulled out their phones ready to time the challenge. Chun Wan watched them with a faint, amused smile. Her role as teacher forbade participation, yet she showed no intention of intervening. The students, ever eager for spectacle, quickly appointed several class committee members as impartial judges. To everyone's surprise, Luo Yiren, the usually aloof and uninvolved class president, accepted the invitation without hesitation. Ready, begin. At the committee members' command, all judges started their timers simultaneously. Yet to their astonishment, not a single word of recitation emerged from Yi Fei. All eyes snapped back to him. Yi Fei, time's running out. Why haven't you started? Guoliang urged anxiously, sweat already glistening on his brow. No rush, I'm just hydrating my throat. Yi Fei calmly unscrewed a sealed bottle of mineral water and drank slowly, deliberately. Inside, Yi Fei was calculating. Today he wouldn't merely defeat Wang Chung. He would do so with undeniable brilliance. He would deliver a lesson Wang Chung would never forget, and signal once and for all to every classmate who'd ever mocked or dismissed him from this day forth: Yi Fei is no longer the object of your scorn. Brother, you didn't actually memorize it, did you? Guoliang whispered urgently, leaning close, his voice barely above a breath. Yet the entire class held its breath, ears pricked. His whisper carried clearly to every ear. Wang Chung burst into mocking laughter. Go on, Yi Fei, recite. Forgotten the first line. Shall I prompt you? Thought you were some big shot. Turns out you're just an idiot. Sticking a pig's nose in a trunk and calling it an elephant. Slap on a pair of glasses and suddenly you're a scholar. Damn it, wasted my time worrying. Sun Yuan and Lu Guang, Wang Cheng's 2 lackeys, joined in unrestrained and vicious. Yi Fei seemed not to hear them, merely took another slow, unhurried sip. 5 minutes, neither brief nor long. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes passed. The initial excitement among classmates began to ebb. The impatient ones were already cursing under their breath. What utter nonsense, wasting our time. Pretending to be profound, ending up just absurd. Told you, this country bumpkin could never pull it off. Made me waste my hope for nothing. Another 2 minutes slipped away. Only 60 seconds remained. All eyes darted to the timers, then shook their heads in unison. Reciting 600 characters in 1 minute. Impossible. Even reading straight from the text, Yi Fei couldn't possibly finish in time. Wang Chung laughed triumphantly. Victory was assured. Done, completely done. Guoliang muttered, dazed and hollow-eyed. Then, Yi Fei's clear, resonant voice rang out across the hushed room. When the 6 states fell, the empire was unified. When Shu's mountains were stripped bare, Ipang Palace rose. Spanning over 300 li, it blocked heaven and earth from view. Built northward from Mount Li, bending westward, straight to Xianyang. His voice, though soft, was crystalline, his pace breathtakingly swift, yet each syllable precise, each tone immaculate. Every student stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across their faces. A girl gasped aloud, voicing the collective shock. My heavens, is he a machine gun? Yi Fei paid no heed to their awe. His cadence accelerated further. Thunderclaps, palace carriages pass, the rumbling echoes fade into distance. No one knows where they go. Each curve of muscle, each grace of feature, exquisitely rendered, standing afar, gazing long, hoping for imperial favor. Wang Cheng's expression soured. Yi Fei spoke too fast. Even scanning the text with his eyes, he couldn't keep pace. Worse, every character was enunciated with flawless clarity, leaving no room for false accusation. Glancing at the timer, Wang Cheng regained his composure, smirking coldly. Speed means nothing. 20 seconds remain. How will you finish the rest? The Qin people had no time to mourn themselves, so later generations mourned them. Yet those later generations mourned without learning, thus causing future generations to mourn them in turn. Ding. The final syllable, also, coincided exactly with the timer's chime. Silence crashed over the classroom, absolute suffocating, broken only by the sharp mechanical beep. Students exchanged stunned glances, each reflecting the other's disbelief. Guo Liang's round face flushed crimson, his acne seeming to glow with sheer exhilaration. It was as if he had just recited the text. In that instant, he wanted nothing more than to thrust a thumbs up high. This performance wasn't just brilliant, it was legendary. Absorbing their shock, Yi Fei offered a faint, tranquil smile, only to freeze mid-motion as the voice of the cycle ancestor echoed in his ear. Bravo, young man, I knew it. You're a master of quiet flamboyance. With a startled thud, Yi Fei collapsed backward onto his chair, his ears still ringing with the cycle ancestor's booming, delighted laughter. Silence reigned in the classroom, so profound that even the fall of a needle could be heard. All eyes turned to Yi Fei, staring at him, as though he were some unearthly anomaly. A bell chimed. Just then the dismissal bell rang, and Chunwan promptly announced the end of class. Yi Fei, come to my office after lunch, Chunwan said before leaving, casting him a glance laden with unspoken meaning. Wang Cheng, who had been utterly despondent suddenly, seemed to regain a flicker of vitality in his eyes. I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet. He's just a penniless country boy. So what if he can recite textbooks? He's still a nobody, still easy prey for me to bully. At that thought, confidence flooded back onto Wang Cheng's face. He glared at Yi Fei and declared, don't get too cocky, Yi Fei. Just wait and see how you'll fare now that you've offended our new teacher. To Wang Cheng's surprise, Yi Fei did not flinch or falter. Instead, he responded with quiet indifference. Oh, actually, I'm more concerned about our wager. You. Wang Cheng's face flushed crimson. After lunch, Yi Fei arrived at the office, only to find Chunwan alone inside. After knocking, he was invited in by Chunwan, who looked up from her desk. Teacher Qin, you wanted to see me. Yi Fei stood respectfully beside her. There's no one else here. Just call me Sister Wan, she said, lifting her chin with a radiant, captivating smile. Chunwan wore a formal outfit today, a soft pink business suit over a crisp white blouse, the topmost button left deliberately undone. From where Yi Fei stood, a tantalizing expanse of ivory skin was clearly visible, the deep, unfathomable cleavage drawing his gaze like an abyss. Dizzy and flustered, Yi Fei instinctively averted his eyes, only to land upon her desk where his past examination transcripts lay neatly arranged. Chunwan appeared unaware of his fleeting glance. Noting his attention on the transcripts, she smiled gently. I've reviewed your past scores, and frankly, they're less than ideal. Yi Fei offered a bitter smile. His previous results were not merely subpar, they were nothing short of devastating. He'd studied in a rural village school where resources were scarce and one teacher often taught multiple subjects. Though he'd ranked at the very top there, he now found himself outshone at Haizhou one high school. Even with relentless effort, his weak foundational knowledge made rapid progress nearly impossible. Still, don't lose heart. From these transcripts, I can see you've been steadily improving, Chunwan continued. Yi Fei nodded, his eyes stinging with quiet emotion. Past teachers, seeing his dismal performance on the first mock exam, had dismissed him outright, as dead weight, as a liability, and mocked him relentlessly. No one had ever noticed his quiet, persistent upward trajectory, or perhaps even if they had, they simply didn't care. Thank you, Sister Wan. Yi Fei drew a slow, solemn breath. Chunwan smiled warmly. No need for such formality between us. Her brows then furrowed slightly. Still, it's not enough. You know well how little time remains until the National College entrance exam. At your current pace, you'll likely fall short, even of admission to a second-tier university. I know, Yi Fei replied, nodding. Indeed, with his old study methods, though he was progressing, his best outcome would be admission to a reputable vocational college, certainly not what he aimed for. That outcome was utterly unacceptable. But now, everything had changed. Since beginning cultivation under the guidance of the reincarnation elder, Yi Fei had discovered his memory and comprehension had sharpened dramatically. Equations once impenetrable now unfolded with perfect clarity. Passages read only once could be recited verbatim word for word. Sister One, rest assured, I'll redouble my efforts. When the exam arrives, I'll deliver results worthy of your faith. Yi Fei vowed earnestly, sensing her concern was genuine. Confidence is half the battle. I asked you here to let you know. If you encounter difficulties in your studies, come straight to me. She paused, then winked playfully. Of course, not just literature. Remember, I was the provincial science champion. Yi Fei had never seen this playful side of Chen Wan, and before he could stop himself, he blurted, "So I can only come to you when it's about studying." The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. He was a student, she was his teacher. Of course, academic matters were the only appropriate reason to seek her out. Chen Wan feigned sternness. What else did you have in mind? Before Yi Fei could apologize, her cheeks flushed rose pink as she whispered softly, "Well, other matters are best discussed when no one else is around." By the end, her voice had dwindled to a near-silent murmur. Yi Fei adored seeing Chen Wan flustered, but class would soon resume, and he couldn't linger. "Sister Wan, may I go now?" "Go ahead. You'd better," she waved dismissively, then suddenly stiffened, her face paling instantly. As if plunged into a glacial abyss, Chen Wan wrapped her arms tightly around herself and began to shiver violently. Startled, Yi Fei cried out, "Sister Wan, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just an old ailment. It'll pass in a moment." Clutching herself, her teeth chattered with each word. Her face glistened with cold sweat, utterly drained of color. Hardly the picture of someone untroubled. This is the eruption of Yin essence within her body. The reincarnation elder's voice resonated at that precise moment. Yin essence. Yi Fei nearly gasped aloud. "Humph, I told you long ago this young woman possesses the exceedingly rare Yin body. For cultivators, the Yin body is an extraordinary gift, a mark of unparalleled talent. For ordinary mortals, however, it is pure calamity. Without proper guidance, Yin essence rages unchecked through their veins. The longer it accumulates, the more violent its eruptions, each more agonizing than the last. She's harbored this essence for over 20 years. It has now reached critical mass. Hence this excruciating crisis. And at any moment it could claim her life." The elder concluded. "If I cultivate nearby now, will that help her?" Yi Fei suddenly proposed an idea. "No use. Her Yin essence is already surging chaotically. Cultivating now would concentrate it all toward a single point, killing her instantly." The elder shook his head. "Then, what do we do?" Seeing Chen Wan teeter on the edge of unconsciousness, Yi Fei panicked. This time the elder remained silent. "Elder, speak up." Yi Fei shouted, inwardly desperation mounting. "Truly wish to save her?" the elder finally asked. "Of course, I wouldn't hesitate. I have a permanent solution, one that will eradicate her Yin essence entirely and grant you tremendous benefit in return." The elder spoke slowly. "What is it?" Yi Fei demanded urgently. "Break her seal." "What?" Yi Fei nearly leapt backward. "I mean, break her seal. Right now." The elder explained, "You are now a cultivator, albeit newly initiated, and possess true energy. Only you can withstand her Yin essence. An ordinary man would freeze solid before even touching her. Absorb her Yin essence fully and her suffering vanishes, while that same essence becomes a profound boon to your own cultivation. That's unacceptable. Elder, is there any other way?" Yi Fei rejected the proposal outright. "Think carefully, boy. This benefits both of you. Her life is saved, and with this Yin essence combined with my teachings, foundation establishment becomes attainable." The elder's voice held a faint knowing smile. "Besides, I sense your affection for her. This is a rare opportunity indeed." Yi Fei glanced at Chen Wan and shook his head resolute. He did not deny her breathtaking beauty nor the magnetic allure of her mature grace, an irresistible force for a youth his age. Nor did he deny his feelings for her. Yet he would never exploit her vulnerability, never commit such a betrayal, and certainly not here, in her office. "Elder, I ask again, is there another method of treatment?" Yi Fei pleaded, his gaze fixed on Chen Wan's anguished face. "Foolish boy," the elder muttered, though his tone carried a subtle note of approval. "Your cultivation is far too shallow. No one, not even I, can fully heal her at this stage. But temporarily suppressing her Yin essence, that lies well within my domain." As the elder fell silent, a fragment of knowledge bloomed in Yi Fei's mind. Yi Fei's heart soared, though his elation lasted barely 3 seconds. Upon grasping the prescribed method, he froze in stunned disbelief. Massage therapy. The healing method that Yi Fei acquired requires the inner true essence to coordinate with massage at specific acupoints to suppress the mysterious yin energy within Chunwan's body. Ancestor this. Yi Fei hesitated, saying, "Are there no other treatment methods? This is the fastest and most effective method. Whether to treat it is up to you. By the way, this girl has released a rather intense mysterious yin energy this time. Whether she can endure it is still uncertain." The ancestor of reincarnation said slowly. As a former giant of the immortal realm, the ancestor of reincarnation had long been accustomed to life and death. Yi Fei turned his head and indeed saw Chunwan's face as pale as a sheet with two frosty lines appearing on her brows. Her whole body shrunk into a ball, trembling there. Yi Fei no longer hesitated, saying to Chunwan's sister, "Chunwan, I know a massage technique that can temporarily suppress your condition." "Okay, I trust you." Chunwan nodded tremblingly, her voice almost inaudible. With Chunwan's nod, Yi Fei no longer hesitated, grasping her hand and beginning to press on several acupoints on it. At the same time, the true essence within his body was mobilized by Yi Fei's thought and flowed into Chunwan's body. At that moment, Chunwan's body felt like an ice cave with her blood nearly frozen solid, prompting Yi Fei to increase the output of his true essence. As the true essence entered Chunwan's body, the painful expression on her beautiful face eased a bit. Seeing this, Yi Fei's confidence surged, and he began to massage the outer gate, 3 yang channels, Han Sen Li Chu Chi Tian Jing, and other acupoints on Chunwan's arm, according to the method taught by the ancestor of reincarnation. Chunwan's complexion also improved considerably. Since she learned she had this strange illness, she had visited too many hospitals, yet none offered an effective treatment. Every time she fell ill, she had to endure it herself. Even in a sauna with temperatures soaring, there was no effect. Her body still felt as if it were in an ice cave. However, Yi Fei's massage treatment seemed to inject a warm current into her body. At this moment, Yi Fei stopped. Chunwan slightly opened her eyes, looking at Yi Fei with confusion, and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you stop?" "Sister Chunwan, the next area to massage is a bit special. It's the Tian Qi acupoint, and that." Yi Fei awkwardly didn't know what to say. "I didn't expect you to be quite traditional. Haven't you heard that one should not avoid doctors when ill? Right now I am the patient, and you are the doctor. Besides, I am your sister. Even if the treatment works, I believe in you," Chunwan said with a smile. "Well, okay." Yi Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Chunwan smiled again, closed her eyes, and lay back in the chair waiting for Yi Fei's follow-up treatment. Once she closed her eyes, Chunwan suddenly remembered a question. "Tian Qi acupoint. Where's that?" She wasn't a doctor, so how could she possibly know the location of the Tian Qi acupoint? Just as Chunwan was about to ask Yi Fei, she felt a warm hand gently pressing on her, followed by another hand. Only then did Chunwan realize, and she tightly shut her eyes, playing the ostrich. Yi Fei's situation was not much better. At this moment, Yi Fei felt as if grass was growing in his chest, and there were a herd of wild horses galloping across the prairie. Chunwan frowned slightly, saying, "You pressed too hard." Yet she did not open her eyes. Yi Fei was startled and forced himself to concentrate, repeatedly reciting the 5-character, heart-calming mantra in his heart. This massage lasted longer than the one on her arm. It took Yi Fei a full 5 minutes before he reluctantly pulled his hand back. Looking up, he saw that Chunwan's charming face had already returned to its previous captivating beauty, looking quite alluring. "Is the treatment finished?" Feeling Yi Fei's action stopped, Chunwan asked. There's still the other side," Yi Fei said awkwardly. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Chunwan nodded. Yi Fei took a deep breath, calming his mind. He understood that although Chunwan appeared to have recovered on the surface, the mysterious yin energy within her body was merely lying dormant. If he stopped now, everything he had done would be in vain. Within an hour, the mysterious yin energy in Chunwan's body would erupt again, and even more violently than before. At that point, it would be even more difficult to suppress it. With this thought, Yi Fei gritted his teeth, reciting the 5-character heart-calming mantra again, and followed the previous steps to massage Chunwan once more. After everything was done, Yi Fei felt as if his true essence had been completely drained, beads of sweat covering his forehead, his face pale, feeling utterly exhausted. With a slight movement, he lost his balance and plopped down on the ground. Once Yi Fei's hand stopped moving, Chunwan opened her eyes. As she opened her eyes, she saw Yi Fei collapsed on the ground, looking pale. At this moment, Yi Fei looked quite disheveled, sitting on the ground in a pitiful state, gasping for breath, his face as white as paper, his clothes soaked with sweat clinging tightly to his body. Only then did Chunwan understand that Yi Fei's previous treatment was probably not as simple as she had imagined. Looking at Yi Fei, who appeared to have fallen seriously ill, Chunwan felt as if her heart had been gripped tightly and constricted painfully. She hurriedly grabbed Yi Fei's arm, wanting to help him up. "Xiao Fei, are you okay? Is everything all right?" Yi Fei waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, sitting on the ground. "Sister Chunwan, you don't need to worry about me. I just need to catch my breath." "You're in such a state. How can you say you're fine? I'll take you to the hospital right now. Frantic Chun Wan lost her composure, grabbing Yi Fei's arm ready to take him to the hospital. Yi Fei forced a smile and said, Sister Chun Wan, I really am fine, just need to rest for a moment. However, about your illness, I need to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Chun Wan's beautiful face darkened a bit. She knew her illness best. It was fundamentally an incurable one. From the first onset at the age of 9 until now, she had lost track of how many specialists she had seen, both renowned doctors domestically and experts abroad, nearly all of whom had visited her, yet none had the confidence to treat her. If it weren't for a peculiar person who had given her a prescription to slightly suppress her botus pain, she might not have lived past 20. By now she felt that the prescription was beginning to lose its effect. The reason she came to Haizhou was to find a place to quietly spend her remaining short life. I know what you want to say. Chun Wan smiled gently, a trace of sorrow on her lovely face. I have an incurable disease. The peculiar person once predicted that I wouldn't live past 25, and moreover, I can cure it. Yi Fei interrupted Chun Wan, looking up and staring at her as he spoke. You, what did you say? Chun Wan's body trembled, looking at Yi Fei with disbelief. I said, Sister Chun Wan, I can cure your illness. Is what you said true? Chun Wan stared at Yi Fei, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. If it were anyone else making such a statement, Chun Wan might have thought he was joking. However, Yi Fei had indeed just controlled her illness. It is known that this was something that even that extraordinary person could not accomplish. Sister Chun Wan, I already have a way to cure your illness, but my current capabilities are insufficient. You must believe me, but it won't be long before I completely cure you, Yi Fei said earnestly. The dark Yin energy within Chun Wan had accumulated too much, requiring a vast amount of true essence. Yi Fei had only just become a cultivator and did not possess enough true essence. However, as he continued to improve in cultivation, curing Chun Wan would no longer be a difficult task. All right, I believe you. Chun Wan nodded seriously. Sister Chun Wan, you need not worry. Although I cannot cure your illness right now, I still have ways to suppress your condition, Yi Fei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chun Wan immediately recalled Yi Fei's previous treatment, her face turning crimson. However, Yi Fei continued, slightly furrowing his brows. Sister Chun Wan, your body is currently weak and needs to be nurtured. Otherwise, with your current physical condition, you will not be able to withstand the treatment. Chun Wan had suffered from the dark Yin energy for many years. Although it wasn't apparent on the surface, her body was severely weakened. Yi Fei intended to treat Chun Wan and completely eliminate the dark Yin energy within her body, but this energy would not sit idly by. A fierce battle was likely to ensue, with Chun Wan's body becoming the battlefield. Given Chun Wan's current poor health, she was completely unable to endure it. What should we do then? Chun Wan acknowledged the validity of Yi Fei's words and asked. Yi Fei frowned, pondering before replying. As the saying goes, jade nurtures people and people nurture jade. Good jade has a beneficial warming effect on the body. Will this really work? Chun Wan asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, Yi Fei nodded. Ordinary jade is indeed useless, but the jade I refer to has been refined by me, and its effects are quite different. All of this was knowledge passed down to him by the reincarnation ancestor. After discussing a few more things with Chun Wan, they agreed to go buy jade together after school. Seeing that time was almost up, Yi Fei bid farewell to Chun Wan and returned to his class. As he neared the classroom door, he heard a cacophony of noise from inside. Yi Fei's figure appeared at the entrance, immediately drawing everyone's attention. In an instant, the entire classroom fell silent. Yi Fei glanced around, and upon seeing Wang Cheng, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Wang Cheng was sitting on Yi Fei's desk, his feet resting on a chair, leaning forward and chatting animatedly, with Luo Yiren completely ignoring the situation. However, it was Wang Cheng doing all the talking, while Luo Yiren seemed to regard Wang Cheng as if he didn't exist, her head bent over her textbook. Yi Fei, how's it going? Did the teacher give you a hard time? Wang Cheng's lackey Sun Yuan approached Yi Fei with a mocking tone, blocking his way at the door. Yi Fei cast a glance at Sun Yuan, but ignored him, walking straight toward his seat. Yi Fei, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Seeing Yi Fei ignore him, Sun Yuan instantly became furious, cursing loudly as he swung his hand toward the back of Yi Fei's head. Unfortunately for Sun Yuan, he was unaware that the current Yi Fei was no longer the same Yi Fei who could be bullied by them. It was as if Yi Fei had eyes on the back of his head. Just as Sun Yuan's hand was about to strike him, Yi Fei suddenly turned around and firmly grasped Sun Yuan's wrist. I don't want to cause trouble at school, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid. If you want to fight, I'll be ready after school. Oh, I might as well settle the score from last night then, Yi Fei said coldly to Sun Yuan. Yi Fei was different from the others present. He was a student from the countryside, and it wasn't easy for him to attend Haizhou No. 1 high school. He didn't want to leave a bad reputation at school and worry his family. Under Yi Fei's icy gaze, Sun Yuan felt his hair stand on end, his body freezing in place. After Yi Fei released his hand, he took several steps back, before regaining his senses. Once he regained his composure, Sun Yuan was instantly furious. Who was Yi Fei? Just a country bumpkin, a poor loser. How dare he act tough in front of him? Had he really been intimidated by a poor country kid? Upon seeing the gaze of all his classmates on him, Sun Yuan's face turned bright red. Go to hell. Sun Yuan cursed loudly, grabbing a chair from the podium beside him and aiming it at the back of Yi Fei's head as he turned to leave. The swing was filled with rage, and Sun Yuan showed no mercy. If it struck, it would likely result in bloodshed. Some girls watching screamed in fright at the scene. Sun Yuan, what are you doing? Yi Fei, watch out. Two cries rang out, one from Luo Yiren and the other from Yi Fei's deskmate Guoliang, but they were too late to stop it. Bang! A loud crash echoed, followed by a muffled grunt. The chair did not hit Yi Fei. Instead, Sun Yuan's body was propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall by the door, making a heavy impact sound. Sun Yuan, leaning against the wall, sat on the ground with a wretch, unable to get up. On his chest, there was a complete shoe print. The entire classroom instantly fell silent, and eerie stillness enveloping the room. A group of people looked at Yi Fei as if they had seen a ghost. Was this still the Yi Fei they knew? Just this morning, Wang Cheng and the others had been showing the video of last night's bullying in the classroom. Although it was difficult to identify the person being bullied in the dark video, almost all the classmates guessed that it was Yi Fei. The Yi Fei who had been bullied and did not dare to retaliate yesterday had suddenly become so fierce today. The impact this had on them was even greater than when Yi Fei recited the text in class. Yi Fei scanned the crowd, nodded at Luo Yiren, who had spoken up for him, and walked to his seat. He stopped beside his desk, his eyes fixated on Wang Cheng, devoid of any color. Wang Cheng felt uneasy under Yi Fei's gaze, wanting to get off Yi Fei's desk. However, all the classmates were watching him. If he did so, it would imply that he had been intimidated by Yi Fei. Yi Fei, we're all classmates. Isn't it a bit excessive to treat Sun Yuan this way? Wang Cheng glared at Yi Fei coldly. Exactly, Yi Fei, you're being too ruthless. Sun Yuan was just joking with you, and you actually hurt him. As Wang Cheng finished, a voice of agreement echoed. Yi Fei turned his head to see that the speaker was none other than Lu Guang, another lackey of Wang Cheng, and one of those who bullied him yesterday. I told you this country bumpkin doesn't deserve to be in our class. Lu Guang's deskmate, a tall athlete, also chimed in. Yi Fei glanced at the three of them, revealing a playful smile. Oh, what do you want? You've beaten Sun Yuan. This matter cannot just be overlooked. You must kneel and apologize to Sun Yuan, and let us give you a beating. Wang Cheng said with a cold smirk. What if I refuse? Refuse? Wang Cheng's sneer deepened, and he added, then we won't let you off easily. As his words fell, Lu Guang and the athlete also stood up, one on each side, blocking Yi Fei in the middle. Each held a chair leg in their hands, looking at Yi Fei with sneers. Yi Fei, today I'll teach you how to behave, you country bumpkin. Wang Cheng, seeing Lu Guang and the athlete corner Yi Fei, felt reassured and shouted, attack. The two had been waiting for Wang Cheng's command. Upon hearing his shout, they swung the chair legs towards Yi Fei. Bang bang. Two dull thuds echoed, followed by Lu Guang and the athlete being thrown backward, crashing against the blackboards at the front and back. Thud, thud. The sounds rang out as they both followed in Sun Yuan's footsteps, collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. In contrast, Yi Fei remained standing there, maintaining the posture he had before, as if he had never moved at all. Yi Fei turned to Wang Cheng, a broad grin revealing his white teeth. Now it's your turn. I hurry up and teach me how to behave. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in shock, staring at Yi Fei as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Yi Fei and saying, you. Slap. Before he could finish, Yi Fei slapped him, sending him rolling off the desk and crashing to the ground in a disheveled manner. Sorry, I'm not used to looking up at others. Yi Fei glanced at the dust-covered Wang Cheng, speaking indifferently. Boom. Yi Fei's audacious move sent shockwaves rippling through the room. Who was Wang Cheng? A notorious figure across Haizhou, born into elite lineage, lavishly generous and surrounded by a retinue of sycophants. His misdeeds in Haizhou were countless. Who in Haizhou dared challenge him? Even those who encountered him turned a blind eye. Yet now, Yi Fei had struck Wang Cheng clean off his chair with a single slap. Wang Cheng's right cheek swelled visibly before their eyes, soon bearing 5 stark crimson finger marks. Yi Fei, you dare strike me? Wang Cheng clutched his face, disbelief still clouding his gaze. What? Do you object? Yi Fei retorted coldly. You're nothing but a penniless rustic. How dare you lay hands on me? I'll kill you. Wang Cheng roared, wildeed and frenzied, lunging forward to throttle Yi Fei's neck. Thud. His fingers never grazed Yi Fei's throat. Instead, a crushing kick slammed into his abdomen, hurling him backward onto the floor. Damn you, Yi Fei. If you've got the guts, kill me now. Wang Cheng bellowed from the ground, refusing to rise. And if you fail, you're finished. Not just you, but your entire family. I hear you have a mother and a younger sister still in junior high. Rest easy. Once you're gone, I'll take excellent care of them. Huh? He threw back his head and laughed. a mad, grating cackle, emphasizing the word care with venomous relish. You've sealed your fate. At those words, a flash of lethal intent flared in Yi Fei's eyes. A dragon bears an inviolable scale, the Nileen, and any who touch it shall perish without mercy. Yi Fei's family was his Nileen. Wang Cheng had just crossed the line. Yi Fei's hand shot out like lightning, crack, and Wang Cheng flew sideways, crashing to the ground. He spat a gout of blood, 2 gleaming white teeth embedded within it. Go ahead, beat me harder. The more you strike, the harder I'll care for your mother and sister. Wang Cheng sneered, his grin unhinged, so chilling that every onlooker felt a shiver of dread. Truly beyond redemption. Yi Fei shook his head, strode forward in 3 swift steps, seized Wang Cheng's collar with his left hand, and unleashed a barrage of stinging slaps with his right. The sharp, rhythmic slap, slap, slap echoed across the chamber. Yi Fei, if you've got the courage, kill me outright. Slap, slap, slap. Yi Fei, you'll regret this. I swear. Slap, slap, slap. No one counted how many times he struck, but Wang Cheng's face swelled, grotesquely bloated as a pig's head, his lips dripping blood and saliva. Just as Wang Cheng opened his mouth again, Yi Fei's palm arced toward him, and he flinched violently, blurting out, "Grandfather, please, I beg you, I was wrong." Boom. His plea shattered the suffocating tension. Laughter erupted, thunderous and unrestrained. Wang Cheng's face was already swollen beyond recognition, but now bathed in the jeering laughter of the crowd, it flushed deeper, burning crimson with humiliation. Yet at that moment, pride meant nothing. In Yi Fei's gaze, he saw unyielding resolve. If he resisted further, the slaps would not cease. Slap. Yi Fei released his collar, letting Wang Cheng slump to the floor. Under dozens of fixed stares, Wang Cheng bowed his head, wishing desperately for the earth to swallow him whole. As he turned to flee, Yi Fei's voice cut through the air. Stop. Wang Cheng froze mid-step, slowly turning, his face ashen. He'd already called him grandfather, yet Yi Fei still hadn't relented. You sat quite comfortably at my table earlier. Before you leave, shouldn't you wipe down my chair and desk? Yi Fei asked, voice calm and detached. Wang Cheng exhaled in relief, yet shame coiled thick in his gut. He vowed silently to endure this indignity. For today he would survive, tomorrow vengeance would be his. Head bowed, he approached the table, wiped Yi Fei's desk thoroughly with his own shirt, then cleaned the stool he'd trampled upon, before lifting his gaze. Is this sufficient? Yi Fei didn't glance at him. He simply walked to his seat and settled in, as though nothing at all had transpired. Just then a stern figure appeared in the doorway. What is the meaning of this chaos? What are you all doing? Her gaze swept the wreckage, then landed on Sun Yuan seated limply by the door. Her plump face darkened further. Sun Yuan, why are you sitting there? Though Yi Fei had kicked him earlier, he'd held back, so Sun Yuan suffered no serious injury, only temporary exhaustion. After resting a while, his strength had nearly returned. Spotting the authoritative figure, he surged with excitement, feigning pitiful distress as he cried, You've arrived at last. If you delayed another moment, I'd have been beaten to death. What? Who dare strike you so brazenly? She pointed sharply at Sun Yuan. It was. Sun Yuan rose, turned toward Yi Fei's direction, and raised a trembling finger. At that instant, Yi Fei lifted his head, eyes locking onto Sun Yuan's. Their gazes met, and Sun Yuan recoiled as if pinned by a predator's stare, a cold sweat breaking across his skin, his knees threatening to buckle. Sun Yuan, I am asking you who struck you. She frowned, growing impatient. Up. Sun Yuan swallowed hard, wrenching his gaze away, offering her a grimace that resembled a sob more than a smile. If I said I did it, would you believe me? Boom. Laughter exploded anew, boisterous, irreverent, unstoppable. Her face flushed scarlet. She had just been publicly humiliated, mocked before the entire assembly. She jabbed a finger at him, voice cracking with fury. Get out now. Sun Yuan felt his life flash before his eyes. Offending this fearsome woman meant endless torment ahead. He'd intended to name Yi Fei, but the moment their eyes met, an inexplicable terror gripped him, twisting his tongue until the lie tumbled forth instead. Wait, let me explain, Sun Yuan stammered. But she cut him off with a roar. Out. Sun Yuan fled, abject and humiliated. And you too, get out too. She whirled, pointing furiously at Lu Guang and his companion. Only after Lu Guang vanished from view did she stride onto the platform, her glacial gaze sweeping the crowd, until it halted, sharpening upon Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, what happened to your face? She demanded, pointing directly at him. All eyes converged on him instantly. Everyone knew Yi Fei had done it, and all waited breathless to see whether Wang Cheng would dare name him. I. Wang Cheng stammered. Then inspiration struck. Ahem. I've been suffering from excessive internal heat lately. These marks, merely the result of gua sha therapy. Not blows, just therapeutic scraping. He coughed twice theatrically. Cuckoo. A muffled snort broke the silence, then ignited a wildfire of suppressed laughter. That single chuckle acted as a fuse, igniting a full-blown eruption of mirth. Kukuku. Many clutched their sides, faces flushed deep red from sheer effort to contain themselves. Even Luo Irin had buried her face in her arms' shoulders, shaking uncontrollably, struggling valiantly, and failing to hold it in. Of all present, only two remained utterly stone-faced: Yi Fei and the woman standing rigidly upon the platform. Her expression had curdled into something glacial, almost venomous. Guasha, on the face. Do you take me for a fool? Fury burned white-hot within her now. She cast aside all caution, all regard for Wang Cheng's pedigree, and snapped. Internal heat. More like you've climbed aboard a pig. Get out now. Roars of laughter followed. Wang Cheng ducked his head and fled, swallowed by waves of merciless mirth. Wang Cheng stumbled out in disarray. Barely had he taken a few steps when he spotted Sun Yuan and the other two seated around the garden. Upon seeing Wang Cheng, all three were utterly astonished. After all, his status was far above theirs. He commanded respect even from those who seldom bowed to anyone. They never imagined he too had been expelled. Upon hearing their words, Wang Cheng's face darkened. Inwardly he cursed. What a bloody obvious question. If I'm standing here, of course I was thrown out. So, is that it? Are we just going to let this slide? Lu Guang turned to Wang Cheng, voice tight with humiliation. Who was Yi Fei? Merely a penniless country boy, someone they'd long mocked, bullied, and dismissed as beneath contempt. Let it slide. A feral glint flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes. Not a chance. He struck me. Does he truly think he'll walk away unscathed? I'll call men from the underworld right now to deal with him. Today I'll cripple him myself. Clutching his cheek, where Yi Fei had knocked out 2 teeth, Wang Cheng snarled. Where do we go now? Where? To the infirmary. Now, he barked, his voice cracking as the motion wrenched his wound, sending fresh jolts of pain across his face. In an instant the four had groveled and apologized. No further punishment followed. Only then did Wang Cheng exhale in relief. As he passed Yi Fei, his gaze lingered, strange, expectant. He wasn't there to submit. He'd come to watch the spectacle unfold. Yet Yi Fei kept his head lowered, never once glancing up. That silence stoked Wang Cheng's fury. Inside he seethed, you little bastard, just wait. Then he sat down subdued. For Wang Cheng, those 45 minutes stretched like torture, until suddenly his eyes lit up. Here it comes. At that moment, bang. The door exploded inward. 2 towering, brutal-looking men filled the doorway. Who are you? Do you have any idea where you are? Zhao Yun cried out, panic sharpening her voice. Thud. The lead thug drove a boot into Zhao Yun's abdomen. She staggered backward, her face bleaching white with shock and pain. Gang retribution. I didn't ask. You shut your mouth or you'll bring ruin upon yourself and your family. He spat on the floor, then swept a cold, mocking gaze across the room. None of them had ever witnessed such raw brutality. Frozen silent like chicks paralyzed beneath a hawk's shadow. A few recognized the men at the door and gasped, instinctively clamping hands over their mouths to stifle any sound. Heh. Satisfied by their terror, the leader smirked arrogantly and bellowed, Who's Yi Fei? With that he pulled a Zippo lighter from his pocket, snapped it open, and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Wang Cheng was the most exhilarated of all, already envisioning Yi Fei sobbing, broken-limbed, and writhing on the floor. That's Yi Fei. Wang Cheng leapt up, pointing straight at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, the trash. Loafing around was bad enough, but now you've dragged gangsters into school. His tone twisted. Zhao Yun's glare, too, turned venomous, her eyes burning with murderous intent. Watching their reactions, Wang Cheng smirked triumphantly. Yi Fei, now die. Wang Cheng, you're lying through your teeth. Yi Fei isn't like that at all. Guoyang retorted, jaw clenched. If Wang Cheng succeeded in branding Yi Fei a criminal, he'd be branded an enemy by the entire class. I believe him too. Yi Fei isn't like that, said Luo Irin from the front row. Seeing her defend Yi Fei yet again, Wang Cheng burned with both rage and envy. He'd pursued her relentlessly, only to be met with icy indifference. Yet she defended this country bumpkin time and again. Fury boiled over. Luo Irin too joined his list of hated names. With a smile that didn't touch his eyes, he sneered, Heh. Luo Irin, some people wear masks, so well you can't see their true faces. Don't let him fool you. Or, have you two already become intimate? You. Luo Irin's delicate face flushed crimson. Bam. Bam. The lead thug slammed his fists against the doorframe, his grin turning icy. Stop wasting my time. I'll ask once more, who's Yi Fei? Oh, I'm him. Yi Fei rose calmly, voice level, unruffled. So you're the little. The thug began, eyes locking onto Yi Fei. But the moment he saw Yi Fei's face, his body jerked rigid. His throat constricted, his voice dying mid-sentence. His eyes bulged. One thought screamed in his mind, him again, the damn omen. I'm Yi Fei. You're here for vengeance. Yi Fei lifted his gaze toward the 2 men at the door, voice quiet, eyes sharp with cold authority. The instant they appeared, he'd recognized them. Go Gu, the dog brother, and his lackey the same pair who tried dragging Chun Wan into the woods last night, only to be thoroughly humiliated by him. He hadn't expected them back so soon. No. Sorry, we've mistaken you for someone else. Go Gu stammered, trembling. Go Gu, he's Yi Fei. What are you waiting for? Go beat him. Wang Cheng shouted, furious they hadn't moved. Go Gu flinched, then froze under Yi Fei's blade-like stare. Inside he raged, this idiot just sold me out. What the hell am I supposed to do? Beat him? If I could, would I still be standing here? While cursing Wang Cheng inwardly, Go Gu forced a ghastly tear-streaked smile. Ah, Feej, it's all a misunderstanding. We misidentified you. We're leaving right now. The class stared stunned, especially those who knew Go Ji's reputation. Their disbelief was absolute. Go Gu, the notorious East District enforcer, was afraid of Yi Fei, and calling him Feej. Wang Cheng nearly burst with rage. Go, you promised me you'd break him, and now you're walking away. Go Gu and his man ignored him, heads bowed, already turning to leave. Hold, is this a public restroom? Yi Fei's voice cut like ice. The two men froze mid-step, bodies rigid with dread. Go Gu whirled around, plastering on a sycophantic grin. Feej, your orders are my command. Just say the word. Since you came seeking vengeance, tell me first, who are you? Yi Fei asked coolly, though he already knew. I'm Go Chong, the East District. Everyone calls me Go Gu. My name echoes across every alley in the district. Oh, shall go. Yi Fei replied, expression unreadable. Go Ji's smile twisted into something grotesque, but he nodded eagerly. Yes, shall go. That's me. Not even death itself would dare correct Yi Fei, not after last night. Yi Fei cast a knowing glance at Wang Cheng, then spoke, voice soft but final, since you've come all this way, carry out exactly what was ordered against him. This. Upon hearing this, Go Gu glanced at Wang Cheng, his expression hesitant. What? You don't want to act? Yi Fei's face instantly turned icy. No, wait. Seeing Yi Fei preparing to strike, Go Ji's face paled. He hurriedly pleaded, Fei. Brother Fei, please. Then he strode toward Wang Cheng, followed closely by his henchman. Wang Cheng's face turned ashen green, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Hadn't he hired Go Chong and his man precisely to deal with Yi Fei? He never imagined that a single word from Yi Fei would make them pivot and turn their violence upon him instead. If he were humiliated again before the entire class's dignity would be utterly shattered. Go Chong, what do you think you're doing? You're nothing but a dog my family keeps. You dare lay a hand on me, and my father will never spare you. Wang Cheng shouted, his voice shrill with bluster masking deep fear. Wang Cheng's father was a renowned real estate developer in Haizhou City. Whenever disputes arose over land requisition or demolition, he entrusted such matters to men like Go Chong. It was through this connection that Wang Cheng first met Go Chong. And indeed, Go Chong had profited handsomely working under Wang Cheng's father. Yet now, hearing himself called a dog kept by the Wang family, Go Chong's face darkened with fury. After all, he was a formidable figure in Dongqing District. How could a spoiled young heir so brazenly insult him? Moreover, this entire incident had been instigated by Wang Cheng himself. Originally, Go Chong had only intended to inflict minor injuries, but now his resolve hardened. Young Master Wang, my relationship with your father is strictly professional. Not even he would dare speak to me thus, let alone you. Go Chong spoke with a thin, humorless smile. He reasoned clearly, though Wang Cheng's father was wealthy, offending the son meant merely losing future construction contracts, a tolerable risk. But if he failed to appease Yi Fei today, he and his henchmen might not walk out of this classroom alive. How dare you? Wang Cheng roared. A sharp crack echoed. The moment Wang Cheng's voice faded, Go Chong's open palm struck his cheek, sending him staggering sideways and collapsing onto the floor. Then Go Chong and his henchmen descended upon Wang Cheng in a brutal barrage of kicks and punches. Only after 7 or 8 minutes did they finally cease. Fei, brother Fei, does this satisfy you now? Go Chong turned to Yi Fei, his tone obsequious. Yi Fei glanced down at Wang Cheng, sprawled motionless on the floor like a gutted stray, and replied coolly, you came here seeking vengeance against him. What does that have to do with me? Go Chong, quick-witted, immediately chimed in, exactly. I came here today solely to settle a score with Wang Cheng. Then, raising his voice for the whole class to hear, he declared, this scoundrel Wang Cheng has long bullied classmates across campus. I've loathed him for ages. Today I'm here to teach him a lesson, to force him to become a decent human being. Students exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. It was true, Wang Cheng did bully classmates regularly. Yet coming from Go Chong's mouth, the accusation rang hollow, absurd, even grotesque. After all, he was a notorious thug. Besides, hadn't he just barged in shouting that he'd come for Yi Fei? Though no one understood the twist, one truth stood irrefutable. The infamous local gangster, Brother Go, feared Yi Fei deeply. Realizing this, many students' expressions shifted, uneasy, curious, awestruck. Fei, Brother Fei, may we go now? Go Chong asked deferentially. Don't let me see either of you again, Yi Fei said flatly. Yes, yes, Brother Fei, rest assured. We'll vanish far, far away. Go Chang bowed low, then fled in utter disarray. Once Go Gu and his henchmen had vanished, homeroom teacher Zhao Yun fixed Yi Fei with a venomous glare. Yi Fei, what connection do you have with those underworld thugs? None whatsoever, Yi Fei replied, meeting her gaze with quiet indifference. None. Don't insult my intelligence. Zhao Yun jabbed a finger at him, shrieking, if you truly knew them not, why would they seek you out? I knew it. This class should never have admitted trash like you. Your wretched grades dragging everyone down, that was bad enough. Now you conspire with gangsters and assault fellow students inside school grounds. Yi Fei's expression tightened, cold, hard, unreadable. When Yi Fei first joined the class, Zhao Yun had scanned his academic record and believed she'd struck gold. She treated him with exceptional warmth and attention. But after the first mock exam results were posted, her attitude transformed overnight. Her solicitous concern vanished, replaced by barbed sarcasm, public shaming, and relentless use of Yi Fei as a cautionary example. She'd held her tongue while Go Chang and his man stood present. Yi Fei didn't blame her. After all, they were hardened street thugs. Yet the instant they departed, Zhao Yun reasserted her authority, clearly intending to vent her pent-up fear and humiliation upon Yi Fei. I'm speaking to you, do you hear me? Why won't you answer? Seeing Yi Fei remain silent, Zhao Yun mistook it for guilt and grew bolder. Don't think silence will save you. I'll report this to the administration, and you'll be expelled, mark my words. Expelled. Yi Fei's gaze sharpened ice cold as he locked eyes with her. On what grounds do you intend to expel me? On what grounds? Your abysmal academic standing, dead last in the entire grade, and your collusion with criminals who beat students within school walls. Zhao Yun sneered. Teacher Zhao, everyone can plainly see those two thugs were Wang Cheng's hire. Why shift blame onto Yi Fei? Guoliang rose abruptly, unable to stay silent. Guoliang, I haven't even addressed you yet. You and Yi Fei are cut from the same cloth. Both bottom dwellers, academically both worthless. Do you think I won't expel you both? Zhao Yun pointed fiercely at him. Expel me? Oh, how terrifying. Guoliang exaggerated a tremor, his face comically wide-eyed and panicked. Unlike Yi Fei, Guoliang's father was affluent. Should Guoliang ever be expelled from Haizhou, his father would simply enroll him elsewhere without hesitation. You. Zhao Yun choked on fury, flustered by Guoliang's shameless, unflappable insolence. Guoliang opened his mouth to deliver another cutting retort, but was quietly stopped by Yi Fei, who until then had remained still and silent. Yi Fei regarded Zhao Yun, his eyes narrowing slightly, yet within their depths burned a chilling, unwavering light. Teacher Zhao, you claim my grades rank dead last in the entire grade. Dare you wager with me? Let's stake it on next week's second mock exam. Humph, why should I bother wagering with you? Zhao Yun scoffed. If I lose, I'll withdraw voluntarily. Yi Fei spoke softly, yet each word landed like thunderclap, reverberating through the stunned silence of the classroom. Yi Fei, what are you doing? Guoliang gasped, grabbing Yi Fei's arm in alarm. He knew Yi Fei's family struggled financially. His enrollment at Haizhou Wanhai had been secured only through connections, and his entire family pinned their hopes on his college entrance exam success. Zhao Yun, however, felt a surge of delight. If Yi Fei withdrew, removing this academic anchor would lift the class's average scores significantly, and higher graduation rates meant greater bonuses for her. Oh, pray tell, what's the wager? She asked, glancing at Yi Fei with newfound interest. This mock exam, my score must land within the top 100 of the entire grade. Should I fall short, I concede the wager. Yi Fei continued, and if I lose, I withdraw voluntarily. What a... His declaration struck the class like lightning. Students froze, eyes widening in disbelief riveted upon Yi Fei. Yi Fei, are you insane? Guoliang shoved him hard, convinced he'd lost all reason. Just how many students were in grade 12 at Haizhou? Wanhai. Over 4,000. And more than half were repeaters, students retaking the college entrance exam. Where had Yi Fei ranked before? 4,000th and beyond. Dead last. Truly the absolute bottom of the barrel. Haizhou Wanhai was nationally renowned. Here, even so-called weak students were strong by national standards. Weak was purely relative. Within this elite institution, even its lowest performers ranked solidly above average at most other schools. Yi Fei, a student ranked last among 4,000, aiming for the top 100 in next week's mock exam. It was sheer fantasy, a delusion bordering on madness. Damn, has Yi Fei completely lost his mind, believing he'll crack the top 100 in just 1 week? Must be trauma-induced. How many in our class even rank within the top 100 school-wide? Fewer than 10 surely. And he dreams of cracking the top 10 in our class. If he makes the top 100, I'll eat excrement in front of the whole class. Whispers erupted. Students murmured, shook their heads, exchanged skeptical glances. Not a single soul believed in Yi Fei. Yi Fei ignored the din, turning once more to Zhao Yun. But if I do place within the top 100, I demand you apologize to me, publicly before this entire class. Yi Fei, you said it yourself. Don't blame me later when the results are announced. Zhao Yun's expression remained calm, yet her heart surged with excitement. She already envisioned Yi Fei's expulsion, the class average soaring, college admission rates surging, and herself hailed as a renowned educator showered with gifts from grateful parents. As for Yi Fei ranking among the top 100 in the grade, preposterous, utterly impossible. And of course I said it. Yi Fei nodded firmly. Very well, I accept your wager. Zhao Yun replied hastily, as if fearing he might retract his words. And when the dismissal bell rang, she announced class was over and hurried out, leaving the classroom in an uproar. Students erupted into whispers pointing at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, have you lost your mind? That she-devil clearly wants you expelled. Guoliang cried out anxiously. I know. I'm perfectly aware. Don't worry, I have full control. And with that, Yi Fei slung his school bag over his shoulder and strode out, heading straight to the convenience store beside the school gate. After roughly 10 minutes, Chen Wan's graceful figure appeared, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing Yi Fei. Where shall we go? Chen Wan asked, smiling warmly. In Jade Street. Yi Fei replied, uncertain but resolute. In Dongqing District lay Jade Street, a thoroughfare famed for its jade jewelry shops. Though not far from Haizhou, one high school, Yi Fei had only heard of it, never visited. They entered Jade Street and, dazzled by the glittering storefronts lining both sides, chose the largest shop at the street's entrance, Yumantang Hall of Abundant Jade. The shop boasted classical decor, opulent and stately. Several elegant attendants were engaged in explaining pieces to customers. Upon spotting Chen Wan and Yi Fei, they glanced once, then turned away without approaching. Having served countless patrons, they could gauge purchasing power instantly from attire alone. It was Chen Wan's first day on the job. She wore a simple, modest business suit, charming and refined, yet plainly inexpensive. Yi Fei fared even worse, dressed solely in his Haizhou one high uniform. Together they looked unmistakably like customers who couldn't afford fine jade. No attendant approached, and Yi Fei welcomed the quiet. Though visiting for the first time, he felt no hesitation, wandering freely through the shop with quiet confidence. Elder ancestor, how do I discern the quality of jade? Yi Fei murmured inwardly, consulting the cycle elder ancestor as he observed the displays. The cycle elder ancestor scoffed. Boy, it's child's play. Simply channel your true energy into your eyes, and all will become clear. Channel true energy into my eyes. Yi Fei paused, puzzled, but obeyed without delay. The instant his true energy flowed into his eyes, Yi Fei understood. Before him, each jade piece exuded faint wispy tendrils, like ethereal azure smoke. Yet these wisps were exceedingly thin, barely perceptible. Spiritual energy. Yi Fei realized instantly. These wisps were spiritual energy. Well, boy, have you seen it now? The cycle elder ancestor chuckled. Don't rejoice too soon. These jades are inferior dross, utterly unfit for talismanic crafting. Then what should I do? Yi Fei stared stunned at the price tags. Thousands, even tens of thousands, on jades deemed worthless. To craft talismans you require, at minimum, ordinary spirit jade. What qualifies as spirit jade? Yi Fei asked. Jade forms over millennia, naturally infused with spiritual energy, varying only in quantity. Spirit jade's threshold. 5 distinct streams of energy. 5 streams, Yi Fei sighed inwardly. He scanned the display cases. Most jades bore only a single stream, some none at all. Mere stone. So this is their vaunted century-old establishment. Guaranteed authenticity or tenfold compensation. Yi Fei mused sardonically. After 15 minutes of scrutiny, Yi Fei finally found a piece barely meeting the threshold. 5 faint streams. He pointed and addressed an attendant. Excuse me, could you please bring me that jade? A young woman nearby, comely though unremarkable, was enthusiastically pitching to a portly middle-aged man. Hearing Yi Fei, she glanced dismissively and ignored him entirely. She'd noticed them entering, especially Chen Wan. Though she considered herself beautiful beside Chen Wan's luminous presence, she paled in comparison. Jealousy flared, and so she feigned blindness to their arrival. Moreover, she'd instantly judged Chen Wan's suit, under 1,000 yuan, and Yi Fei a penniless student. Clearly they held no purchasing power. Seeing the attendant's indifference, Chen Wan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Could you please bring us that pendant for inspection? Can't you see I'm assisting a valued guest? The attendant snapped. And do you even know its price? You two beggars think you can handle it. What if you break it? Can you possibly afford to compensate? Her outburst drew every patron's gaze. Yi Fei frowned. Is this how your shop conducts business? NWE came to purchase jade. We are your customers. Is this how you treat them? She sneered. You Daring to call yourself our customer? Go splash water on your face and take a long hard look at yourself. Huh, huh, huh. The portly man roared with laughter, glaring at Yi Fei. Where did this pauper crawl from? Trying to impress girls while pretending to be rich. Your eyes must be blind. His gaze then locked onto Chen Wan. His mouth gaped, saliva nearly dripping. Little sister, open your eyes. This boy's a destitute nobody. Don't let him deceive you. His fingers bore 4 or 5 rings, gold, emerald, and a vivid green thumb ring. His neck gleamed with a thick gold chain. He practically wore the words, "I am a nouveau riche," across his brow. Chen Wan recoiled subtly from his leering stare, silent, unmoved. And ha, little sister, what say you join me? The man declared, become my companion, and I'll gift you a mini coupe immediately, plus 10,000 yuan monthly as pocket money. Hearing this, the attendant's eyes blazed with searing envy. A mini coupe cost over 200,000 yuan, 10,000 monthly for doing nothing. She stood in heels for 14 hours daily. Her salary plus commissions didn't reach 10,000 yuan per month. Chen Wan ignored him. Unfazed, the man simply smiled. This sort of couple was familiar territory. He knew exactly how to handle such youths. Turning to Yi Fei, he offered smoothly, "Boy, you're still in school, aren't you? Break up with her, promise never to contact her again, and I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Deal?" His grin was placid. 100,000 yuan meant nothing to him, yet for an ordinary family, it was a fortune. Especially for a green youth from humble origins. In 100,000. Yi Fei blinked slowly, appraising the man head to toe, then broke into a strange, unsettling smile. "Truly, you wish to keep her as your mistress?" The man puffed his chest. "Any objections?" "Boy, know your place. A woman of such beauty. She's beyond your reach, pauper." Haha. Yi Fei chuckled softly. No trace of humiliation, only quiet amusement. No objections, merely a suggestion. His gaze locked onto the man, smile deepening, unervingly serene. The man shifted uneasily. Patrons watched intrigued, eager to see how Yi Fei would respond. Most would have crumbled under such public scorn, either crimson with rage or trembling with shame, ready to brawl. Yet Yi Fei's composure unsettled them. As speculation swirled, his voice cut through the silence. "I suspect you're incapable." Yi Fei spoke calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, you've lacked masculine potency for 2 years. Yi Fei's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Had he lost his virility? That would mean he was utterly emasculated. Blimey, this fellow looks burly and rugged, yet turns out to be a living eunuch. TSK. He can't be much over 40, yet this. TSK. Damn it. A man with erectile dysfunction still dares to keep mistresses? Does he expect her to mother him? A clamor of murmurs rose from the crowd. Even the female shop assistant, who moments earlier had enthusiastically explained items to the middle-aged, portly man, now cast upon him a strangely unnerved glance. You're lying. The middle-aged man flushed crimson, pointing furiously at Yi Fei while shouting in flustered outrage. Yet his guilt shone unmistakably across his face, impossible to conceal. At first, several had doubted Yi Fei's claim, until they saw the man's expression and instantly believed him. Boy, stop spouting nonsense here. The man stammered, increasingly panicked under the weight of their collective gaze. Nonsense. Yi Fei smiled faintly. You were in a car accident 2 years ago, weren't you? Just below your navel. About only and a half CU and down. You still bear the scar from that crash. If you wish to prove you're not impotent, simply lift your shirt for all to see. If no such scar exists, then I freely admit I spoke falsely. As Yi Fei finished speaking, cold sweat broke out across the portly man's brow, and his gaze locked onto Yi Fei, as if staring into the eyes of a specter. Indeed, 2 years prior, intoxicated and reckless behind the wheel, he'd crashed headlong into a roadside oak tree. Though he'd narrowly escaped death, a 2-finger-long gash remained on his lower abdomen, and with it his manhood had vanished forever. This was his most closely guarded secret. Not even his wife knew. How then could Yi Fei possibly know? To conceal his condition, he'd spent the past 2 years orchestrating elaborate facades at every social engagement. He insisted on being surrounded by 4 or 5 women. Whenever a young, beautiful woman crossed his path, he never failed to flirt shamelessly. Through meticulous deception, he'd kept this truth hidden, until today in this very jade shop where a mere youth had shattered his illusion with a single devastating revelation. Who the hell are you, brat, spouting gibberish like this? Do you want to vanish before dawn tomorrow? The portly man glared at Yi Fei, his voice sharp with bluster, but hollow with fear. Hey there, pal. If you deny being impotent, just lift your shirt so we can all see. Exactly. We're all men here. What harm is there in lifting it? Stop dawdling like some timid old woman. I reckon this young man speaks the truth. Eager for spectacle, the onlookers pressed in volleying taunts and jeers at the flustered man. Feeling every eye fixed upon him, with expectation gleaming in their gazes, the portly man's face darkened. Humph. Some unknown brat thinks he can order me to bare my chest. Don't dream of it. He let out a contemptuous snort, hurled a final threat at Yi Fei, and strode briskly toward the staircase leading upstairs, so hastily that at the threshold of the first step, he slipped, nearly collapsing face first onto the floor. Amid raucous laughter from the crowd, he hurried away, swiftly vanishing from sight. Once the man had disappeared, Chunwan turned her luminous gaze upon Yi Fei, curiosity flickering in her eyes. How did you know that man was? She paused, her cheeks flushing as she left the word impotent unspoken. Ha. I am a divine physician. Diagnosing such ailments is second nature. Otherwise, how could I possibly cure your ailment, senior sister Chunwan? Yi Fei tossed his head back with brazen confidence. In truth, every word he'd spoken had been whispered to him by the ancient ancestor of reincarnation. You're insufferably cocky. Chunwan teased, her eyes crinkling with mirth as she raised a hand, as if to pinch Yi Fei's ear. After a brief playful exchange, Yi Fei finally turned his attention to the female shop assistant. Yet the moment Yi Fei glanced her way, she shrieked, instinctively crossing her arms tightly over her chest, as though his gaze possessed a sorcerous power capable of stripping her bare. Yi Fei stared speechless. His earlier boast, that he could diagnose illness with a single glance, had merely been light-hearted banter with Chunwan. He'd never imagined the assistant would take it literally, or react so dramatically, as if his mere glance could rob her of purity. Now shall we see that jade piece? Yi Fei fixed the assistant with a cool, unwavering stare. Her earlier condescension had earned her no leniency from him. Trembling with apprehension, the assistant feared Yi Fei might expose some hidden affliction of hers, just as he had the portly man's. The jade pendant you asked about is prohibitively expensive. I lack authority to retrieve it. Only our manager may handle it. Then what are you waiting for? Fetch your manager now. Yes, please wait a moment. With that, she dashed upstairs, toward the second floor of Yumantang. Upstairs in his office, the portly man, now known as Song Jun, sipped tea, his face still flushed with indignation. Across from him sat a middle-aged man in a crisp suit and gold-rimmed glasses, the manager of Yumantang. Director Song, what has riled you so? Calm yourself. Here, have some tea. The manager chuckled warmly as he poured. Just now downstairs I ran into some insolent brat, enough to make my blood boil. Song Jun huffed, his chest still tight with remembered fury. Tap, tap, tap. A knock sounded at the door. The assistant entered and addressed the manager. Sir, guests downstairs wish to examine the jade pendant in the central display case. Oh, the manager arched an eyebrow. That central case was exceptional, housing only the most valuable jades, each worth no less than several 100,000 yuan. Access required his personal authorization alone. Before the manager could respond, Song Jun shot upright. Is it that brat downstairs? His eyes bulged wide, veins pulsing faintly at his temples. His sudden movement startled the assistant, who instinctively recoiled a step, yet still replied yes. It is them. Damn it. I'll strangle him. Song Jun roared, hurling his teacup to the floor where it shattered violently. Oh, so those who've offended Director Song wish to purchase jade here. The manager's eyes narrowed slightly. The assistant nodded. To offend Director Song, and still presume to buy jade in our shop. Go downstairs and tell them we refuse to sell to them. Summon security. Escort them out immediately. His smile was icy, devoid of warmth. This, very well. She turned to leave, only to be halted by Song Jun's sharp command. Wait. Still not satisfied, Director Song? Then let security teach them a proper lesson. The manager grinned. A lesson? That would be far too merciful. Song Jun smirked, a cruel, venomous twist to his lips. They want jade. Let them buy it. Come here. I'll tell you what to do. He beckoned the assistant closer and whispered his scheme. The manager listened and instantly raised a thumb in admiration. Brilliant. Director Song, your stratagem is masterful. Let these penniless fools buy jade, then watch how they pay for it. Song Jun threw back his head and laughed heartily. Soon the assistant descended, a key clutched tightly in her hand. She unlocked the display case, lifted the jade pendant, and instead of handing it to Yi Fei, placed it carefully into Chunwan's palms, warning sternly, hold it securely. This piece is valued at over 500,000 yuan. Any damage must be fully compensated. Chunwan nodded and reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the jade, when without warning the assistant released it. Crack! The jade plummeted, its crystalline shatter echoing sharply through the room, fracturing into countless jagged shards. What on earth were you thinking? Didn't I tell you to hold it firmly? The assistant jabbed a finger at Chunwan, her tone accusatory and shrill. Chunwan stared helplessly at the ruined jade, stunned into silence. What? Let me remind you. This jade is worth over 500,000 yuan. It broke in your hands. What do you intend to do about it? The assistant pressed her advantage mercilessly, and then with startling speed lunged forward, fingers clawing toward Chunwan's delicate, flawless face. Stop! Yi Fei moved like lightning, his fingertips striking a precise acupoint on her wrist. She recoiled with a piercing shriek, yanking her hand back as if stung by a scorpion. Xiao Fei, it wasn't me. I hadn't even grasped it yet, and she. Qianwan gripped Yi Fei's arm, her voice trembling. I know, senior sister Qianwan. Yi Fei offered her a gentle, reassuring smile, then turned back to the assistant, his expression hardening into glacial severity. Rage surged within his chest, a cold, incandescent fury. How truly vicious this woman's intent had been. Had he not intervened in that instant, her nails would have scarred Qianwan's face forever. Since cultivating the Tao, Yi Fei's sixth senses had sharpened beyond mortal measure, and the assistant's subtle, deliberate release of the jade, timed precisely as Qianwan's grip faltered, had not escaped his perception for a single heartbeat. From the moment they'd entered the shop, Yi Fei alone had declared his intent to purchase the jade. Yet after descending from the second floor, the assistant had bypassed him entirely, handing the jade instead to Qianwan. Then she'd shattered it deliberately, framing Qianwan, before launching that vicious, unprovoked assault upon her face. Every action reeked of calculated malice. They held no grudge against her, so why this cruelty? Then Yi Fei recalled the portly man ascending the stairs. Instantly the truth crystallized. She acted on his orders. You'll handle it. How exactly? You break our property refuse compensation, and now dare lay hands on staff. Do you even know where you stand? The assistant cradled her wrist, shrieking. As her voice faded, 5 armed security guards emerged silently from the rear, encircling Yi Fei and Qianwan with chilling, mocking smiles. Today you won't walk out of this door unless you pay in full. Emboldened by their presence, she screamed anew, her gaze burning with hatred. Her eyes locked upon Yi Fei, seethed with venomous loathing. If you fail to provide an explanation today, do you truly believe I will walk out that door? Yi Fei said coldly, a mocking smile curling his lips. These people, did they truly take him for a soft target to be squeezed at will? What are you waiting for? Seize them, now, the female shop clerk shrieked. The security guards had already received silent instructions from the manager. With no hesitation, the head guard drew his baton and lunged forward, swinging it straight toward Yi Fei's temple. His posture betrayed no intent to detain, only to kill. Dare to die. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with icy light. Moving with lethal precision, he struck first despite acting second, driving a crushing kick into the guard captain's chest and sending him flying backward. He dare strike back. The other guards roared in unison, drawing their batons and charging toward Yi Fei en masse. Thud, thud, thud. A barrage of violent impacts echoed, followed by heavy, hollow thuds. The 4 guards surrounding Yi Fei and his companion dropped their batons, bodies flung backward as if hurled by an invisible force. Each bore a stark, perfect footprint imprinted across his chest. This. The female clerk stood frozen, her eyes wide and vacant. She could never have imagined that these very guards, once so imposing, so confident, would be dismantled in an instant by Yi Fei. Ah, don't hit me. It wasn't my idea to harass you. She screamed shrilly the moment Yi Fei turned his gaze upon her. Yi Fei snorted disdainfully, but made no move against her. Though sharp-tongued, she was nothing more than expendable cannon fodder. I know you're powerless to resolve this. Take me to your manager, now. The mastermind behind this scheme might well be that middle-aged, portly man, but the manager himself was undoubtedly complicit. Yi Fei and his companion had entered Yumantang to purchase jade, only to be scorned by the clerk, falsely accused, and then assaulted by the store's own security. If Yi Fei refused to demand justice, he would truly become clay molded by others' hands. Yes. Trembling, the clerk nodded frantically and hurried ahead to lead the way. Senior sister, one such a trivial matter hardly warrants your presence. I'll handle it myself. Yi Fei offered Qianwan a faint smile before following the clerk upstairs. Yumantang, second floor manager's office. You broke the jade pendant. Just pay its market value. Why come see me? The middle-aged manager sat slouched in his chair, legs crossed, sipping tea with deliberate nonchalance, refusing even to glance directly at Yi Fei. The clerk had only informed him that Yi Fei demanded face-to-face negotiations over compensation, omitting entirely how Yi Fei had subdued the guards. Thus the manager assumed Yi Fei had been cowed into submission and had come begging for mercy. The clerk frantically signaled the manager with her eyes, but he paid her no heed, not even lifting his gaze from his teacup. 50,000 yuan for the pendant. Fine, I'll pay. Now shall we discuss your elaborate frame-up? Yi Fei pulled up a chair without invitation and sat down calmly. Frame-up? I have no idea what you mean. Startled by Yi Fei's composure in quoting 50,000, the manager feigned surprise, then swiftly shifted tactics. Besides, whoever said the pendant was worth 50,000? That figure refers only to the raw jade before carving. This piece was sculpted by Master Lu Yidao, the preeminent jade artisan of Jiangnan. Its current valuation exceeds 2 million yuan. Out of pity, I'll waive the change. 2 million it is. Cash or bank transfer? He asked with a patronizing grin, certain he held all the cards. Is that so? Yi Fei smiled faintly, his gaze drifting idly across the office decor before settling back on the manager. I hear you Mantang boasts a century-long legacy. Naturally, the manager replied with smug pride. Every jade piece in our inventory bears certification from the National Jade Association. Authenticity guaranteed. One false item, 100-fold restitution. Boy, what does that have to do with your compensation? 100-fold restitution. Excellent. Then let's begin. Yi Fei nodded thoughtfully. That guanine jade sculpture displayed in your central cabinet, priced at 1.5 million yuan, is in fact a composite, two separate pieces crudely joined at a concealed fracture. Moreover, the jade itself is mediocre, worth no more than 150 yuan if that. The manager shot upright like a spring release, jabbing a finger at Yi Fei. Lies. You're spouting nonsense, boy. Beside the guanine hangs a longevity lock, priced at 300 yuan, and claimed to be Ming Dynasty antique jade. In truth, it's artificially aged, and not jade at all, merely a peculiar stone worth less than 300 yuan. How do you imagine your customers will react when they learn of this? And how will those who've already purchased jade here respond once they discover the deception? Yi Fei's expression remained serene, yet his words cut like a razor-sharp dagger, piercing straight into the manager's heart. Cold sweat beaded on the manager's brow. Yu Mantang built its reputation on two pillars, a century-old establishment, and one false item, 100-fold restitution. If today's patrons downstairs learned they sold fakes, they'd walk out and never return. Worse still, they'd warn friends and family to avoid the store entirely. And those who'd already bought jade, they'd storm in demanding refunds. But that was not his greatest fear. Should even a handful of customers submit their purchases to official appraisal centers and receive confirmation of forgery, the store would be legally bound to repay 100 times the purchase price. Even if only half the defrauded customers pursued claims, Yu Mantang would collapse overnight. Imagining the catastrophic fallout, the manager felt a chill crawl up his spine, only then realizing his dress shirt clung drenched and icy to his back. The clerk stared eyes wide. She'd worked here 2 years and never suspected that Yu Mantang, so revered across Haizhou, trafficked in counterfeits. Boy, beware the consequences of reckless speech. You may not leave this room alive. The manager fixed Yi Fei with a venomous stare, then turned sharply to the clerk. Go. Fetch old Wang and the others. She didn't move. Why are you standing there? The manager snapped. MMR. Manager. Captain Wang and the others won't be coming. Why not? Have those good-for-nothing loafers skipped their posts again? He barked furiously. No. They offended this customer and were subdued by him. They're still lying on the floor, unable to rise. What a... The manager's eyes bulged. Yi Fei, satisfied with the man's stunned reaction, leaned back with a faint smile and mirrored the manager's earlier pose, crossing his legs deliberately. Now, shall we finally discuss compensation? The manager's expression twisted, then hardened. With a curt wave, he dismissed the clerk and locked the door before stepping close to Yi Fei, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Listen carefully, boy. This shop belongs to Lord Xiong. Lord Xiong. Yi Fei raised a single eyebrow, faintly intrigued. Precisely. Perhaps you don't yet grasp his stature. This establishment answers directly to him. Cross him, and you seal your fate. The manager assumed Yi Fei had been cowed by the name, until Yi Fei interrupted. Never heard of him. The manager choked, a strangled grunt escaping him as he swayed, nearly collapsing from sheer exasperation. Damn it. Why raise your brow if you've never heard of him? What exactly do you want? He growled, low voice strained, frustrated beyond measure by Yi Fei's immovable defiance. I came to your shop to buy jade, to bring you business. Instead, your clerk mocked me openly. Doesn't that warrant a formal apology? It does, absolutely. The manager nodded vigorously, exhaling inwardly in relief, only for Yi Fei's voice to cut through his reprieve. I was falsely accused without cause. Doesn't that warrant compensation? Yi Fei pressed. It does. I'll pay. The manager gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. How foolish he'd been to accept that portly man Song Jun's scheme. Still, he consoled himself. Song Jun would cover the pendant's cost. He'd suffer no personal loss. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Consider it full restitution, young sir. He ventured cautiously. Hold on, I'm not finished yet. Yi Fei waved a hand, smiling faintly. Your guards assaulted me without provocation. Doesn't that warrant compensation? Bear in mind, I'm not yet of age. That beating could inflict irreversible physical damage, perhaps stunting my growth, condemning me to lifelong regret. The manager nearly burst along. Assaulted you. Inflicted irreversible damage. 5 guards lay unconscious on the floor, while Yi Fei stood before him, perfectly composed, utterly unharmed. All the manager wanted to scream was, where's your dignity? What emerged instead was, fine, I'll pay. 100,000 yuan, enough? He just needed Yi Fei silenced, before the secret spilled. As for this humiliation, he'd remember it, and he'd repay it, Tenfold. Hold on, I haven't finished. Yi Fei gestured lightly calm as still water. The manager staggered, desperate to strangle him on the spot. Are you toothpaste? Must I squeeze you drop by drop? Yi Fei remained unmoved by the manager's ashen pallor. Your conspiracy poisoned my perception of humanity, tainting my spirit with its ugliness. You robbed me of innocence. Doesn't that too warrant restitution? Thud. The manager collapsed onto the floor, stunned into silence. Young man, do not overstep your bounds. This shop belongs to Lord Xiong. Offend him, and you may not even know how you met your end. The middle-aged manager growled in fury. Yi Fei had utterly enraged him. Then spare yourself the trouble. I suggest we now discuss compensation in detail. You've inflicted serious harm upon me, Yi Fei said coolly, causing losses of no less than 1 million yuan. Out of pity, I'll waive the change. Let's settle for precisely 1 million. The manager choked on his words. Indeed, debts incurred in June were repaid with startling speed. He had never imagined his own earlier threat to Yi Fei would so swiftly rebound upon himself. What? Refuse to pay? Yi Fei's eyes turned icy. Then perhaps I should invite the customers downstairs to learn the true nature of Yumantang. With that, Yi Fei rose as if to leave. Wait. The manager's heart lurched. He lunged forward to stop him. Fine, I'll pay. He knew full well if Yi Fei walked out unchallenged, the shop would be ruined, and his own fate would be far grimmer. Lord Xiong, the underworld sovereign of Haizhou City, had entrusted him with this establishment, and now he had failed spectacularly. To cross Lord Xiong was to risk vanishing overnight, sealed inside a sack, drowned in concrete, while still dreaming. Thus acquiescence was imperative. As for the yuan extortion, once reported to Lord Xiong, the master himself would deal with Yi Fei. I don't have that much cash on hand. I'll need a few days to arrange it. The manager stalled, hoping Lord Xiong's enforcers might neutralize Yi Fei before the transfer. Who carries cash these days? Yi Fei shot him a disdainful glance and withdrew a bank card from his pocket. Wire it now. The manager's breath hitched again. With no recourse, he transferred 1 million yuan from his personal account to Yi Fei. Moments later, Yi Fei's phone chimed. A notification, 1 million yuan received. Remarkably swift, he murmured, tucking away his phone. A pleasure doing business. The manager stared speechless, his mind seething with curses. As Yi Fei stood to leave the manager's office, the man instinctively followed. No need to see me out. I'll certainly visit again. Who the hell is seeing you out? I'm just verifying you actually leave, the manager snarled inwardly, though aloud he stammered, Of course. Just before exiting, Yi Fei paused abruptly. The manager's pulse spiked. Is this wretch about to stir up more trouble? Yi Fei paid no heed to the manager's turmoil. Instead, his gaze locked onto an antique wooden box resting upon a curio shelf, elegant, time-worn, and exquisitely aged. As he passed the shelf on his way out, Yi Fei casually swept his eyes across it and instinctively channeled a thread of true energy. What he saw left him stunned. That unassuming box radiated surging spiritual energy, its chi denser by orders of magnitude than the shattered jade pendant he'd broken earlier. Manager, what is that? Yi Fei pointed to the box. The manager followed his finger and exhaled in quiet relief. It had arrived days prior, brought in by an elderly farmer selling antiques. But Yumantang dealt exclusively in jade. This box, carved from common jujube, would held no commercial value. Still impressed by its craftsmanship, the manager had purchased it for 500 yuan, then set it aside forgotten. You like it, young sir? Then consider it a gift, the manager offered with a dismissive smile. After 1,500,000 mattered not at all. Thank you, Yi Fei replied with a faint smile, and accepted without hesitation. Cradling the box, his eyes gleamed with undisguised delight. The manager chuckled hollowly, inwardly sneering at Yi Fei's provincial ignorance, until a voice whispered beside him, Sharp eyes, boy. You've stumbled upon a genuine rarity. Elder ancestor, what lies within this box, and why does it thrum with such dense spiritual energy? Yi Fei queried silently. A set of silver needles, not ordinary ones, but those forged by a cultivator. The box itself was crafted by a cultivator. So I've struck gold. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Gold? Huh. Even in the immortal realm, such trash wouldn't merit a second glance if dropped on the street. Yi Fei smiled inwardly, unfazed. Perhaps it meant little in the immortal realm, but here on Earth, where spiritual energy was scarce and cultivators nearly mythical, such a find was extraordinary. In this spiritually barren world where even the existence of cultivators remained uncertain, acquiring an artifact once wielded by one was profoundly rare. These needles were forged by a golden core cultivator. Crude, yes, yet more than sufficient for you. Need you treat that girl's profound physique? Now you need seek no further. Golden core. Yi Fei's eyes blazed brighter. He himself was a cultivator, albeit newly initiated at only Qi Refinement Level 1. Qi Refinement comprised 9 tiers, beyond it lay Foundation Establishment, then Golden Core. At just the first tier, he already sensed the profound marvels cultivation bestowed. How formidable, then, must a golden core cultivator be? At that thought, Yifei broke into a dazed, delighted grin. Look at you, like a bear who's found honey. Cultivate the art I impart, and golden core will be but a stepping stone. Even nascent soul or soul separation cultivators would be unworthy to hold your shoes. Then, elder ancestor, bestow upon me a true treasure. To broaden my horizons, Yifei winked. That remark struck a raw nerve. During his post-immortal sovereign tribulation weakness, he'd been betrayed by his own subordinates, conspiring with his enemies. 5 immortal sovereigns had besieged him, shattering even his immortal sovereign body. All that remained was a sliver of divine sense. No artifacts, no relics. Were I to grant you a treasure, your meager true energy would be drained dry the moment you attempted to activate it. Just then, tap, 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 the office door opened. A female clerk rushed, and panic etched across her face. Manager, disaster. A customer collapsed while viewing Jade downstairs, she cried. What happened? The manager recoiled in alarm, only to realize Yifei, having resolved his matter and acquired a priceless artifact, had already departed, descending the stairs without lingering to torment him further. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yifei found a dense crowd gathered, drawn like moths to flame. Where is she? He scanned the periphery, then glimpsed Chunwan kneeling at the very center of the throng. At the heart of the circle lay an elderly man, silver-haired, clad in a tang suit. Motionless upon the floor, eyes shut, tight breath barely perceptible. Chunwan knelt beside him, administering chest compressions. Sweat beaded her brow, a damp strands of hair clung to her flushed cheeks. She had been laboring for some time. Young lady, spare yourself. There's nothing more you can do. Yes, rest now. You've done all you could. Wait for the ambulance. Bystanders urged her gently. Yet Chunwan refused to yield. This is a sudden syncope triggered by cerebral pathology. CPR is futile. Cease this wasted effort. An ill-timed voice cut through the air, cold, mocking. Its owner was a man in his 30s. Armani suit, slick, side-parted hair, the polished veneer of elite professionalism. His words, however, ignited collective outrage. How dare you speak like that? If you won't help, at least don't disparage the girl who's trying. Exactly. Looks like a decent fellow, but beneath it all, pure scum. A wolf in sheep's clothing. The young man flushed crimson. He'd merely sought to impress Chunwan, never foreseeing such backlash. What's wrong with what I said? I'm a physician. I know diagnosis. He brandished his medical license. Then why aren't you treating him? Why stand idle, offering cruel commentary instead of aid? Oh, a doctor. My apologies. I mistook you for a wolf in sheep's clothing. You're clearly a physician in wolf's clothing. His face burned deeper as he shouted. You understand nothing. This is cerebral syncope. CPR is medically irrelevant. Moreover, judging by his pallor, this illness has festered for years. Likely an incurable condition, perhaps even glioblastoma. I practice Western medicine. Without diagnostic equipment, I'm powerless. Hearing this, the crowd murmured. Some swayed, yet none softened their glares. Why won't he wake? Why isn't it working? Her arms numb with exhaustion, Chunwan slumped onto the floor, whispering in despair. Then, a warm hand settled upon her shoulder. She turned. Seeing Yifei, she seized his presence like an anchor. Xiao Fei, can you save him? Does senior sister Chunwan wish him alive? Yifei smiled. You truly can. Her voice trembled with sudden hope. Preposterous. His condition is untreatable. Don't waste our time with theatrics. The young physician scoffed, yet Yifei ignored him entirely. Turning back to Chunwan, he smiled softly. If senior sister Chunwan wishes him to live, I shall grant him life just this once. What nonsense are you talking? Do you even know what illness he has? Yet you dare claim you can cure him. The young doctor sneered coldly upon hearing the remark. I said I could revive him, and I will. Yifei replied calmly. Who is this brash youth spouting such absurdities? Judging by your attire, you're still a student. Well then, if you truly revive him, I'll pluck out my own eyes and let you stomp on them like light bulbs. The young doctor roared with laughter. Boy, don't drag me down with you. The middle-aged manager hurried over and warned Yifei. If the elderly man had died suddenly in his shop, it would merely bring ill omen. His establishment would bear no legal liability. Yet should Yifei intervene and fail, causing the man's death, instead their responsibility would become grave indeed. I'll assume full responsibility for anything that happens. Yifei glanced coolly at the manager. Without another word, he retrieved a lacquered wooden box from the man and withdrew a set of silver needles. What is this young man doing? Is he attempting acupuncture? Acupuncture for emergency resuscitation? Preposterous. The young doctor scoffed even more brazenly. Who still relies on traditional Chinese medicine these days? It's long been debunked as superstition, utterly devoid of scientific foundation. Yifei paid no heed to the mockery. With a flick of his finger, he launched a silver needle into the air. A clear, resonant hum. rippled through the clamorous ground floor, instantly silencing the crowd. As all eyes turned toward him, the needle was already embedded in the elder's Tianjing acupoint. Then Yi Fei moved again, swift, precise, blurring into afterimages. Even with eyes wide open, onlookers caught only fleeting streaks. When Yi Fei finally withdrew his needles, beads of sweat glistened across his brow. He hadn't anticipated how profoundly the four phantom needle art, transmitted to him by the cycle patriarch, would deplete his nascent qi. The four phantom needle art comprises four distinct techniques: azure dragon's tail sweep, white tiger's head shake, dark tortoise's cave probe, and vermilion phoenix's source greeting, each demanding precise qi infusion wielding power beyond mortal comprehension. Yi Fei had just employed the first technique, azure dragon's tail sweep. With his meager reserves of qi, he could barely muster even this single form. Yet when Yi Fei finished, the elder remained unconscious. The young doctor seized the moment, laughing louder than ever. Still unresponsive, the old man hasn't stirred. I told you this boy was merely seeking attention. Convinced now. A collective sigh rose from the crowd. Sure enough, revival had failed. Unfazed, Yi Fei gently helped the elder sit upright, then struck firmly once between his shoulder blades with his right palm. Ugh! The elder spat forth a jet of ashen black blood, and slowly his eyelids fluttered open. He's awake. The elder has awakened. A sharp-eyed bystander shouted immediately. He's actually awake. This is impossible. The young doctor's eyes bulged like marbles, nearly popping from their sockets. He suffers from a cerebrovascular disorder. How could acupuncture possibly save him? Could this be the legendary four phantom needle art? Suddenly a hoarse yet vigorous voice rang out. An elderly man, tall, erect, radiating vitality, had appeared among the crowd. Beside him stood several physicians clad in white coats. These doctors had entered the jade shop unnoticed and remained silent until Yi Fei completed his treatment. Only then did the elder step forward to speak. Indeed, it is the azure dragon's tail sweep, the first technique of the four phantom needle art. Yi Fei cast a brief glance at the elder and replied coolly. What? It truly is the four phantom needle art. It is real. Never imagined I'd witness this lost mythical art within my lifetime. Truly divine beyond all reckoning, the elder exclaimed in awe. Quick, place him on a stretcher. Only now did the physician snap into action, issuing urgent orders. Medical staff rushed forward. So swiftly they inadvertently shoved Yi Fei aside. Outside Yumantong, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 screeched to an abrupt halt before the entrance. From within stepped a commanding middle-aged man. Master Xiong has arrived. One bystander gasped upon spotting the man. He's Yin Xiong, the underworld's sovereign of Haizhou, rumored to wield influence so vast even municipal leaders defer to him. That's an armored edition. Must cost well over 10 million. When will I ever command such authority? Onlookers murmured in admiration. The shop's manager sprinted forward, bowing obsequiously. Master Xiong, you've graced us with, slap. Before he could finish, Yin Xiong struck him hard across the face, stunning the manager into stunned silence. Where is Elder Song? Take me to him now. If anything befalls him, I'll flay you alive. Yin Xiong demanded, his brow furrowed with lethal intensity. Oh, who is Elder Song? The manager stammered, cradling his cheek. The elder who collapsed inside. That one, Yin Xiong growled. That elder is from the Song family. The manager's eyes widened in sheer terror. Only one Elder Song commanded such reverence from Yin Xiong across all Haizhou, the patriarch of the Song clan, one of the city's most formidable aristocratic dynasties. Heavens, that elder was of the Song family. The manager stood frozen, speechless. SSSKRRT. Another vehicle, a champagne-hued Bentley Mulsanne, pulled up sharply. Out stepped a middle-aged man and a graceful young woman, perhaps 17 or 18. Mr. Song has arrived. Come follow me. Yin Xiong wasted no time questioning further. He seized the manager's arm and strode toward the newcomers. Mr. Song. Yin Xiong bowed respectfully beside the man. How is my father faring? Song Jiming asked urgently upon seeing him. Rest assured, Elder Song has regained consciousness. He faces no immediate danger. The manager hastened to reply. Good. That means we may speak indoors. Song Jiming nodded and entered first. Inside, Elder Song was being lifted onto a stretcher. Father. Grandfather. Song Jiming and the young woman called out in unison. You're here. Elder Song, fully recovered, looked robust and ruddy-cheeked, indistinguishable from any healthy man. Though for safety's sake, a hospital examination remained imperative. Qinghua has come too. Don't fret. I'm perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern. Elder Song smiled warmly upon seeing the young woman beside Song Jiming. Father, please conserve your strength. We must get you examined at the hospital first, Song Jiming urged anxiously. I know my own body best. Elder Song shook his head. I feel remarkably better already. Oh, and be sure to thank that young man. Were it not for him, I might never have seen you again. As he spoke, Elder Song turned to search for Yi Fei, only to find him gone. Where's that young fellow? He asked, puzzled. Indeed, where is he? He was right here moments ago. How could he vanish so swiftly? The crowd followed his gaze, only to realize that not only Yi Fei, but also Chun Wan, who had accompanied him, had vanished without a trace. Father, let's proceed to the hospital first. Rest easy, I will find this benefactor. Song Jiming, unwilling to delay his father's care, spoke firmly. Even as he boarded the ambulance, Elder Song repeated insistently, find that young man. You must express our deepest gratitude. Only after the ambulance departed did Song Jiming exhale deeply, yet his brow remained tightly knotted. Haizhou was a metropolis of over 10 million souls. Even with the Song family's vast resources, tracking down a single person, without a single clue, was akin to seeking a needle in an ocean. The manager's heart plummeted when he learned the collapsed elder was none other than the Song patriarch. This is over. I'm utterly ruined. The Song family, Haizhou's true aristocracy. As the saying goes, wealth rarely endures 3 generations. Only dynasties flourishing across 3 generations earn the title of aristocracy, and the Songs were not merely aristocrats, but preeminent ones. Elder Song had collapsed, and nearly died, in his shop. The thought alone drove the manager to contemplate self-destruction. No, I cannot perish like this, he cried inwardly, frantically devising a way out. Does anyone have leads on that young man? Song Jiming's voice cut through the air. The crowd shook their heads. Eager as they were to curry favor with the Songs, neither Yi Fei nor Chun Wan meant anything to them. I remember. The manager suddenly cried out. He wore the uniform of Haizhou No. 1 middle school. My classmate. Song Qinghua, standing beside Song Jiming, tilted her head in surprise. The one who saved grandfather. Is he my classmate? How is it I've never heard of such a prodigy at Haizhou No. 1. Her delicate brows drew together in quiet contemplation. Haizhou No. 1. Song Jiming's eyes gleamed. A single clue sufficed. With the Song family's reach across Haizhou, locating him would be swift. Meanwhile, the very pair under discussion, Chun Wan and Yi Fei, walked calmly down the street. They had slipped away from Yumantang the moment medical staff lifted Elder Song onto the stretcher. They weren't alone in their discreet departure. The same young doctor who'd boasted he'd gouge out his eyes if Yi Fei succeeded had also fled unnoticed. Chun Wan walked beside Yi Fei, her eyes alight with wonder. Xiao Fei, you're extraordinary. You master acupuncture, and revived a patient even physicians deemed hopeless. Yi Fei chuckled, then added with gentle remorse. I'm sorry, Sister Wan. I caused quite a commotion today, yet still failed to find you the perfect jade pendant. It's all right. I trust you completely. If we don't find it today, we'll return tomorrow. With a little miracle worker like you by my side, I needn't fear a relapse. Chen Wan smiled warmly. Their eyes met, and shared a quiet, knowing laugh. What are those people doing over there? She glanced ahead, where a cluster gathered before a shop entrance, gesturing animatedly at a stone displayed beside the door. Above the shop's entrance hung a massive signboard emblazoned with 2 bold characters, Jade Gambling. Jade Gambling. What on earth is that? Yi Fei frowned slightly upon seeing the 2 characters on the shop sign. Ah, there's actually a jade gambling shop here. Chun Wan exclaimed in surprise. Sister Chun Wan, do you know what jade gambling is? Yi Fei asked. Yes, I know a little, Chun Wan replied. Those stones on display aren't ordinary rocks, they're raw jadeite boulders. The jadeite sold on the market is cut from such stones. Jade gambling, then, is precisely about wagering whether jadeite lies hidden within these boulders. Jadeite is literally cut out of these stones. Yi Fei's eyes widened. He had never heard of such a thing before. Indeed. Yet most raw boulders contain no jadeite at all. Hence jade gambling carries immense risk. One miscut can render the entire stone worthless. Still, should jadeite emerge from a successful cut, the profit can be staggering. Chun Wan added, and Yi Fei turned to her with curiosity. Sister Chun Wan, are you familiar with jade gambling? I. Chun Wan flushed faintly. During a trip to southern Yunnan, she dabbled in jadeite gambling, and even purchased several boulders for fun, yet not a single thread of green had emerged from any of them. Her friends had teased her mercilessly over it. Seeing Chun Wan's embarrassed expression, Yi Fei instantly surmised she was like himself, a complete novice. Shall we take a look? Yi Fei suggested. Today he and Chun Wan had come precisely to purchase jade, and since jadeite was a form of jade, and finding spirit-infused jade bearing 5 chi veins proved exceedingly difficult, perhaps fortune would smile upon them here. Better not. These raw boulders are quite expensive, and the risk is simply too great. Chun Wan shook her head, wary that Yi Fei might become dangerously enthralled once exposed to the allure of jade gambling. An old saying circulates among jade gamblers: one cut may leave you destitute, one cut may make you wealthy, a one cut may strip you bare. Jade gambling possesses an uncanny magnetism, even more intoxicating than conventional gambling. Countless individuals captivated by a single stroke of luck, the miraculous emergence of jadeite, have plunged headlong into obsession only to lose everything they owned. Had Yi Fei known Chen Wan's concern, he would have laughed aloud. Since cultivating the Tao, his will had grown unshakable. How could such trivial temptation possibly sway him? No worries, we'll just browse for now. Perhaps we'll find a piece perfectly suited to Sister Chen Wan. If someone else cuts open a promising boulder, we'll simply purchase the jadeite. Unaware of Chen Wan's reservations, Yi Fei smiled warmly as he spoke. With 1 million yuan tucked securely in his pocket, granted by the manager of Yumantang, he now possessed genuine confidence. Before today, he couldn't have afforded even the cheapest raw boulder. Alas, another bust. Over 100,000 yuan, gone in an instant. You could burn that money for warmth faster than this. 100,000 yuan. That's enough for a down payment on a modest apartment. Just vanished. A crowd murmured in disbelief. Hearing the commotion, Yi Fei turned his gaze toward the center of the throng. There beside a cutting machine sat a middle-aged man, slumped disconsolately on the floor, his face ashen. Scattered beside him lay shattered fragments of a ruined boulder. Clearly he was the one who had just suffered a catastrophic bust. 100,000 yuan, just gone. Yi Fei whistled softly in astonishment. In his rural hometown, that sum could build a fine house. No, I must choose again. Today I will strike gold. I must recoup my losses. Gritting his teeth like a desperate gambler stripped bare, the man sprang to his feet and dashed back into the crowd to select another boulder. With the spectacle over, the onlookers began to disperse, each returning to examine boulders of their own. Sister Chen Wan, shall we pick out a boulder to try our luck? Yi Fei said with a gentle smile. His confidence, bolstered by the 1 million yuan in his pocket, lent his words quiet authority. Just hours earlier, he wouldn't have been able to afford even the most inexpensive boulder. Jade gambling falls into two categories: semi-gambling and full gambling. In semi-gambling, vendors have already opened a window or lightly abraded the surface with a grinding machine, revealing faint traces of green or white cotton-like inclusions. Such boulders hold higher odds of containing jadeite, but command correspondingly higher prices. Full gambling boulders remain entirely unaltered, priced lower, but carrying far greater uncertainty. Upon learning this, Yi Fei immediately steered Chen Wan toward the full gambling section. To the untrained eye, these boulders resembled ordinary stones. No external feature betrayed the presence of jadeite within. Since jadeite is a form of jade, might I detect its presence by sensing spiritual energy within the boulder? Yi Fei mused inwardly. Without hesitation, he channeled his true energy into his eyes and swept his gaze across row after row of boulders. None. None. This one too, empty. His gaze traversed countless boulders, yet not a single trace of spiritual energy emanated from any. Could the stone skin be blocking the energy, rendering it invisible to me, he wondered, until suddenly a faint glimmer caught his attention. A particular boulder drew his focus. Within it, an exquisitely delicate thread of spiritual energy shimmered, barely perceptible. It truly works. Yi Fei's heart leapt. He realized the earlier boulders held no energy, not because my vision failed, but because they contained no jadeite whatsoever. Though the energy radiating from this boulder was exceedingly faint, its very existence confirmed that his method could reliably discern jadeite-bearing stones. Xiao Fei, why are you grinning like a fool at a mere rock? Chen Wan asked, noticing Yi Fei standing motionless, transfixed. He's just a rustic bumpkin, utterly unversed in the ways of the world. Must have lost his wits staring at it. An ill-timed voice cut in. The speaker was none other than Fan Wenbin, the young physician Yi Fei and Chen Wan had encountered earlier at Yumantang. Somehow he had followed them here and now stood directly beside them. Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Fan Wenbin, chief neurosurgeon at the People's Hospital. Might I have the honor of your acquaintance? After mocking Yi Fei, Fan Wenbin turned with practiced charm toward Chen Wan. He withdrew a business card from his wallet and extended it with a self-satisfied, polished smile, playing the part of the refined gentleman to perfection. Chen Wan glanced at him once, then ignored him entirely. Unfazed, Fan Wenbin chuckled amiably and began withdrawing the card, when a hand suddenly reached out and plucked it from his fingers. Yi Fei glanced at the card and remarked, "Oh, a doctor at the People's Hospital and a chief physician at that. Truly prodigious for one so young. Yet I seem to recall someone vowing, if I revived that elderly patient, he'd gouge out his own eyes and hand them to me as lampshades to stomp on." Yi Fei fixed Fan Wenbin with a mischievous, almost predatory grin, as if ready to pounce. This Fan Wenbin wasn't named for virtue. He was plainly Fan Jian, meaning to provoke insult. Having walked straight into the line of fire, Yi Fei would have felt remiss not to oblige him. A soft, delighted giggle escaped Chen Wan's lips as she caught Yi Fei's expectant expression, followed swiftly by a playful warning glare silently commanding him to cease his theatrics. Fan Wenbin's face burned crimson. The incident at Yumantang remained a deep, humiliating wound. Ever since witnessing Chen Wan's focused, compassionate care at Yumantang, he had been profoundly moved, especially by her exquisite features and graceful statuesque figure, which struck him as rare, peerless beauty. His desire flared fiercely. He swore inwardly to win her hand. Every subsequent action had aimed solely at capturing her attention, yet he never imagined Yi Fei would actually revive the patient. After all, the elder's ailment resided in the brain, the most enigmatic organ in the human body, still largely uncharted by modern science. Neurological disorders remain among humanity's greatest medical challenges, even globally. And yet this young man had awakened the patient with nothing more than a few precise needle insertions. The moment the elder stirred awake, Fan Wenbin knew his reputation lay in ruins. Seizing an unnoticed moment, he slipped away, though not far. He lingered nearby, watching Yumantang from a discreet distance. When he saw Yi Fei and Chen Wan exit the shop, he trailed them all the way to this jade gambling establishment, his sole purpose to approach Chen Wan and advance his courtship. What he hadn't anticipated was provoking Yi Fei with a single barb, only to be publicly humiliated again right before Chen Wan's eyes. "You," Fan Wenbin sputtered, his face swelling with rage as he pointed at Yi Fei. "Who the hell are you? When did it become your place to interrupt my conversation with Chen Wan? A country bumpkin daring to gamble on jade. How utterly laughable." Having overheard Yi Fei address Chen Wan earlier, he already knew her name. The polished introduction had merely been theatrical flourish. Turning away from Yi Fei, Fan Wenbin addressed Chen Wan smoothly. "Ms. Chen Wan, you're selecting boulders, I see. As it happens, I studied jade gambling abroad during my graduate studies. I possess considerable expertise in raw jadeite. May I assist you in choosing?" Chen Wan, already holding Fan Wenbin in low regard, grew icy upon hearing his mockery of Yi Fei. Her expression hardened, and she ignored his words entirely, instead stepping beside Yi Fei and asking gently, "Xiao Fei, have you set your heart on this boulder?" Fan Wenbin's practiced smile froze mid-expression. The boulder Chen Wan indicated was precisely the one Yi Fei had sensed emitting faint spiritual energy, yet its aura was so weak that any jadeite revealed would likely fetch little more than the boulder's purchase price, rendering the gamble pointless. Yi Fei was about to shake his head when Fan Wenbin sidled forward again. Upon spotting the boulder Chen Wan pointed to, he burst into scornful laughter. "A true bumpkin knows nothing. No moss patterns, no fungal stains, not even a hairline fissure. This boulder yielding jadeite would defy nature itself." Glancing at the price tag, he feigned sudden enlightenment. "Only 5,000 yuan. Of course. What else could a penniless country boy afford?" That pestilential fellow buzzed around like a persistent fly, truly insufferable. Yi Fei sighed deeply, lifted his gaze to Fan Wenbin, and spread his hands in mock resignation. "Mr. Fan Jian, I understand your motives. You seek Miss Chen Wan's attention. But I must say your technique for wooing a woman is astonishingly juvenile." "Ha ha 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 ha." Yi Fei's exasperated expression instantly sent the surrounding jade prospectors into peals of laughter. "This young fellow speaks truth. Nothing disgusts me more than some cocky braggart with a few coins strutting about trying to charm young ladies." A burly middle-aged man roared with laughter. "Exactly. What is he even doing here? If he's not going to select raw stones, then he should step aside and stop disturbing us. Look at how effeminate he looks, shaming all of us men. What's wrong with being from the countryside? You dare insult rural folks. I am from the countryside, and I've come here to gamble on raw stones. Try biting me." The burly man added another barb, drawing yet more cheers. Fan Wenbin stood frozen in place, his face shifting rapidly between ashen pallor and deep violet. He longed to rush over and pummel the man, but upon seeing the man's towering frame and the two black-clad bodyguards standing silently behind him, his courage evaporated. "Boy, dare you wager against me?" Unable to confront the burly man, Fan Wenbin redirected his resentment toward Yi Fei. That man was untouchable, but surely this green youth posed no threat. So now I'm just soft fruit waiting to be squeezed. Yi Fei mused inwardly, a wry smile flickering across his lips as he arched one eyebrow. "What shall we wager? You claim this raw stone contains jade. Very well, let that be our wager. If jade emerges when it's cut, you win. If not, I do. Well, dare you accept?" Fan Wenbin challenged, eyes sharp with provocation. "And the stakes say?" "Her." Fan Wenbin pointed emphatically at Chen Wan. "If you lose, you walk away from her, forever. A penniless nobody like you doesn't deserve her. She deserves a far better life. Win, and I'll hand you 100,000 yuan. "Well, dare you?" Fan Wenbin pressed again, sneering. "No interest," Yi Fei replied flatly, his enthusiasm extinguished at once. "Afraid?" Fan Wenbin's face twisted into scornful mockery. "Turns out you're nothing but a spineless coward." Yi Fei lifted his gaze steadily toward Fan Wenbin and spoke with quiet gravity. "It isn't fear. I simply refuse." Chunwan Jie is a living soul, not property to be gambled away. No one holds the right to stake her life on a bet. Not me, and certainly not you. Upon hearing this, Chunwan offered a gentle, knowing smile. Silent, yet her eyes softened further as they rested upon Yifei. Then let the wager be 100,000 yuan. If you lose, you pay me that sum. Fan Wenbin proposed. 100,000 is too little. Less than 500,000, and I won't play your game. Yifei said, dismissively shaking his head. Fan Wenbin's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning sly and appraising. Boy, you said it yourself. Do you truly mean it? He'd already noticed Yifei was merely a student. His school uniform faded nearly white from countless washes. Such a destitute boy could hardly possess any real wealth. 500,000. He doubted the youth even carried 5,000. Naturally, Yifei affirmed with a nod. Xiao Fei, don't act rashly. Chunwan gently tugged at Yifei's sleeve, urging caution. Don't worry, Chunwan Jie. I know what I'm doing, Yifei replied with a calm, confident smile. Seeing that quiet certainty, something unspoken passed between them, and she fell silent. Fine, I accept your wager. Fan Wenbin hurried to declare. Boy, 500,000 yuan. When you lose, just watch how you'll scrape it together. His mind darkened with cold amusement. I'll humiliate you thoroughly when the time comes. Their wager had drawn every onlooker's attention. No one selected raw stones anymore, all crowded close, eager for spectacle. After Yifei completed payment by card, the shop owner helped carry his chosen raw stone to the jade-cutting machine. The machine was already occupied by the same middle-aged man who'd just suffered a disastrous cut upon their arrival. Hardly any time had passed before he'd selected another raw stone to cut. A shrill whine filled the air, and soon a basin-sized stone split cleanly down its center. Once the machine powered down, the crowd surged forward to inspect the halves, only to exhale collective sighs. Another bust. This stone cost 200,000 yuan. How could such an expensive piece yield no jade? Old Sue's in his zodiac year. He's cursed. Never should have come cutting today. Murmurs rippled through the group. It's too early to call it busted. The halves are still enormous. There may yet be jade hidden within. One bystander remarked. The dejected man perked up instantly. Right. So much remains. There's still hope for jade. Bolstered by his own words, he quickly secured one half onto the machine. Another shrill whine. Then the stone cleaved again. Still no jade. Nor did the second half yield any. Thump. He collapsed onto the floor, utterly defeated. Boy, it's your turn now. Fan Wenbin, seizing the moment the man abandoned the machine, urged Yifei forward, as if the man's ruin were already Yifei's imminent fate. Yifei seemed not to hear him. His gaze remained fixed upon the smallest fragment among the 4 discarded pieces, the one the middle-aged man had just cut away. His expression stayed serene, but inside a storm raged. This is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 chi currents. What grade of jade could possibly radiate 7? Yifei's heart hammered with quiet awe. Having watched the man finish his cut, Yifei had anticipated his own turn and activated his true energy into his eyes, intending to perceive internal jade veins before cutting. Yet as his glance casually swept across the discarded fragments, he froze completely. Within that smallest fragment, 7 distinct chi currents shimmered faintly. The man had sliced just shy of them. Had he cut a fraction wider, he would have struck jade. Buy it, I must buy it. Yifei thought fiercely, and without hesitation strode toward the middle-aged man. Hey, what do you think you're doing, kid? Fan Wenbin barked, irritated that Yifei ignored him entirely to approach the man. Yifei didn't even glance back. Sir, may I ask, are these discarded stones for sale? Yifei asked politely as he approached. My. The man looked up, then glanced at his ruined stones, puzzlement flickering in his eyes. These fragments held no chance of yielding jade. Why would anyone buy waste? Yes, they're for sale. I paid 200,000 yuan for the original stone. Take all 4 for 100,000 yuan, and they're yours. The man moistened his lips, a shrewd glint flashing across his face. Haha. Yifei smiled faintly and gestured toward his own raw stone. I'm about to cut mine. I've never done it before, so I'd like to practice first on some scrap. But if you think I'm a fool to be fleeced, then forget it. Keep these rocks. You can cut them for fun. Yifei turned to leave. Wait, brother, don't go. Let's talk price. The man panicked. These fragments were worthless, mere rubble. How much do you think fair? He pressed urgently. These lumps are harder than toilet bricks. No one else would touch them. Only you'd buy them. Yifei pointed to the smallest fragment, feigning nonchalance. I only need that one to practice. 500 yuan. Take it, or leave it. All 4 must be sold together, no splitting. 1/10 to Sandiyu and deal, and they're all yours. Reluctant to lose this rare mark, the man clung tightly to his advantage. Yifei had felt a twinge of pity earlier, hesitant to exploit the man's misfortune, but now even that sliver of guilt had vanished. Yi Fei was ready to agree, when Fan Wenbin suddenly interrupted, impatient and mocking. Of course a broke loser treats garbage like treasure, so are you cutting or not? Yeah, come on brother, it's just 10,000 yuan. Buy it if you want. Exactly. Everyone's waiting to see you cut. Hounded publicly, Yi Fei's face flushed crimson, and through gritted teeth he snapped, fine, I'll buy it. The man grinned, inwardly a true novice. A few taunts, and he'd sacrifice 10,000 yuan just to save face. What else could he be? Indeed, Yi Fei appeared precisely as a cornered youth, swallowing pride, buying rubbish to avoid shame. Xiao Fei, are you alright? Maybe we shouldn't buy it. We can leave now. Chen Wan, noticing his strained expression, spoke softly. I'm fine, Chen Wan Jia. Yi Fei shook his head, pulled out his bank card, and swiped 10,000 yuan at the shop owner's POS terminal, handing the cash to the man. Once the transaction concluded, Yi Fei walked straight to the smallest fragment, lifted it carefully, and cradled it like a sacred relic. His composure finally cracked, replaced by pure unrestrained delight. As for the other 3 fragments, he didn't spare them a glance. What's gotten into this young fellow? Why is he grinning like a fool over that tiny scrap? Didn't he say he wanted to practice? Then why pick the smallest, not the largest? Astonishment rippled through the crowd. Some sharper minds began sensing the truth, and the man, whose earlier smirk had been so triumphant, felt his heart lurch. Something's wrong. Only now did he realize Yi Fei hadn't come for practice. His sole target had always been that fragment. Regret crashed over him like a wave. Judging by Yi Fei's radiant joy, even 10,000 yuan now felt like a bargain. Damn it, I've been duped. A lifetime of hunting geese, and today a goose had pecked out his eyes. That boy isn't a novice, he's a sly little fox. Brother Yi Fei handed the smaller raw stone from his chest to Chen Wan. Senior sister Chen, take this one. The hope of suppressing the xianin qi coursing through her body now rested entirely upon this uncut stone. Little brother, didn't you say you wanted to practice cutting stones? Then why? The middle-aged man who had sold the raw stone to Yi Fei looked incredulous. He had already made 3 cuts into this very stone, and not a trace of green had emerged. He simply could not believe that the piece Yi Fei had chosen would yield jade. Oh, just an offhand remark, Yi Fei replied casually. With the stone now secured, he no longer needed to conceal his true intent. A collective silence fell over the crowd. A rustic bumpkin through and through, treating mere dross as if it were a priceless treasure. Seeing Yi Fei's unflappable confidence, Fan Wenbin bristled with disdain and immediately mocked him. Dross. Yi Fei smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. He instead strode forward to lift the raw stone he had purchased. Fan Wenbin seethed inwardly at being so utterly ignored. Just you wait. I'll see whether you can still smirk when the moment comes. Young master, please begin cutting soon. We're all waiting. Indeed. Brother, your stone cost only 5,000 yuan. No need to waste time marking lines. Just split it down the center. Exactly. Don't keep everyone waiting. Fine then, straight down the middle. In high spirits after having struck gold, Yi Fei cheerfully accepted the crowd's suggestion. Of course, he knew full well that the jade concealed within this stone held negligible value. Regardless of its quality, so long as jade emerged from the cut, victory was already assured. The whining screech of the cutting blade filled the air. The human head-sized raw stone split cleanly in 2. Spectators, unable to contain their curiosity any longer, surged forward, even before Yi Fei switched off the machine. Ow! After examining one freshly exposed cross-section, the crowd shook their heads in unison, sighing audibly. Fan Wenbin tried to push his way forward for a closer look, but failed. Spotting the collective head-shaking and sighing, his excitement flared. Brother, tell me, is it a bust? He grabbed one bystander and pressed urgently. Yes, a total bust, the man sighed, then added, strange day indeed. Every single gamble has gone bust. Not a single win yet. Bust. Absolutely busted. Huh. Fan Wenbin burst into triumphant laughter. Boy, you've lost. Chen Wan, hearing this, grew deeply anxious on Yi Fei's behalf. Lost. If Xiao Fei loses, what shall we do? Where will he find 50,000 yuan? No, I must help him raise the money. She resolved silently. I never imagined this young master would lose. What a pity. I'd been hoping to see him humiliate that arrogant fellow. Same here. I was eager to witness it too. All shared a profound sense of regret for Yi Fei. Unbothered by others' murmurs, Fan Wenbin gazed triumphantly at Yi Fei. Boy, you lost. What have you to say now? Yi Fei remained unruffled. Calmly, he powered down the cutting machine, then turned deliberately toward Fan Wenbin. Lost? Who said I lost? Yi Fei spoke coolly. Do you intend to renege? This stone clearly yielded no jade. How dare you claim otherwise? Or perhaps you simply cannot produce the 50,000. Kneel before me now, bow 100 times, and perhaps my mercy might grant you a few extra days. Ha ha. Fan Wenbin roared with unrestrained laughter, the most exhilarating moment he'd experienced since meeting Yi Fei. You're despicable. Chunwan pointed furiously at Fan Wenbin, incensed by his humiliation of Yi Fei. Turning to Yi Fei, she softened her tone. Xiao Fei, don't worry. I'll find a way to cover the sum. Yi Fei smiled, touched by Chunwan's steadfast loyalty. Senior sister, Chun, rest easy. I haven't lost. Not yet. Not lost. Boy, you must be dreaming. The result is plain before us. How can you deny defeat? Fan Wenbin sneered. Oh, is that so? Yi Fei arched a brow. I concede this stone was a bust, but you seem to have forgotten the precise terms of our wager. Nonsense. I couldn't possibly forget. It was whether this stone contained jade or not. Fan Wenbin blurted out instinctively, then abruptly halted, his grin freezing mid-expression as realization dawned. Precisely. Their wager concerned only whether jade existed within the stone, not whether the gamble itself was profitable or ruinous. Since jade was revealed, hasn't this young master won? True, the jade is of abysmal quality, yet it remains jade. He has won. The onlookers swiftly grasped the truth. Fan Wenbin roughly seized the same middle-aged man again and demanded, did jade emerge from this stone? It did, but only the lowest grade dog's hit earth variety. Its material is wretched, fit only for street market trinkets. Even if fully extracted, it wouldn't fetch 1,000 yuan. Frowning at Fan Wenbin's brutish grip, the man answered nonetheless. Having selected rough stones in the semi-gambling zone, he knew nothing of the wager between Yi Fei and Fan Wenbin. What? Jade actually emerged. Fan Wenbin stood rigid, stunned. Didn't you just declare it a bust? He bellowed. Provoked by Fan Wenbin's aggression, the man scoffed coldly. Is that not obvious? A Fivethazandiuan stone yielding only dog's hit earth, worth less than 1,000. How could that possibly be considered a win? I lost. I actually lost. And to dog's hit earth jade. Fan Wenbin's eyes glazed over. He muttered hollowly, adrift in disbelief. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Chunwan suddenly understood, and gripping Yi Fei's hand exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Fei, jade emerged. We've won. Indeed, we've won. Yi Fei smiled. The outcome is settled. Now, shall we honor our wager? His gaze locked onto Fan Wenbin, icy and unyielding. No, this round doesn't count. What you cut was garbage. Dog's hit earth. Not jade at all. It's just rubble. Fan Wenbin shrieked hysterically. So, you wish to renege? Yi Fei's expression hardened instantly. Humph. Dog's hit earth isn't jade. It's merely a draw. Dare you wager again? Fan Wenbin retorted, grasping at straws. Recently returned from abroad, he drew a handsome salary, but possessed little actual wealth. 50,000 yuan represented half his entire net worth. Surrendering it was unthinkable, especially to dog's hit earth jade. Such jade discarded on a city street wouldn't earn him a second glance. Hearing Fan Wenbin's transparent sophistry, the crowd cast scornful glances his way, and many felt genuine sympathy for Yi Fei. Dog's hit earth, though the poorest grade of jade, remains technically jade, yet also borders on mere stone. Had Yi Fei uncovered even a coarse-grained variety, Fan Wenbin would have had no plausible grounds for dispute. Another wager. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed as he studied Fan Wenbin. How utterly shameless you are. Enraged by Fan Wenbin's deceit, Chunwan tugged Yi Fei's arm. Xiao Fei, let's go. There's no point engaging such a dishonorable man. Pretending not to hear Chunwan, Fan Wenbin fixed his gaze on Yi Fei. Exactly. Another round. Same stone you bought. The waste. Same 50th Zanduan stake. Dare you accept? Very well. Yi Fei's smile appeared gentle, yet his narrowed eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Relief washed over Fan Wenbin as Yi Fei agreed. Yet before he could exhale fully, Yi Fei's voice cut through the air once more. However, the previous round is indisputably yours to lose. Dog's hit earth may be inferior, but it is jade. Therefore those 50,000 yuan are owed to me. I'll stake them in this new round. If I lose, our debts cancel each other out. But should I win, you'll pay me 1 million. Refuse and the matter ends here. I hold no interest in gambling with someone whose word is worthless. Who knows whether you'd attempt to renege again after losing? Yi Fei spoke with quiet finality. Fan Wenbin's face twisted. Reluctant to end the day in disgrace, he clenched his teeth and snapped, fine. I accept. However, I impose one condition. If dog's hit earth appears again, it counts as stone, not jade. Agreed. Yi Fei nodded without hesitation. Impressive spirit, young master. Allow me to serve as arbiter. Let us see who dares cheat under the gaze of Wei Kuan. The burly man who earlier rebuked Fan Wenbin boomed with laughter. Yet his self-introduction sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. What? That's Wei Kuan, the Wei Kuan of Dawei Real Estate. Rumor says he's Haizhou City's wealthiest man. Not quite so grandiose. Though wealthy, Wei Kuan still faces stiff competition for the title of Haizhou's richest. He's merely among the strongest contenders. It is Wei Kuan. Why is he here? I've heard city officials treat him with deference. Upon hearing the man's name, Fan Wenbin's face paled visibly. Wei Kuan, the founder and CEO of Vowing Real Estate, a self-made tycoon whose fortune surpassed 1 billion yuan 5 years ago, ranked among Haizhou's elite magnates. Over 90% of residential developments across Haizhou bore the Vowing Real Estate imprint. Today, Vowing Real Estate had long transcended regional boundaries, expanding nationwide. Many speculated Wei Kuan's net worth now exceeded 10 billion yuan, though even if slightly less, the difference would be negligible. With Wei Kuan presiding as arbiter, Fan Wenbin dared not even contemplate deception. To offend Wei Kuan, to utter a single word against him, would render Fan Wenbin persona non grata across all of Haizhou. Damn it, why him? Why is he here? Fan Wenbin cursed inwardly. Haha, little brother, you don't think I'm unqualified to be the judge, do you? The rugged, middle-aged man laughed, unconcerned with the murmurs of the crowd as he spoke to Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled and said, with Mr. Wei as the judge, it couldn't be better. Etch. Hearing Yi Fei's calm and composed words, Wei Kuan couldn't help but be surprised. It was somewhat beyond Wei Kuan's expectations that Yi Fei remained so composed after learning his identity. After all, Wei Kuan was the top tycoon of Haizhou, and countless people sought to get close to him every day. Getting close to Wei Kuan meant soaring to new heights. Yet Yi Fei's calm demeanor upon discovering Wei Kuan's identity was something that not just anyone could achieve. In contrast to Yi Fei, Fan Wenbin's reaction upon learning Wei Kuan's identity was vastly different and clearly of a lower caliber. If Yi Fei were to know Wei Kuan's thoughts, he would definitely laugh aloud. So what if Wei Kuan was the richest man in Haizhou? He was still just an ordinary person. As for Yi Fei, he was a cultivator, potentially the only one of his kind on Earth, as long as he continued to cultivate the techniques taught by the reincarnation ancestor. One day, even the powerful figures on Earth would be insignificant in his eyes, mere ants. He'll be the judge, you have no objections, right? Wei Kuan turned to ask Fan Wenbin, but his tone had turned considerably colder. No objections, Fan Wenbin hurriedly replied. No objections? How could he possibly have no objections? However, at this moment, even if he did, he wouldn't dare to voice them. Yi Fei took the raw stone from Chun Wan's hands and secured it in place. Instead of cutting it directly, he picked up a nearby polishing machine to start polishing. Little brother, this raw stone is just leftovers from someone else's cuts. There's no need to polish it or just cut it straight through. Yes, it's just a matter of one cut. There's no need for all this fuss. It's just a piece of waste. What's there to polish? The crowd chimed in, with no one optimistic about Yi Fei. To them, it was merely a piece of waste that had been cut several times, and they believed there was no chance it would yield jade. As for the raw stone Yi Fei previously selected that had produced jade, they all thought it was just luck. Otherwise, why would Yi Fei's jade be a worthless piece of junk? Waste. Be careful, or you might be blinded by its brilliance. Yi Fei chuckled inwardly, unfazed by the crowd's words, and carefully began to polish the stone. At this moment, besides Fan Wenbin, the most anxious one was the middle-aged man who had sold Yi Fei the waste. The two of them shared a common hope that Yi Fei would lose. Of course, Fan Wenbin's expectations were even higher. He hoped Yi Fei wouldn't cut anything at all. Otherwise, after losing 1 million to Yi Fei, he would be bankrupt. In contrast, Chen Wan wasn't as nervous as they were. Even if Yi Fei lost, it would just mean they would call it even, and Yi Fei wouldn't suffer any losses, so she had nothing to worry about. The sound of the polishing machine echoed, stirring the hearts of the crowd. After all, this piece of waste was linked to $1 million bet. It's green. Little brother, stop polishing, it's green. After just a few strokes, a keen-eyed onlooker at the front suddenly shouted, stopping Yi Fei from continuing. I saw it too, but really is green. Heaven, this piece of waste actually has jade inside. As they screamed, Yi Fei polished off a piece the size of a coin, revealing the jade within. Under the bright light, a captivating green appeared before the crowd's eyes, the rich green resembling a spring's unyielding waters, making one unable to help but be entranced, reluctant to awaken. Heavens, it's beautiful. What quality jade is this? One person couldn't help but exclaim. The color is pure and rich. With a quality like this, it has probably reached the ice type. Could this be the legendary imperial green? A piece of waste produced imperial green. My heavens, am I dreaming? Hearing these discussions, the crowd became even more agitated, with people pushing to get closer to see this jade. Stop. Everyone, don't crowd. Calm down. Wei Kuan shouted, trying to control the increasingly frantic crowd. His two bodyguards rushed forward to help, keeping the onlookers a step away from Yi Fei. Little brother, can I take a look at that raw stone? Wei Kuan asked Yi Fei. Sure. Yi Fei nodded and handed the raw stone to Wei Kuan. Such a rich green. Wei Kuan glanced at the jade, unable to refrain from exclaiming, but didn't linger in his hands. He handed it to an elder next to him, saying, Elder Su, you're an expert in this field. Can you evaluate the quality of this jade? Hehe, Mr. Wei, you're too kind, the elder humbly replied. He didn't refuse and took the raw stone, bringing out a magnifying glass to examine it carefully. Why does this elder look somewhat familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. I think so too, he seems familiar. You fools, that's Elder Su Jingluan, the president of the National Jade Association. Elder Su is a giant in our Jade Circle. If you don't even recognize him, how dare you claim to be in the industry? Finally, one person pointed out the elder's identity, and the crowd displayed expressions of realization. Su Jingluan, the president of the National Jade Association, known as the King of Yunnan Jade, is undoubtedly an expert among experts in raw jade, with every piece he touches increasing in value by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, Su Jingluan had grown old in recent years and seldom helped others evaluate raw stones. What is going on today? First Wei Kuan, then Su Jingluan, such impressive figures appearing simultaneously in Haijiu, especially in an inconspicuous little shop. Wei Kuan truly has immense power, being able to invite Elder Su personally to select raw stones for him. Truly impressive. The crowd was deeply shocked, feeling that today was indeed worth their visit. The owner of the jade shop turned red with excitement upon learning Su Jingluan's identity. Su Jingluan. That's Su Jingluan. As long as he sets up a sign in front of the shop tomorrow saying, Su Jingluan once gambled stones here, the raw stones in his shop would probably be snatched up in no time. While everyone was discussing, Su Jingluan finished inspecting the raw stone, put away his magnifying glass, and said, the texture is delicate, the green is pure and full, distributed evenly, full of spirit. Indeed, this is imperial green. Boom. As soon as Su Jingluan's words fell, the entire shop erupted in excitement. Imperial green. This is imperial green. A rare gem among jade. Some jade merchants spend their entire lives dealing with jade without ever encountering imperial green. This highlights the rarity of imperial green. Even if one is wealthy, it doesn't guarantee they can buy it. Little brother, how about selling me this raw stone? I'll offer 1 million. 1 million for imperial green. Are you dreaming? I'll offer 5 million. A little brother, please sell it to me. I'll offer 8 million. A little brother, what do you think? If it's not enough, I'll add more. Even though the jade had not yet been fully revealed, just the coin's eyes display surface was enough to cause a frenzy of bids. Hearing the enthusiastic offers, Fan Wenbin, who stood at the back, turned pale with not a trace of color, while the middle-aged man, who had previously sold Yi Fei the raw stone, was filled with regret. This little brat must have eaten dog poop. How could he have encountered imperial green? Fan Wenbin screamed internally, staring at the raw stone in Wei Kun's hands, his eyes gleaming green. His only thought was how great it would be if that were mine. Chen Wan was also excited, her cheeks slightly flushed, filled with joy for Yi Fei. In contrast, Yi Fei remained much calmer. Upon hearing Su Jingluan declare that the jade was imperial green, he was only slightly surprised. He had heard of the name imperial green, but never expected to encounter it himself today. Little brother, you should speak up. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate further, the crowd urged when they saw Yi Fei silent. Only when everyone's gaze fell on him did Yi Fei calmly smile and say, I'm sorry, but I have other uses for this jade. I won't sell it. What? Not selling? Little brother, do you know how much this jade is worth? Selling it could last you a lifetime. Yes, little brother, take my advice and sell it. The crowd chimed in, trying to persuade Yi Fei, but his attitude remained resolute. Not selling. Seeing Yi Fei's stubbornness, the crowd felt somewhat disheartened. Although unwilling, since he didn't want to sell, they couldn't just rob him, could they? Once the crowd quieted down, Wei Kuan, still holding the raw stone, spoke to Yi Fei, saying, Little brother, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if you could sell me this raw stone. I am willing to offer 50 million. At the mention of Wei Kun's offer, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, although the jade inside this raw stone was imperial green, only a small piece had been revealed, and no one knew how large it truly was. At this moment, Wei Kuan actually offered a price of 50 million. Truly a person of immense wealth. Little brother, to be frank, this imperial green is of great importance to me. I hope you can part with it. If this price isn't satisfactory, feel free to raise it. Wei Kuan said earnestly. Raise it. The onlookers were bewildered, wishing they could rush up and snatch the raw stone away. Fan Wenbin was nearly driven mad with jealousy, internally shouting, This little brat is just a country bumpkin. What right does he have to possess this imperial green? It should be mine. But now that the raw stone was in Wei Kun's hands, even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to rob him. Yi Fei felt a little uncomfortable under Wei Kun's intense gaze and could only shake his head with a bitter smile, saying, Mr. Wei, to be frank, this imperial green is of great importance to me, concerning the life of someone very important to me, so I can only apologize. This imperial green is meant to suppress the dark energy within Shun. Want to know, no matter how much money Wei Kuan offers, he only has 2 words: not selling. 50 million is not enough, can I just add more? But unexpectedly, Yi Fei is still not selling. The crowd's gaze towards Yi Fei shifted. This guy is being somewhat ungrateful. Wei Kuan frowned. With his current status, who wouldn't lower their voice and flatter him upon seeing him? He had offered an astronomical price to buy the jade stone from Yi Fei, yet this kid refused to sell. Kid, it's a blessing that President Wei has taken a liking to your jade. You should quickly give the jade to President Wei, don't be ungrateful. Before Wei Kuan could speak, Fan Wenbin rushed out and shouted. Fan Wenbin had his own calculations. On one hand, he was speaking for Wei Kuan, hoping to gain Wei Kun's favor and change the negative impression he had previously left. On the other hand, he was sowing discord between Yi Fei and Wei Kuan. If Wei Kuan ended up disliking Yi Fei and insisted that Yi Fei lost during the judgment, the crowd wouldn't oppose Wei Kuan. Of course, if Yi Fei angered Wei Kuan and prompted him to seize the jade by force, that would be even better. He was eager to see Yi Fei's misfortune. Shut up, who do you think you are? Is this a place for you to interrupt? A bodyguard beside Wei Kuan angrily reprimanded Fan Wenbin. As for Yi Fei and Wei Kuan, they hadn't glanced at Fan Wenbin even once. To them, Fan Wenbin was merely a clown unworthy of their attention. Fan Wenbin's face turned red with embarrassment. Being scolded by a bodyguard in front of so many people was truly humiliating. If a dog biting Lu Dongbin, it's best when two dogs bite each other. Fan Wenbin cursed inwardly, now harboring hatred for Wei Kuan as well. Wei Kuan stared at Yi Fei, his gaze turning sharp, exuding a powerful oppressive force. Suddenly, the entire jade gambling shop fell silent. No one dared to speak. This piece of imperial green jade was immensely important to Wei Kuan. He had even spent a huge amount to invite the reclusive Su Jingluan to help him find it. Logically, with his status, obtaining a piece of imperial green jade shouldn't be difficult, but the specific type he needed was quite rare. Only freshly cut jade would suffice. At this moment, he was contemplating whether to force Yi Fei to sell him the jade. However, seeing that Yi Fei showed no signs of panic under his fierce gaze made Wei Kuan hesitate. This youth is definitely not an ordinary person. A thought emerged in Wei Kuan's mind, dispelling the idea of forceful acquisition. Since the young brother is unwilling to part with it, then so be it. Although imperial green is rare, it is not impossible for me to find. President Wei need not worry, since I have promised you I will definitely find a piece of imperial green to treat your mother's illness. Su Jingluan spoke up. Then I will trouble you, Elder Su. Wei Kuan nodded in gratitude. Young brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Here's my business card. If you change your mind about selling this jade, please contact me immediately. Our price is not an issue. Wei Kuan pulled out a finely crafted business card and handed it to Yi Fei. The onlookers gazed at the card in Yi Fei's hand with sparkling eyes, eager to snatch it. That is Wei Kuan's business card. If sold, it could fetch a price of 1 million, and there would still be buyers. Absolutely. Yi Fei nodded. He wasn't ungrateful. If it weren't for treating Chun Wan's illness, he would have been willing to sell the jade to Wei Kuan. This young sir, would you like me to help you extract this jade? I promise not to damage a single bit of the jade inside. At this moment, the shop owner rushed to Yi Fei and inquired cautiously. Then I would appreciate it. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. Not a problem, not a problem, not a problem at all. The shop owner excitedly reddened, quickly responding. This was imperial green. He had never seen such a thing in all his years in the jade business. Now he actually had the chance to personally extract a piece of imperial green. How could he not be excited? Yi Fei handed the original stone to the shop owner and turned to Fan Wenbin. Mr. Fan, isn't it time to fulfill our bet? Hearing Yi Fei address him this way, Fan Wenbin was so angry he almost cursed. He had already hidden in the most inconspicuous corner, yet this bastard still sought him out. I don't have that much money right now, Fan Wenbin reluctantly said. What? You want to renege on the bet? Yi Fei frowned upon hearing this. To renege on a bet in a game presided over by me, Wei Kuan? I want to see who has the guts to do that. Wei Kuan also snorted coldly. Under Wei Kuan's intense gaze, Fan Wenbin shivered, nearly collapsing to the ground. He'll pay. Fan Wenbin quickly said, then requested Yi Fei's bank card number to initiate a transfer. Ding ding. 2 message alerts sounded simultaneously. Yi Fei checked his phone, and it was a notification for 1 million having been received. At the same time, Fan Wenbin also checked his phone, which displayed a balance reminder. Upon seeing that he had less than 10,000 left in his account, Fan Wenbin felt like crying. That's 1 million. I'm so angry. Fan Wenbin mentally screamed, leaving the jade gambling shop like a soulless puppet. The shop owner did not make Yi Fei wait long. Soon the original stone was cut open, revealing a jade about the size of an egg. The shop owner carefully presented the jade to Yi Fei with both hands, his cautious demeanor suggesting he had never been this attentive even when holding his own child. Yi Fei received the jade and casually placed it in his pocket. This scene made the onlookers' mouths twitch, speechless. This casualness, does he really think it's an egg? Having found the suitable spirit jade, Yi Fei sighed in relief, bid farewell to Wei Kuan, and left with Chun Wan. Phew. After leaving the jade gambling shop, Chun Wan let out a long breath, patting her proud chest as if she had finally relaxed. Sister Chun Wan, what's wrong with you? Yi Fei smiled and asked. I was just too nervous earlier. I was really afraid that Wei Kuan would disregard his status and take action against you. Fortunately, he didn't do that. I was so frightened, yet you appeared completely unbothered. Chunwan rolled her eyes at Yifei. Indeed, when Wei Kuan remained silent and simply stared at Yifei, everyone present felt an invisible pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. At that moment, Chunwan observed that the only one whose expression remained unchanged was Yifei. He seemed to completely ignore Wei Kuan's oppressive gaze. Is Yifei really thick-skinned? Clearly not. This only indicates that Yifei's inner strength was incredibly formidable. Listening to Chunwan's complaints, Yifei smiled and didn't elaborate further. He naturally sensed the pressure brought by Wei Kuan. However, he was no longer the ordinary student he once was, but rather a cultivator. The pressure Wei Kuan brought was merely a result of wealth and power. It was effective on others, but useless against Yifei. What does this little pressure even amount to? Yifei chuckled nonchalantly, thinking that the true pressure of a cultivator was truly terrifying. If Yifei had the cultivation of the golden core stage at this moment, even a slight release of his aura would likely cause everyone present to kneel down shivering in fear. Although Yifei was not a golden core cultivator and had only just stepped into the realm of cultivation, if Wei Kuan truly tried to seize him by force, even with his 2 bodyguards, it would likely be insufficient. After sending Chunwan back to her residence, Yifei returned to his own home in the East District. Yifei lived in his aunt's old house, which was not only far from school, but also dilapidated, long marked for demolition. His aunt's family had moved out a long time ago, and before Yifei moved in, this place had remained vacant. Initially, when Yifei came to Haizhou for school, his aunt hoped that he would live in their family villa, which had a good environment, a large house, and spare rooms. However, Yifei's cousin Su Zilin strongly disagreed, and claimed that if Yifei moved in, she would move out. In the end, it was Yifei who insisted on moving here, resolving the situation. Looking at the large crack on the bedroom wall, Yifei fell silent. His aunt Chenghong had always treated him well, and it was through her connections that Yifei could attend Haizhou No. 1 high school. However, his uncle Su Haishan had always looked down on their family, always adopting a condescending attitude towards Yifei's family. Moreover, Su Zilin, who was in the same school and grade as Yifei, had warned him face-to-face, forbidding him from revealing their relationship to anyone. When they occasionally ran into each other at school, Su Zilin looked at Yifei as if he were a stranger, completely ignoring him. Of course, their family is worth billions. How could they look up to our poor relatives? Yifei self-deprecatingly smiled. Kid, don't think too much. As long as you have strength, you can earn others' respect. This world is still quite fair. The voice of the reincarnation ancestor suddenly appeared in Yifei's mind. Yifei pursed his lips and nodded. Ancestor, can I refine jade talismans for Sister Chunwan now? Yifei asked in his heart. With your current level of true essence, you're still far off. The reincarnation ancestor disdainfully replied. To refine jade talismans, you must at least reach the 2nd level of chi refining stage. This is also because the cultivation technique you practice is special, and with my personal guidance you can manage this. Otherwise, for other cultivators, even reaching the foundation establishment stage wouldn't be enough. Kid, if you want to help that girl focus on improving your cultivation quickly. Yifei was left speechless. After a night of cultivation, Yifei arrived at class early the next day. While Yifei was reading, the classroom suddenly became agitated. Yifei, someone is looking for you. A classmate shouted at Yifei. Yifei looked up and saw a beautiful, cold-faced girl standing at the classroom door. It was his cousin, Su Zilin. Though she was being watched by so many classmates, Su Zilin remained unfazed. Her chin slightly raised, her face showing a hint of pride. When she saw Yifei looking over, she coldly said, Yifei, can you come out for a moment? Su Zilin's tone was very harsh, entirely commanding in nature. Yifei frowned. He did not like Su Zilin's arrogant demeanor, always brimming with a sense of superiority, yet he still complied and stepped out. After all, even if he didn't want to give Su Zilin face, he couldn't bear to embarrass her for the sake of his aunt. The two of them arrived at a secluded place, and Yifei said, just say what you need to, I still have exercises to do. Su Zilin looked at Yifei in surprise. After a few days apart, she felt that Yifei had changed somewhat from the way he used to be. In the past, Yifei had poor academic performance, was meek, and was extremely cautious at home, not daring to speak loudly. However, at this moment, even under her gaze, Yifei could maintain eye contact with ease. His voice, though not loud, was clear and powerful. Confidence. A word suddenly sprang to Su Zilin's mind. Yes, it was confidence. Yifei at this moment exuded a sense of confidence, no longer the timid and weak boy he used to be. Su Zilin felt a bit dazed, secretly doubting whether she had misjudged him. Yifei was just a poor student from the countryside with poor academic performance and a timid disposition. Oh, what confidence did he have? What do you want to see me about? Yifei asked, frowning when he noticed Su Zilin staring at him without speaking. Humph. Su Zilin snorted coldly, returning to her haughty demeanor. Tomorrow is the weekend and my mom wants you to come over for dinner tonight. I got it. Yifei nodded. I've already notified you. Whether you want to go is up to you. Su Zilin, seeing that Yifei had not directly agreed, turned angrily and left him standing there. Yifei was already used to Su Zilin's attitude. He returned to the classroom alone, and as soon as he reached the door, all the classmates' gazes fell on him in unison. Not a single person spoke. Their eyes looked at him as if he were a monster. Even Luo Yiren, the class monitor and school beauty, looked at Yifei, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly unable to see through him. Yifei ignored the stares and returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, his deskmate Guoliang excitedly grabbed Yifei's arm and asked, "Come on, when did you get to know school beauty Su Zilin?" Su Zilin is a school beauty. Yifei was somewhat surprised. "Isn't Luo Yiren our school beauty?" "No way." Guoliang exclaimed exaggeratedly, "You don't even know the 4 school beauties of our school." "For school beauties?" Yifei raised an eyebrow. He really didn't know. In the past, he had devoted all his energy to studying to improve his grades, feeling that there was never enough time, so how could he care about such things? He only knew that Luo Yiren was a school beauty because they were in the same class. The invincible academic ace Luo Yiren, the mysterious Song Qinghua, the commoner school beauty Li Yunju, and the proud girl Su Xingthi, these 4 are the recognized school beauties of our school. How could you not know them? Guoliang counted on his fingers, looking at Yifei as if he were an idiot. Proud girl. Yifei couldn't help but smile when he heard Su Zilin's title. That term suited Su Zilin perfectly. "I know about Luo Yiren and Su Zilin. Oh, what about the other 2? Who are they?" Yifei found it quite interesting and couldn't help but ask. Guoliang, seeing Yifei's interest, eagerly began to explain, as he was well informed about these matters. "I probably don't need to elaborate on Luo Yiren's title in our class," Guoliang said. Yifei nodded. Luo Yiren was the top student at Haizhou one middle school, consistently ranking first in her grade with a total score of 750 on practice tests, and she had never scored below 700 in any exam. To say Luo Yiren was an invincible academic ace was absolutely correct. Guoliang continued, "As for the proud girl Su Zilin. Su Zilin came from a wealthy family. It was said that her father Su Haishan was the chairman of Zus Trading Company. Su Zilin was very proud and unwilling to interact with others. She usually only talks to a few people she knows and ignores everyone else, so everyone calls her the proud girl. As for the school beauty of Class 1 Song Qinghua, it was said that Song Qinghua had a significant background, but no one knew her details. Song Qinghua rarely appeared at school, and even her classmates seldom saw her, but her grades consistently ranked in the top 10 of her grade, so everyone said she was mysterious. I have only seen her once, and her appearance was truly..." Yifei laughed and couldn't help but say, "Wipe your drool first." Guoliang instinctively went to wipe the corner of his mouth upon hearing this, but when he saw Yifei's mischievous smile, he realized he had been teased, looking annoyed and saying, "I usually think you're quite honest. Turns out you're also a shy pervert. How did I not notice this before?" As for Li Yunju from Class 8, the reason we call her the commoner school beauty is that she is different from the other 3. Li Yunju came from an ordinary family. It was said that her family was struggling, and even her school fees were cobbled together by her family. Moreover, Li Yunju was very kind to others and had no airs about her gaining the most supporters at school. After saying all this, Guoliang grabbed Yifei's collar, adopting a fierce look, and said, "Kid, you still haven't told me how you know school beauty Su Zilin." Upon hearing this, Yifei couldn't help but recall Su Zilin's warning to him, "Do not disclose their relationship to anyone." The smile on his face faded, and he said lightly, "What if I say she's my cousin? Do you believe me?" "Ha, I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor, but that joke is a bit cold." Guoliang laughed, but when he saw the slightly gloomy expression on Yifei's face, his smile suddenly faded. "You can't be serious, right?" Guoliang asked tentatively. "Why have I never heard you mention it before?" If Yifei had mentioned this relationship with Su Zilin earlier, Wang Cheng and the others probably wouldn't have dared to bully him like that. Hee. Yifei smiled, but did not respond to Guoliang's question. Ahem. Guoliang cleared his throat, let go of Yifei's collar, and before withdrawing his hand, he even kindly straightened Yifei's crumpled collar, chuckling, "So, how about I be your brother-in-law? Get lost. Come on, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? After all we've been through together, can you really bear it? It's over. It's over, the friendship is done." Guoliang kept babbling, but Yifei ignored him and continued reading his book. After school in the afternoon, Yifei stayed in the classroom for half an hour reading before packing up to leave. The reason he read for half an hour was not that Yifei was particularly studious, but that he did not want to run into Su Zilin on the way. If that happened, it would be awkward for both of them. After arriving at Fujin Garden, Yifei rang the doorbell in front of a row of attached villas, and the person who opened the door was a gentle-looking woman in her 30s, his Aunt Zhenghong. Zhenghong was still wearing an apron, and upon seeing Yifei at the door, a smile instantly appeared on her face. "Xiaofei, why are you so late? Weren't you and Linlin supposed to leave school together? Linlin has been home for a while." Aunt's slightly reproachful words were filled with warmth, making Yifei's heart feel warm. And I was studying at school for a while, so I arrived a bit late. Sorry to worry you, Yifei said with a smile. Oh, so you were studying, that's a good thing. Study hard, and aim for good results in the college entrance exam to make your mom happy. Upon hearing that Yifei was studying, Zhang Hong affectionately patted his head in approval. When Yifei entered the living room, he saw Su Haishan and Su Zilin, father and daughter. Su Haishan was intently watching the news on TV, while Su Zilin was absorbed in playing on her phone. Upon seeing Yifei enter, Su Zilin couldn't help but coldly snort, "Humph, pretending to be serious. What are you acting for? Who doesn't know what your grades are? Still studying. Who would believe that?" Zhang Hong immediately frowned. "Lin, how can you speak to Xiao Fei like this? He is your brother?" "Brother?" Su Zilin showed a disdainful expression upon hearing this. "Mom, can you guess how much Yifei scored on the mock exam a few days ago?" Without waiting for Zhang Hong to respond, Su Zilin continued. 250 points. Out of a total of 750 points, he managed to score only 250, coming in last in the grade. "With a cousin like this, I could never aspire to that." After saying this, she muttered softly, "I don't know how someone with such grades has the qualifications to study at one high school." Yifei's face turned red. He clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, but did not argue for himself. Su Zilin's words were all factual, and he knew that whatever he said at this moment would be powerless. If he wanted to earn others' respect, he had to show his strength. He needed to use facts to prove himself to her. Zhang Hong shot Su Zilin a fierce glare. When she turned to look at Yifei, she sighed slightly, but showed no signs of shock, clearly already aware of Yifei's grades. "Xiao Fei, it's okay if your grades aren't good. Oh, as long as you're willing to work hard, you will definitely improve." Aunt patted Yifei's shoulder encouragingly. Yifei relaxed his clenched fists and smiled, saying, "Aunt, you can rest assured I will work hard. I will definitely get into a key university and not disappoint your expectations." Hee. Su Zilin coldly laughed upon hearing this, just about to mock him a couple of times, when she caught Zhang Hong's stern warning gaze, so she simply lowered her head and continued playing on her phone, ignoring the two of them. Yet her mind was filled with a single thought. With less than 3 months until the college entrance exam, with grades like yours, how do you expect to improve by several hundred points in 3 months to get into a key university? What a ridiculous joke. Seeing the disdain in Su Zilin's eyes, Yifei chose not to argue. The mock exam is next week. When Su Zilin sees the report card, even if Yifei says nothing, it will carry far more weight than 1,000 words now. Yifei made an excuse to go to the bathroom, not wanting them to start arguing over him. Soon Zhang Hong had also prepared the meal. At this moment, Su Haishan had finished watching the news broadcast, turned off the TV, and came to the dining table. "Xiao Fei, I know the principal of a vocational school that specializes in training excavator operators. Though it's a vocational school, its strength is quite impressive. Students graduating from there can earn 5,000 or 6,000 a month. Should I call the principal and see if you can go there?" After just a few bites of food, Su Haishan spoke to Yifei. "With your current grades, you can't hope for a university degree. As for vocational colleges, their tuition fees are too high, which your family cannot afford, and some vocational schools are not even as good as technical schools. At least you would leave with a skill." Su Haishan's words sounded like he was considering Yifei's future, but in reality, he was just flaunting his connections and superiority. If Yifei were to agree, it wouldn't be long before Su Haishan found an excuse like, "The school is already full this year," to brush him off. This was not the first time, yet Su Haishan was still eager to do so. Moreover, his tone carried a hint of condescension, subconsciously believing Yifei could never make it to university. "Su Haishan, what do you mean by that? How can you be so sure that Xiao Fei won't get into university?" Zhang Hong slammed her chopsticks on the table, ready to explode. "I'm just thinking of Xiao Fei. You know his grades. Do you really think he can improve by several hundred points to get into a key university in just a few months? Isn't that unrealistic? It's better to make plans early," Su Haishan replied with a smile, as if he was genuinely considering Yifei's future. Zhang Hong fell silent upon hearing this. Although she wanted Yifei to attend a key university, she was also acutely aware that improving by several hundred points in such a short time was virtually impossible. Yifei heard Su Haishan's words and merely smiled, thinking about what expression Su Haishan would have if he knew he currently had nearly 2 million in savings. It would surely be quite interesting. Yifei mused. Once Su Haishan finished, Yifei spoke up. "Thank you, uncle, but it's fine. I still want to give it a try. Who knows, I might perform exceptionally well." Su Haishan chuckled at this, thinking Yifei was ungrateful, and he chose not to say anything further. In an instant, the entire dining room fell silent, creating a bizarre atmosphere at the table. Bang! Su Zilin threw down her chopsticks and said, "I'm full," then picked up her small bag and walked out. "Where are you going?" Zhang Hong hurriedly asked from behind. "Tomorrow is the weekend, and I've made plans to go out with Cheng Jia and the others. Don't worry, I'll be back by 11. Su Zilin said impatiently. "Take Xiao Fei with you," Zhang Hong suggested. "My friends don't even know him. Why would I bring him along?" Su Zilin was naturally unwilling to take Yifei along. Then you're not allowed to go, Zheng Hong said bluntly. Fine, I really can't deal with you. Is it okay if I take him? Su Zilin had no choice but to say this, shooting a glare at Yifei. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and come here. Yifei was somewhat speechless. He had no intention of going out with her. With that time, he would rather go back and cultivate to help Chunwan solve the gloomy energy within her as soon as possible. However, before he could refuse, Zheng Hong had already brought Yifei's backpack over and smiled. Xiaofei, you've been in Haizhou for a while, and you haven't had a good look around yet. Today it's a perfect opportunity to have some fun with Linlin. While studying is important, balancing work and rest is necessary. Besides, I'm worried about Linlin being out alone. With you accompanying her, I can feel more at ease. Zheng Hong's words made Su Zilin, who was standing nearby, roll her eyes. Seeing that his aunt had said so, Yifei had no choice but to agree and followed Su Zilin out of the villa. Su Zilin walked quickly, seemingly trying to create some distance from Yifei, making it appear to onlookers that they were not acquainted. Yifei, on the other hand, walked at his own pace, neither hurried nor slow. As soon as they exited the community gate, the sound of car horns rang in his ears. Yifei looked up and saw several stylish sports cars parked at the entrance, lined up attractively and catching everyone's eye. Lean over here. The frontmost car was a bumblebee. A girl leaned out from the passenger seat, waving her hand at Su Zilin. This girl was Cheng Jia, Su Zilin's close friend from Haizhou No. 1 high school. Seeing Su Zilin approach the sports car, Yifei had no choice but to follow. Linlin, why are you so late? We've been waiting for you for ages. By the way, I'm going to introduce a handsome guy to you. Cheng Jia chattered as Su Zilin approached, but when she caught sight of Yifei following her, her words suddenly halted. Hey, who are you following behind Linlin? Cheng Jia raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yifei. Su the beauty, is this country bumpkin your boyfriend? He looks a bit shabby wearing a school uniform while going out. Haha, this is hilarious. Cheng Jia's boyfriend, Shi Chun, burst into laughter from the driver's seat. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Linlin possibly date someone like him? Cheng Jia pinched Shi Chen's arm and said, He's my cousin Yifei. He also studies at Haizhou No. 1 high school and will join us shortly. Su Zilin said helplessly. If she had the choice, Su Zilin would definitely prefer not to let anyone know about her relationship with Yifei. However, she was even less inclined to let others misunderstand that Yifei was her boyfriend. Cousin, I haven't heard you mention him before. Wait. Yifei. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Cheng Jia suddenly widened her eyes, pointing at Yifei and exclaiming, In our school's last mock exam, someone scored 250 points, coming in last in the entire grade. That person is named Yifei, or it can't be him, can it? 250 points. Puffed, haha bro, I didn't realize you were such a talent. Shichen leaned on the steering wheel, laughing heartily. Alright, we're not at school anymore, so why discuss grades? Su Zilin waved her hand impatiently. Which car should I sit in? I don't want to ride with you guys and watch you show off your affection. After that, Su Zilin shot Yifei a disgruntled look, regretting bringing him out. Especially since Yifei was ridiculed by Shi Chun and didn't even respond. His pitiful demeanor only made her angrier. Don't worry, Linlin, this time I've arranged a handsome driver for you, Cheng Jia said with a grin. Just as she finished speaking, the door of a white Jaguar F-Type parked behind the bumblebee opened. A young man stepped out of the car, appearing to be around their age, about 17 or 18, dressed in a refined British style, looking rather gentlemanly. Hello Linlin, my name is Kong Xian. I'm a friend of Shi Chen's. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kong Xian said with a charming smile as he approached Su Zilin. As for Yifei, who was standing next to Su Zilin, he was completely ignored. Su Zilin was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Kong Xian. How about it, Linlin? Surprised. Excited. Kong Xian is also from Haizhou, but he has been studying abroad and just returned recently, so you haven't met him before. Cheng Jia laughed heartily from the bumblebee. Su Zilin shot Cheng Jia an annoyed glance, feeling somewhat blamed for her sudden attack, before greeting Kong Xian. Hello, I'm Su Zilin. Su Zilin glanced at Kong Xian, and then at Yifei, who stood silently beside her, inwardly sighing that indeed one cannot compare people. Though they were of similar age, especially since Yifei was not bad-looking, the difference in demeanor was as vast as heaven and earth. Linlin, I have space in my car. How about you take my car? Kong Xian opened the car door in a gentlemanly manner and smiled as he invited Su Zilin to get in. After Su Zilin entered the car, he gently closed the door, everything unfolding perfectly with gentlemanly grace. As he closed the door, Kong Xian glanced at Yifei with a dismissive smile, as if he had just noticed Yifei saying, bro, sorry, my car is full. You might want to check if there's room in someone else's car. After saying this, he left Yifei behind and got into the car. Yifei was indifferent, his gaze shifting to the bumblebee ahead. Sorry, our car is for couples, we don't want an extra light bulb. Shichen shrugged, looking at Yifei with a mocking expression. My car only carries beautiful girls, and clearly you don't meet the criteria, said the owner of the Audi TT behind Kong Xian. Further back. My car is full too. I just washed my car and I don't want to wash it again. The owners of the cars behind rolled down their windows, refusing to let Yifei in. They all leaned over their car doors, teasingly watching Yifei with expressions of amusement. Kong Xian sat in the Jaguar, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a faintly smug smile, while Su Zilin in the passenger seat frowned. Yifei, why don't you head back first? Su Zilin lowered the window and frowned at Yifei. That's fine. Yifei shrugged. He had little interest in this gathering of wealthy second-generation heirs. If his aunt hadn't spoken up, he might have refused long ago. Just as Yifei was about to leave, the last Porsche 911 rolled down its window, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Yifei, come ride in my car. A clear voice rang out, catching the attention of the onlookers who had been prepared to watch the fun, making them turn their heads instinctively. Yifei followed the sound, and upon seeing the familiar face peeking out of the Porsche, was taken aback. This person he actually knew, and quite well. It was none other than Luo Yiren, the class leader from his class, the unbeatable academic flower. Seeing Yifei standing there dazed, Luo Yiren broke into a gentle smile. What's wrong? Have you already forgotten me, after just over an hour? Yifei also smiled, and strode toward Luo Yiren's car. Did I hear that right? Luo Yiren actually invited this young man to ride with her. It seems. I heard it too. How is that even possible? A group of people who had gathered to mock Yifei stood utterly dumbfounded. Luo Yiren wasn't truly part of their small social circle. She rarely mingled with them at all. In fact, every prior invitation they extended had been politely declined. This outing was only possible because Cheng Jia, leveraging a tenuous personal connection, managed to persuade Luo Yiren to join, a development that had thrilled the male members of their circle. Several had even washed their cars and sprayed fine fragrances inside, hoping Luo Yiren might choose to ride with them. To their disappointment, she arrived in her own vehicle. Moreover, the car Luo Yiren drove, usually unassuming, was now the most luxurious among all present, valued well beyond 1 million yuan. That revelation left them quietly dismayed. And reality struck yet harder when Luo Yiren invited Yifei, the proverbial country bumpkin, to ride with her. Damn it, he stumbled upon pure luck. Many muttered inwardly, seething with envy. Su Zilin, equally startled to see Luo Yiren extend the invitation, felt a flicker of surprise. Though both were acclaimed beauties of Haizhou, one high school, they scarcely knew each other. Yet recalling Yifei's class, she soon found herself nodding inwardly. Luo Yiren must have taken pity on him. That's surely why she let him ride along, she mused. Besides Su Zilin, Kong Xian's eyes flickered with a shadow of cold resentment. Few in attendance knew he and Luo Yiren had been classmates back in junior high. In the third year of junior high, Kong Xian had pursued Luo Yiren, even delivering a love letter. That very night, however, his parents received a stern warning from an immensely powerful figure, one far beyond their capacity to oppose. They returned home, severely reprimanded Kong Xian, and sent him off to Britain that same night, enrolling him in a British high school without delay. From that moment, Kong Xian understood Luo Yiren was utterly untouchable for someone like him. He never imagined she would invite a boy he deemed utterly insignificant, Yifei, to ride with her. Lingling, your cousin actually knows Luo Yiren. His background must be rather extraordinary, Kong Xian asked, feigning nonchalance. Yifei is my second aunt's son. He grew up in the countryside. My mother pulled strings just to get him transferred to Haizhou, one high school. He has no background whatsoever. The only reason he knows Luo Yiren is that they happen to be in the same class, Su Zilin said dismissively. Oh haha, so that's how it is. Kong Xian replied with a light laugh. Damn, what rotten luck for that country boy. He actually got into Luo Yiren's car. Shi Chen swore under his breath, then impatiently shouted, now that everyone's boarded, let's go. Stay close behind. With that, he started his engine and led the convoy forward. Seated inside the car, Yifei glanced around at the interior, delicately adorned with unmistakably feminine charm, and teased Luo Yiren with a grin. Senior class president, you've been hiding your wealth quite well. Honestly, I had no idea you were a young heiress. Luo Yiren, steering steadily, turned her head slightly and smiled. I didn't expect Su Zilin to be your cousin either. Yifei merely shrugged. When he remained silent, Luo Yiren studied him curiously. His recent conduct had completely overturned her prior impression of him. She wondered what profound transformation had occurred within him. What had reshaped the once timid, hesitant, and perpetually anxious boy who could not even meet her gaze directly. Yet here he sat, unfazed in her presence, unshaken even by the sight of her million-yuan automobile, responding instead with easy, playful banter. As she observed him, Yifei lifted his head, and their eyes met. Luo Yiren's cheeks flushed faintly as she quickly turned her gaze back to the road, as if suddenly absorbed in driving. After a quiet pause, she couldn't resist asking, Yifei, you've changed so dramatically lately. I can barely recognize you anymore. I'm deeply curious. What exactly happened to you? Yifei sighed inwardly. Indeed, his transformation had been astonishing. When he first arrived at Haijo one high school, he had fallen silently in love with Luo Yiren, but dared not confess it. Merely speaking to her made his face burn. Instinctively, he'd lower his head, avoiding eye contact entirely. Deep within him resided a profound, carefully concealed sense of inferiority. Yet now before her he sat composed and articulate, utterly at ease. Here this senior class president curiosity about someone is often the first whisper of affection, Yi Fei said, smiling. Luo Yiren gave a light, teasing scoff, her cheeks flushing again. I always thought you were such a well-behaved student. Never imagined you'd be this cheeky. Looks like I misjudged you completely. For some inexplicable reason, Yi Fei's presence now felt effortlessly comforting. With him beside her, Luo Yiren relaxed. Her words flowed more freely than ever before. Such ease would have been unthinkable in the past. You simply don't know me yet. Once you do, you'll find yourself wanting to punch me. Yi Fei laughed lightly in return. I want to punch you right now, Luo Yiren retorted playfully, raising a small fist in mock threat. They chatted, easily lost in conversation, time slipping away unnoticed. Some 20 minutes later, as the convoy neared the city's outskirts, the lead car slowed and pulled into an open-air parking lot. Once Luo Yiren parked, Yi Fei stepped out and realized they were already deep in the suburbs. Yet the place felt anything but desolate. Luxury vehicles of every kind filled the lot. Mercedes-Benz and BMWs blended unremarkably among them. A private club, Yi Fei murmured, gazing upward at the opulent palace-like edifice before him. To erect such a sumptuous venue in the remote countryside. Truly, these urbanites knew how to indulge. This isn't even remotely luxurious. Just as Yi Fei marveled, the voice of Lord Luanhui echoed in his ear. Even the humblest celestial abodes in the cultivation realm dwarf this place by countless magnitudes. Countless magnitudes. Master, aren't you exaggerating? Yi Fei thought skeptically. Exaggerating. Young one, have you ever seen an island spanning 1,000,000 li suspended midair as someone's residence? Peaks 10,000 zhang tall sculpted into ornamental hills, rivers of earth marrow spirit fluid flowing beneath pavilions, and towers numbering in the tens of thousands, celestial birds and divine beasts soaring endlessly overhead. Suspended in midair, a millionly expanse. The sands hang peaks as garden ornaments. Rivers of earth marrow spirit fluid. Master, these things, are they truly real? Yi Fei stammered, speechless. This is nothing, Lord Luanhui scoffed disdainfully. The palatial estates of celestial emperors. Now those are true extravagance. Each spans hundreds of millions of li, borne aloft by the divine beast Kuanping across the infinite cosmos, untouched by time or decay. That spirit jade you carry wouldn't even qualify as paving stone in their courtyards. Yi Fei fell utterly silent. Hey Yi Fei, why are you still standing there staring blankly? Why aren't you coming in? Luo Yiren approached, noticing Yi Fei's trance-like gaze fixed upon the club, and asked gently. Country boy's never seen a high-end club like this before, has he? Is poverty really limiting his imagination? An ill-timed voice cut in. Yi Fei turned. It was Guo Chuanhai, the owner of the Audi TT, who had earlier refused him a ride. His gaze now brimmed with open provocation. Another self-important fool. Yi Fei thought, instantly recognizing Guo Chuanhai's motive to impress Luo Yiren by belittling him. Such petty theatrics no longer warranted his attention. Guo Chuanhai, you've gone too far. Luo Yiren's brows knitted in quiet displeasure. Did I say anything untrue? He is from the countryside. What else would you call him? Guo Chuanhai replied with a smug chuckle. Then, as if remembering something, he patted the back of his head and added, turning to Yi Fei. Oh, I just recalled. You scored 250 on your last mock exam. Truly impressive, haha. How thoroughly insufferable. Yi Fei sighed, shaking his head. Guo Chuanhai buzzed around like a persistent fly, successfully earning his contempt. Yi Fei lifted his eyelids lazily. I know why you're so eager to demean me, to flaunt your urban superiority and catch Luo Yiren's eye. But do you realize how you appear? Like a peacock strutting before a mate, displaying dazzling plumage while unwittingly exposing its ugliest rear end. Luo Yiren burst into laughter beside him. The analogy struck her as startlingly apt, though admittedly rather cutting. Yi Fei's calm, unhurried words left Guo Chuanhai crimson-faced, finger trembling as he raised it toward Yi Fei, ready to strike. What did you just say, you little bastard? Guo Chuanhai, what are you doing out here? Get inside now. Just then Shi Chun emerged from the club, calling sharply to the trio. You wait, kid. Guo Chuanhai snarled through gritted teeth before storming off into the club. Guo Chuanhai's father is deputy director of the Haijo Municipal Public Security Bureau. Even Wang Chung bows before him. You've already offended Wang Chung, and now Guo Chuanhai too. Things may grow difficult for you ahead. Luo Yiren regarded Yi Fei with a faint, enigmatic smile. Hear this, whether you shepherd one sheep or a flock, the effort remains the same. When debts multiply, anxiety fades. When lice multiply, itching ceases. Let them come at you, full force. Yi Fei's irreverent nonchalance left Luo Yiren momentarily speechless. She looked at him earnestly. I've realized something. You were absolutely right about one thing. The way you are right now really does invite a beating. After Yi Fei entered the clubhouse, he truly realized the opulence of the place. To describe it as luxurious would be an understatement. Although the rebirth ancestor once mentioned that the palaces of those powerful cultivators could span hundreds of miles, such grandeur felt far too distant for Yi Fei at present. What lay before him was something he could genuinely see. They were led by the waiter to a private room. The entire room was no less than 100 square meters, decorated in extreme luxury, complete with a wine cabinet and bar resembling a small pub. Upon seeing Yi Fei and Luo Yiren enter together, Guo Chunhai let out a heavy cold snort from his nose, turning his head away and refusing to look at him. Guo Chunhai, what were you talking about outside? Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Shi Chun noticed Guo Chunhai's displeasure and curiously asked. Nothing, Guo Chunhai replied dismissively. He certainly didn't want to tell everyone about the humiliation he suffered in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled. Since Guo Chunhai chose not to speak, he had no interest in elaborating either and found a corner to sit down. Just as Luo Yiren was about to sit beside, Yi Fei, Chungjia, prompted by Shi Chun, rushed over and grabbed Luo Yiren's hand. Yiren, what are you doing sitting there? Come on, let's go over there to pick a song. Saying that, she unceremoniously dragged Luo Yiren away to their side. Luo Yiren gave Yi Fei a helpless look and had no choice but to let Qingjia pull her along to choose a song. Yi Fei could tell that these people were isolating him, but he didn't care. He never intended to integrate into the circle of these rich second-generation individuals. His previous ride with Luo Yiren had already drawn dissatisfaction from several boys present. One of them, upon seeing Yi Fei enter, couldn't help but adopt an air of superiority, sneering coldly. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "This room is really spacious. I've been here a few times before, but never booked such a large room. Shichen, you really have connections. Some country bumpkins need to take a good look, as there may not be another chance to come here again." The crowd turned their gazes towards Yi Fei, their eyes filled with mockery. Shichen glanced at Yi Fei and sneered. He then explained, "I don't have such influence. The larger rooms on the third floor are hard to book even with money. One must have a corresponding status to match." Thanks to young Master Kong this time, he added. "Hee, it's no big deal," Kong Xian said with a feigned nonchalance. "My dad is a gold member here. I'm just riding on his coattails." A gold member? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. "I heard that to become a gold member here, the annual spending must reach at least 10 million, right?" "You're right, but that's just one of the criteria. Simply spending 10 million a year isn't enough to become a gold member here." Kong Xian smiled casually, putting his gold member card into his pocket. This action made everyone envious once again, even forgetting to mock Yi Fei. At that moment, the door of the room was knocked open, and a beautiful woman exuding endless allure walked in, holding a bottle of red wine. "I hope I'm not interrupting your enjoyment," the alluring woman said with a smile, as she entered, her mature charm captivating many of the boys present. Seeing the newcomer, Kong Xian quickly stood up and said, "Sister man, what brought you here?" "I heard from below that young Master Kong brought friends here to have fun, so I brought a bottle of wine to liven things up." "I hope I'm not interrupting your enjoyment," the enchanting woman named Sister Man said. Such a captivating woman turned out to be the owner of the clubhouse, and she personally came to deliver wine to Kong Xian. Everyone's gaze towards Kong Xian changed again, filled with admiration and envy. They all wished they could be the one receiving wine from her. Kong Xian felt a bit flattered when he saw the looks from everyone in the room. He felt a surge of pride. He waved his hand and said, "Haha, Sister Man is joking. It's our honor that you came. How could it be an interruption?" Sister Man smiled, placed the red wine down, and exchanged a few polite words with everyone before leaving. As soon as Sister Man left, the entire room erupted in excitement. "Wow, it's actually a 1996 law fight." One person picked up the bottle of red wine on the table and upon examining it couldn't help but exclaim, "Though it can't compare to the 1982 law fight, and is far less precious than the 1964 law fight, this bottle still costs over 10,000 on the market." Shi Chen smiled and said, "Young Master Kong, that person just now is the boss of this clubhouse, right?" "Exactly." Kong Xian nodded proudly. "That Sister Man is indeed the owner of this clubhouse." Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted. "I heard that the powerful figure behind this clubhouse is Lord Xiong. Is that true?" Guo Chunhai asked. "Indeed. That Sister Man is Lord Xiong's woman," Kong Xian replied. "Hiss." A gasp echoed in the room. "Lord Xiong? Yin Xiong? He is one of the most influential figures in Haizhou City, the boss of the underground forces, and it is said that his connections are so vast that even the leaders of Haizhou City treat him with respect." Guo Chunhai clicked his tongue. "Yin Xiong? He was someone even his father wouldn't dare to provoke." Young Master Kong must have met Lord Xiong to have sister man serve him wine, right? Guo Chunhai couldn't help but ask. Kong Xian's expression changed slightly at his words. Though his family had some money and he was a gold member of the clubhouse, he only knew sister man and wasn't qualified to meet Yin Xiong. Haha, of course I've even toasted Lord Xiong before, Kong Xian said with a smile. Impressive. Respect. Come on, young Master Kong, let me toast you. From now on I'll roll with you. The atmosphere in the room became heated and Kong Xian undoubtedly became the center of this small circle. By the karaoke stage, Cheng Jia nudged Su Xilan's shoulder and said, "Did you see that? Someone like Kong Xian is a prince charming. Your cousin is just a loser. Don't do anything foolish." She deliberately emphasized the word cousin, making it sound sarcastic. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Fei really is my cousin. Su Xiling glared at Cheng Jia unhappily. Luo Yiren nearby smiled, but had no intention of intervening. If anyone was unaffected in the scene besides Luo Yiren, it was only Yi Fei. He sat in the corner sipping the tea placed before him, appearing completely out of place. Kong Xian noticed that Yi Fei was just sitting there drinking tea, showing no intent to come over and toast him, and a sharp glint passed through his eyes. He couldn't provoke Luo Yiren. But Yi Fei was just a country bumpkin, how could he not handle him? Haha, brother Yi, you probably haven't drunk such fine wine before coming from the countryside. Remember to drink a few more glasses later. Kong Xian said with a smile to Yi Fei. Sure. Yi Fei seemed not to have heard the underlying meaning in Kong Xian's words and nodded with a smile. Kong Xian's breath hitched as if his punch had struck the air. He couldn't vent his frustration. This made him feel very uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. Hey country bumpkin, be careful not to swallow your tongue later. Guo Chunhai sneered. Oh, just a reminder that this empty wine bottle can sell for over 1,000 and don't forget to take it with you. When you leave, it might cover half a year's living expenses. A group of people looked at Yi Fei with smiles, and no one stepped forward to help him. Su Xiling frowned slightly upon seeing everyone mocking Yi Fei. Then she relaxed, secretly thinking, let him suffer a bit, it's for his own good. Otherwise he keeps pretending to be above everything while having no real ability. Thinking this, Su Xiling had no intention of helping Yi Fei anymore. After mocking Yi Fei a few times, seeing he didn't respond, they lost interest and began singing and drinking among themselves. In less than half an hour, the entire room was filled with the mixed smell of smoke and alcohol. Yi Fei couldn't stand it anymore and decided to step out for some fresh air. Just as he walked out of the private room, Su Xiling followed him out. Is there something wrong? Yi Fei asked, looking back at Su Xiling. Let me remind you, you'd better not harbor any thoughts about Luo Yiren. She will never look at you. Su Xiling said coldly, hands on her hips. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Yi Fei replied flatly. You? Su Xiling was even angrier seeing Yi Fei's demeanor. Luo Yiren is not a person from your world, but she only let you into her car out of pity. Don't get the wrong idea. Did you not feel anything seeing today's scene? Kong Xian is about your age, yet even the owner of this clubhouse personally serves him wine. Though he's still in high school, he is destined to achieve great things. He and Luo Yiren are kindred spirits. I'm reminding you now for your own good, so you don't end up with a bruised head later. Yi Fei chuckled at her words, secretly shaking his head. Su Xiling, oh Su Xiling, you have no idea who you are standing in front of. What if Kong Xian's family is rich? He's just a mortal. But I am a cultivator. No matter how wealthy he is or how powerful his family is, in front of a powerful cultivator, he is nothing but an ant. So-called wealth and connections are all illusions in the face of absolute strength. Yi Fei would never disclose this to Su Xiling. When Su Xiling was about to continue lecturing Yi Fei, the door of the room opened, and her words immediately ceased. The tipsy Shi Chun holding Cheng Jia walked out looking for the restroom. Isn't there a restroom inside? Su Xiling asked, somewhat puzzled. It's already occupied, we're going to the public restroom. Cheng Jia said, her face inexplicably turning red as she hurriedly made an excuse. Well then be careful, Su Xiling said. Yi Fei pulled out his phone and saw an incoming call from an unknown number. Frowning slightly, he wondered. Only his family and a handful of people knew this number. Could something have happened at home? Yi Fei mused silently, then answered the call. Hello, who's speaking? Are you Yi Fei? A somewhat urgent voice came through the line. Did you visit the Jade Market yesterday and revive an elderly man at Yumantang? The man you saved is Elder Song. Where are you now? He wishes to meet you immediately. Yi Fei instantly understood. Last night he had already suspected the elder's identity was extraordinary. Yet within just one day these people had already traced his background, even uncovered his private phone number. Yi Fei surmised Elder Song's intentions likely extended far beyond a simple meeting. Though Yi Fei had revived Elder Song the previous night, he had not cured him. The elder had merely regained consciousness. The illness remained. Elder Song wants to see me, undoubtedly hoping I'll heal him, Yi Fei thought with quiet amusement. After all, the elder's ailment resided in the brain. If it were easily treatable, it would never have persisted this long. Yi Fei had no desire to linger here anyway, so paying a visit posed no harm. He gave his location. I'm at a private club. I know the place. I'll come fetch you right away. The caller hung up abruptly. Only then did Yi Fei notice several missed calls on his screen, all from that same number. He'd been inside the private room earlier where the noise had drowned them out completely. Cheng Jia and Shi Chen strolled arm in arm toward the public restroom. Before even reaching the door, Shi Chen wrapped his arms around Cheng Jia from behind and slipped a hand beneath her clothes. Cheng Jia's face flushed crimson as if blood might drip from her cheeks. Shi Chen's eyes gleamed with feverish excitement as he reached for her waistband. Creak! At that moment the door of a stall swung open and a portly middle-aged man with a broad face and thick neck stepped out. Spotting Cheng Jia's alluring posture, the man's eyes lit up. Without hesitation he asked, "Young sir, would you consider letting me have this young lady? We can negotiate the price." As he spoke he extended a lecherous hand and groped Cheng Jia's chest. Already stirred by Shi Chen's touch, she shuddered involuntarily under the stranger's assault. Fuck! Shi Chen exploded with rage. You're the whore, not her. And your whole damn family are whores. You brat. How dare you insult me? The man's face darkened. Insult you? I'll beat the hell out of you next. Shi Chen lunged forward, driving a fist straight into the man's nose. A sharp crack echoed. Blood gushed between the man's fingers. But Shi Chen wasn't done. 2 more blows sent the debauched, hollowed-out man crashing to the floor. Then came a brutal barrage of kicks and punches. Stop. You'll kill him. Cheng Jia, now sobered, grabbed Shi Chen's arm urgently. Shi Chen delivered several final kicks before snarling, "Don't ever let me see your face again, or I'll break you every time. You just wait." Clutching his bleeding nose, the man spat out a hollow threat before slinking away in disgrace. Damn it, that bastard ruined everything. If I see him again, I'll make him pay. Still fuming, Shi Chen lost all interest and dragged Cheng Jia back toward the private room. Hey, you two finished already? Guo Chunhai burst into laughter upon seeing them enter. Shi Chen, I didn't know you were such a quick shot. Shut up. Some asshole ruined the mood. We didn't do a damn thing. Shi Chen snapped, scowling. At his outburst, the others pressed him for details. Meanwhile, atop the club's highest floor stood an exclusive private suite. This suite was the largest and most opulent in the entire establishment, far surpassing the one occupied by Yi Fei and his group. It was never open to the public, the private domain of Yanxiong. Inside, a bald, middle-aged man lounged on a plush sofa watching a troupe of over a dozen young women perform on stage. Each possessed delicate features and slender statuesque figures, rare beauties by any standard. Perched on the man's lap sat a woman radiating irresistible allure. Man Jia, the same hostess who earlier delivered wine to Yi Fei's suite. Now she sat like a dutiful wife, gently feeding peeled grapes into the man's mouth. Only one person could command such deference from the club's own proprietress. His identity was unmistakable: Yan Xiong, the undisputed overlord of Haizhou's underworld, known simply as Lord Yan. Creak. The suite door opened. A middle-aged man entered, holding his nose, his expression sullen and disgruntled. Oh, Mr. Guan, what happened to you? You only stepped out a moment ago. Why do you look like this? Yan Xiong asked, surprised. Oh, don't ask. Near the restroom door, I ran into a young man and woman. She looked quite young, but shockingly provocative. You know my tastes. I assumed she was a courtesan, so I asked him if he'd sell her to me. Next thing I knew, I was beaten senseless. The man grumbled bitterly. Yan Xiong's eyes narrowed. Oh, who dares strike a guest under my roof? I don't know who they were. I drunk too much, got disoriented, and wandered up to the third-floor restroom. Talk about bad luck. The man cursed again. Man Jia smiled faintly. I know who they are. Oh, do tell. Yan Xiong's lips curled into a cold, knowing smile. Only one suite on the 3rd floor was booked today. This must be the pair. The booking was made by Kong Xian, son of Kong Xingyan. He's hosting friends here tonight, Man Jia added with a light laugh. Who exactly is Kong Xingyan? The man interjected. Just a minor construction tycoon, barely worth a few hundred million yuan, Man Jia replied dismissively. What the hell? The man roared. I thought he was someone important. Turns out he's just a petty millionaire. I lose more than that in a single night in Las Vegas. Humph. Rest easy, Mr. Guan. Anyone who strikes you on my turf answers to me. I'll settle this personally. Yan Xiong turned to a bodyguard standing behind him. Xiao Dao, take a few men and bring them all here. The guard bowed and departed. Back in the 3rd-floor suite, the group listened to Shi Chen's retelling and quietly pitted his ill fortune. Yi Fei glanced at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock. He still needed to meet Elder Song. Rising, he approached Su Zilin. It's getting late. Shall we head home? We shouldn't worry your aunt. 10 o'clock. Hardly late. Don't you know, nightlife here has only just begun, one guest retorted sharply. Yeah, he's just scared the guy Shi Chen punched will come after him. Just say it, Yi Fei. We won't mock you. Guo Chunhai chimed in, stirring the pot. Huh, Don't worry, brother Yi. No one dares lay a finger on us within this club. Kong Xian smiled reassuringly, as if offering comfort. Shi-Chin, already seething, exploded. Then go yourself. Who's stopping you? Why drag Miss Su into this? Exactly. Is anyone holding you back? You're the one clinging here like a leech. Some country bumpkin trying to worm his way into our circle. Do you even have the standing? A chorus of sneers rose around Yi Fei. Miss Su, choose stay with us or leave with this peasant. Shi-Chin challenged. Su Zilin frowned. Yi Fei, perhaps you should go ahead. I'll stay a little longer. She subtly reproached him for stepping forward so boldly among so many. Huh? Did you hear that, kid? Miss Su told you to leave. What are you still doing here? Shi-Chin laughed triumphantly. Call your aunt and explain the situation. Then I'll leave. Yi Fei replied, coolly glancing briefly at Su Zilin and pointedly ignoring Shi-Chin entirely. With that, Shi-Chin slammed his wine bottle onto the floor. It shattered violently, sending shrieks echoing through the room. Are you deaf? Miss Su told you to go, yet you linger like a stray dog. Need me to drag you out? Shi-Chin rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. A flash of icy disdain crossed Yi Fei's eyes. His silence wasn't fear, it was sheer indifference. Yet these people had mistaken restraint for weakness. Sensing the tension mounting, Su Zilin intervened. Yi Fei, go ahead. I'll call my mother and clarify everything shortly. Sigh. Yi Fei exhaled softly, shaking his head inwardly. These lawless heirs, truly shallow-minded. Had they given no thought to who might frequent the third-floor restroom? Surely no ordinary person. Did they truly believe themselves untouchable here? Were it not for his aunt's request, Yi Fei wouldn't have bothered with this cousin at all. Since Su Zilin had spoken, however, there was no further reason for him to remain. Yi Fei rose, yet paused mid-step, his gaze instinctively snapping toward the doorway, his expression suddenly thoughtful. It seemed escape was no longer an option. Yi Fei stood up, but did not take a step away, which only infuriated Shi-Chin further. With a crash, Shi-Chin grabbed a wine bottle from the nearby table and smashed it on the ground, shattering it into pieces. Get the hell out of here. It's hard to catch a taxi around here, and let me drive you home. Luo Yiren, who had been silent, stood up and offered to drive Yi Fei away. Damn. Everyone cursed inwardly at Luo Yiren's action. Yi Fei smiled wryly at Luo Yiren, saying, now it seems I won't be able to leave even if I wanted to. Kid, what do you mean by that? Are you regretting it and wanting to stay? Guo Chunhai sneered. Damn, do you think this is a public restroom where you can come and go as you please? Get lost. Have you even looked at yourself? If it weren't for us, would you have the right to be here? A group of people mocked coldly. Bang. Before their words even finished, the door of the private room was kicked open and a dozen fully armed bodyguards in black rushed into the room. The leading man was toying with a sharp knife, the very same subordinate that Yin Xiong had referred to as Little Knife. Who was the one fighting in the restroom just now? Little Knife glanced around the room and sneered. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes fell on Shi-Chin. Who are you people? Who the hell let you in? Guo Chunhai, standing closest to the door, was startled by the kick, and upon seeing the bodyguards, he began to curse loudly. Bang. Before Guo Chunhai could finish cursing, Little Knife kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying and causing him to vomit upon hitting the ground. Shut up. Little Knife brushed off non-existent dust from his shoes and complained, then turned to look at Shi-Chin. Is it you, kid? What about it? Try touching me and I'll kill you. Shi-Chin was enraged by Little Knife's condescending gaze and shouted back. Kid, you have quite the mouth. You just don't start shivering later. Little Knife coldly laughed and instructed his men take him away. Two bodyguards approached to grab Shi-Chin. As Shi-Chin intended to resist, one of the bodyguards punched him in the lung, causing him to groan and collapse, gasping for air, sweat pouring down his forehead, unable to speak. You really don't know what's good for you. A bodyguard grabbed Shi-Chin by the collar, lifting him like a rag doll. Stop. What do you want? If you touch Shi-Chin, his father won't let you go. Cheng Jia screamed loudly. Unfortunately, the bodyguards ignored her completely. Kong Xian realized that if he didn't step in now, the core position he had just established in this small circle would collapse. Friend, is there a misunderstanding here? Kong Xian approached Little Knife and said, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it's not up to you to decide. Of course, even I don't have a say. Little Knife glanced at Kong Xian and said, if you want to stand up for him, come with us. Whatever you have to say it in front of the main party. Kong Xian's expression changed and finally he gritted his teeth and said, fine, we'll go with you. Little Knife chuckled and led the way. Once the black-clad men left, Kong Xian turned to the others in the room and said, don't worry, my dad is a gold member here. They wouldn't dare do anything to us. Besides, this is young Master Xiong's territory. Although he was speaking to everyone, it was more like he was trying to encourage himself. After saying this, he stepped out of the private room and the others followed suit. Yi Fei quietly told Luo Yiren and Su Zilin, who were standing beside him, stand next to me later. If anything unexpected happens, I won't be able to look after you well. Luo Yiren nodded. Su Zilin, on the other hand, snorted, not believing that Yi Fei could protect them, She thought he was just trying to show off in front of Luo Yiren and looked down on him. In the top-floor private room, Yin Xiong swirled the wine glass in his hand and scanned the group of nervous young men and women standing at the door sneering. So it was you who hit my guest. That's him. This little brat. Even if he turns to ashes, I'd recognize him. A middle-aged fat man pointed at Shi-chun and cursed angrily. He then stepped forward and slapped Shi-chun across the face, causing his mouth to bleed. Damn you. Shi-chun had never been humiliated like this in front of so many people. He cursed loudly and struggled to charge at the middle-aged fat man. However, as soon as he moved, the two bodyguards beside him tightly gripped his neck, rendering him unable to move. Shi-chun gasped for air, his face turning red from rage. Haha, little brat, how arrogant are you? Go on, hit me again. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and kicked at Shi-chun once more. Stop. Cheng Jia screamed in tears. Don't hit him anymore, or we can pay you money, isn't that enough? Kong Xian's face was also grim as he looked at Yin Xiong, who was seated in the center, and said, Friend, my dad Kong Xingyan is a gold member here. Can you give me some face and let this matter go? Give you face. Yin Xiong laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. Kid, what are you even worth? Don't say you, even your father Kong Xingyan wouldn't dare to give me face here. Yin Xiong's eyes carried a chilling glare. You. Kong Xian's face turned beet red. I warn you, this is young Master Xiong's territory. Young Master Kong has toasted young Master Xiong before. If this blows up, it won't be good for anyone. Guo Chunhai recalled Kong Xian's earlier words and warned loudly. Toasted young Master Xiong. The middle-aged fat man glanced at Yin Xiong, who in turn looked back at him. Their gazes exchanged something peculiar. Kong Xian thought Guo Chunhai's words had intimidated the two and calmly said, That's right, I indeed toasted young Master Xiong. I believe this small matter doesn't require me to invite young Master Xiong to resolve it, does it? Sister Man, who had just walked in from outside the private room, couldn't help but laugh out loud at Kong Xian's words. The middle-aged fat man inside the room nearly doubled over with laughter. Haha, young Master Xiong, this kid claims to have toasted you, but doesn't even recognize you. Haha, that's just hilarious. The middle-aged fat man shouted without regard for his image. What? Young Master Xiong. Kong Xian's eyes widened as he stared at the bald middle-aged man nearly popping out of his sockets. He is young Master Xiong, the notorious leader of the underground forces in Haizhou. In an instant, Kong Xian's face turned from red to a deep shade of blue, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Today has truly been an embarrassment that opens the door to embarrassment, an utter disgrace. The others behind Kong Xian finally realized who they had offended, their faces paling in horror. The bald middle-aged man before them was indeed the infamous figure in Haizhou, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. Boss Guan, how do you think we should resolve this matter? Yin Xiong handed the decision to the middle-aged fat man. Hee. The middle-aged fat man chuckled, walking up to Cheng Jia and not hiding the lewd look in his eyes. What do you want? We'll pay you, isn't that enough? Cheng Jia was now terrified and lost for words. Hey, I'm short on everything except money. The middle-aged fat man sneered, gripping Shi-chun's chin. Aren't you the one who complained about me touching your woman? Today I'll do it right in front of you. Oh, let's see what you can do about it. After he said this, Cheng Jia's face turned pale in an instant. The faces of the other young men and women turned terrifyingly pale. Although they were rich second-generation heirs, they had never experienced such a scene, leaving them at a loss. At that moment, the middle-aged fat man's hand was already reaching towards Cheng Jia. Stop. Su Zilin pulled Cheng Jia behind her and said coldly, I warn you, I called the police earlier. You'd better not act recklessly. Yi Fei, upon hearing his cousin's words, closed his eyes in exasperation. Su Zilin's warning was nothing but pouring oil on the fire. Sure enough, as soon as Su Zilin finished speaking, the air in the entire private room seemed to freeze. Ha ha. Yin Xiong's laughter echoed throughout the room, but to the ears of the listeners, it felt chilling to the bone. Good, calling the police is great. I want to see which cop dares to come to my territory. Yin Xiong's face was terrifyingly grim. Hee. The middle-aged fat man also crossed his arms, chuckling coldly. Originally, I only intended to teach you a small lesson, but since you've broken the rules, first don't blame me for being ruthless. Yin Xiong sneered. He pointed at Cheng Jia and the two girls beside her, Su Zilin and Luo Yiren. Today you three will stay behind for drinks. I can let this matter go. Young master, you can't. Kong Xian hurriedly interjected, but before he could finish, Little Knife kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. What are you even worth to instruct young master on how to do things? Little Knife disdainfully said, retracting his foot. Grab those three, everyone else get the hell out. Yin Xiong instructed the bodyguards beside him. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 bodyguards moved towards Su Zilin and the others, intending to drag them over to Yin Xiong. Oh! The 3 girls screamed in fright as the rushing bodyguards approached. Bang bang bang. 3 loud crashing sounds echoed as the 3 bodyguards were sent flying before they even touched the girls. After Yi Fei kicked the 3 bodyguards away, he stepped forward and said calmly, So you are young Master Xiong. Give me some face, and let's end this matter here today. Silence. An eerie stillness gripped the entire private room, every gaze fixed upon Yi Fei as if he were a fool. That was the unspoken thought in everyone's mind. Haha, how amusing. How long has it been since anyone dared demand respect from me? Today two have appeared at once. Yin Xiong's face curled into a sardonic smile. Young man, who are you? And whose protection do you claim? Speak plainly. I'd like to see whether your patron is worthy of my deference. Though Yin Xiong smiled, his eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Me. Yi Fei returned the smile, unfazed by Yin Xiong's predatory glare, and replied calmly. I'm merely an ordinary student. No protector, no backing. Boom. As soon as Yi Fei uttered those words, the very air in the private room seemed to freeze solid. Good, good, good. 3 goods in succession. Yin Xiong stared intently at Yi Fei. Excellent. You've succeeded in enraging me. Clap, clap. Yin Xiong clapped twice. And in an instant, dozens of heavily armed bodyguards, weapons drawn, stormed into the room, encircling Yi Fei and his companions with cold, mocking grins. It seems I've grown too low profile of late. Stray cats and dogs now dare intrude and provoke me. Young man, you boast of being a fighter. Then I'll grant you the chance to prove it. Yin Xiong sneered. We're finished, Kong Xian groaned, closing his eyes in despair. When he opened them again, his gaze toward Yi Fei burned with hatred. There might still have been room for reconciliation, if only we'd begged for mercy. Master Yin would surely have spared us out of respect for my father. Now this rustic fool has ruined everything. Hearing Kong Xian's words, the others turned on Yi Fei with venomous glares. What does this country bumpkin think he's doing? This imbecile. He means to get us all killed. Does he even grasp whom he dares defy? We're doomed by this fool. A hushed chorus of curses rose among the group. Kid, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Guo Chunhai shouted directly at Yi Fei, then swiftly pivoted to Yin Xiong. Master Yin, we've never laid eyes on him. True, we don't know him at all. We're not with him. We've never met this rustic before. Others echoed in unison. At that moment, a beautiful woman who had performed on stage earlier approached. Yin Xiong cast a strange glance at Yi Fei, then leaned close and whispered something into his ear. Whoosh. Yin Xiong shot upright, eyes locking onto Yi Fei with terrifying malevolence. So it's you. Was it you yesterday who extorted 1 million from my shop? Yin Xiong ground his teeth. I hadn't even sought you out. Yet here you are walking straight into my den. Excellent. Let's settle both old and new scores now. Yi Fei glanced at the woman speaking with Yin Xiong and recognized her instantly, the same female clerk from Yumintang the previous night. What? Yi Fei extorted 1 million from Master Yin. Is he courting death? Impossible. He's just a provincial nobody. How could he possibly blackmail Master Yin? Hearing Yin Xiong's words, Kong Xian and the others nearly fainted from terror. Who was Yin Xiong? He was the undisputed overlord of Haizhou's underworld, a true warlord whose authority even municipal officials dared not challenge. Yet this uncouth peasant from the countryside had not only dared to extort Yin Xiong, but demanded 1 million. Was this not suicide incarnate? Though surrounded by dozens of armed guards, Yi Fei remained utterly composed. If you wish to settle accounts, let the others leave first. I'll stay behind and play with you at length. Yes, Master Yin. Please let us go. He bears a grudge against you, not us. Exactly. We've never met him. Master Yin, Yi Fei has offended you. Punish or kill him as you see fit. But we have done you no wrong. Kong Xian and the others hurriedly chimed in. If Yi Fei wished to die, they certainly had no intention of joining him. Yi Fei, speak up. You're the one who offended Master Yin, not us. Don't drag us down with you. Seeing Yin Xiong remain silent, Cheng Jia grew anxious and urged Yi Fei to shoulder full responsibility. Yi Fei swept his gaze across the group, disgust flooding his eyes. Were it not for his desire to keep his secrets hidden from these people, he wouldn't have lifted a finger to save them. Very well. I'd like to see how you intend to play. Yin Xiong nodded to his guards. Throw them all out. Hearing Yin Xiong's order, Kong Xian and the others fled for the door as if granted imperial pardon, completely ignoring Yi Fei, none pausing to ask what would become of him. Iran, let's leave quickly too. Cheng Jia tugged at Luo Iran, who stood motionless beside Yi Fei. You go ahead. I'll stay with Yi Fei. Luo Iran didn't even turn her head, her voice calm and resolute. Iran, are you mad? Staying here serves no purpose. Better to wait outside and gather help. Cheng Jia pressed urgently. Yet Luo Iran shook her head serenely. This matter was never Yi Fei's to begin with. He shouldn't bear it alone. You may go. My decision is final. Su Zilin also chose to stay, watching Yi Fei with equal parts fury and anxiety. Though she held little affection for him, Yi Fei was her cousin. She seethed at his reckless bravado, yet couldn't abandon him to face danger alone. Cheng Jia, and you go? I'll remain with Yi Fei, Su Zilin declared. Yi Fei turned briefly toward Luo Iran and Su Zilin. Leave, all of you. Your presence here will only hinder me. Yes, yes. Iranziline will only slow him down. Better to contact our families outside. Perhaps we can devise a way to rescue him. Cheng Jia hastened to agree. You, Su Zilin, furious that Yi Fei still played the hero at such a moment, nearly raged, but conceded Cheng Jia's logic. With angry resolve, she grabbed Luo Iran's arm. Iran, let's go. Let him indulge his arrogance alone. Yi Fei, you. As Luo Iran was pulled away, she lingered, casting one last worried glance at him. Yi Fei answered with a reassuring smile, don't worry, I'll be fine. Seeing his confidence, Luo Iran reluctantly nodded and followed the two women out. Once the three had departed, Yi Fei stretched his limbs, then fixed Yin Xiong with a tranquil gaze. Bring forth whatever you've got. Bold boy. Yin Xiong bared his teeth in a wolfish grin and commanded his guards, all of you, attack. Teach this brat what it means to be human. The guards roared their assent, like lions descending upon a lone lamb, and surged forward, weapons raised to crush Yi Fei. Dozens of armed men swarming one person. This wasn't instruction. It was butchery. Foolish. A cold murmur escaped Yi Fei's lips. His eyes flashed with icy light, and his body moved. His rear foot drove hard into the floor. With a sharp whoosh, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Thud, 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 thud. Heavy impacts reverberated through the private room, followed by bodies hurtling backward one after another. Yi Fei moved like a tiger among sheep, darting effortlessly through the guards. Each strike, a fist a kick, sent another guard flying off his feet. They barely glimpsed his afterimage, let alone land a blow. In under half a minute, the carpet lay strewn with crumpled figures, each writhing and moaning on the floor. Whoosh. Just as Yi Fei prepared to send the last guard flying, a shrill whistle cut the air. A throwing knife arrow straight aimed at the base of his skull. Vrrm. An inch from Yi Fei's nape, the blade froze midair, as if he'd sprouted eyes upon his spine. In one fluid pivot, he spun around. Two fingers snapped into place, catching the blade between them, halting its fatal plunge mere millimeters from his brow. How is this possible? Xiao Dao, standing behind, Yin Xiong, nearly popped his eyes from their sockets. Caught it. It had actually been caught. His mouth hung agape, disbelief etched across his face. His name was Xiao Dao, and his sole claim to standing beside Yin Xiong was his peerless mastery of the throwing knife. With that skill, he had felled countless elite warriors, never once missing his mark since his debut. Yet moments ago, his perfect lethal strike, launched while Yi Fei's back was turned, had been caught barehanded. His knives were custom forged, his wrist strength superhuman. Their impact could pierce steel plates an inch thick, yet Yi Fei had snatched it with 2 fingers, without so much as staggering backward. One courtesy deserves another, Yi Fei said coolly. Your knife, returned to you. Whoosh. As the words left his lips, Yi Fei flicked his wrist, the knife rocketing back at several times its original speed. No, Xiao Dao screamed, flailing his hand upward. Too late. The blade pierced his palm, tore through the bones of his forearm, and erupted from his upper back, embedding itself hilt deep into the wall. Boom. At the instant the blade exited his flesh, Xiao Dao's entire right arm detonated, reduced to a crimson mist. Arg! An inhuman shriek tore through the private room. My arm, my arm. Xiao Dao collapsed, clutching his severed shoulder, his cries fading after 2 desperate wails as he slipped into unconsciousness. Yi Fei remained impassive, never glancing at the fallen Xiao Dao. That knife had been aimed to kill. To one who sought his life, Yi Fei showed no mercy. Severing his arm was already extraordinary clemency. The air thickened with the coppery stench of blood. The women inside recoiled in horror, witnessing their elegant private room transformed in moments into a slaughterhouse. Yi Fei slid his hands into his pockets and regarded Yin Xiong with quiet authority. Now, am I worthy of your respect? Yi Fei's calm words lingered in the air, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Indeed, was he truly qualified? If Yi Fei himself fell short of qualification, then who among mortals could possibly meet such a standard? The once arrogant, portly middle-aged man now sat crumpled on the floor, his legs trembling violently, uncontrollable like sieved chaff. Yin Xiong narrowed his eyes at Yi Fei, yet not a trace of fear flickered across his face. Boy, I admit, I misjudged you just now. You are formidable in combat. But, his voice turned glacial sharp as shattered ice. If you believe this display alone can force Yin Xiong to bow, then you are grievously mistaken. A cold, mirthless grin twisted his lips, his expression grotesquely fierce. He turned to Man Jie beside him and commanded, Go, summon Master Wu immediately. Before the final syllable left his mouth, a thunderous voice boomed through the sealed door of the private suite. No need. I have already arrived. Though unseen, his voice, deep, resonant, and unshakably authoritative, pierced the chamber like a bronze bell struck at dawn. Bang! The suite door burst open. A middle-aged man strode in, clad in a black robe with a closely cropped square-cut hairstyle. His eyes gleamed with piercing intensity, his temples bulged with hardened sinew. Though his musculature was lean rather than massive, his frame radiated an unyielding steel-forged solidity. This was Wu Kuan, the sovereign guardian of the establishment summoned by Yin Xiong at tremendous cost. Master Wu, you've come. This is most fortuitous. Yin Xiong slammed his palm upon the armrest of the sofa and rose laughing heartily. Wu Kuan stood aloof and imperious, offering only a perfunctory nod in reply. Yin Xiong felt no offense, only natural deference. For Wu Kuan was a martial cultivator, a genuine outer chi master whose strength was beyond dispute. Wu Kuan's gaze swept across the assembly, two razor-edged blades carving through flesh and spirit alike. Each person he looked upon instinctively bowed their head. Then, his eyes locked onto Yi Fei, and Yi Fei in turn regarded him with quiet, unblinking curiosity. Yin Xiong, this boy is the one you wish me to subdue. Wu Kuan glanced once at Yi Fei, detecting nothing extraordinary, no aura, no resonance, then spoke indifferently. Yes, Master Wu, it is him. Yin Xiong clenched his teeth and nodded firmly. I beg your intervention, just once. Think carefully, Wu Kuan replied coolly. This youth bears no inner energy whatsoever. He is utterly ordinary. I pledged you 3 strikes. Do you truly wish to waste one upon a commoner? A faint sardonic smile played upon his lips. To him, Yi Fei was less than dust, a speck unworthy of his hand. Yes, I am certain, Yin Xiong affirmed, jaw clenched. To expend even a single strike from a martial master, even for Yin Xiong, was a bitter, stinging loss. Yet if he failed to crush Yi Fei today, the scandal would shatter his authority across Haizhou. Wealth could be regained, but lost prestige, that once gone, was nearly impossible to reclaim. I ask that you subdue this boy and deliver him into my hands for judgment. Very well. Wu Kuan assented with a curt nod. Turning to Yi Fei, he declared, Boy, you heard all that. Surrender now. Submit yourself to Yin Xiong's judgment. You are but a mortal, ignorant of the true might of a martial cultivator. Should I truly unleash my power, you will either die or be crippled beyond recovery. His gaze swept over Yi Fei with contemptuous disdain, as though surveying an ant beneath his boot. Arrogant, unassailable, you demand my surrender? Yi Fei smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, it is for your own good. You are nothing but a common mortal, no different from an ant before me. The power of a martial cultivator lies far beyond your comprehension. Wu Kuan stood tall, arms folded behind his back, radiating supreme confidence. Ha ha! Yi Fei burst into unrestrained laughter. My! Wu Kuan's expression instantly froze, cold, lethal. What boy do you find so amusing? You demand my surrender? Yi Fei's tone chilled to match his opponent's. Then tell me, what precisely are you? Do you truly believe yourself worthy of such a command? Wu Kuan's eyes turned glacial, twin daggers of frozen fury aimed straight at Yi Fei. As a martial cultivator, nay an outer chi master, he had walked every land, revered, honored, and treated as sovereign. Even Yin Xiong, the underworld sovereign of Haizhou, dared not treat him with anything less than utmost reverence. Yet here today he had been challenged by some unknown youth, questioned as to his very worth. What was he? How could he not rage? Boy, you seek death. The words escaped his gritted teeth, each syllable dripping with murderous intent. I seek death. No, it is you who walks toward it. Yi Fei shot back, unflinching. A sharp-tongued pup. I wonder, does your skill match your tongue? Wu Kuan laughed, a sound devoid of mirth. I had intended to spare your life. Now that mercy is withdrawn. Since you dared provoke an outer chi master, you shall pay for my wrath with your blood. His voice by the final word had descended into the abyssal chill of the 9th netherworld, so frigid that every soul in the suite shuddered uncontrollably. Yi Fei gazed at Wu Kuan and smiled coldly. Your words are too many. Died. Wu Kuan roared and drove his right foot down with explosive force. Boom. A deafening shockwave erupted. The reinforced concrete floor beneath the carpet cratered inward, leaving a 1-inch deep imprint. Wu Kuan launched forward like a human cannonball, streaking toward Yi Fei. Yin Xiong exhaled in relief, his prestige at last secured. Yet even as he relaxed, a whisper of regret stirred within him. He had intended for Wu Kuan to merely restrain Yi Fei, hand him over so he could savor his vengeance slowly, methodically. And in doing so issue a chilling warning to every rogue and upstart across Haizhou, cross Yin Xiong, and this is your fate. But now, that chance was lost. Yi Fei had enraged Wu Kuan. With fury blazing, how could his end possibly be anything but absolute annihilation? Perhaps the best he can hope for is an intact corpse, Yin Xiong mused silently. Crack. Before the thought fully formed, a sharp whip-like report split the air, crackling with terrifying clarity. Then Yin Xiong saw it. A figure hurled backward like a discarded sack of rags, hurtling toward the wall. Thud. The body slammed into the wall with cataclysmic force. The entire suite trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Guests staggered and collapsed to the floor. Dust rained from the ceiling, triggering fresh shrieks from the women inside. Huh. So much for his reputation. Couldn't even withstand a single blow from Master Wu. Truly you are. Yin Xiong hadn't even risen fully before bursting into triumphant laughter, eyes already turning toward the center of the suite to heap praise upon Wu Kun. But the moment his gaze settled upon the figure standing there, his throat constricted as though gripped by an invisible hand. The rest of his sentence died unspoken. For the man standing calmly at the suite's center was Yi Fei, and if he stood unharmed, then the one embedded in the wall. A dreadful possibility flashed through Yin Xiong's mind. How is this possible? He screamed inwardly. Wu Kun is a martial cultivator, a true outer chi master. Why you? Yin Xiong's eyes bulged wide as Oxen's mouth gaped open large enough to swallow a goose egg, staring as if beholding a specter. Yi Fei stood motionless at the center, hands tucked casually in his pockets, posture unchanged as though he had never moved at all. What about me? He asked, smiling gently at Yin Xiong. Cough, cough. A ragged, pained cough echoed from the wall. Slowly Wu Kun emerged from the gaping hole, disheveled, battered, and humbled. Dust coated his entire frame, his robes hung in tatters, his former arrogance utterly extinguished. A vivid crimson handprint bloomed across his right cheek. Master Wu. Yin Xiong stammered. Wu Kun ignored him entirely, advancing step by heavy step toward Yi Fei, his face dark with grim realization. I confess, I underestimated you. I did not expect you to be an outer chi master like myself. But, his teeth ground together, voice thick with venom. You concealed your cultivation, pretended to be an ordinary man, lulling me into complacency. Was such deception not beneath even a warrior's honor? An outer chi master. I wasn't aware. Yi Fei blinked, then broke into soft, incredulous laughter. Wu Kun had mistaken him for a peer in martial cultivation. Alas, he was wrong. Yi Fei was no mere martial cultivator. He was a Taoist cultivator, a practitioner of immortal arts leagues above any earthly martial master. Of course, Yi Fei had no intention of revealing that truth. Let Wu Kun remain mistaken, for now. Shrugging lightly, he replied, that slap. Merely the price of your arrogance. What? Yin Xiong was stunned and speechless after hearing the conversation between the two. Yi Fei was actually a martial artist too. Moreover, he was an external strength master, just like Wu Kun. How is this possible? How old is he? Cold sweat broke out on Yin Xiong's forehead. It was the first time he had lost his composure since Yi Fei appeared in the box on the top floor. Even when he saw Wu Kun being smashed into the wall by Yi Fei earlier, he was shocked, but not flustered. But now it was different. Yi Fei was not even 20 yet, and was already an external strength master. What about the future? Who would dare to say he wouldn't become even stronger? Offending such a young and immensely talented master, wouldn't his own situation be? Thinking of this, Yin Xiong felt a chill run down his spine. Only then did he realize that his shirt had been soaked with sweat clinging to his back. Wu Kun was so enraged by Yi Fei's words that he couldn't find anything to say. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You are an external strength master, and so am I. Just now it was only because I was careless that I fell for your trick. Wu Kun's face darkened. Oh. Yi Fei shrugged, noncommittal. Yi Fei's indifferent demeanor only made Wu Kun angrier. He wished he could rush forward and strangle Yi Fei to death. Of course, he could only think about it. They were both external strength masters, and he couldn't do anything to Yi Fei. We are all martial artists, there's no need to turn against each other. Wu Kun looked at Yi Fei and said, how about this? I'll mediate. You apologize to Yin Xiong and let today's matter end here. What do you think? You want me to apologize to him? Yi Fei's face revealed a playful smile upon hearing this. Although Wu Kun claimed to be mediating, his attitude was undoubtedly biased towards Yin Xiong. Moreover, while Wu Kun said they were both martial artists of the same realm, he carried himself as if he were above Yi Fei, clearly underestimating him due to his youth. What are you laughing at? Wu Kun frowned. What are you? You think you can make me apologize to him? By the end of Yi Fei's words, he was already sneering. Crack, crack. Wu Kun clenched his fists, producing a sound of cracking joints. This was the second time. It was the second time Yi Fei had confronted him directly about what he was. Kid, do you really want to go all out? Wu Kun's face was grim. Fish may die, but the net won't break. Yi Fei replied with a cold smile. Enough, put away your hypocritical and ugly facade. You think I wouldn't see through your intentions? Did he guess it? Wu Kun's heart tightened upon hearing this. However, he feigned ignorance, saying, what do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm merely mediating for both sides. What intentions could I have? Yi Fei wore a look of disdain. At this moment, he was too lazy to engage in pleasantries with Wu Kun. Once you learned I was a martial artist, you pretended to want to mediate, while actually trying to force me to bow down. So what? You came to Yin Xiong's place to cause trouble, shouldn't you apologize? Wu Kuan retorted. Heh. Yi Fei chuckled coldly. If it were just that, it would be nothing. But Yi Fei suddenly paused, his gaze on Wu Kuan radiating a chilling light. Martial artists value courage and progress, relentlessly forging ahead. If I bow down and apologize today, I will carry a resentment in my heart that will fester over time. Once such a knot is formed, while it may not affect me in the short term, it will lurk deep within my heart, like a malignant tumor. When I reach a critical moment in my cultivation, it will erupt. At best, I will be stuck at my current level for life. Oh, at worst, I may die on the spot. So tell me, do you think your calculations are good? Yi Fei sneered. I have to admit your intentions are truly wicked. Wu Kuan looked at Yi Fei in shock, somewhat in disbelief. He never expected that his deeply hidden thoughts would be exposed by Yi Fei and that he would confront him face to face. Since Yi Fei had seen through him, Wu Kuan was too lazy to hide it. A sinister smile crept onto his face. How I didn't expect you so young to have such thoughts. Truly rare. If you continue to grow like this, perhaps one day a new master dragon will emerge on the land of Huaxiao. Unfortunately, you encountered me. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. Who told you to be so reckless before you've even grown up? Wu Kuan's smile was eerie as he stared at Yi Fei, a faint excitement glimmering in his eyes. To crush a potential master genius, just the thought of it is thrilling. What, after I exposed your scheme, you want to make a move? Yi Fei sneered. I advise you to think carefully before you act. Who was the one who got knocked away just now? Hey, that's why you're unlucky. Normally, I wouldn't have a way to deal with you. But now it's different. As Wu Kuan spoke, he flipped his right hand, revealing a pea-sized crimson pill in his palm, exuding a faint fishy smell. Wu Kuan stared at the pill in his hand, eyes filled with madness and obsession, like a starving wolf watching a naked beauty. Kid, perhaps you don't know what this is. Wu Kuan laughed. This pill is called the Breaking Boundary Pill. Taking it will allow an external strength master to possess the power of an internal strength master for a short period. Although the effects wear off, leaving one to lie in bed for 3 months, being able to personally crush a young genius with a chance of becoming a master is worth the price. After saying this, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Wu Kuan's body instantly turned bright red, his veins bulging like massive worms writhing, looking quite gruesome. Oh, the intense pain caused him to scream in agony, and at the same time a powerful aura erupted from his body. Buzz. His long robe flapped as if stirred by the wind, and those closest to Wu Kuan, including Yin Xiong, were blown backward by the surge of energy. Wu Kuan's eyes turned bloodshot, looking frantic. He shouted, slapping his palm towards Yi Fei Dai. Before the palm could reach him, a powerful gust of wind, mixed with an oppressive force, rushed towards Yi Fei. Kid, channel your true essence throughout your body. Don't be timid, fight him. Just as Yi Fei was frowning, contemplating whether to dodge or take on Wu Kuan's strike, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor resonated in his ear. Trusting the reincarnation ancestor, Yi Fei did not hesitate, instantly channeling his true essence throughout his body and meeting Wu Kuan's full force strike with a palm of his own. Bang! The sound of the clash echoed throughout the box. The violent airflow from the collision wreaked havoc inside the entire box. Some physically weak individuals fainted from the impact of the airflow. Whoosh! As the clash concluded, a figure was sent flying like a broken kite, causing the already battered box to shake violently once more. Cough, cough. Yin Xiong and others waved their arms to disperse the dust in front of them. In the haze, Yin Xiong saw a tall figure standing in the center of the box. Yin Xiong was overjoyed and hurried over. Congratulations, Mr. Wu. Congratulations. That kid overestimated himself, daring to provoke Mr. Wu, truly asking for. As he got closer, Yin Xiong's fawning smile froze, and his voice abruptly halted. Within less than a yard from Yin Xiong, a handsome face was currently looking at him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Yin Xiong wiped his eyes and nearly cried upon recognizing that face. His mind held just one thought. Damn it, how is it you again? The person standing in the center of the box was of course Yi Fei. Continue talking. Yi Fei wore a smile, appearing just like a harmless big boy next door. However, this smile made Yin Xiong feel a chill run down his spine, and he instinctively shuddered. Yi. Mr. Yi, it's you. Yin Xiong forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Or else who did you think it would be? Yi Fei coldly asked. Yin Xiong was immediately speechless, feeling as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. Who did I think it was? I certainly thought it was Wu Kuan. Damn it. Wu Kuan is really a waste. Normally, if he couldn't win, that would be fine, but after taking the medicine, he still couldn't win. Yin Xiong cursed silently. At this moment, he wished he could insult Wu Kuan's entire ancestral line of women. The dust gradually settled. Yin Xiong looked at his private box, which was more unbearable than a garbage dump, and truly felt like crying without tears. Cough, cough. A loud cough came from the wall, followed by the sound of something heavy falling. Ah, Mr. Wu, you. Yin Xiong shouted loudly. At this moment, he finally realized that it was Wu Kuan who had fallen from the wall. while Wu Kuan fell to the ground spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? I took the breaking boundary pill. My strength is already equivalent to an internal strength master. How could I still not be your opponent? Wu Kuan shrieked in disbelief. You are not an external strength master. Did I ever say I was an external strength master? Yi Fei smiled indifferently. Could it be? You are an internal strength master. Wu Kuan's eyes widened, then he shook his head. No, my previous strength was already equivalent to an internal strength master. Even an internal strength master at the peak wouldn't easily defeat me. My Dantian. Wu Kuan screamed again. This time his voice was even more miserable. You are so ruthless. You actually destroyed my Dantian. Wu Kuan glared at Yi Fei with resentment. Suddenly he seemed to realize something, shivering and looking at Yi Fei as if he had seen a ghost. The force penetrates flesh and skin, hitting someone as if painting. You are not an internal strength master. You are actually a transformation realm master. I hate it. Cultivation realm grandmaster. Yin Xiong nearly fainted upon hearing Wu Kuan's final words before slipping into unconsciousness. This youth, barely 17 or 18, was actually a cultivation realm grandmaster. What defines a grandmaster? In the martial world, an ancient saying has long endured: grandmasters are like dragons, soaring freely across the 9 heavens. This phrase conveys 2 truths. First, it signifies their overwhelming power. Such figures transcend mortal limitations and stand beyond the reach of secular law. Even should they take a life, earthly justice holds no authority over them. Second, it speaks to their extreme rarity. Across all of China, only a handful of grandmasters exist, each as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only in fleeting silhouette. Yin Xiong had never imagined he would encounter one today, let alone one so astonishingly young. Worse still, he had already incurred the grandmaster's wrath. At that moment, Yin Xiong wished nothing more than death. Strangely, he even envied the unconscious Wu Kuan. Unconsciousness meant escape from consequence. Now shall we settle our accounts? Yi Fei's voice cut through the silence. Thud. Without hesitation, Yin Xiong dropped to his knees with a thunderous thud and began kowtowing repeatedly before Yi Fei. Grandmaster, ye spare my wretched life. I, Yin Xiong, am blind as a dog who fails to recognize a mountain peak. Mercy, Grandmaster Yi. Spare this lowly dog's life. His forehead struck the floor again and again, like a pile driver hammering stone, sending sharp echoes reverberating through the room. Within moments, a swelling the size of a pigeon's egg rose on his brow, but he felt nothing. He knew full well the youth standing before him was no ordinary master. He was a prodigy grandmaster. If Yi Fei grew displeased, even slightly, and chose to erase him, Yin Xiong would have nowhere to weep, no one to plead for him. No one would dare risk offending a grandmaster for the sake of Yin Xiong. After all, bowing before a grandmaster brought no shame. Inside the private lounge, those huddled in the shadows stood utterly dumbfounded. Who was Yin Xiong? He was the underworld sovereign of Haizhou, a man whose very footsteps made the entire city tremble. Yet now this legendary warlord knelt before a youth begging for mercy with abject humility. The sight was profoundly unsettling. Yi Fei frowned, observing Yin Xiong's frantic head-battering prostration, not with satisfaction, but with quiet weariness. He had never been one to press advantage relentlessly. Moreover, throughout today's affair, he had suffered no true harm. Enough. Rise. Yi Fei stamped once upon the floor. Yet instead of cracking stone, a surge of immense force welled up from beneath, lifting Yin Xiong upright, without inflicting a single bruise. Yin Xiong's eyes widened. His gaze upon Yi Fei deepened into reverent awe. This was the art of a grandmaster. Truly unfathomable, bordering on divine. Let this matter end here. I trust you will not pursue those young women further, Yi Fei said calmly. Yes, sir. Yin Xiong bowed low in immediate assent. Even if granted 10 lifetimes courage, he dared not approach them again. As Yi Fei prepared to speak further, his phone rang. He retrieved it. Indeed, the call came from Song Lashiji. I've arrived at the club, Mr. Yi. Where are you now? Song Lashiji asked. I'm in the penthouse lounge. Come straight up. Yi Fei ended the call, then turned back to Yin Xiong. I expect this incident to remain known to few. Yes, I'll ensure absolute silence. Yin Xiong nodded vigorously, then glared at the onlookers behind him. Anyone who breathes a single word of this, his tongue will be severed. Never. We'd never dare. They chorused in terrified unison. Moments later, the penthouse door swung open. A stern-faced young man in his early 30s stepped into view. Even with his ironclad composure, the sight within the lounge jolted him deeply. His gaze swept the room, then locked onto Yi Fei. He had seen Yi Fei's photograph before. Recognition was instantaneous. Just as he stepped forward to speak, his eyes fell upon Yin Xiong standing opposite Yi Fei, and his brows snapped together in sharp rebuke. Yin Xiong, what is the meaning of this? Xing, brother Xing, what brings you here? Yin Xiong stared, stunned, more so than the young man himself. Though barely 30, the youth commanded deference from a man over 40. Yet Yin Xiong addressed him as brother. Others might remain ignorant of his origins, but Yin Xiong knew precisely who stood before him. This was Xing Jun, the personal driver of the patriarch of the Song family of Haizhou. The Song family of Haizhou, true titans of the city. Yin Xiong held sway in Haizhou, but only among ordinary mortals. Against a dynasty like the Songs, he was immeasurably outmatched. They existed on entirely different planes. Ignoring Yin Xiong's question, Xing Jun spoke with quiet menace. Yin Xiong, Mr. Yi saved Elder Song's life. Disrespect him and no one, not even heaven, will shield you. Elder Song's savior. Yin Xiong recoiled anew. Indeed, last night Elder Song collapsed into unconsciousness, and Mr. Yi intervened, reviving him. Xing Jun affirmed. Last night, he revived Elder Song. Yin Xiong stared at Yi Fei in disbelief, until his gaze settled on the school uniform and sudden understanding dawned. Of course, only a grandmaster whose arts defy heaven and earth could possibly restore Elder Song from such dire illness. Noting Yin Xiong's silence, Xing Jun's expression darkened. Tell me, you've already offended Mr. Yi. Yin Xiong choked on his own voice. Had he merely offended Yi Fei, he had all but sworn to eliminate him. Yet, everything had changed. It was over. Internally, Yin Xiong seethed. Why couldn't you have arrived just a little sooner? Had I known he was Elder Song's savior, would I ever have dared act thus? Now I'd love to disrespect him, but do I dare? This young master is a Cultivation realm grandmaster. Yet Yi Fei had expressly demanded secrecy, so these words remained locked inside his throat. Xing Jun's face hardened at Yin Xiong's silence. Yin Xiong opened his mouth, then faltered helplessly, turning his pleading gaze toward Yi Fei. Yi Fei watched mildly exasperated as the famed Haizhou warlord assumed the posture of a wronged, trembling bride. Truly the man was suffering nobly. He has shown me no disrespect, Yi Fei interjected. This matter is concluded. Take me to Elder Song. Yes, sir. Seeing Yi Fei's leniency, Xing Jun ceased inquiry. He led the way down to the club's entrance where an unassuming phaeton awaited. Once Yi Fei entered, Xing Jun executed a sharp U-turn. The car launched forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Over half an hour later, the phaeton rolled into Haizhou's North District. Unlike the East District, the North District was Haizhou's legendary enclave of wealth, where each residence commanded prices measured in millions. An old legend circulated among Haizhou residents about the North District. Should you one day see an unremarkable elderly woman scavenging plastic bottles from a roadside bin, do not underestimate her. For it is quite possible that your entire fortune amounts to less than a fraction of her bank balance. The car surged northward through the district, accelerating steadily toward Tianyun Mountain, the city's northernmost peak. At the mountain's base, security halted them. Xing Jun produced an identification document which the guards inspected before granting passage upward. 2 more checkpoints followed, each stricter than the last. Finally, the vehicle drew to a halt within a private estate atop the summit. Nearly an hour had elapsed since departure. Yi Fei stepped out to find himself in an open-air parking lot, an expanse rivaling a football field densely packed with luxury vehicles. It resembled nothing so much as a private auto exhibition. Tisk tisk. Yi Fei clicked his tongue. Truly the extravagance of the wealthy knew no bounds. Emerging from the lot, Xing Jun strode ahead, while Yi Fei followed at a relaxed pace, his eyes quietly absorbing the estate's layout. Xing Jun walked swiftly, yet with such fluid momentum that he seemed to glide rather than stride. Initially, he feared Yi Fei might fall behind, and considered slowing. But when he glanced back and saw Yi Fei maintaining perfect, unwavering distance, he abandoned the thought. Yi Fei's steps were unhurried, almost leisurely, pausing occasionally to observe his surroundings. Yet his distance from Xing Jun never varied by more than 2 meters. More striking still, though Yi Fei surveyed the estate with evident curiosity, his expression remained serene, free of the awe or anxiety typical of common folk confronting such opulence. This earned Yi Fei renewed respect in Xing Jun's eyes. After nearly 5 minutes of walking, they arrived before a freestanding villa resembling a fairy tale castle. Brother Xing, did you bring him? A voice like a golden oriole's trill drifted from within the villa as they approached the entrance. Yi Fei instinctively looked up, and there she was, a girl of 17 or 18, ethereal and graceful, gliding toward them. Her face was a perfect oval, her features delicately carved like fine porcelain, her skin luminous and flawless, untouched by cosmetics, yet radiating a beauty that eclipsed all others. She carried a silver tray with poised elegance, emanating a tranquil, otherworldly grace, as if she had stepped directly from an immortal scroll painting. To behold her even once stirred instant affection. Yi Fei was startled to feel his inner chi surge spontaneously, flowing without conscious command. Damn it, primordial Tao body. How is this possible? A voice boomed inside Yi Fei's mind. Luin Hui Laozu breaking his usual composure with raw, unfiltered shock. This was the first time Yi Fei had ever witnessed Luin Hui Laozu lose his equanimity. How is this possible? How? Luin Hui Laozu roared inwardly, in a realm starved of spiritual energy. How could such a celestial constitution arise? Primordial Tao body, harmonized with heaven itself. Yes, it must be. It truly is a primordial Tao body. Master, what are you saying? Yi Fei finally interrupted, unable to bear the torrent any longer. What is a primordial Tao body? Boy, you've stumbled upon sheer staggering fortune. First an azure Yin body, 1 in 10,000. Now this, a primordial Tao body, rarer still. Luin Hui Laozu's voice trembled with unrestrained exhilaration. Your luck makes even this old master envious. Without pause for questions, Luin Hui Laozu pressed urgently, boy, I don't care how. You must secure her allegiance. Fail, and you commit the gravest betrayal imaginable, betraying your master and extinguishing your lineage. If I don't handle her, am I betraying my master and ancestors? Yi Fei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing the words of the reincarnation ancestor. What does this even mean? Master, it's almost summer, why are you still so excited? Yi Fei thought in silence. The voice of the reincarnation ancestor echoed in Yi Fei's ear, filled with anger. You little rascal, do you know what kind of constitution that girl has? The innate Tao body, didn't you say that? Yi Fei replied helplessly. Then do you know what an innate Tao body is? No. Yi Fei answered honestly. Let me tell you, the innate Tao body is a constitution that is naturally in harmony with the great Tao. Oh, it is favored by the heavenly Tao. Such individuals, once they begin to cultivate, are truly terrifying, because they have no bottleneck at all. The reincarnation ancestors spoke with envy. What? No bottleneck? This time Yi Fei was also shocked. Ever since he started cultivating, Yi Fei had learned quite a bit about cultivation. He knew that as cultivation progressed, breakthroughs became increasingly difficult. Some powerful cultivators could be stuck at a bottleneck for thousands or even tens of thousands of years without making any progress. Now you know how terrifying the innate Tao body is, right? The reincarnation ancestor chuckled. Let me tell you another thing. Among the 10 great immortal emperors in the immortal realm, there is one who possesses the innate Tao body. Do you know how long it took her from the start of her cultivation to become an immortal emperor? How long? Yi Fei asked. 8,000 years. The reincarnation ancestor snorted. That long? Yi Fei exclaimed in surprise. You little rascal, do you even know what it means for time to be long? The reincarnation ancestor was almost jumping with anger upon hearing Yi Fei's outburst. Do you know how long it took the other 9 immortal emperors to reach that level? Over 10 million years. Each of them is an ancient monster who has lived for over 10 million years. Now do you still think 8,000 years is long? Yi Fei couldn't help but curse in his heart. One had become an immortal emperor in just 8,000 years while the others had spent over 10 million years. The gap is just too huge. Wait a minute, ancestor, she has the innate Tao body. What does that have to do with me? Yi Fei couldn't help but ask. Isn't it said that you have astonishing luck? A reverse fate, like the innate Tao body, could actually come into your hands. Do you know that the innate Tao body has another title? Another title? Yi Fei blinked. Indeed, that is the best cauldron. Best cauldron, Yi Fei instinctively repeated. Kid, even on a planet like Earth, which is so lacking in spiritual energy, the innate Tao body can appear. The immortal realm is vast, many thousands of times larger than Earth. Over countless epochs, why has only one innate Tao body come to prominence? Why? Yi Fei's curiosity was piqued. Because those with the innate Tao body were taken away to be used as cauldrons before they even grew up. The reincarnation ancestor lamented, revealing the bloody truth. Using the innate Tao body as a cauldron might not allow for cultivation without bottlenecks like the body itself, but it can greatly enhance others' comprehension of the heavenly Tao and aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Thus, once the innate Tao body appears, all the major sects in the immortal realm will go crazy. Even some immortal kings who have been hidden for millions of years will take action to fight for it. The reincarnation ancestor sighed. They were given a reverse fate constitution, yet they also received a much more torturous destiny. Perhaps this is a kind of balance created by the heavenly Tao. The reincarnation ancestor sighed and said, Kid, now you know the value of the innate Tao body, right? Therefore you must do whatever it takes to win her over. Ancestor, you wouldn't want her to be my cauldron too, would you? Yi Fei suddenly widened his eyes. You brat, what are you thinking? Am I such a despicable person? The reincarnation ancestor wished he could kick Yi Fei a few times right now, but regrettably, he was just a trace of spiritual sense. Such vile things are what those despicable cultivators do. I naturally look down on them. The reincarnation ancestor grunted, and then suddenly changed the subject. You can't treat her as a cauldron, but you can cultivate with her. Cultivating together. Yi Fei blinked. Indeed, cultivating together. The reincarnation ancestor affirmed, cultivating together is different from taking supplements. Taking supplements means treating one side as a cauldron, sacrificing the other to achieve oneself. Cultivating together, however, allows both sides to progress without harming either. Kid, if you cultivate together with this girl along with that mysterious in-body girl, your cultivation speed will definitely skyrocket. Kid, I've told you so much, do you understand? Remember, you must do whatever it takes to win her over. The reincarnation ancestor spoke with a firm tone. All right, I'll try my best. Yi Fei replied helplessly. Not just trying your best. You must. The reincarnation ancestor shouted. Otherwise you would be betraying your master and ancestors. While enduring the week period after crossing the immortal king tribulation, the reincarnation ancestor was ambushed by his subordinates in collusion with his enemies, and then was besieged by 5 immortal kings. Even his immortal king body was shattered, and in the end only a trace of spiritual sense escaped into a spatial rift. Originally, the reincarnation ancestor chose Yi Fei not to have him take revenge. After all, becoming an immortal king was incredibly difficult. It requires not only talent, perseverance, and great wisdom, but also great opportunities and many other factors. The reincarnation ancestor merely wanted to find a successor to prevent his legacy from dying out without any thoughts of revenge. However, he did not expect Yi Fei's fortune to be so extraordinary. First, he encountered an incredibly rare mysterious in-body, and now he had met an even more monstrous innate Tao body. At the moment he saw the innate Tao body, the reincarnation ancestor seemed to catch a glimpse of hope for revenge. How could he not be excited? All right, I must, Yi Fei said helplessly. Kid, don't feel burdened. Winning her over is actually for her own good. The innate Tao body is too special, just like the Tang Sing meet in your Earth novels. There shouldn't be only one cultivator on Earth. If she is discovered by evil cultivators, she will certainly not escape the fate of becoming a cauldron, and she won't even be able to die. What you're doing is actually saving her. The reincarnation ancestor advised. The exchange between Yi Fei and the reincarnation ancestor seemed lengthy as it all happened in Yi Fei's mind, but in reality, it was just a brief moment of distraction. Young lady. Xing Jun greeted the girl respectfully upon seeing her. The girl responded with a smile, and at that moment, she also noticed Yi Fei behind Xing Jun. You must be Yi Fei, eh? Song Qinghua smiled at Yi Fei, extending her fair hand. I am Song Qinghua. Song Qinghua. Yi Fei muttered, feeling that this name was somewhat familiar. I am also a student of Haizhou No. One high school, Song Qinghua said with a smile. Ah! Yi Fei exclaimed, suddenly remembering why he found this name familiar. You are the mysterious one. Mysterious one. Song Qinghua blinked. Seeing the look on Song Qinghua's face, Yi Fei knew she definitely didn't understand the title he had heard in Haizhou No. One high school. Just as he was about to explain, a voice rang in their ears. Cousin, has the medicine for grandfather been prepared? A young man in his 20s, slick-haired and made up, came down from upstairs. Upon seeing Yi Fei beside Xing Jun, his brows furrowed. You are the kid who saved my grandfather. His tone was flippant with a hint of disdain. You don't look like much at all, the young man commented on Yi Fei. Turning to Xing Jun, he asked, Xing Jun, are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? This kid is just a country bumpkin. Can he really cure my grandfather's illness? As soon as the young man said this, not only Yi Fei, but even Song Qinghua and Xing Jun furrowed their brows. Young Master by phone, I can confirm that last night it was this Mr. Yi who saved Song Lao, Xing Jun explained. So you were present at that time? Young Master by phone said. This? Xing Jun was suddenly at a loss for words. Seeing Xing Jun's expression, by phone burst into laughter. Looks like you also can't be sure, huh? Xing Jun, how can you be so careless? Bringing an unknown person right in front of my grandfather. By phone reprimanded Xing Jun. Fortunately, I stopped you. If you had brought him to see my grandfather, what if he had ill intentions? What would you do then? Can you bear that responsibility? By phone, you are going too far. Yi Fei is my classmate. Song Qinghua frowned slightly and said. Too far. By phone raised an eyebrow and smiled mockingly. I don't think so at all. For the safety of my grandfather, this is necessary. Besides, even if he has no ill intentions, you should know that this kid is just from the countryside. Who knows if he is carrying some bacteria or viruses? Bai Feng smiled at Song Qinghua, then turned to Yi Fei with a frown. Kid, if you can act slick in other places, that's fine, but if you dare to lay your hands on our Song family, I can only say you are looking for death. Before I change my mind, get out of here now. Bai Feng pointed at the villa's entrance with a cold smile. Yi Fei was somewhat impressed by this guy's ability to change his expression. However, this guy seems to be a bit too self-important. Oh, is this how your Song family treats someone who saved your life? Yi Fei glanced at Bai Feng and said indifferently. Saved your life? You. Bai Feng burst into loud laughter. Kid, get out of here right now, or you'll only leave horizontally. As he spoke, Bai Feng gestured to the 2 bodyguards standing at the entrance of the villa. The 2, receiving Bai Feng's signal, hurried over, sandwiching Yi Fei in between, looking at him as if he were a thief. Bai Feng. Cousin. Two voices rang out as Song Qinghua and Xing Jun spoke simultaneously. You don't need to say anything, I have already decided. Bai Feng raised his hand, arrogantly stopping the two from speaking. Then he turned to Yi Fei and shouted, Kid, are you still not leaving? Hee. Yi Fei showed no anger on his face. Instead, he laughed, took out his phone to check the time, and then extended a hand. What do you still want to make a move? Kid, I advise you to look at where this place is. Bai Feng looked at Yi Fei's outstretched hand, sneering and full of disdain. Make a move. You aren't even worthy of making a move on me. Yi Fei sneered, raising his hand. 5 minutes. No more than 5 minutes. You will be begging me to come back. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Bai Feng, look at what you've done. Song Qinghua stomped her foot in anger. Although she was the eldest lady of the Song family and the most favored granddaughter of Elder Song, she had no real power in the family due to her young age. Moreover, her calm demeanor made her indifferent to the family's trivial affairs, which led to the bodyguards listening to Bai Feng's words even more than hers. Yi Fei, let Xing Ge take you home. Song Qinghua hurriedly caught up with Yi Fei. No need. Yi Fei waved his hand, not looking back, rejecting Song Qinghua's suggestion. At this moment, he was truly furious. Not to mention whether Yi Fei could cure Elder Song's illness, just the fact that he saved Elder Song's life last night should warrant enough respect from the Song family. So what if the Song family is powerful? Yi Fei had not come to beg them. On the contrary, the Song family now needed to beg him to treat Elder Song. Now they had brought him here in the middle of the night, and now that he arrived, this was the attitude of the Song family. Yi Fei had already been in the villa for quite a while. However, the Song family had not even sent out a person in charge, and a junior had come down to mock him. Thinking of this, Yi Fei naturally understood everything. The Song family didn't take him seriously at all. Beg you. Ha ha. Bai Feng seemed to hear the biggest joke, laughing wildly. Kid, you probably haven't woken up yet, right? Moreover, don't forget to remind the two bodyguards who were keeping a close eye on Yi Fei. You two keep an eye on him. This country bumpkin hasn't seen much of the world. Make sure he doesn't carry anything away. Bai Feng, you are going too far. Song Qinghua's delicate face turned icy, unable to help but scold. Xing Jun shook his head. Since Yi Fei had already been driven away by Bai Feng, he naturally had no need to say anything more, but in his heart, he secretly sighed that this young master Bai was probably about to cause great trouble today. The scene from the top box of the Yin Xiong Club left a deep impression on him. All the way he had been observing Yi Fei. From various signs, Xing Jun could be certain that Yi Fei was definitely not an ordinary person. Too far. Cousin, you are still young and don't understand how treacherous human hearts are. Bai Feng feigned a concerned expression. Song Qinghua was too lazy to pay attention to this self-righteous cousin and was about to go upstairs. Just then a hurried sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Soon a middle-aged man with a flustered expression came down. It was Song Qinghua's father, Song Jiming. Song Jiming was walking quickly, his face even showing signs of panic. Dad, how is grandfather? Uncle, why did you come down? Two voices rang out, coming from Song Qinghua and Bai Feng. Song Jiming's expression was serious, filled with worry, and upon hearing the questions from the two juniors, he did not respond. Because just now the old man had fallen into a coma again. If Elder Song were to fall into an eternal slumber like this, the Song family's sky would collapse. Oh, Xiaoxing, didn't you go to pick up that little divine doctor? Has that little divine doctor arrived? Upon seeing Xing Jun standing in the villa, Song Jiming's eyes lit up. What little divine doctor? He's just a swindler. I already drove him out. Bai Feng said loudly. What a... Upon hearing this, Song Jiming was first shocked, then furious, his face darkening to the point of almost dripping water. However, Bai Feng did not notice the change in Song Jiming's expression and began to take credit for his actions. Hee, uncle, you didn't even see that kid is just a country bumpkin looking like he is only 17 or 18 years old. What can he do? Slap. Before Bai Feng could finish his sentence, a crisp sound of a slap echoed through the entire villa. On the peak of Tianyan Mountain, inside the luxurious manor of the Song family, a conference room is filled with the main figures of the Song family. Apart from the core members of the second generation, there is also a special individual present. This person is Bai Feng. Bai Feng is not a member of the second generation of the Song family, nor is he a core figure among the third generation. His presence here is naturally due to his own reckless actions. At this moment, Bai Feng is kneeling on the floor of the conference room, his head lowered, looking as mournful as if he were in mourning. No one is paying attention to Bai Feng. Everyone is solemnly watching the video playing on the slide. The video shows a scene captured by a surveillance camera depicting Chun Wan performing first aid on Old Song. The video continues to play. Soon the footage shows Yi Fei intervening, using the four symbols needle technique to revive Old Song. Slap. The video pauses, ultimately freezing on Yi Fei's face. The lights in the conference room turn on. Now everyone has seen it. It was this Yi Fei who saved the old man at that time, Song Jiming said, glancing at the crowd. The person I invited in the name of the old man was Xie Jun. Originally, the young divine doctor was already here. But At this point, Song Ziming's voice paused, and his gaze sternly swept over Bai Feng. It was because of Bai Feng's arrogance that he presumptuously ordered the bodyguards to expel the young divine doctor. Now the old man has fallen unconscious again, and the doctors are still trying to save him, but there are no signs of recovery. The conference room fell into silence. Everyone could hear the barely suppressed anger in Song Ziming's low voice. "Eldest brother, what did the doctor say?" At this moment, a beautiful woman in her 30s asked. "The doctor said we need to be mentally prepared." Song Ziming sighed heavily and closed his eyes. Everyone's gaze turned to Bai Feng, who was kneeling in the conference room, their eyes filled with a desire to tear him apart. Under such scrutiny, Bai Feng's face turned even paler, devoid of any color. "If he was driven away, we can just bring him back. To treat the old man is an honor. I don't believe he would dare refuse the Song family. He just wants money, right?" A middle-aged woman appearing to be in her 40s coldly remarked. "This person is Bai Feng's mother. The Song family has plenty of money. How much does he want? 100 million. If that's not enough, then 200 million. Being able to associate with the Song family is a fortune he's earned over 8 lifetimes. Does he dare ask for money? Is he not afraid of burning himself?" "Exactly. As long as the Song family makes a call, those famous doctors and experts will be clamoring to come. What is he to dare threaten us? Isn't he just a student? Let's pressure his school, though I don't believe he wouldn't come." Everyone chimed in as if asking Yi Fei to treat old Song was a tremendous favor, and Yi Fei must bow in gratitude. Song Ziming shook his head in disbelief. At this time, these people still couldn't let go of their pride as members of the Song family. The issue now is not whether Yi Fei will come, but that we can't find him at all. "What? How could that be? You haven't even tried to find him. How do you know you can't find him?" "Then go find him at his residence." The crowd erupted in chatter. "After Yi Xiaoshendi left, I had Xiejun pursue him. Unfortunately, after leaving the manor, it was as if the young divine doctor had vanished into thin air. Not even Xiejun could find a trace." Song Ziming's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Even Xiejun couldn't find him. The crowd was taken aback. They were aware of Xiejun's capabilities. On the surface, Xiejun is Old Song's driver, but his actual identity is Old Song's bodyguard and a retired soldier from an elite special forces unit. At that time, the Song family spent a considerable sum to invite Xiejun. Over the years, he had thwarted countless assassination attempts and ambushes against Old Song. Xiejun's abilities had long been recognized by the Song family. How could it be that even Xiejun, a master tracker, couldn't find Yi Fei's whereabouts? At this moment, the people in the conference room began to panic. Could he have gone home? One person couldn't help but say, "Impossible." Song Ziming shook his head, setting aside the fact that he couldn't possibly get home in such a short time. "Moreover, I have already sent someone to Yi Fei's residence, and no one is there. Could he have taken a taxi?" Another person couldn't help but say. The speaker was in fact Bai Feng, who knew he had caused a major disaster and was eager to make amends. However, as soon as he spoke, the crowd looked at him as if he were an idiot. "A taxi? Where's this place?" "This is the top residential area for the wealthiest people in Haizhou. Let alone a taxi, what unfamiliar private car could even drive up the mountain? At the foot of the mountain, they would be stopped by the first checkpoint. Moreover, Yi Fei was unfamiliar with this area and wouldn't be able to hitch a ride." "Idiot." One person couldn't help but mutter under their breath, the voice not loud, yet audible enough for everyone present. Bai Feng's face flushed, and he lowered his head in shame. Bang! At that moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. "Dad, it's bad. Grandpa." Song Qinghua's delicate face was filled with anxiety. Everyone's hearts sank at her words, and a bad thought sprang to mind. Could it be? Could it be that Old Song has already? Song Ziming's eyes widened, his face pale, and his hands trembled. The others were also completely panicked. The Song family is a prestigious family in Haizhou, but in the past it was just one of many prominent families in Haizhou, not standing out among them. It was Song Yongchang, Old Song, who truly developed the Song family to its peak, helping the Song family stand out among many aristocratic families in Haizhou and become the #1 family. Old Song is the backbone of the Song family, the very sky of the Song family. Although in recent years Old Song has rarely managed family affairs, he remains the soul of the entire Song family. As long as Old Song is alive, the members of the Song family have a strong backbone, and those with ulterior motives won't dare act rashly. However, once Old Song passes away, the opposing forces of the Song family will certainly not miss the opportunity to divide the Song family. They might even unite to attack. Even a powerful family like the Song family cannot withstand the siege of numerous aristocratic forces. At that time, the sky of the Song family would come crashing down. No. Song Qinghua, seeing the grim expressions on everyone's faces, realized they had misunderstood her meaning and quickly explained, "Grandpa is still unconscious." However, hearing that Old Song was still alive, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Old Song is alive, those people or forces wouldn't dare act rashly. As they processed this, they suddenly realized that within this short moment their clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. At this moment Song Qinghua's voice rang out again. The doctor said Grandpa has at most 12 hours left. If he doesn't wake up by then, I'm afraid. The rest of her words were left unsaid. Everyone understood her meaning. Bang! A middle-aged man slammed his fist on the conference table and said solemnly, "We must find that divine Dr. Yi at any cost." Exactly. Even if we have to turn Haijo upside down, we must find him. Activate all the forces of the Song family. We must locate him within 12 hours. Everyone spoke up. Song Jiming nodded. Since everyone thinks, so let's not waste any more time. Remember, at any cost, regardless of the consequences, we must find Yi Fei within 12 hours. Bai Feng, you shouldn't kneel here any longer. Song Jiming glanced at Bai Feng and said. Hearing this, Bai Feng sighed in relief. He had been kneeling in this conference room for so long that he could barely feel his knees. Just as he was about to stand up, Song Ziming's voice rang out again. You go kneel at the entrance of the villa until the young divine doctor is found. Thud. Bai Feng collapsed back to the ground. The crowd glanced at Bai Feng. No one sympathized with him. Even his mother dared not risk the crowd's anger to plead for him. After leaving the conference room, everyone began to contact their connections, reaching out to those nearby for news about Yi Fei. That night, the entire Haijo seemed to be in turmoil as countless people were awakened from their dreams by phone calls starting the search for someone named Yi Fei. Yi Fei, of course, was unaware that the Song family had been thrown into chaos. After leaving the Song family's manor, he did not return home, but instead sought out a park, turned off his phone, and began to cultivate. This session of cultivation lasted all night. When Yi Fei awoke from his meditative state, he found that the sky was already bright. After a night of cultivation, Yi Fei discovered that the true essence within him had become significantly denser, doubling in strength, and his senses had become even sharper. He could even clearly see ants searching for food 100 meters away. Master, have I broken through to the second level of Qi refinement? Yi Fei asked joyfully. It's just the second level of Qi refinement. Why are you so excited? The voice of the reincarnation ancestor was filled with disdain. Then can I refine a jade talisman for Sister Chen Wan? Yi Fei quickly asked. About that, yes. Hee. Yi Fei chuckled and sighed. The spiritual energy here is indeed rich. If I could get a house here, my cultivation speed would definitely increase significantly. Kid, what you should be doing now isn't settling down for a house here, but dealing with that innate Tao body little girl. The reincarnation ancestor said with exasperation. Master, didn't you say that the Song family would definitely come to ask for me? It's been a whole night. Why haven't they found me yet? Yi Fei suddenly thought of something and asked. Before leaving, Yi Fei had dared to say such things because the reincarnation ancestor's divine sense had already detected that Old Song was gravely ill and would soon fall unconscious again. Of course they want to find you, but they must be able to find you. The reincarnation ancestor chuckled. Now I fear that the Song family has turned upside down. Off. Yi Fei was taken aback. How could this happen? The old man from the Song family has at most a few hours left to live. Do you think the Song family isn't anxious? The reincarnation ancestor said with a smile. If it weren't for me covering your tracks, that driver would have found you long ago. Now Yi Fei understood that the reason the Song family hadn't found him was due to the reincarnation ancestor's intervention. Master, why did you do that? Why? The reincarnation ancestor said angrily. If I don't stretch that Song family brat, do you think they would take you seriously? Would they regard you as important? How else would you interact with that innate Tao body girl? The reincarnation ancestor sighed helplessly. Teaching a disciple is truly not easy. I even have to help him with his romantic pursuits. Yi Fei. So master, what should I do now? Yi Fei asked. The old man from the Song family won't die for a while. Do what you want to do. The reincarnation ancestor said nonchalantly. But let me remind you, the Song family's influence is not small. Once you leave here, they will quickly discover you. You, an old monster who has lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, still have the nerve to call others old. Yi Fei inwardly muttered. As soon as this thought crossed Yi Fei's mind, the reincarnation ancestor's furious roar echoed in his ears. You little brat, what did you just say? As the elder of reincarnation had foreseen, Yi Fei had barely stepped out of the park when he was spotted by Song family bodyguards searching for him, and the news was immediately relayed via walkie-talkie. In moments, a large crowd surged forward and surrounded Yi Fei. Leading them was Song Qinghua's father, Song Jiming. Song Jiming approached Yi Fei and spoke with solemn sincerity. Young divine physician, Yi, last night our family treated you with grave disrespect. We humbly beg your forgiveness. He then turned sharply and barked coldly. Come forth at once and apologize to young divine physician Yi. At his command, a figure slowly emerged from behind the crowd. It was Bai Feng. Gone was the arrogant air he'd worn the previous night. Now he stood wilted and dejected like a frost-blighted eggplant. He still wore the same clothes from last night, dust caked thickly on both knees. Clearly Bai Feng had remained kneeling since Yi Fei's departure, until the Song family received word of his whereabouts and brought him along. Had they failed to locate Yi Fei, Bai Feng would still be kneeling at the villa's main gate. "Why, Yi Divine Physician, please forgive my insolence last night," Bai Feng summoned before Yi Fei spoke reluctantly. "Your apology lacks sincerity," Yi Fei remarked dryly, pursing his lips. He knew full well Bai Feng bore no genuine remorse. "Kneel down now," Song Jiming roared. "What?" Bai Feng whirled around, disbelief flashing across his face. He was the Song family's third-generation core heir, the beloved maternal grandson of Elder Song and the nephew of Song Jiming himself. That he'd even deigned to apologize to Yi Fei was already an extraordinary concession, an honor beyond measure. A sharp thud resounded as a bodyguard, signaled by Song Jiming, delivered a brutal kick to Bai Feng's knee, sending him crashing to the ground before Yi Fei. The impact slammed his kneecaps against the pavement, wrenching a pained cry from his throat. "Apologize now," Song Jiming commanded icily. More Song family members arrived by the moment, yet not a single voice rose in Bai Feng's defense. They all understood one grim truth. If Yi Fei's forgiveness could not be secured without delay, Elder Song's life would slip beyond salvation. Once Elder Song passed, the Song family's foundation would crumble, and rival clans across Haizhou would descend like vultures, tearing the dynasty apart. When the nest collapses, no egg remains unbroken. Even Bai Feng's mother had arrived, but she lingered silently among the crowd, unwilling to step forward. Humiliation burned across Bai Feng's face, his teeth ground together until they threatened to shatter. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Yi Fei, seething with murderous fury, as if he longed to tear him limb from limb. Yet in that moment, he dared not move. "Do you despise me so deeply you wish to kill me right now?" Yi Fei glanced at him coolly. Bai Feng's heart lurched. He couldn't fathom how Yi Fei had read his thoughts. Before he could deny it, Yi Fei's voice cut in again. "Humph. No need to lie. I rather enjoy the look on your face. The one where you loathe me yet can't touch me." Bai Feng fell silent. "Never. Last night was entirely my fault. I offended young Divine Physician Yi, and I beg your forgiveness." Bai Feng bowed his head, hiding his venomous glare as he gritted out the words. Inside, however, he plotted vengeance, calculating how he'd repay Yi Fei once Elder Song recovered. By then, Yi Fei's value to the Song family would fade, and as a third-generation core heir, crushing him would be effortless. Even now, kneeling in disgrace, Bai Feng's mind churned with schemes. How best to break Yi Fei, how deeply to humiliate him. "Very well, I forgive you," Yi Fei said simply. A collective sigh of relief swept through the Song family, their suspended hearts finally settled. Bai Feng shot upright and urged Yi Fei impatiently. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry, treat my grandfather. Treat him. Treat what ailment?" Yi Fei feigned bewilderment. "You're going back on your word, boy." Enraged, Bai Feng pointed and erupted into furious curses. Had he endured such humiliation just to watch Yi Fei feign ignorance and refuse to treat Elder Song? Would all his suffering then have been utterly meaningless? "I only agreed to forgive you. When did I promise to heal Elder Song?" Yi Fei retorted with a chilling smile. A stunned silence followed. The Song family suddenly realized they'd assumed too much. Yi Fei had never pledged treatment. "I've already knelt and apologized. What more do you want?" Bai Feng shouted, incensed. "Humph." Yi Fei's cold laugh echoed softly, his gaze narrowing as he studied Bai Feng. "Do you think I don't know your true intent? You bow now only because you must, while inwardly you seethe with hatred for me. Once Elder Song recovers, I doubt I'll even clear your estate gates before your hired thugs seize me and vanish me into some forgotten corner of the world." Bai Feng paled. Yi Fei had laid bare his exact plan down to the final detail. That was precisely what he'd intended. "What a—" Gasps rippled through the crowd as Song family members instinctively turned toward Bai Feng, then saw his ghost-white expression and understood. "Wretched fool," Song Jiming roared, nearly lunging forward to kick his own nephew senseless. Did he not realize that curing Elder Song would grant Yi Fei 2 life-saving deaths? And given Elder Song's unwavering gratitude, no one in the Song family would dare harm him. Moreover, even without Elder Song's favor, Yi Fei's peerless medical mastery alone warranted the Song family's utmost respect, not enmity. "I propose stripping Bai Feng of all rights and privileges as a third-generation core heir, and revoking every official post he holds within Song family enterprises. Effective today, Bai Feng shall receive only a monthly stipend for basic living expenses. He may hold no position in any Song enterprise nor claim kinship with the Song family in public." Song Jiming declared this before the entire assembly, voice glacial. "What a—" Bai Feng shrieked in disbelief. As a third-generation core heir, Bai Feng, still young, already oversaw 3 publicly traded corporations earning over 100 million yuan in dividends each month. That was merely the financial dimension. His status as a Song heir granted him unchallenged authority across Haizhou. Everywhere he went he was revered, deferred, flattered. Song Jiming's decree amounted to exile, reducing Baifeng to a mere stipend recipient severed from all Song family ties except a monthly allowance. He was no longer the Song family's young master, nor the prodigious CEO commanding hundreds of millions in assets. He was now nothing more than a pampered heir idling away his days on a paltry allowance. To most, a million-yuan monthly stipend would be unimaginable wealth, but for Baifeng it felt like plummeting from heaven into hell. Yet what followed revealed true damnation. Seconded. A stern-faced, middle-aged man declared coldly. For years Baifeng has abused the Song name to commit atrocities. I urge immediate investigation by the Family Oversight Committee. This man was older than Song Jiming, a son of Song Jiming's uncle, and thus elder Song's nephew, one of the Song family's second-generation core leaders wielding immense authority. Seconded. Another second-generation core member spoke. Seconded. 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 One after another they affirmed the motion, without even glancing at Baifeng. Seconded. A frail feminine voice murmured faintly, the final blow that shattered Baifeng's last shred of hope. For that voice belonged to Baifeng's own mother. Mother! He cried, his bones trembling violently. His crimes were grave enough to warrant execution under law, multiple times over. Once the Oversight Committee launched its inquiry, every sordid secret would surface, inviting severe clan discipline. Though death might be spared, his disgrace would banish him permanently from the Song family's inner circle, leaving no path to redemption. His mother weary-eyed gazed at him once, then closed her eyes. Feng, you've truly acted without sense. From now on live quietly, as a privileged heir. Thump. Baifeng collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by boundless regret. He bitterly regretted not offering a sincere apology. He bitterly regretted plotting revenge. There had never been deep enmity between them, yet everything was irrevocably ruined. He had destroyed his own future with his own hands. Divine Physician, does this resolution meet your approval? Rest assured, Baifeng will wield no resources of the Song family henceforth. He poses no further threat to you. And I swear on behalf of the Song family, you shall be honored as our most esteemed guest. Any who dare harm you shall become our sworn enemies, until death parts us. Song Jiming's voice rang with iron resolve. Until death parts us. The second-generation elders recoiled in shock, staring at him in disbelief. His words effectively bound the Song family's fate to Yi Fei's. Yet Yi Fei was merely a penniless student, albeit a brilliant physician. Was he truly worth such a pledge? Brother two. Second brother. Jiming. Voices rose in protest, until Song Jiming raised a commanding hand. Say no more. The elders exchanged glances, but voiced no further objection. Song Jiming served as acting patriarch, a title bestowed by Elder Song upon learning of his terminal illness, to prevent internal strife should disaster strike. Though neither the eldest nor the most accomplished among the second-generation heirs, Song Jiming had always governed with humility, consulting fellow elders on all major decisions, never acting unilaterally. They had never imagined his first decree as acting patriarch would be this. Yi Fei too was visibly moved. Song Jiming knew nothing of his cultivation background, and hadn't even confirmed whether he could save Elder Song. Yet under such uncertainty Song Jiming had made this extraordinary vow, proof of astonishing courage and vision. Humph. Your future father-in-law proves unexpectedly formidable, whispered the elder of reincarnation beside Yi Fei. Future father-in-law. Yi Fei stumbled mid-step, nearly toppling over. What nonsense was this? He'd never even met Song Qinghua. How could her father possibly be his future father-in-law? The longer Yi Fei knew the elder of reincarnation, the more he suspected the ancient being was delightfully unhinged. Just as Yi Fei opened his mouth to question the elder's remark, a figure hurriedly parted the crowd and rushed forward. Father, grandfather's condition is deteriorating rapidly, Song Qinghua said urgently, her delicate features etched with anxiety. At the summit of Tianyan Mountain inside the Song family villa, Yi Fei followed Song Qinghua directly to Elder Song's chamber. The vast hospital room spanned over 100 square meters, filled with cutting-edge medical equipment, more comprehensive and advanced even than those found in top-tier hospitals. Who are you? Who granted you permission to enter? Demanded Elder Song's chief physician, a middle-aged man in his 40s. Even masked, his haughty demeanor was unmistakable. Spotting Yi Fei behind Song Qinghua, he barked furiously, "Get out, now." Yi Fei frowned slightly, but ignored him, turning instead toward Elder Song, lying motionless on the bed. Elder Song lay with eyes tightly shut, his face tinged ashen gray. His breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Were it not for the nearby electrocardiogram monitor, many would have mistaken him for a corpse long deceased. The 5 elements are inverted. The 3 souls and 7 spirits drift untethered. Fortunately, the Tai Guang soul remains intact. There is still hope. Yi Fei murmured softly. The chief physician, enraged that Yi Fei had disregarded him entirely, raised his hand to order staff to eject him, only to pivot sharply and discover Song Jiming and others standing silently behind Yi Fei. Mr. Song, you're here, the physician stammered, stunned. Song Jiming gave a curt nod, his sole acknowledgement, then fixed his urgent gaze upon Yi Fei. Divine physician Yi, what do you advise? These devices serve no purpose, remove them all. Yi Fei gestured coolly toward the chaotic tangle of tubes and needles piercing Elder Song's body. Nonsense. What utter rubbish, the physician roared, incensed. Before Yi Fei could reply, Song Jiming shot the physician a sharp warning glare and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Remove everything now." "What The physician recoiled in disbelief. "Mr. Song, Elder Song's life hangs entirely upon these machines. Removing them would be catastrophic. If these machines were effective, Elder Song would not still lie comatose before us," Yi Fei replied, shaking his head. The physician choked on his breath, speechless. Flustered and furious, he snapped, "Do you even understand medicine? Do you realize these are the most advanced instruments in the world today?" "I confess, I cannot name a single one," Yi Fei admitted calmly, then continued without pause, "Yet I can save Elder Song's life." "Arrogant fool. Do you even know what illness afflicts Elder Song? It is glioblastoma, an affliction of the brain, humanity's final frontier. To this day it remains an unsolved global enigma. And you, a green youth with no credentials, dare claim you can cure it?" The physician scoffed loudly. "If I say I can heal him, then he will be healed. Refuse to comply if you wish. I am in no hurry. Though, Elder Song may not have much time left." Hearing Yi Fei's words, Song Jiming's heart clenched. He barked, "Remove them, immediately. No more excuses." "You are condemning Elder Song to death," the physician cried out in despair, yet reluctantly dismantled the equipment deliberately, leaving the ECG monitor behind, as if by oversight. Yi Fei, unsurprised by the physician's petty subterfuge, paid it no mind. "Divine physician, may we remain and observe?" A middle-aged man stepped forward, the very cousin of Song Jiming who had earlier advocated a full investigation into Vowing. Others watched Yi Fei expectantly, their anticipation palpable. Even Vowing, who faced imminent scrutiny, entered the room, his motives inscrutable, drawn irresistibly to witness Yi Fei's treatment. "By all means, remain provided you stay silent." Without glancing up, Yi Fei retrieved a set of silver needles from his satchel. "Humph, I'll show no substance. I'll watch closely to see how you heal Elder Song." The physician sneered, arms crossed, determined to witness Yi Fei's humiliation, especially when he saw the needles drawn from a wooden case. "So your treatment is acupuncture? Huh. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine. Mere theatrical trickery, utterly incapable of curing disease." Yi Fei ignored him, withdrawing a 6-inch silver needle from the pouch. Just as he aligned it precisely with Elder Song's Zhongding acupoint, an ill-timed voice cut through the hush. "You haven't sterilized the needles. Do you fear bacterial infection?" The physician's tone feigned concern, laced instead with biting mockery and disdain. He added dismissively, "Truly unprofessional." Yi Fei paused mid-motion, turned slowly, and met the physician's gaze, his expression now icy and severe. Clearly the man had failed to grasp his earlier warning. "Speak again, and you will be expelled, immediately." Song Jiming's voice cracked like thunder, his face dark with fury. The physician, unaccustomed to such sternness from Song Jiming, paled instantly, stammering, I only meant to remind him. My needles require no sterilization." Yi Fei stated flatly, and drove the silver needle deep into Elder Song's Zhongding point with flawless precision. Instantly his hands blurred into motion, needles flickering into existence, vanishing just as swiftly. His speed defied the eye, even straining to follow, onlookers perceived only ghostly afterimages, never the act itself. When Yi Fei finally stilled, Elder Song's body was thickly studded with silver needles, appearing haphazard, almost childlike in its apparent chaos. Then Yi Fei produced another needle, 8 inches long, finer than a human hair. As he infused it with true energy, it straightened with a resonant metallic tension. This time his movements slowed, deliberate and reverent. The observers froze, eyes widening, hands flying instinctively to their mouths to suppress gasps. Baihui point. Good heavens, he intends to pierce the Baihui, the crown of the head. Anyone with rudimentary knowledge of acupoints knew it. Baihui was a lethal point. Excess pressure meant certain death or irreversible paralysis. Only Yi Fei's prior salvation of Elder Song prevented them from suspecting outright assassination. As the 8-inch needle pierced the Baihui, Yi Fei's true energy surged into Elder Song's body. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the room. Instantly, the previously inert needles flared to life in synchronized reaction. Dozens trembled, emitting a soft, sonorous chime, like distant dragon song. Then glowing fiercely they blazed crimsonered as though forged anew in celestial fire. Ah! One observer broke the silence with an involuntary cry, yet no one reproached him. All eyes remained locked on the radiant needles wide with awe. Is this illusion? No, it is divine revelation. A shared thought crystallized in every mind. Yet their astonishment was far from over. As the needles quivered, intricate shadows coalesced where needle tips touched Elder Song's garments, forming a vivid, sinuous azure dragon gently, swaying breathtakingly lifelike. With a graceful flick of its tail, the azure dragon dissolved into Elder Song's body, vanishing without trace. Ah! A collective wistful sigh escaped the onlookers. They had not witnessed mere acupuncture. They had beheld transcendent artistry. A profound sense of longing lingered, as though witnessing perfection too fleeting to grasp. Shoo! Yifei withdrew the 8-inch needle. A jet of black blood erupted from Elder Song's baihui, spurting violently. Yifei wiped the needle clean, then carefully retrieved every other needle. Yet Elder Song remained unconscious. Don't wake, don't wake. Baifeng stared, heart pounding, not in hope, but in desperate silent prayer. Yifei had ruined him irrevocably. Whether Elder Song awoke or not, Baifeng's fate was sealed. But should Elder Song fail to awaken, he would be deemed killed by Yifei's hands. And then, vengeance would be swift and brutal. Perhaps Baifeng's plea reached some unseen force. As tension peaked, the ECG monitor shrieked, a piercing, dissonant alarm. Beep beep. The screen's waveform collapsed into jagged, broken lines, heart rate 0. Failure. The Song family's faces drained of color, grief twisting their features. Huh. He didn't wake. He didn't wake. You're finished, boy. Ecstatic, Baifeng forgot himself, shouting aloud in triumph. Yifei did not glance at him. Instead, he pivoted toward Elder Song and unleashed a thunderous command. Awaken! A deep, resonant hum shook the air. As if reanimated by lightning, Elder Song's body snapped upright, rigid, sudden, uncanny. Wah! A torrent of black blood gushed from his mouth, filling the room with the rancid stench of rotten eggs. As the black blood cleared, Elder Song's eyelids fluttered open. Yifei's gaze swept coldly to Baifeng. You seem remarkably pleased he didn't awaken. My apologies, I've disappointed you. The Song family, recovering from shock, turned as one, glaring at Baifeng with seething wrath. Baifeng's expression crumbled. With a dull thud, he collapsed onto the floor, his mind echoing one hollow truth: it is over. Utterly, irrevocably over. As Yifei stepped out of Old Song's hospital room and turned on his phone, a call came in immediately. To his surprise, it was Chunwan's call, and he hurriedly answered. Xiao Fei, why can't I reach you on your phone? Came Chunwan's slightly worried voice from the other end. Feeling the warmth of Chunwan's deep concern, Yifei's heart warmed. He lied a little, saying, Oh, my phone ran out of battery and shut down. I forgot to charge it. Sister Chunwan, is there something you need to discuss with me? Could you drop that mock character? Chunwan lightly huffed. The mock exam is next Monday, and everyone is reviewing at school this weekend. Where have you been? Yifei did not want his secret to be known even by those closest to him, for he could not explain the reasons behind his transformation. Moreover, regarding the matter of the reincarnation ancestor, the ancestor had specifically instructed that it must not be leaked, so Yifei had to fabricate another lie. I haven't been home for a long time, so I took the opportunity to visit this weekend, said Yifei. I see. Chunwan replied, her tone softening. She also knew that Yifei's home was in the countryside, quite far from Haizhou City, making a trip home not easy. I was planning to tutor you this weekend since you were struggling with your studies, but since you went home, I guess that won't be necessary. At this point, Chunwan suddenly paused and continued, I heard that you made a bet with teacher Zhao in front of the whole class. Yes, Yifei nodded in acknowledgement. The incident of him betting with the homeroom teacher in front of the entire class had already spread throughout the school, so it was no surprise that Chunwan was aware of it. Given your past academic performance, it won't be easy to rank in the top 100 for this mock exam. Chunwan said, a hint of worry in her voice. It is indeed quite challenging. Yifei agreed. If he were still the old Yifei, aiming for a top 100 rank in this mock exam would be nothing short of climbing to the sky. However, the Yifei of today was no longer the same as before. Now he was a cultivator. His comprehension, memory, and logical thinking abilities were no longer on the same level. How about I speak to teacher Zhao on your behalf? After all, Chunwan seemed cautious not to touch on Yifei's sensitive heart, tentatively asking. Yifei chuckled lightly, saying, No need, Sister Chunwan. I will study hard over the next few days, and I am confident that my results will not disappoint this time. As long as you have confidence, that's good, Chunwan said softly, though she sighed inwardly. Yifei was unaware that she had already approached teacher Zhao after learning about his bet. Unfortunately, as soon as Chunwan opened her mouth, she was firmly rejected by teacher Zhao, who even mocked her a bit, telling her to mind her own business. Chunwan's comment was merely a test for Yifei to see if there was any room for reconciliation, but it was clear now that neither party was willing to back down. After chatting for a bit longer, Yifei hung up the phone. He completely failed to notice that during the call a pair of eyes as cold as a serpent was fixed on him, absorbing every word he said. Dr. Yi, the little miracle worker. As Yifei put his phone away, he heard Song Ziming's voice beside him. Oh, Mr. Song, is there something you need? No, well, yes. Song Ziming was a bit flustered, his face displaying unmistakable excitement. In the brief time Yifei had been out, old Song had already regained the ability to speak. If it weren't for the need for a full-body checkup, he likely would have been up and walking already. Dr. Yi, you are truly amazing. My father has already awakened and his consciousness has returned to normal, Song Ziming exclaimed excitedly. Yifei nodded. Old Song's body is still somewhat weak and will need a period of recuperation. I believe I don't need to elaborate on that too much. No need, no need. Song Ziming quickly waved his hand. The family nutritionist would naturally provide a plan for old Song's post-recovery care. At this moment, Yifei was already viewed as a miracle doctor in Song Ziming's eyes, and this small matter was certainly not something that would trouble him. Just then, the middle-aged attending physician who had conducted a full-body checkup for old Song walked out with an excited expression. Mr. Song, it's a miracle. Simply a miracle. The cancer cells in old Song's body have disappeared without a trace. His condition is healthier than that of an ordinary young person, the middle-aged doctor shouted with excitement. He could hardly wait to announce this news to the whole world. What had he witnessed? Cancer cells. One of the world's most difficult terminal illnesses, especially the brain cancer that had been miraculously cured by a young man, not even 20 years old, using acupuncture. The middle-aged doctor noticed Yifei beside Song Ziming. His eyes lit up, and with a thud he knelt before Yifei. At the same time he leaned forward, arms outstretched, ready to pounce on Yifei's thigh, shouting, "Miracle doctor, you are a true miracle worker. Please forgive my previous disrespect. I want to learn acupuncture from you." Yifei sidestepped and avoided the middle-aged doctor's embrace. He did not have a habit of being hugged by men, especially not by a stranger who looked rather unkempt. "My acupuncture is rather unique. You won't be able to learn it," Yifei said lightly. He was not being possessive. His 4 elements needle technique could only be used by cultivators. Even if an ordinary person learned all the steps of acupuncture without the activation of true essence, it would merely be imitation without any real effect. Off. The middle-aged doctor instantly displayed a face full of disappointment upon hearing this. "Dad." At that moment Song Qinghua walked out of the hospital room, calling to Song Ziming, but her gaze turned to Yifei, her eyes filled with curiosity. "What is it, Qinghua?" Song Ziming asked. "Grandpa wants to see Yifei," Song Qinghua informed him, looking back at Yifei, seemingly seeking his consent. "Old Song wants to see me." Yifei raised an eyebrow, but nodded in agreement. As Yifei followed Song Qinghua into the hospital room, old Song had already changed out of his hospital gown and donned a set of white leisure practice clothes, looking spirited and showing no signs of his previous near-death state. "Hello, old Song, I am Yifei," he greeted with a smile. Song Yangcheng's gaze was fixed on Yifei, and seeing that Yifei did not shy away from meeting his gaze without a hint of fear towards his status, only respect for his elder, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Old Song nodded, seemingly quite pleased with Yifei. "Young friend, ye has saved my life twice, and I have only now had the chance to thank you, which is truly impolite." Old Song is being polite. Yifei smiled, not taking it to heart. He, young friend, ye is generous and selfless, a rare quality indeed. But I am not the kind of person who is ungrateful." Old Song shook his head and said. Yifei smiled faintly, thinking that the Song family had nothing he desired. However, just as this thought arose, he heard the voice of the reincarnation ancestor. "Kid, how can there be nothing worth your scheming? Isn't the innate Tao body beside you worth it?" Yifei pretended not to hear the reincarnation ancestor's words, almost infuriating the old ancestor to the point of jumping. However, the reincarnation ancestor also knew that if Yifei really dared to make such a request, the kindly-looking old man before him would likely turn hostile, immediately ordering someone to throw Yifei out. He merely mentioned it to remind Yifei. "What do you think of this manor?" Old Song asked, seeing that Yifei remained silent. "This place?" Yifei casually glanced around, nodding. "It is quite nice, but unfortunately it is not mine." Indeed, the spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. Originally, Yifei estimated that according to the reincarnation ancestor, he would need about a week to break through to the second layer of Qi cultivation. However, after practicing here for just 1 day, he had already broken through. If he could practice here every day in the future, his cultivation speed would accelerate significantly. "It is yours now." Old Song laughed lightly and said. What? What?" 2 voices exclaimed simultaneously. One was Yifei's voice and the other was Song Qinghua's. At that moment, Song Qinghua looked at her grandfather in surprise. Yifei might not understand the value of this manor, but she was fully aware. This manor was unique in Haizhou, located in the best area of the city. Just this piece of land alone was worth hundreds of millions. The Song family spent considerable effort to build this manor using the finest materials sourced from around the world. In the past, aside from Song Qinghua, other younger members of the Song family were not even allowed to enter this manor without Old Song's permission. This alone was enough to show Old Song's fondness for this residence. Bai Feng could enter because Old Song had been seriously ill during this time, and the rule had been relaxed. Yesterday, when Yi Fei first entered this villa, Bai Feng had insulted him and chased him away, which was also related to Bai Feng's eagerness to experience the feeling of being the male host after just moving in. If this manor were to be sold, even if they called out a sky-high price of 2 billion, many forces would rush to compete for it. Now this manor was no longer merely a monetary value, but a symbol of status. Even Song Qinghua, with her serene personality, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon hearing that Old Song wanted to give this manor to Yi Fei. Old Song is being too polite. This is your residence. Besides, this gift is too extravagant. Yi Fei was only slightly surprised, then shook his head to decline. Although he did not know the true value of this manor, he understood it was worth a lot. If young friend Yi is worried that I will have nowhere to stay after leaving here, you need not worry at all. Old Song shook his head with a smile. Actually, this is not my residence. Moi. Yi Fei turned to look at Old Song in surprise. I actually live at the foot of the mountain. This place is merely where I recuperate. Now that I have recovered, it is naturally no longer of use to me. Old Song smiled and said, although this manor is worth a lot compared to my life, I believe it is not worth mentioning. Young friend, Yi has saved my life twice. What does giving you this manor count as? Old Song. Yi Fei was about to refuse when Old Song waved his hand to interrupt. Young friend, you need not refuse. This manor may be nice for a young person, but for an old fellow like me it feels rather empty, lacking a bit of vitality, and is not as comfortable as living down the mountain. After saying this, Old Song turned to Song Qinghua beside him and said, Qinghua, go outside and tell them that it is my order. All the younger members of the Song family are to vacate this place within a day, and from now on this manor belongs to young friend Yi. No one may enter this manor without his permission, and those who violate this order will be dealt with according to family rules. Yes, Grandpa, Song Qinghua replied, and nodded as she went out to convey the order. Seeing this, Yi Fei could only smile wryly and replied, then thank you, Old Song. After leaving Old Song's hospital room, Yi Fei had to be led by Song Qinghua to the bedroom for rest, as he was not familiar with the manor. While walking along the path, Yi Fei noticed many members of the Song family bustling about, loading packages and luggage onto vehicles. Upon seeing Yi Fei behind Song Qinghua, the people halted their actions and stared at him with strange expressions. Clearly, they had already received the news transmitted by Song Qinghua. Yi Fei had no intention of being gawked at like an animal, so he quickly hurried a few steps to avoid their gaze. Along the way, Song Qinghua frequently glanced at Yi Fei, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Fei, I'm a bit curious. You're about my age, how do you possess such impressive medical skills? Moreover, as far as I know, your grades at school seem not particularly outstanding. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Song Qinghua asked. As she concluded, she paused for a moment, trying to consider Yi Fei's feelings, which is why she opted for the phrasing not particularly outstanding. Yi Fei chuckled wryly at her words. He was the last in his grade at school, hardly fitting the description of not particularly outstanding. Just as Yi Fei was about to respond, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor echoed in his ear. Kid, hurry up, charm her, charm her. Yi Fei noticed that ever since the reincarnation ancestor discovered that Song Qinghua was a primal Tao body, he had become noticeably more lively. Previously, the reincarnation ancestor seemed dismissive of everything, only offering advice when Yi Fei faced difficulties, often with a jab at him. However, now Yi Fei felt that the reincarnation ancestor had a potential for silliness. Rather than feeling any aversion, he found this version of the ancestor quite endearing. Although the reincarnation ancestor had not explicitly stated anything, Yi Fei could sense his urgency, so he had been diligently using every spare moment to cultivate. Naturally, such thoughts of Yi Fei could not escape the perception of the reincarnation ancestor, who was currently hopping mad. You brat, what did you just say? Cute. How can this old ancestor be related to cuteness? And what's with this silliness? The ancestor scolded angrily, though there was a hint of satisfaction in his tone, and he no longer urged Yi Fei to charm Song Qinghua. Yi Fei instinctively shook his head and smiled. He naturally did not dare to explain the meaning of the word silly to the reincarnation ancestor. As long as he didn't think about it, the ancestor wouldn't know. Unless the reincarnation ancestor used divine sense to scan Yi Fei's memories, which would consume divine sense and cause a slight harm to Yi Fei. Such a thing was something the reincarnation ancestor would never do. What are you laughing at? Song Qinghua asked, noticing Yi Fei shaking his head and smiling without answering her. Oh, it's nothing. Yi Fei replied, having just been communicating with the reincarnation ancestor. He couldn't disclose this to Song Qinghua. Fine, if you want, say I won't bother asking. I don't care to know, Song Qinghua huffed lightly, pointing to the bedroom ahead. That is your bedroom. You can go in by yourself. I won't see you out." After saying that, she huffed again at Yi Fei before turning to leave. If the Song family members saw their serene and elegant little princess throwing a temper in front of Yi Fei, they would probably be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. "Is this really our family's little fairy? Looks like she's angry, huh?" Yi Fei remarked to himself, blinking as he watched Song Qinghua's gradually disappearing figure. "What do you mean looks like? That girl is definitely angry." The reincarnation ancestor huffed in annoyance, seemingly still displeased with Yi Fei describing him as cute. After saying that, the reincarnation ancestor burst into laughter. "I didn't expect you kid to look like a wooden-head fool, yet still have some skill in charming girls. Not bad, not bad. You resemble this old ancestor in his prime." "Huh? What did you say, ancestor?" Yi Fei displayed a puzzled expression, feeling confused by the ancestor's words. Seeing Yi Fei's expression, the reincarnation ancestor became frustrated. "Damn it, so you were just playing dumb." After that, regardless of how Yi Fei pressed for answers, the reincarnation ancestor remained silent, seemingly annoyed by Yi Fei's wooden-headness. Yi Fei had no choice but to enter the bedroom to cultivate. Since reaching the second layer of qi refinement, the true essence within him had more than doubled. Although using the four symbols needle technique was somewhat easier now after treating old Song, he still felt somewhat exhausted. For the following time, Yi Fei remained in the bedroom, cultivating in seclusion. Even during meals, he had others bring food to him in the bedroom. Seeing this, the Song family assumed that Yi Fei was expending much effort to treat old Song, hence they dared not disturb him. Old Song even instructed all the Song family members to be careful during the move, ensuring no noise would disturb Yi Fei. It wasn't until evening that Yi Fei's door was knocked on again. The visitor was Song Qinghua. It turned out that the Song family had nearly finished moving, and Song Qinghua came to bid farewell to Yi Fei. Naturally, Yi Fei felt embarrassed to remain in the bedroom, so he came out to say goodbye to old Song and the others. After seeing them off from the manor, he returned to the bedroom to continue cultivating. Deep into the night at 2 in the morning atop Tianyun Mountain, the Song family manor had now become Yi Fei's private estate. Before Yi Fei lay a piece of jade the size of an egg, the imperial green he had cut from the gambling stone shop a few days prior. "Ancestor, can I start refining spirit talismans now?" Yi Fei inquired in his heart. "About that, you're close enough," the reincarnation ancestor replied disinterestedly. A low-grade spirit talisman simply failed to pique his interest. Yi Fei, however, felt a hint of nervousness mixed with apprehension and excitement. "I'll pass on the method of refining spirit talismans to you. You can practice it yourself," the reincarnation ancestor said, and suddenly a memory appeared in Yi Fei's mind. "Huh? Ancestor, you're not going to guide me in the refining process?" Yi Fei asked, a bit dazed after absorbing the memory. The reincarnation ancestor fell silent for a moment before replying solemnly, "Kid, remember this. Some things need to be practiced by yourself, no one else can do it for you. If I help you now, it might make it easy for you to refine a spirit talisman. But doing so would deprive you of practical opportunities and experience accumulation, ultimately hindering your potential. You may not see the impact now, but it will be hard for you to grow in the future. Even if you do grow, you'd just be a flower in a greenhouse, easily crushed." This was the first time Yi Fei heard the reincarnation ancestor speak with such seriousness. His expression turned grave as he nodded, saying, "Ancestor, I understand. What you need to refine is merely the simplest primary spirit talisman. Just inscribe a Yin capture formation on it to complete it. This piece of jade is large enough to allow for several failures, so feel free to give it a try." The reincarnation ancestor's voice carried a sense of encouragement. Yi Fei nodded with pursed lips and began to focus on refining the spirit jade according to the method in his memory. The reincarnation ancestor spoke lightly, but when Yi Fei truly began the refining process, he realized just how difficult it was to refine what was merely the simplest primary spirit talisman. Yi Fei cut the imperial green into 5 pieces with true essence, but within a single night, he had already ruined the first 3 pieces. On this weekend, Yi Fei remained secluded, tirelessly refining spirit talismans until it grew dark. After ruining another piece of imperial green, he finally succeeded in crafting a talisman with the last remaining piece. "Haha, I did it. I finally succeeded," Yi Fei exclaimed excitedly while holding the last piece of imperial green. "Hey, you actually managed to refine it." The reincarnation ancestor's voice sounded tinged with undeniable surprise. In truth, he had not believed that Yi Fei could succeed on his first attempt at refining a jade talisman using just these 5 pieces of jade. He encouraged Yi Fei to try it himself merely to help him accumulate some experience from failures. In fact, he had no hope for Yi Fei. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei actually succeeded. "Ancestor, what do you think? Is it inscribed with the Yin capture formation? Did I succeed?" Yi Fei carefully held the talisman and asked. This piece of imperial green had been carved into the shape of a small mouse, because Chunwan's zodiac was the rat. Imperial green is already the top-grade material among jades, and now that it had been inscribed with the Yin capture formation by Yi Fei, it appeared even more vibrant and beautiful than polished jade. Moreover, after Yi Fei inscribed the Yin capture formation on the talisman, besides being able to absorb mysterious Yin energy, it also had the effect of protecting against temperature changes, making it an invaluable treasure. As for the craftsmanship of the mouse, well, it's hard to describe. It succeeded. It's just a bit ugly. The reincarnation ancestor nodded, not forgetting to critique Yi Fei in the end. Upon receiving the ancestor's confirmation, Yi Fei immediately broke into a silly grin, ignoring the a bit ugly comment. Yi Fei had never learned engraving or anything, so he was already very satisfied with being able to carve a shape with true essence. Although he did think the mouse was a bit ugly. Ancestor, how many times did you fail when you first learned to craft talismans? Yi Fei suddenly thought of something and asked. Me? Do you know who I am? I succeeded on the first try, the reincarnation ancestor replied proudly. In reality, the reincarnation ancestor only began learning talisman crafting during the foundation establishment stage. During his first attempt, he inscribed a formation on the spirit jade that was slightly easier than the Yin capture formation. What Yi Fei did not know was that the reincarnation ancestor had ruined as many as 1,000 pieces of spirit jade before successfully inscribing the 3 talents formation onto a talisman. Even so, his actions had astonished the sect he was in at the time, and he was thereafter regarded as a genius disciple by the entire sect. This led to the reincarnation ancestor's later dominance in the immortal realm. On Earth, a planet with sparse spiritual energy, it was uncertain whether cultivators even existed. Apart from the reincarnation ancestor, naturally no one knew how difficult it was to refine spirit talismans. As a native of Earth, Yi Fei was even less aware of such matters. Of course, the reincarnation ancestor would not divulge these things to Yi Fei now. To be compared to his own disciple as a loser was truly too humiliating. Yi Fei eagerly placed the jade talisman into his school bag and resumed seated cultivation. It was Monday, the day of the school's second mock examination, and the first subject was Chinese literature. Yi Fei arrived early at the classroom, intending to hand the jade talisman to Chun Wan before the exam began. With this, Chun Wan would no longer need to fear an outbreak of evanescence energy. Yet even as the exam commenced, Yi Fei did not see Chun Wan, and instead of her the invigilator was none other than head teacher Zhao Yun, her face dark with displeasure. Though startled, Yi Fei said nothing. Given their strained relationship, any question he posed would elicit neither answer nor sympathy, only cold mockery from Zhao Yun. Yi Fei had no intention of inviting such humiliation. Suppressing his unease, he dialed Chun Wan's number during the break after the Chinese exam, only to hear the automated message, "The number you have dialed is switched off." Elder ancestor, could Chun Wan's evanescence energy erupt prematurely? Yi Fei asked, unable to conceal his anxiety. "Brad, do you take the treatment I taught you for some street market quackery? Rest assured, the evanescence within that young lady will not flare again for at least 10 days. The elder ancestor declared. Hearing this, Yi Fei reluctantly stilled his worries and prepared for the next examination. When mathematics concluded, it was already noon. During lunch, Yi Fei hurried to Chun Wan's office, only to find it empty. He asked other faculty members and learned she had not come to school at all that day, not even a word of notice. No wonder Zhao Yun wore such a sour expression this morning. Yi Fei muttered under his breath, inwardly puzzled. Chun Wan's unwavering professionalism made unexplained absences unthinkable. Even if urgent matters arose, she would never neglect to inform her colleagues. By afternoon, after completing both the comprehensive science and foreign language exams, dusk had fallen. Yi Fei called Chun Wan again, still switched off. A restless agitation stirred within him, a foreboding that something grave was unfolding. Ignoring his chattering deskmate, Guoyang, Yi Fei strode out of the classroom, determined to go to Chun Wan's residence. Just a few paces beyond the doorway, his phone rang. He snatched it up. Chun Wan's number flashed on the screen. He answered instantly. "Senior Sister Chun Wan, where are you? Why didn't I see you today?" A derisive chuckle echoed from the other end, distinctly masculine. Yi Fei's heart plummeted. His pupils contracted sharply as 2 words escaped his clenched teeth. By phone. "Oh, you recognized my voice." By phone laughed. A loud, unrestrained cackle. Then added, "Seems you've missed me more than I thought. Ha ha. Your beautiful teacher is now in my hands. Reach the summit of Yangue Mountain within 1 hour, or else." By phone clicked his tongue, then whispered with chilling menace. "It's been ages since I've savored such a rare beauty, especially one who's also a teacher. Ha ha. I suspect my brothers here are equally eager to sample your lovely instructor." Yi Fei's heart raced, yet he forced himself to remain calm. Feigning indifference, he retorted, "By phone, perhaps you should rename yourself Fool instead. She's my teacher, not my wife. You think seizing a teacher at random entitles you to threaten me into walking to my death? Truly, your intellect alarms me. What manner of swine brain could devise such a crude scheme? Brat, stop playing dumb. Let me tell you plainly. I overheard your conversation with this woman outside the old man's hospital room. Since Bifeng already knew their bond ran deeper than mere student-teacher, Yifei abandoned pretense altogether. His voice turned icy. How do I know you've truly taken senior sister Chenwan, and haven't simply stolen her phone? In truth, Yifei was nearly certain she was in Bifeng's custody. He only sought confirmation of her safety. Don't waste my time with tricks, believe it or not. Remember 1 hour. Fail to appear and I'll. Bifeng roared into the receiver. I don't believe you. Yifei sneered, and hung up without waiting for the threat to finish. His eyes glinted with frost. A searing flame raged in his chest, veins bulged across his tightly clenched fists. Bifeng, if anything happens to senior sister Chenwan, may you pray for mercy. He whispered softly into the silent phone, quiet as breath yet colder than the abyssal winds of the ninth netherworld, sending shivers down the spine. Just then his phone vibrated again. Glancing at the caller ID, Yifei's eyes narrowed. He'd hung up so decisively because he'd deduced Bifeng's true target was not Chenwan, but himself. Chenwan's abduction was merely bait to lure him in. Now it seemed his instinct had proven correct. Hello. Listen well, brat. Bifeng's voice erupted, hysterical raw, then softened as he spoke to someone nearby. Yifei still caught every syllable through the earpiece. Speak now, the boy wants to hear your voice. But no sound followed. Then crack. A sharp stinging slap echoed through the receiver, making Yifei's heart lurch violently. Afterward came a stifled cry of pain. Senior sister Chenwan. Yifei shouted into the phone, composure shattered. Xiaofei, don't come. They MHM. Her plea cut off abruptly into muffled sobs, her mouth clearly covered. Then Bifeng's voice returned. Remember well. Come alone to the summit of Yangui Mountain. 1 hour. If you're late, haha. He laughed, a low venomous chuckle, then ended the call. Crunch. The cheap Nokia brick phone exploded in Yifei's crushing grip. Yifei's eyes burned crimson, boundless killing intent surged like a tidal wave within his chest. Never before had he felt such murderous fury toward another human being. He bolted toward the school gate, only to be blocked by a police car. Yifei, you conspired with organized crime and deliberately assaulted a classmate. You're under arrest. Come with us now. A portly middle-aged officer stepped out, handcuffs in hand, advancing to restrain him. Conspired with organized crime. Deliberately assaulted a classmate. Yifei's gaze flickered, then locked onto Wang Chung seated inside a Mercedes parked behind the police vehicle. Wang Chung leaned against the lowered window, watching Yifei with a sly, smug grin. Noting the officer's reeking breath and bloated features, Yifei instantly grasped the truth. This so-called policeman was nothing but Wang Cheng's hired imposter. Yifei's eyes flared wide. As the fat officer lumbered forward, Yifei bellowed, "Get lost, now." The roar, infused with genuine spiritual energy, hurled the officer backward. Thud, slamming him hard against the police car. Chaos erupted instantly at the school gate. Car alarms shrieked, crowds screamed, pandemonium reigned. Wang Chung had expected to savor Yifei's entrapment, but instead witnessed this spectacle jolting him so violently he nearly wet himself. He frantically urged the driver, go now. Click. The door swung open from outside. Yifei slid into the back seat. Why, Yifei, what are you doing? I'm warning you. Wang Chung stammered, voice trembling. Shut up. Yifei thundered, his frigid gaze locking onto Wang Chung. Drive to Yangui Mountain, or die. At that moment he stood less a man than a slaughter god, so terrifying even seasoned thugs would quake. Wang Chung trembled, uncontrollably speechless. Without orders, the driver sped toward Yangui Mountain. 15 minutes later, the Mercedes halted at the mountain's base. Yifei leapt out and scaled the slope with blinding speed. Only a ruined temple crowned the summit. The rest was barren, trackless wilderness. If Bifeng had brought Chenwan here, it could only be to that temple. Yifei moved like lightning, vanishing from sight in moments. Where ordinary people required half an hour to ascend, he reached the peak in 10 minutes. Punctual aren't you, brat? Inside the temple, Bifeng emerged, grandly flanked by a retinue of henchmen. Where is Chenwan? Yifei demanded, voice glacial. Bring the woman here. Bifeng chuckled, unbothered by the tone, and gestured for Chenwan to be brought forth. In Bifeng's eyes, Yifei was already meat upon the chopping block the moment he arrived. Moments later, Chenwan was led forward by one of the men. Seeing her clothes intact and unmarred, Yifei exhaled deeply, his suspended dread finally easing. But then his gaze fell upon the stark, livid slap mark on her right cheek, and his body froze. She refused to greet you when ordered. This slap was merely a lesson, Bifeng sneered contemptuously. Behind him, a dozen black-clad thugs crossed their arms, scanning Yifei and Chenwan with predatory grins. You, all of you, are dead. Yi Fei's voice pierced the air, icy absolute ringing with finality in every ear. Dragons possess a scale of inviolable fury. Touch it and death is certain. Chun Wan was Yi Fei's own inviolable scale. In that instant the temple's temperature seemed to plummet several degrees. The black-clad men, who had moments earlier watched Yi Fei with mocking disdain, felt their hearts lurch as they met his glacial gaze. A chilling thought seized each of them. Could those truly be human eyes? He's dangerous. Attack together. The first to react was a scarred, broad-shouldered man in his 30s. With a roar he seized his mountain-splitting cleaver and charged headlong at Yi Fei. Die! Yi Fei bellowed, stamping hard upon the ground, and in an instant his body surged forward like a cannonball hurtling toward the black-clad man. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed, and the black-clad man's forward rush halted abruptly, then reversed violently, as he was hurled backward at twice his original speed. Midair he vomited a crimson jet of blood stretching over a meter long. A fist-shaped depression a full inch deep marred his chest. Blood welled steadily through his garments. He never touched the ground. Life fled him before he landed. HSSSS. The remaining assailants recoiled, drawing sharp, shuddering breaths, their eyes wide with raw terror. These men were no mere bodyguards of the Song family. They were desperate, ruthless mercenaries, hired by Vowing with his personal fortune, each bearing the weight of countless blood-soaked crimes. Yet even these hardened killers accustomed to brutality felt their very livers and gallbladders shatter at the sight of Yi Fei's savage blow. Now attack together. Kill him, or we die? Vowing shrieked, his voice cracking with panic. That single brutal strike had stunned him into horrified regret. He now bitterly cursed having provoked this living reaper. But retreat was no longer possible. He knew with grim certainty that the moment he abducted Chun Wan their fates were sealed in mutual annihilation. No need to rush. None of you will be spared. Yi Fei sneered coldly, and before the words faded his figure dissolved into a blur streaking toward the black-clad men. Thud, thud, thud. A succession of suffocating bone-deep impacts reverberated through the crumbling temple, each one coinciding with another body flung skyward. Within less than a minute the men who had once encircled Yi Fei lay strewn across the floor, broken motionless, their fates unknown. Having swept them aside like dry leaves, Yi Fei turned slowly toward Vowing, who still stood frozen in place, and said calmly, "Now, it's your turn." Vowing's eyes bulged wide, his face drained of all color. He had already overestimated Yi Fei, had even spent his entire fortune hiring these mercenaries to subdue him. Yet clearly he had underestimated him. And more shockingly, he had never imagined these elite blood-drenched killers would crumble so utterly before Yi Fei. Vowing stared directly at Yi Fei, shocked by his strength, yet showing no trace of fear upon his face. "Wretched brat, I must admit I underestimated you. I never expected you'd not only master medicine, but wield such terrifying martial prowess. Yet what does it matter? No matter how swift or skilled you are, can you dodge a bullet?" His voice suddenly rose to a shrill crescendo, and from behind his back he drew a handgun, its muzzle leveled squarely at Yi Fei. Vowing's expression twisted into grotesque ferocity. "Kneel, now." Yi Fei merely scoffed, standing unflinching beneath the gun's aim, and then began walking steadily toward him. "I said kneel." Vowing roared, his features contorting further. Yet despite the weapon in his hand, an inexplicable dread coiled deep within his gut at Yi Fei's unnerving calm. Only 10 meters separated them, and yet each of Yi Fei's deliberate steps struck Vowing's heart like a hammer, making it stutter with every pace. Vowing's hand trembled violently as he pointed the pistol and bellowed, "I'm warning you. Take one more step, and I'll shoot." Yi Fei ignored him entirely, continuing forward at his own unhurried rhythm. At last, unable to bear the psychological torment, Vowing fired. Bang! As smoke curled from the barrel, he exhaled deeply. What a fool. He walked straight to his grave. He muttered a curse, dazed by the recoil, then blinked rapidly, eager to confirm Yi Fei's lifeless form, only to find the space before him utterly empty. "Looking for me?" A voice, icy and detached, sounded directly behind him. Vowing whirled, and found himself staring into Yi Fei's familiar, horrifying face. "Impossible. How could you possibly survive? At less than 10 meters, even blindfolded, I couldn't miss." Yet Vowing could not fathom how Yi Fei had evaded death. Yi Fei offered no explanation, only a cruel, frostbitten smile, and whispered next, "I shall show you true despair." "Die!" Vowing screamed, and raised the pistol again, firing blindly toward Yi Fei, who now stood even closer. Again, the bullet tore through empty air, and again, Yi Fei materialized behind him, watching in silent, contemptuous amusement. Bang! 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 Shot after shot rang out, each striking nothing but silence. Yi Fei moved like a phantom. Every time gunfire cracked, he reappeared, always behind Vowing. At last Vowing shattered. With only one round left in the chamber, he did not aim at Yi Fei, but instead pressed the barrel against his own temple. Letting you die so easily would be far too merciful. Yi Fei's voice cut through the tension, calm, final, absolute. As the words fell, Yi Fei's hand clamped down like iron around Bai Feng's wrist, immobilizing it completely. To his horror, Bai Feng discovered he could not even twitch a finger. Then, suddenly, his grip went slack. By the time he realized what had happened, the pistol was already in Yi Fei's palm. Clack, clack, clack. The tungsten steel firearm softened in Yi Fei's grasp like warm clay, within seconds twisted and crushed into a shapeless, useless lump of metal. You're no human, you're a demon, Bai Feng shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at Yi Fei. Was this the hand that struck Sister Qinyuan? Yi Fei's expression remained impassive. Seizing Bai Feng's outstretched right hand, he squeezed, hard. Crack. Bone splintered, and Bai Feng screamed a sound raw with agony. When Yi Fei released his grip, Bai Feng's right hand hung limp and lifeless, every bone within pulverized into dust. Ah, kill me. Just kill me, he wailed. Slap. A crisp, stinging blow answered him. Yi Fei's open palm sent Bai Feng spinning sideways, his body flying clear across the temple floor. Just as Bai Feng neared the ground, Yi Fei closed the distance in a flash, and kicked him skyward once more. Boom, boom, boom. The temple echoed anew with relentless percussive impacts. Each time Bai Feng descended, Yi Fei intercepted him, launching him upward again and again. Only after half an hour, when Yi Fei grew bored, did he finally let Bai Feng plummet freely from the air. Thud. Bai Feng crashed onto the stone floor, raising a cloud of dust. Yi Fei paid him no further mind, instead turning toward the unconscious Qinyuan. Yi Fei had no desire to reveal his secrets prematurely, nor expose Qinyuan to the gory spectacle before her. Thus, even before engaging his foes, he had asked the elder ancestor of reincarnation to seal Qinyuan's 6 senses, plunging her into tranquil unconsciousness. As he lifted Qinyuan gently into his arms, Yi Fei's brow furrowed slightly, and he murmured, "They've arrived sooner than expected." With that, he vanished into the night, carrying Qinyuan away. 5 minutes later, a tactical squad of over 30 special police officers silently surrounded the temple, back at Qinyuan's home. After laying Qinyuan down on her bed, Yi Fei circulated his true energy to soothe the swelling on her cheek, then requested the elder ancestor of reincarnation to lift the seal upon her 6 senses. Only once Qinyuan sank into deep, peaceful slumber did Yi Fei exhale slowly and quietly withdraw from her room. That night, Yi Fei did not return to his residence, but instead cultivated in the living room of Qinyuan's home throughout the night. He worried that Qinyuan would be scared because of what had happened today, so he stayed vigilantly in the living room. In fact, Yi Fei was overly anxious. Qinyuan slept soundly through the night, and only remembered what had happened last night when she got up in the morning and saw Yi Fei in the living room. During breakfast, Qinyuan did not mention a single word about it, as if yesterday's events had never occurred. This made Yi Fei, who was sitting opposite her, feel somewhat uneasy. Qinyuan's reaction was indeed quite unusual. "Sister Qinyuan, don't you want to know what happened last night?" Yi Fei asked tentatively. Qinyuan smiled lightly and asked, "So what happened last night?" Yi Fei was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to begin. He found it difficult to explain last night's events to Qinyuan, as it involved not only his secrets, but also the lives of those on the mountaintop. For Qinyuan, the less she knew, the safer she would be. Moreover, ever since Yi Fei learned about Qinyuan's kidnapping yesterday, he had been in a state of rage. He also worried that his bloody actions on Yangui Mountain would frighten Qinyuan. Seeing Yi Fei like this, Qinyuan couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I know this involves your secret, and it's hard to explain. I can understand that." At this point, Qinyuan playfully winked at Yi Fei, "Just like I have secrets that I haven't told you either. For example, where I came from." Yi Fei was taken aback. Only then did he realize that aside from knowing that Qinyuan graduated from Beijing University, he seemed to know nothing else about her. Before Yi Fei could respond, Qinyuan continued, "In fact, I am not as ignorant as you imagine. Because of my background, I have some understanding of certain special people in this world. Therefore, you don't need to feel guilty for keeping secrets from me." Qinyuan looked at Yi Fei and smiled. "All I need to know is yesterday, I was kidnapped, and you saved me. Isn't that enough?" Yi Fei nodded, feeling relieved inside. Since Qinyuan was not affected by yesterday's events, he decided not to bring up the topic again. Halfway through the meal, Yi Fei suddenly remembered the jade talisman he had made, which he had yet to give to Qinyuan. He quickly said, "Sister Qinyuan, wait a moment, I have a gift for you." After saying this, Yi Fei ran to the sofa in the living room and took out a brocade box from his backpack. This brocade box was something Yi Fei found in the villa that Old Song had sent him. He wasn't sure what it was used for, but he thought it looked quite exquisite, so he decided to use it. For Yi Fei now, anything that the Song family didn't take away is mine. "Sister Qinyuan, this is the jade talisman I made. As long as you wear it close to you, you won't have to worry about falling ill again," Yi Fei said with a smile. Chun Wan's eyes lit up at his words, her charming face unable to hide her joy, and she asked, "Are you finished it so quickly?" Yi Fei also smiled and said, "Yes, see if you like it." Chun Wan held the brocade box and nodded vigorously. Seeing Chun Wan so happy made Yi Fei very happy as well. The evil energy in Chun Wan's body had been accumulating for too long, and it would be difficult to eradicate it completely. Yi Fei wanted to help Chun Wan completely resolve the threat of the evil energy. There were only two methods. One was to wait until his cultivation level improved and use the fourth technique of the four symbols needle method. Red Phoenix welcomes the source to treat Chun Wan. The other method was what the reincarnation ancestor had mentioned to Yi Fei before, to break Chun Wan's body and absorb the evil energy within her. Yi Fei did not dare to mention the second method to Chun Wan, fearing he would get hit. Currently, Yi Fei was still unable to cure Chun Wan's chronic condition. However, with this jade talisman, it could basically ensure that Chun Wan would no longer have to endure the pain caused by the evil energy's outburst, and her life would be secured. In the future, as long as Yi Fei took the jade talisman from Chun Wan every once in a while, he could absorb the evil energy inside. This would benefit both Yi Fei and Chun Wan. The evil energy in Chun Wan's body would decrease, while Yi Fei could improve his cultivation by absorbing this evil energy. While Yi Fei was lost in thought, Chun Wan had already opened the brocade box and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." Hearing this exclamation, Yi Fei's smile grew even wider. Then he heard Chun Wan continue, "What a cute little pig, Xiao Fei, did you carve this?" "Little pig." Yi Fei's smile froze on his face. "Ha ha." The reincarnation ancestor's laughter sounded in Yi Fei's ears. "Kid, I always thought you carved a dog, but I didn't expect it to be a little pig. I really am getting old, my eyes aren't good anymore." After saying that, another round of laughter followed. The reincarnation ancestor said this on purpose to tease Yi Fei, as Yi Fei had already told him that he carved a mouse. Yi Fei's face turned bright red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in right now. This was so embarrassing. Chun Wan had been staring at the jade talisman in the brocade box, and after a long time, without hearing Yi Fei respond, she tilted her head to look at him and noticed that Yi Fei's expression was somewhat stiff. "Xiao Fei, what's wrong? I really like this little pig. Why do you have that expression?" Chun Wan asked in surprise. Yi Fei replied with a bitter face, "Sister Chun Wan, can we not mention pigs? I'm allergic." Chun Wan naturally did not believe Yi Fei's nonsense and asked in astonishment, "Why? I think this little pig is very cute. But I carved a mouse." Yi Fei's face showed a look of despair. "Off." Chun Wan was taken aback upon hearing this and looked down again at the jade talisman in the brocade box, only to notice that the pig's tail seemed to be unnaturally long. "Off." Chun Wan couldn't help but giggle, "But I still think it looks like a pig." Seeing Yi Fei's gloomy expression, Chun Wan laughed even harder. Yi Fei indignantly complained, "Is my carving skill really that bad?" Yi Fei's words only made Chun Wan laugh so hard that she couldn't straighten up, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. She complained to Yi Fei, "Can you not tell jokes while eating?" Yi Fei. The rest of the breakfast time was spent in Chun Wan's laughter. Even while eating, Chun Wan held the little pig in one hand and occasionally waved it in front of Yi Fei. After leaving Chun Wan's house, Yi Fei did not head directly to school, but instead walked towards the commercial street, which was not far from the school. Yesterday, when he received by phone's call, he had crushed his durable old phone in anger. If his family called him and couldn't get through, it would surely worry them. Yi Fei did not want to make his family worry, so he needed to hurry and buy a phone. Fortunately, his phone card was still active. Yi Fei, who was no longer the poor boy he was when he first arrived in Haizhou, didn't have to worry about the cost of a phone. After all, he still had nearly 2 million in savings that he had yet to use. With money, Yi Fei felt much more confident and walked into a phone shop that had already opened for business. The store was large, with 5 female staff members chatting together at the counter, while outside another female staff member was mopping the floor and did not notice Yi Fei. When the 5 female staff members saw Yi Fei enter, they all turned to look at him, then quickly turned away and continued their conversation. Yi Fei was wearing the school uniform of Haizhou No. One high school, which due to frequent washing and wearing had become somewhat faded, making him look quite uncool. Yi Fei could understand their thoughts and didn't mind as he looked around at the dazzling array of phones on various counters. "Excuse me, are you here to buy a phone?" Just as Yi Fei was browsing, a soft voice rang out near his ear. Yi Fei turned to look and found that the one speaking was the female staff member who had been mopping the floor. This girl was around his age and was a beauty, her looks rivaling that of Luo Yiren, the class monitor from Yi Fei's class. Especially with her simple ponytail and fair, clean skin, she gave off a fresh and gentle vibe. "Li Yunju, what are you chatting about? Hurry up and mop the floor. And you over there, what are you wandering around for? Can't you see the floor is dirty because of you?" Just as Yi Fei was about to speak, a sharp voice came over. "Hey you, who do you think you're staring at?" "Yes, I mean you." Yi Fei turned his head and saw one of the 5 shop assistants who had been chatting earlier, a woman in her 30s, heavily made up, pointing straight at him. If I weren't here to buy a phone, why else would I be here? Yi Fei retorted irritably, finding her behavior utterly inexplicable. Kid, I've seen your kind 100 times. You're not here to buy a phone. You're here to ogle Li Juanju, aren't you? I hear she's even the campus beauty of Haizhou. One high school, and they call her the commoner beauty. What utter nonsense. You're still too green, kid. Next time you come, remember to strip off that school uniform first. Li Juanju. Hearing the woman's words, Yi Fei instantly recognized the elegant young shop assistant beside him, the very commoner beauty Li Juanju frequently mentioned by his classmate Guoliang. He also gleaned from the middle-aged woman's remarks that due to Li Juanju working here, many students from Haizhou one high school regularly feigned interest in purchasing phones, just to catch glimpses of her. Clearly, Yi Fei had been mistaken for one of them, and judging by Li Juanju's expression, she seemed to share that assumption. Yi Fei was left utterly speechless, feeling more wrong than Yi herself. Ever since Yi Fei had once asked Guoliang about the 4 campus beauties of Haizhou, one high school, Guoliang had taken every opportunity to boast about newly acquired gossip concerning one or another. Though Yi Fei held little interest in such talk, repeated mentions had etched certain details into his memory, like how Li Juanju's family had fallen into grave hardship burdened by an enormous debt. Yi Fei looked at Li Juanju in surprise and asked directly, "Aren't you still in school? Why are you working here?" The 4 campus beauties of Haizhou were not merely stunning. They were all academic prodigies. Among them, Luo Yiren stood supreme, earning the epithet Invincible Scholar. Even Yi Fei's own haughty cousin ranked among the top 50 students in her grade. Haizhou, one high school ranked among the nation's elite institutions, placing within the top 50, their virtually guaranteed admission to any key university. With national exams only months away, it seemed unthinkable that Li Juanju would sacrifice such a future, opting instead to work as a low-wage shop assistant. Yi Fei and Li Juanju had never met before. His blunt question was frankly rather impolite. Yet Li Juanju lived up to her title of commoner beauty. Though startled by his bluntness, she replied calmly, "I'm only doing part-time work here, not a formal employee." Yi Fei nodded silently, thinking to himself, so Guoliang's rumors were true. Her family must indeed be in dire straits. Otherwise, why would she take on menial part-time labor during the grueling final year of high school, especially work as humble as cleaning? At that moment, Yi Fei recalled his own arrival at Haizhou, one high school. Had it not been for his aunt's support, he too might have sought part-time work to ease his family's burden. An urge stirred within him to help Li Juanju, not because she was a campus beauty, but because she reminded him uncannily of himself upon first arriving in Haizhou. Of course, except for academic excellence. "Can you even sell phones here?" Yi Fei asked, glancing at Li Juanju. She had in fact noticed him the moment he entered the store. Upon seeing his school uniform, she had assumed, as others did, that he'd come not for a phone, but for her. Yet now his tone suggested he truly intended to purchase one. "I'm not a formal staff member, but yes, I can sell phones. My commission is half theirs, yet otherwise my duties are identical." "Then please recommend one for me." "Certainly. May I ask your preferences? Features, budget, anything specific?" Seeing Yi Fei was genuinely shopping, Li Juanju adopted a professional demeanor. After all, a successful sale meant commission, however modest. And for someone urgently needing funds, even a small sum mattered. Requirements. Yi Fei's needs were simple: reliable calling and receiving. But since he'd resolved to help Li Juanju thoroughly, he added with a smile, "Choose something well-built, aesthetically refined." The 5 female assistants, overhearing their exchange, now realized Yi Fei truly was there to buy a phone. "Umph, broke brat. Wasting your parents' hard-earned blood and sweat to play big shot in front of a classmate. If you're so bold, go ahead and buy an Apple XX. Apple XX. Yi Fei, intrigued by the term, turned to Li Juanju. She glanced at him, hesitant lips parted as if holding back words. Yi Fei read her expression instantly and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I earned this money myself. It's not my family's. Now could you tell me what Apple XX actually is?" Li Juanju studied him briefly before nodding. "It's Apple's latest model. Meets both your criteria admittedly, but offers poor value. At over 10,000 yuan, I wouldn't recommend it." Yi Fei chuckled. "Then that's the one. I'll take 2. He thought of his younger sister Yi Xian soon entering high school, and how delighted she'd be to receive such a gift. He still remembered her radiant joy during their last call when he'd promised to bring her a present home. 2. Her words stunned not only Li Juanju, but all 5 assistants who'd been eavesdropping intently. "Huh, anyone can bluff. I could claim my father is Ma Dazue. 2 phones. Are you planning to use one and toss the other?" The heavily made-up woman sneered again. Yi Fei, thoroughly exasperated, shot her a dismissive glance and snapped, "I'll use one to make calls, and the other to receive them. Is that forbidden? You're meddling far beyond your station." When Li Junju produced 2 unopened phones, Yifei pulled out his bank card without hesitation. Swipe it. Ah. His swift, decisive action left everyone momentarily stunned. The woman poised to deliver another barbed jaw agape suddenly choked mid-sentence, as if her throat had been clamped shut the moment she saw the card. With Yifei producing his card, no one doubted he could afford the purchase. The woman darted a sharp look at Li Junju, eyes flickering cunningly, then hurried over. Shaoli, you haven't finished mopping the floor yet, have you? Best get to it right away. She pivoted toward Yifei, flashing a syrupy grin. Young sir, allow me to handle your invoices for these 2 phones. She leaned forward, attempting to elbow Li Junju aside. Yifei stepped back sharply and waved a hand before his face. Ma'am, your breath reeks. Regrettably, I cannot tolerate fecal odors. Kindly step aside. A flush surged up the woman's neck, her face burning crimson despite her thick makeup. She jabbed a finger at Yifei, shrieking, You, little beast. Did your parents teach you nothing about manners? Born of a mother raised by no father. What kind of gutter trash are you? Yifei had barely tolerated her, until those final words struck like ice through bone. What did you just say? His voice dropped to a glacial whisper, laced with lethal, soul-chilling cold. That phrase was the single most forbidden line in his entire life. I said you were born of a mother, but... Slap. The woman's retort died mid-sentence, her cheeks stinging from a thunderous ringing blow. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? She clutched her face, incredulous finger trembling as she pointed at him. I don't care who you are. Say it again, and I'll end you. Bloodshot eyes locked onto hers, teeth bared in furious resolve. No one in that room mistook his threat for jest. Trembling pale as parchment, she dared not repeat the words, only spat, You. Just wait. She snatched her phone and dialed frantically. Hey dog brother, I've been assaulted. At the phone shop. Hurry with backup. It's some kid, just get here now. As she uttered the word kid, Yifei's gaze swept toward her, making her flinch violently, the unsaid beast, dying unspoken on her tongue. Yifei turned back to Li Junju, calm as ever, swiped the card. Li Junju stared at him, bewildered by his composure, and whispered urgently, Leave, now? The man she called is a notorious thug across East District. You can't afford to tangle with him. The woman erupted, Li Junju, you traitorous little slut. Did you think I couldn't hear you? So a customer buys a phone, and suddenly you're bought and paid for, just like your mother. Born low, doomed to suffer forever. Li Junju's face paled. Yifei whirled, voice like frozen steel, Shut that foul mouth, or you'll taste another slap. You. Startled, she recoiled. Yet emboldened by her call, she jabbed a finger at him. Boy, don't you dare walk away. Yifei ignored her bluster, waiting patiently, while Li Junju processed the transaction. Eager to see him depart, she moved with practiced speed. But she was too late. As she placed the phones and receipt into Yifei's hands, a voice boomed from outside the store. Who dares lay hands on my woman? Blind fool, he deserves to have his eyes gouged out. Simultaneously, a gang of thugs brandishing clubs stormed inside. At their head stood the very dog brother the woman had summoned. She rushed to him, sobbing, Dog brother, you're finally here. If you delayed any longer, I'd have been ruined. Her voice had shifted, coquettish saccharine. Sweetheart, don't cry. Let me settle this for you. Patting her possessively, dog brother scanned the shop, roaring, Who's the blind worm who dared strike my woman? Step forward now. The woman pointed straight at Yifei. At that instant, Yifei, who'd been standing with his back turned, slowly turned to face them. Kid, you're the one who... Dog brother began following her finger. But the moment his eyes locked onto Yifei's face, his jaw dropped, words strangling in his throat, a guttural gurgle escaping his constricted windpipe. Dog brother, that little beast did it, she shrieked, pointing again. Slap. Another stinging blow landed, this time delivered not by Yifei but by dog brother himself. Clutching her cheek, she stared at him, stunned. Dog brother, why hit me? Shouldn't you be beating him? Slap. Before she could finish, I'm hitting you. Let me tell you plainly, I've despised you for ages. Only your services kept you employed, otherwise I'd have kicked you out long ago. He raged on, spittle flying, while the woman cowered mute with shock. Enough. Stop performing. Yifei cut in, coldly halting dog brother's tirade. Dog brother flushed, sheepishly scurried to Yifei and groveled. Ye student. This wretched woman dared provoke you. She deserved the beating. I'll punish her severely when we return. Little dog, fate moves swiftly. Who knew we'd meet again so soon? Truly, life is full of serendipitous encounters. Indeed, this dog brother was none other than Go Chang, the very thug Yifei had disciplined before. Hearing the mocking title little dog, Go Chang's mouth twisted bitterly. 1,000 camels stampeded through his mind. He'd gone to great lengths to avoid this ominous figure, yet fate had delivered him straight into his path. In that moment, he nearly blurted out a phrase he'd learned from another thug boasting elementary school English. Damn it. How old are you? Go Chang harbored a secret unknown to the outside world, an uncanny preternatural intuition for danger, innate, unlearned, and sharper than any ordinary humans. It was precisely this razor-edged instinct that had propelled him, a street thug who had never set foot in a classroom nor mastered a single skill, from obscurity to notoriety, elevating him to the rank of the most feared gangster in the entire East District. Yet the moment he met Yi Fei, that very intuition, the pride of his survival, seemed to falter, to fail utterly. Their first encounter occurred when Go Chang attempted to assault Chen Wan, and Yi Fei walked in on him. At that time, Yi Fei still appeared like an ordinary youth, timid, hesitant, visibly unnerved by rough street thugs, utterly unthreatening in Go Chang's eyes. The result? He was brutally beaten. Their second meeting took place inside Yi Fei's classroom, where Go Chang had arrived at Wang Cheng's behest to exact revenge on his behalf. The instant he laid eyes on Yi Fei again, a deep, visceral wariness seized him, an instinctive urge to retreat, to avoid provocation at all costs. He trusted that instinct implicitly. And so, despite knowing it would incur Wang Cheng's father's wrath, and likely cost him every construction contract in the city, he still delivered a savage beating to Wang Cheng himself. Today marked his third encounter with Yi Fei. Now facing Yi Fei, Go Chang felt an overwhelming compulsion to avert his gaze. Under Yi Fei's stare, he found himself instinctively lowering his head, bending his spine, even kneeling, prostrating himself, as if before a sovereign. He knew this reaction stemmed solely from his uniquely acute perception, something invisible to others, undetectable by ordinary senses. Only a few days have passed. Go Chang marveled inwardly. In mere days, Yi Fei had undergone a metamorphosis so profound it defied comprehension. Not in appearance, but in essence, a fundamental shift in aura, radiating absolute, unshakable confidence born of overwhelming power. Given the choice, Go Chang would have fled Yi Fei forever, vanished beyond reach, never to lay eyes on him again. Alas, escape was impossible. Yi Fei was his fated nemesis. As Yi Fei fixed him with a cold, mocking smile, Go Chang desperately wanted to retort, "Actually, I've got a phrase of my own, though I'm not sure whether it's appropriate to utter." But he dared not. Puppy. The moment Yi Fei uttered the word, not only the female clerks inside the mobile phone store, but even the gang of hooligans trailing Go Chang, stood stunned, speechless. Behind the counter, Li Junju paled upon seeing Go Chang and his men enter. She knew his fearsome reputation well, and assumed Yi Fei would soon be mercilessly beaten, while she herself would inevitably suffer the fallout. Yet just as panic gripped her, the scene shifted, abruptly, irrevocably. After a brief, heavy silence, one of Go Chang's underlings snapped to attention, brandishing a club and shouting, "Damn it, Brat, how dare you speak to Brother Go like?" Crack. Before he could finish, a thunderous slap echoed across the store. Go Chang glared at the man, clutching his stinging cheek, his voice icy. "What the hell do you think you're doing, talking to Brother Yi like that? Do you want to die?" Then turning sharply to the rest, he barked, "Blind fools. You don't even recognize Brother Yi. No, not even Master Yi. What are you waiting for? Get down on your knees and shout Master Yi now." His final command erupted as a guttural roar. "Master Yi! Master Yi! Greetings, Master Yi!" A ragged, dissonant chorus erupted within the store. The heavily made-up woman stared dumbfounded. The clerks who'd been chatting moments earlier stood frozen in disbelief. Li Junju gazed at Yi Fei, her large, beautiful eyes widening further in astonishment. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Could he be part of the underworld, and even more powerful than Go Chang? Enough! Yi Fei raised a hand, cutting off the continued cries of Master Yi. With detached indifference, he addressed Go Chang, "I have no grandchildren to speak of. Just call me classmate Yi, as you used to." Grandchildren? Uffed. Li Junju, who'd been watching Yi Fei with wide-eyed fascination, couldn't suppress a burst of laughter. She hadn't noticed it before, while the gangsters shouted, but now hearing Yi Fei's words, she realized Master Yi and grandfather sounded eerily alike. Go Chang's face flushed with embarrassment. Had anyone else dared laugh at such a moment, he would have made them pay dearly. But Li Junju stood right beside Yi Fei, and even if he possessed 10 times his courage, he wouldn't dare raise a finger against her. Then his gaze flickered to her exquisite, delicate features, and a chilling suspicion struck him. What if this grandfather had come here not for vengeance, but to court this young woman? With a nervous, strained smile, he ventured then, "May I continue calling you classmate Yi?" "Classmate Yi, did this wretched woman offend you just now?" As he spoke, Go Chang seized the heavily made-up woman by the collar and yanked her forward. "Oh!" Terrified beyond reason, she shrieked as he dragged her. "Oh, Brother Go, I beg you forgive me this once." She wept uncontrollably, pleading desperately. "What good is apologizing to me? You offended classmate Yi. Kneel and beg his forgiveness now." Go Chang roared. This woman was Go Chang's newest mistress. Unremarkable in looks, yet astonishingly skilled in bed, bold and uninhibited in every way, having recently brought him unparalleled physical satisfaction. To abandon her so abruptly left him genuinely reluctant. hence his harsh rebuke intended to jolt her back to her senses. Though ordinarily sharp-witted, she'd grown arrogant after attaching herself to Go Chang. Just now sheer terror had clouded her judgment, but Go Chang's outburst had snapped her back to awareness. Thud! She collapsed onto her knees before Yi Fei and began kowtowing frantically. Master Yi, no classmate Yi. I was blind, unworthy. I beg you spare me this once. I swear I'll never dare again. Tears streamed down her face, smearing her thick makeup into grotesque streaks. Yi Fei remained motionless, observing her abject supplication with glacial detachment, as unmoving and impassive as a stone statue. Utterly unmoved, his heart cold as forged iron. Yi Fei was no tyrant by nature, yet the woman's earlier insults had pierced the deepest sanctum of his innermost taboos. Seeing Yi Fei remain silent, she panicked anew and cast a desperate imploring glance toward Li Junju. Juju, please beg classmate Yi for mercy on my behalf. I've helped your family countless times. Even this job, you owe it to me. Li Junju hesitated, her expression uncertain. The woman lived nearby, technically a neighbor, and had indeed rendered assistance to her family. Yet each trivial favor came with disproportionate demands afterward. Her generosity always exacted at an exorbitant price. Even this part-time position at the mobile store had cost Li Junju 300 yuan in brokerage fees before the woman consented to hire her. In the end, Li Junju's compassion overruled her reservations. Classmate Yi, could you please forgive Sister Li this time? Yi Fei turned to her surprised. He'd clearly heard the woman's vicious, humiliating tirade moments earlier, yet here, she was interceding on her behalf. Sister Li, she's helped our family many times before, Li Junju murmured, lowering her gaze under Yi Fei's steady scrutiny, her voice tinged with quiet guilt. Yi Fei nodded. School would begin soon. He had no intention of lingering further. Besides, granting Li Junju this small favor would allow her to accrue goodwill, easing her standing at the store. With a single dismissive glance at the trembling woman, Yi Fei declared coldly, this matter ends here. Remember, rein in that foul tongue, or invite ruin upon yourself. Yes, yes. Thank you, classmate Yi. Thank you. I swear I'll never repeat this mistake. Overwhelmed with relief, she blurted out the words, her face twisted in abject gratitude. Then turning to Li Junju with a sorrowful grimace, she whispered, Juju, Sister Li treated your family shamefully before. I truly regret it. Li Junju merely shook her head, saying nothing. Compared to other neighbors, aloof, indifferent, eager to distance themselves, this woman had at least offered tangible help. Go Chang exhaled in palpable relief and hastened to assure Yi Fei, classmate Yi, rest assured. I'll discipline her thoroughly. Many present rolled their eyes, thinking silently, your idea of discipline probably happens between sheets. Yi Fei cared not how Go Chang chose to discipline her. If he delayed any longer, he'd be late for school. So he gave Li Junju a brief nod and strode toward the store's exit. Just as he reached the doorway, Li Junju's voice called out softly behind him. Yi, are you going to school? Let's go together. Li Junsu's voice rang out behind Yi Fei. Yi Fei paused, turning his head in surprise to look at Li Junju, only to find her already changed out of her work uniform and approaching him with her small backpack. To the onlookers in the mobile phone shop, Yi Fei's action of turning around seemed like he was waiting for Li Junju. In that brief moment, Li Junju had already reached Yi Fei, smiling at him and saying, let's go. Yi Fei gave Li Junju a meaningful glance, nodded, but remained silent. Inside the mobile phone shop, silence reigned. Once the figures of Yi Fei and Li Junju had disappeared from sight, a small thug could no longer contain himself and spoke to Brother Go, saying, Brother Go, what is this kid's background that you are so lenient with him? Is he the illegitimate son of Yin Xiong? The small thug pondered for a long time, and the only word he could come up with was lenient. Other thugs looked at Brother Go curiously upon hearing this. Go Chang had made a name for himself in Dongqing district. Not to mention being Yin Xiong's illegitimate son, even Yin Xiong's own son wouldn't qualify to call him grandpa. At most, out of respect for Yin Xiong, young master, Yin might be used. Yet just a moment ago, Go Chang had them call Yi Fei Yi grandpa. Yes, Brother Go, please tell us, what is that kid's identity? Looking at his attire, he doesn't seem like a wealthy person. Could he be a young master from some big family deliberately dressing like this to attract girls? Could he be from the Song family? The group of thugs chattered among themselves, speculating about Yi Fei's background. Even the heavily made-up woman had stopped crying, staring intently at Go Chang. You guys don't understand anything. Go Chang snapped, irritably interrupting the discussion. When he recalled the look in Yi Fei's eyes, he still felt a shiver down his spine. Go Chang had had the fortune to meet Yin Xiong a few times. Just as the rumors said, Yin Xiong gave off a very imposing and domineering aura resembling a fierce character. However, compared to the feeling Yi Fei gave him, it was far more than just several streets apart. Yin Xiong's aura was something he intentionally projected for others to see, to instill fear, while Yi Fei's aura emanated from his very being, yet appeared less overt on the surface. The difference between the two was simply colossal. What is his identity that you can inquire about? In any case, you all listen carefully. When you see this gentleman in the future, keep your distance. Go Chang had no idea what identity Yi Fei had. He could only give such orders. After saying this, feeling it wasn't enough, he added, whoever is blind enough to provoke this gentleman, just dig a pit for yourself. Don't expect me to clean up after you. The thugs exchanged glances at Go Chang's words. Did everyone hear that clearly? When Go Chang saw no one respond, he couldn't help but ask loudly. Heard it clearly. The thugs hurriedly replied. Dog. Brother Dog. At that moment, a thug stepped forward to Go Chang, his face showing a hesitance. What do you mean, spit it out? Go Chang said impatiently. I think I offended. That. The thug stammered. Damn. Before the thug could finish, Go Chang kicked him angrily. After sending the thug staggering back a step, he scolded, damn it, tell me how you offended that gentleman. Brother Dog, no. It's not that I didn't offend that young master, I offended the girl who left with him. The thug quickly explained, fearing another kick. Oh, it's that girl. Go Chang sighed in relief upon hearing this. As long as it wasn't Yi Fei he offended. He still asked what happened. A few days ago, I went with Lai Li Huang and the others to a gambler's house to collect debts. The gambler didn't have money to pay, and we couldn't hold back, so we beat him up. Bang. Go Chang kicked again. Damn it, get to the point. The thug showed a wronged expression because his next sentence was the key point. He didn't expect to get kicked for this. That gambler is the girl's father. She was there at the time. The thug said, his face turning long, and just now she seemed to have recognized me. Other thugs looked at this thug with sympathy, but also with a hint of glee. Brother Dog, I was just following the rules. That gambler owed debts and didn't pay. We couldn't take it anymore, so we acted. The thug defended himself. Enough. Go Chang waved his hand irritably and said, in the future, don't hang out with that bunch of idiots and don't cause any more trouble for that girl's family. Yes, I understand. The thug nodded quickly. Go Chang sighed in relief and then turned to the heavily made-up woman, saying, you know that girl, right? You should know what to do next, right? I know, I understand. Li Junzhu and Yi Fei walked side by side out of the mobile phone shop. After just a few steps, Li Junzhu's pace slowed down, as if inadvertently creating some distance between her and Yi Fei. Yi Fei had long noticed this small action of Li Junzhu's and didn't mind pretending not to have noticed as he continued walking at his own pace. Though Li Junzhu had suggested going to school together, Yi Fei would not narcissistically think that Li Junzhu had developed an interest in him because of it. Taking advantage. Yi Fei silently thought to himself. Indeed, Li Junzhu had proposed to go to school together in front of many thugs to leverage his influence. Yi Fei had seen through Li Junzhu's little scheme at the mobile phone shop entrance, yet he still agreed to let her walk with him. Since I've decided to help her once, I don't mind helping her again. This was Yi Fei's thought. The two walked one in front and one behind without any communication. Until they neared the school entrance, Li Junzhu suddenly quickened her pace a few steps and caught up with Yi Fei, saying, thank you. You're welcome. Yi Fei replied. Oh. Li Junzhu looked at Yi Fei in surprise. Do you know why I'm thanking you? According to her assumption, Yi Fei should ask, why are you thanking me? Right? Just now in the mobile phone shop, did you notice the strange look of one of the thugs? Yi Fei replied calmly. You should have known him before. To be exact, you must have had a grudge against him. Oh. Li Jun was taken aback by Yi Fei's words. It dawned on her that her previous attempts to hide her intentions had been seen through by Yi Fei long ago. Thinking of this, Li Junzhu's pretty face turned crimson. Fortunately, Yi Fei didn't look at her at that moment, otherwise she probably would have wanted to find a hole to hide in. Since you know, why still? Li Junzhu asked in confusion. Still willing to be used by you. Yi Fei smiled faintly as he turned to look at Li Junzhu, completing her unfinished thought. Li Junzhu nodded shyly, her face slightly flushed. She never intended to hide it from Yi Fei. She had meant to tell him these things from the start. Hee. Yi Fei smiled nonchalantly. Let's just say it's a favor for a classmate to help when I can. After all, it doesn't cost me anything. Thank you. Li Junzhu nodded, expressing her gratitude again, her tone much more serious. Yi Fei smiled lightly and nodded, accepting her thanks. Yi Fei and Li Junzhu were not in the same class. Although Class 8, where Li Junzhu was, and Class 10, where Yi Fei was, sounded close, the classrooms were actually at opposite ends. Otherwise, Yi Fei wouldn't have been at Haizhou one middle school for so long without ever having seen this so-called commoner school beauty. Just as they were about to part ways, Li Junzhu suddenly asked out of the blue, now that you know my name, I still don't know yours. As soon as she said it, the blush that had just left Li Junzhu's face returned, now even tinged with a bit of shyness. This was the first time she had actively asked a boy for his name. Yi Fei. Yi Fei. Li Junzhu repeated the name instinctively, saying, it sounds like I've heard it somewhere before. Ah, you're that. That. Li Junzhu seemed to recall something, her eyes widening in disbelief as she pointed at Yi Fei. However, she didn't finish her sentence. Seeing Li Junzhu's reaction, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. In fact, he was also somewhat of a celebrity at Haizhou one middle school. The reason for his fame was naturally due to his score of 250 points in the last mock exam, which secured him the absolute position of last place among the senior students at Haizhou One Middle School. This mock exam had caused the name Yi Fei to spread throughout Haizhou One Middle School in just one day. And Yi Fei also acquired a rather loud nickname that circulated among the senior students at Haizhou One Middle School 250. Afterward, the bet between Yi Fei and Zhao Yun spread through the school, making his 250 fame flare up slightly at Haizhou One Middle School. However, most students had only heard the name Yi Fei and had never seen him in person. Seeing Li Junse's reaction, it was evident that she also knew of Yi Fei's nickname. Yi Fei nodded seriously and said, "That's right, I am the 250 you speak of." With a chuckle, Li Junju couldn't help but laugh at Yi Fei's calm admission. "But that's not what I said," she said, pursing her lips and giggling. Yi Fei shrugged indifferently. "How about this? To thank you for your help today, I'll treat you to lunch at noon." Li Junju smiled and said, "However, I'm not as wealthy as you. I can only treat you to a meal at the school canteen." Yi Fei was about to refuse, but seeing Li Junse's determined expression, he nodded in agreement. The first class of the morning was biology class with the homeroom teacher Zhao Yun. Yi Fei entered the classroom just as the bell rang. To the many classmates in the class, Yi Fei seemed to have given up completely. After all, the mock exam had passed, and the results would soon be released. Zhao Yun naturally had an even worse impression of Yi Fei, and during class she attempted to call on him several times, but he managed to answer all her questions. This left Zhao Yun with a simmering frustration, her face growing increasingly dark. When the class ended, she called out "Class dismissed," and left with her teaching materials. "Yi Fei, did you offend Guo Chunhai and the others?" Yi Fei was inserting his SIM card into his newly bought phone when his deskmate, Guo Liang, suddenly leaned over and asked, "Guo Chunhai, the..." Yi Fei frowned slightly upon hearing this. Since parting ways with Yin Xiong at the club last time, he hadn't seen any of them except for Luo Yiren. Although Yi Fei had sent them away to avoid exposing his secrets, he had still saved them. However, after they left, these people showed no concern for him, completely disregarding his well-being, which was somewhat chilling. Of course, Yi Fei had no intention of befriending them. He simply found them increasingly intolerable. Yes, Guo Chunhai, Shi Chun, and those rich second-generation heirs. Guo Liang scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. Yi Fei couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Aren't you also a rich second-generation heir? What's the difference? I can't compare to them. They have their own little circle and ignore outsiders completely. They're as arrogant as can be." Guo Liang replied with a dismissive expression. Yi Fei chuckled and didn't pursue that topic further. Instead, he asked, "What's wrong with them? Don't you know? The news about your bet with Zhao Yun was not widely known initially. It was their rampant promotion that made the entire school aware. Moreover," Guo Liang started to say, but hesitated. "Moreover what?" Yi Fei pressed. "Moreover, Guo Chunhai threatened to make things difficult for you." Once Guo Liang finished speaking, his face turned serious. "You probably don't know, but Guo Chunhai's father is the deputy director of the police station and a man of considerable power." Yi Fei's expression also turned cold. These people truly seemed to be unaware of the danger they courted. Seeing Yi Fei silent, Guo Liang thought he was scared and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry too much, after all, this is school. Even if Guo Chunhai and the others are arrogant, they wouldn't dare to go too far here." "I understand," Yi Fei nodded. "How about..." Guo Liang began to suggest that Yi Fei accompany him to and from school, but suddenly trailed off, his mouth agape. "What's wrong?" Yi Fei turned to look puzzled and discovered that unbeknownst to him, Luo Yiren had come to his side. At this moment, Guo Liang had completely forgotten what he was doing, his eyes fixated on Luo Yiren. "Wow." Yi Fei was left speechless. "Guo Liang, may I have a word with Yi Fei?" Luo Yiren smiled at Guo Liang and asked. Guo Liang's expression stiffened and his heart sank in disappointment. He had thought Luo Yiren was looking for him. Sure, of course. Although he felt dejected, he still nodded and was about to rise to give Luo Yiren his seat. "No need." Luo Yiren hurriedly stopped him and then turned to Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, can you step outside with me for a moment?" As soon as she finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent instantly. The students who had been discussing yesterday's exam content stopped talking. Those who had been joking around ceased their antics. Even the students busy doing their work put down their pens, all raising their heads to look at Luo Yiren. Under the gaze of so many people, Luo Yiren's delicate face flushed bright red, nearly dripping with embarrassment, yet she still stood there waiting for Yi Fei's response. Seeing all these classmates looking at him, Yi Fei's face displayed an expression of righteous indignation, as if he dared not refuse, otherwise the next moment they would all swarm him and tear him apart. "All right then." Yi Fei sighed, nodding as he followed Luo Yiren out of the classroom. Once the two stepped out, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of discussions after a brief silence. "No way, did I see that correctly?" Luo Yiren actually asked Yi Fei to talk privately. Don't think too much of Luo Yiren is the class monitor. I guess Luo Yiren is concerned about Yi Fei's studies and wants to ask him some questions about his learning situation. Damn, this country bumpkin really struck gold. He's about to be expelled and still gets the class monitor's attention. The class monitor is truly diligent. Wow, I want the class monitor to supervise my studies too. Yi Fei stood still next to a flower bed outside the classroom, following Luo Yiren. Yi Fei, are you mad at me? Luo Yiren looked at him, her small face showing a hint of grievance. Mad? Yi Fei was taken aback, feeling a bit confused. Why would I be mad at you? If you're not mad, then why did you ignore me yesterday? As she spoke, Luo Yiren's face wore a look of grievance. During the exam yesterday, I looked at you so many times, but you pretended not to see me. You still say you're not mad at me. Luo Yiren became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and by the end her eyes were slightly moist, looking pitiful. Yi Fei was rendered speechless as he recalled that Luo Yiren seemed to have looked at him several times during the exam. However, at that time he had not seen Xinwan arrive at school, and his heart was entirely focused on Xinwan, so he had no attention to spare for anything else. Moreover, Luo Yiren had only looked at him, showing no intention of speaking to him, so he hadn't taken it to heart, not realizing it had been misunderstood by Luo Yiren. After leaving the club that day, Zeline and I waited for you outside for a long time, but didn't see you come out. Later, when my dad arrived to take us in to look for you, the people at the club said you had already left by yourself. Luo Yiren lowered her head, her voice growing more pitiful. Is it because we left early that day that you've been mad at me? Yi Fei was taken aback. He only then realized that after he left the club, Luo Yiren and Su Zeline had come looking for him. However, he must have been picked up by Xing Jun by then, so they naturally would have left empty-handed. Haha, class monitor, I'm not mad at you at all. Yi Fei smiled, realizing that if he didn't speak, Luo Yiren might actually cry in front of him. Really? Luo Yiren raised her head, her face showing a hint of joy. Of course. Yi Fei nodded firmly. Don't forget it was me who asked you to leave early. How could I possibly be mad at you? Luo Yiren looked at Yi Fei, seeing that he truly seemed not to be angry. She finally felt relieved, but still said then. Why did you ignore me yesterday? It was the mock exam yesterday. I was so nervous. Yi Fei had to fabricate a lie. Besides, class monitor, you only glanced at me a few times yesterday and didn't speak to me. I thought you had developed a crush on me and secretly felt happy for a while, only to find out you were looking at me for this reason. As Yi Fei finished speaking, a dejected expression spread across his face, as if he had received a huge blow. Puffed. Luo Yiren finally broke into laughter, saying, Puffed, who likes you? Yi Fei, I've noticed your skin is getting thicker and thicker. Upon seeing Luo Yiren finally smile, Yi Fei felt relieved. If she truly started crying in front of him and other students saw it, he would certainly incur public outrage. Yi Fei. Luo Yiren suddenly spoke, her face showing a hesitant expression. What's wrong, class monitor? Yi Fei asked. Next weekend is my 18th birthday and my dad is throwing me a birthday party. I want to invite you to attend my birthday party. I'm not sure if you... As she spoke, she produced a delicate pink invitation from her hand, imbued with a strong youthful charm. Sure, I have nothing else to do anyway. Yi Fei smiled and took the invitation. Then it settled. Luo Yiren, seeing Yi Fei accept the invitation, threw out a comment and dashed back to the classroom. At noon, Yi Fei entered the school cafeteria and immediately spotted Li Junju standing by the entrance waiting. Merely standing there, she radiated such elegance that numerous students could not help but glance her way repeatedly. A few bold students, emboldened by their status as campus heartthrobs, approached her to strike up conversation and invite her to dine together. Yet each invitation was politely declined. Many onlookers sighed inwardly in quiet disappointment, while others, daunted by her poise, lacked even the courage to approach and speak. Still, they did not leave. Instead, they lingered nearby, watching and waiting. After all, Li Junju rarely ate at the cafeteria. She usually brought lunch from home and reheated it in the classroom microwave. They were eager to discover who possessed such extraordinary influence that Li Junju would stand outside the cafeteria awaiting him. Just as she contemplated stepping away, she lifted her gaze and saw Yi Fei approaching. You're here, she said with a gentle smile, her slender fingers dancing lightly through the air like piano keys. Yes. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yi Fei nodded. Only after the two had disappeared into the cafeteria did the onlookers finally stir from their trance. Who the hell is this guy? How did he manage to get Li, the campus' most celebrated beauty, to wait for him? I've never seen him before either. He doesn't look like any rich second-generation heir. I mean, he's actually wearing the school uniform. Could he be some elite scholar? As the crowd remained baffled, a derisive snort cut through the air. Scholar. Huh. Name him, and you'll instantly recognize who he is. The speaker was one of Yi Fei's classmates, though even he had been stunned to see Li Junju waiting not for some celebrity or prodigy, but for Yi Fei himself. Yet when he heard speculation growing increasingly absurd, he could no longer stay silent. Oh, got insider intel, brother. Yes, spill it. We'll treat you to lunch today. Thanks then. Grinning, the classmate readily obliged. After all, trading gossip for a free meal was more than fair. The guy who just walked in? He's my classmate. His name is Yi Fei. Yi Fei, oi. Which class are you from, brother? Class 10. Class 10. Yi Fei. A wave of mutual glances swept across the group. Eyes met eyes. In unison, a single thought flashed through their minds. Oh, him? Damn, I thought he was someone important. Turns out he's just the bottom-ranked dunce of the entire grade. What the hell does some country bumpkin have going for him to dare ask the campus beauty out for lunch? Let's go in and watch. Chattering loudly, the group surged into the cafeteria and stationed themselves not far from Yi Fei and Li Juanju, arms crossed, smirking coldly. They intended to observe just how much Yi Fei would dare spend to impress her. When they saw Li Juanju, not Yi Fei, paying the bill, jaws dropped in disbelief. Knowing her family's hardship, Yi Fei had deliberately ordered only 2 modest dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable. They sat at a relatively secluded table. Yi Fei asked gently, I heard from classmates that your family's going through a difficult time. These rumors had come from Guoliang. Yi Fei found Li Juanju admirable, and if he could offer genuine assistance, he felt no hesitation in doing so. Li Juanju's delicate face dimmed as she nodded. My mother has fallen gravely ill. Treatment will cost a fortune. What illness? Yi Fei furrowed his brow. Leukemia, she replied, voice subdued. He nodded. Leukemia was indeed a grave affliction. Beyond the grim uncertainty of recovery, the sheer expense of treatment was staggering, far beyond what Li Juanju could earn from her part-time job at a mobile phone store. After chewing and swallowing a mouthful, he said quietly, back in my hometown, I studied basic medicine under an elderly herbalist. Would you let me examine your mother at the hospital tonight? You? Li Juanju looked up startled. Meeting his calm, clear gaze, she sensed sincerity, not ulterior motive, behind his offer. Thank you. She nodded gratefully, though inwardly, she held little hope. Reading her expression, Yi Fei instantly understood, and simply smiled, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, Yi Fei's brow furrowed. His body tilted slightly left, just as a palm slashed through the space where his head had been moments before. A soft exclamation came from behind him. Turning, Yi Fei saw a youth of 17 or 18 standing there, surprise flickering across his face. Explain yourself, Yi Fei said, his voice hardening, eyes locking onto the youth. Had he not evaded, had that slap landed squarely on the back of his skull, it might not have harmed him physically, but the humiliation would have been absolute. Guzheng, what do you think you're doing? Li Juanju snapped, turning sharply toward the youth. Ha ha ha, just teasing the kid, Juanju. You're dining here too. Why didn't you tell me? Guzheng ignored Yi Fei entirely, addressing Li Juanju instead with an easy, practiced smile. Guzheng. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed. He'd heard the name. One of the school's most prominent figures, a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo and a member of the school's Taekwondo club. His background, too, was formidable. Once during a campus altercation, he'd severely injured another student, yet faced no disciplinary action whatsoever. Rumors claimed the military had already taken notice of him, so much so that even a 0 score on the national college entrance exam wouldn't bar him from admission to a military academy. Most crucially, he was close friends with Guo Chunhai. Yi Fei's gaze swept the room, and there in the northeast corner stood Guo Chunhai, half hidden among the crowd, observing them with a mocking grin. Is that how you joke? That wasn't teasing. That was pure insult. Li Juanju retorted, furious. Guzheng chuckled, finally turning fully toward Yi Fei, his expression laced with amusement. So, you're Yi Fei? Heard you're quite the fighter. Care for a little spar? He offered no apology, no justification for the slap. Yi Fei, don't accept. Guzheng's a 5th-degree black belt. You won't stand a chance. Li Juanju urged urgently. Catching Guo Chunhai's smirk from the corner of her eye, Yi Fei gave a faint, knowing smile and said calmly, fine. Haha. Guzheng laughed, the sound rich with condescension. After school, gymnasium. Don't be late. As he turned to leave, Yi Fei's voice cut through the air, cold and unwavering. No need for that trouble. I have no time to waste. Yi Fei rose, expression impassive. Right here is fine. Guzheng froze, mid-turn, eyes narrowing. Boy, you're certain? Yi Fei. Li Juanju stared at him, stunned. The crowd, already watching Yi Fei and Li Juanju, now erupted with feverish excitement upon seeing Guzheng intervene. Now this is going to be good. Guzheng's Li Juanju's top suitor. What rotten luck. His first date with her, and he walks right into it. Guzheng's a 5th-degree black belt. Will this guy get crippled? I heard the last guy who pursued Li Juanju had his leg broken by Guzheng. Huh, what are they doing now? Wait, they're not planning to fight here, are they? Holy hell, this is going to be epic. The curious students abandoned their meals, tossing aside bowls and chopsticks, surging toward the cafeteria's center. Those near Yi Fei and Guzheng hastily rearranged tables and chairs, clearing a wide open space. Kid, you've chosen your own demise, Guzheng sneered, twisting his torso with sharp, audible cracks. Then with fluid precision, he executed side kicks, roundhouse kicks, and spinning hook kicks, each striking the air with explosive snaps. Several girls paled at the display, while many boys cheered. In stark contrast, Yi Fei stood utterly still, watching Gu Zheng with icy detached calm. A wave of collective concern rippled through the onlookers. Yi Fei, let's just leave. Ignore him. This is school grounds. He can't really hurt you. Li Juanju's face had gone pale. Relax. Yi Fei smiled reassuringly at her, then turned back to Gu Zheng, expression hardening. His flashy techniques are nothing but empty show. He won't beat me. Then, let's begin. Flourishing gestures with no substance. Gu Zheng held a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, a fact known to every student at Haizhou One high school. If even a 5th-degree black belt were mere showmanship, then what precisely was he? At that thought, the female students who had earlier felt a flicker of sympathy for Yi Fei swiftly shifted their stance, convinced he deserved no compassion whatsoever. As for the male onlookers, they erupted into loud mockery. Damn. This country bumpkin's got serious nerve. A 5th-degree black belt. Just empty flourishes. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. He probably doesn't even know what a 5th-degree black belt truly signifies. Cut him some slack. He's from the countryside after all. There's no Taekwondo there. Guo Chuanhai, who'd been hiding in a corner of the cafeteria, now rushed to the very front of the crowd, his face twisted with malicious glee. He usually went home for lunch, but today on a whim he'd chosen the cafeteria and stumbled upon Yi Fei dining with Li Juanju. Gu Zheng, having received a special military academy recruitment, rarely appeared on campus, and certainly never materialized unexpectedly in the cafeteria, let alone at the precise moment Yi Fei and Li Juanju were eating together. So the moment Guo Chuanhai spotted them, he did Yi Fei a small favor. He called Gu Zheng. Kid, you think you're tough? Let's see if you survive this time. Guo Chuanhai seethed inwardly. Ever since Yi Fei had compared him to a peacock flaunting its bare rear outside that club, Luo Yiren couldn't help but burst into laughter each time she saw him, leaving him too humiliated to approach her again. He never imagined her laughter stemmed from joy at seeing him. Originally, he'd only meant to have Gu Zheng teach Yi Fei a lesson, yet Yi Fei dared right before Gu Zheng's eyes to dismiss Taekwondo as hollow theatrics. That struck straight at Gu Zheng's most sacred nerve, the very core of his pride. Among all those present, only Guo Chuanhai truly understood how deeply Gu Zheng revered Taekwondo, as though it were his life's faith. True to expectation, Gu Zheng's face contorted into something monstrous the instant Yi Fei's words fell silent. Boy, you seek death. With a sharp cry, he launched a soaring side kick straight toward Yi Fei's chest. The blow carried crushing force. An ordinary person struck Fulin would be hurled backward instantly, alive perhaps, but crippled for half a lifetime. Oh! Many female onlookers, horrified by Gu Zheng's ferocity, paled and shrieked in terror. Even the boys flinched violently, expecting mere discipline, not this lethal intent. Gu Zheng wasn't just fighting. He was attempting murder. It's over. That country bumpkin is finished. His own fault. Who asked for it? Exactly. Everyone knows Gu Zheng's the top suitor for Li Juanju. Yet this fool walked straight into doom. As students chattered furiously, Yi Fei moved. No flashy flourish, no dramatic shift. Just a subtle, effortless sidestep, evading Gu Zheng's kick with serene grace. He dodged it. Students poised to jeer nearly bit their tongues off in shock. Was that pure luck? His fortune must be unbelievable. A wave of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could Gu Zheng's devastating strike be evaded so casually? It defied logic, like watching a stage illusion so clumsily faked even a child could spot the cheat. They preferred to believe it was sheer staggering chance. Gu Zheng himself was stunned. How could Yi Fei evade such power so effortlessly? You won't be so lucky next time, boy. He bared a savage grin and unleashed a spinning back kick aimed directly at Yi Fei's head. Again, Yi Fei didn't shift his feet, merely arched his torso backward, slipping past the killing blow as if parting mist. Utterly unruffled, he dodged again. Damn, it's not even scientific. The students stood utterly dumbfounded. Once might be chance, but twice. A 5th-degree black belt, and this is his level A. Honestly, he doesn't seem all that impressive. I agree. Could it really be true, what that country bumpkin said? Just empty flourishes. Some girls unfamiliar with Taekwondo began voicing quiet doubt. Hearing those murmurs, Gu Zheng's face flushed crimson, his glare at Yi Fei sharpened into murderous fury, so intense he almost craved blood. Li Juanju's delicate face pale, with worry moments before, now relaxed completely. Instinctively she grasped Yi Fei's hand and urged, Yi Fei, ignore him. Let's go. She tugged gently to lead him away. Yi Fei, reluctant to resist her touch, sighed faintly and allowed himself to be guided out. He'd actually intended to teach Gu Zheng a lesson, but the sight of Li Juanju holding Yi Fei's hand ignited Gu Zheng like a bull in rut, his eyes blazing red. Those two don't count. Boy, let's see you dodge this. Gu Zheng roared, launching a whirlwind kick straight at Yi Fei's exposed nape. Oh! Screams tore through the air. Timid students instinctively shut their eyes tight. After all, Yi Fei stood with his back turned. Even if he possessed uncanny reflexes, how could he possibly evade such a fatal strike? A chilling thought seized every mind. Would blood stain the cafeteria floor today? A sharp, crisp crack echoed across the hall. Though trembling, the students couldn't suppress their curiosity. They cracked their eyes open, turning toward Yi Fei. What they witnessed left them breathless. Yes, Gu Zheng had connected, but not with Yi Fei's head. With his hand. More precisely, before Gu Zheng's whirlwind kick could land, Yi Fei, without turning, reached behind him as if sensing the blow and seized Gu Zheng's ankle midair. Startled by the impact, Li Junju whirled around and froze at the sight of Yi Fei gripping Gu Zheng's right ankle. Gu Zheng, how dare you ambush Yi Fei? Her fair cheeks burned crimson with outrage. The crowd too turned their gaze upon Gu Zheng, not with admiration now, but with undisguised contempt. Yes, contempt. Gu Zheng, a school icon, a fifth-degree black belt master, had resorted to underhanded, dishonorable attack. Exposed to so many scornful stares, Gu Zheng's face burned scarlet. He longed for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. Yet his ankle remained locked in Yi Fei's grip, immovable, ironclad, unyielding to any struggle. Yi Fei released Gu Zheng's ankle, turned fully, and spoke coldly. They say 3 strikes are enough. You've struck thrice, now bear one of mine. Without waiting for consent, he raised his right palm and delivered a deceptively light, languid strike. Yet the moment it left his hand, its speed surged like lightning. No. Gu Zheng's face drained of color. He crossed his arms desperately to block. Thud. The impact reverberated sharply. Yi Fei's palm slammed squarely onto Gu Zheng's forearms. A sickening crack of splintering bone echoed from Gu Zheng's arms. He screamed, a raw, agonized cry, as his body hurtled backward airborne. Then came the shattering crash as he slammed onto a cafeteria table. Silence fell, stunned, disbelieving. Every eye fixed on Yi Fei, awash with incredulity. Gu Zheng, the 5th-degree black belt, the undisputed champion of the entire school, had just been sent flying by a single effortless palm strike. A collective gasp hissed through the hall. Their gaze upon Yi Fei transformed once more, no longer laced with disdain but charged with shock and the first tremors of fear. My hands, my hands. You broke them. Gu Zheng wailed, glaring at Yi Fei with venomous hatred. We're classmates. How could you be so vicious? Vicious? Yi Fei gave a dry, mirthless laugh. Tell me, did you consider what would happen if you'd landed any one of those 3 strikes? Gu Zheng choked, speechless. Each of his blows had been thrown with absolute, unrestrained force. Had Yi Fei been an ordinary person and struck, he might have survived, but would surely lie bedridden for over a year. Yi Fei paid no heed to Gu Zheng's reply. Calmly he said, this was merely a lesson. Go to the hospital now. If treated promptly, no lasting damage will remain. Remember this: if you lack true ability, do not pretend to be someone you're not. With that, he turned gently, took Li Junju's still dazed hand, and walked out of the cafeteria, under the silent, wide-eyed scrutiny of every student. The 4th period that afternoon was Chinese literature, taught by Ms. Chen Wan. Midway through class, homeroom teacher Ms. Zhao Yun appeared at the classroom door. Yi Fei, get out here now. Her voice, sharp with fury, cut through the room and drew every student's startled attention. Zhao Yun's shrill scream instantly drew the entire class attention. Chen Wan's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly as she gazed at Zhao Yun and said, Teacher Zhao, class is still in session. Shouting so loudly at the classroom door and ordering your own student to leave. Surely this is inappropriate. My student? Ha ha. Zhao Yun sneered coldly. After today, he won't be one anymore. Then she dropped a bombshell. Teacher Chen, perhaps you're unaware this noon Yi Fei fought in the school cafeteria and broke Gu Zheng's arms on the spot. What a... Gu Zheng. Yi Fei actually shattered Gu Zheng's arms. Upon hearing this, students in the classroom stared in utter disbelief, eyes wide enough to burst from their sockets. This was nothing short of earth-shattering news. Who was Gu Zheng? A campus legend, a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, the undisputed strongest student at school, and already specially recruited by a military academy before even taking the national college entrance exam. How could such a figure possibly have his arms shattered by Yi Fei? Were it not for the terrifying pallor of Zhao Yun's face, they'd have sworn she had barged in just to tell them a joke. Whoosh. Every student's gaze snapped toward Yi Fei. Only then did he lift his head, speaking calmly. Yes, it was I who broke Gu Zheng's arms. A low hum rippled through the room. The moment Yi Fei spoke, chaos erupted as whispers exploded across the classroom. Chen Wan turned to Zhao Yun. Teacher, Zhao, might there be some misunderstanding? Yi Fei isn't, not what? Zhao Yun shrieked, cutting Chen Wan off without hesitation. Dozens of students witnessed it in the cafeteria. How could it be false? He ranks dead last in academic performance across the entire grade, and now consorts with gangsters to assault classmates. And now, right before the entire school, he brazenly shattered a classmate's arms. Do you grasp how severely this tarnishes our school's reputation? Such a worthless student should have been expelled long ago. Zhao Yun's screech echoed throughout the classroom. She turned sharply to Chun Wan. You merely teach your subject. I am the homeroom teacher of this class. With that, she bellowed again at Yi Fei, get out here right now. Yi Fei's brow twitched faintly, his expression hardened, growing icy and remote. This Zhao Yun, her shamelessness deepened by the day, her hatred for him bordering on obsessive desperation. Watching Yi Fei and Zhao Yun depart, Chun Wan lost all focus on teaching. With a hasty, everyone study independently, she hurried after them. In the principal's office, Principal Li Hongming warmly received a man in his 40s. Only after personally serving him tea did he speak. Mr. Gu, could there be some mistake? Gu Zheng holds a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo and is reputedly the strongest student at Haizhou No. One high school. Could any student truly injure him? The man seated before him was Gu Zheng's father, Gu Nankuan, CEO of the Gu Group and one of Haizhou's most prominent tycoons. Over Gu Zheng's 3 years at Haizhou No. One high school, the Gu Group had donated no less than 10 million yuan annually. Facing such a patron, even Principal Li Hongming treated him with utmost deference. A mistake. Gu Nankuan let out a frosty laugh. My son lies unconscious in the hospital. Do you still think it's a mistake? Li Hongming fell silent, momentarily speechless. Principal Li, I won't press you. Simply expel that student. I'll handle everything else myself. Agreed. Gu Nankuan fixed Li Hongming with a piercing stare. The principal hesitated. Expelling a student outside the top few ranked was trivial, but what if this student carried weighty backing? Then Li Hongming would be trapped in an impossible bind. His greatest fear was that the student Gu Nankuan demanded expelled might wield influence just as formidable, and then Li Hongming would be utterly compromised. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Li Hongming wavered, a knock sounded at the office door. Zhao Yun entered with Yi Fei, and close behind came Chun Wan, breathless from pursuit. Principal, he's the one who broke Gu Zheng's arms. Zhao Yun pointed straight at Yi Fei, showing not a shred of loyalty expected of a homeroom teacher toward her student. Principal, Yi Fei has never provoked trouble before. He'd never shatter someone's arm without cause. Could there be some misunderstanding? Upon hearing Zhao Yun's accusation, Chun Wan rushed to defend Yi Fei. Misunderstanding? Gu Nankuan Hood remained seated until now, rose abruptly and glared at Chun Wan. Absurd. I don't care about misunderstandings. If he broke my son's arms, he deserves death. Yi Fei realized only then that the man in the office was Gu Zheng's father. Calmly he replied, what if he struck first, intending to cripple me? What status does my son hold? And what status do you hold? Gu Nankuan sneered arrogantly. You're nothing but common trash. If my son chose to cripple you, why didn't you simply stand still and let him? You're utterly unreasonable. Chun Wan flushed crimson, incensed by Gu Nankuan's brazen contempt for decency. Reason? Gu Nankuan scoffed coldly. In Haizhou, my word is reason. At last, Principal Li Hongming, who'd remained silent till now, spoke. Student Yi Fei, I don't recall ever hearing of you before. His question held no genuine concern for the student, only a calculated probe into whether Yi Fei possessed influential connections worth risking Gu Nankuan's wrath. Zhao Yun instantly grasped Li Hongming's intent and hastened to reply. Principal Yi Fei is merely a rustic bumpkin from the countryside. He was admitted only through connections. Su Shi Trading's Zheng Hong pulled strings for him. He carries no background whatsoever. Yi Fei's academic performance is abysmal. He ranked dead last in the entire grade on the most recent mock exam, and he's even colluded with gangsters to assault fellow students. His record is sullied beyond redemption. He's a blight upon Haizhou No. One high school. I strongly recommend expelling this degenerate student to restore clarity and integrity to our school. Zhao Yun declared emphatically. Li Hongming nodded inwardly. If Yi Fei truly matched this description, expelling such a deeply flawed student posed no difficulty whatsoever. It certainly wasn't worth provoking Gu Nankuan over such a case. As for Su Shi Trading, the name rang a faint bell. Founded by the couple Su Haishan and Zheng Hong, Su Shi Trading enjoyed modest renown across Haizhou, but against Gu Nankuan it paled into insignificance. Principal Li, must you hesitate over expelling such a problematic student? Rest assured I won't involve you further. So long as he remains enrolled, I guarantee I'll lay no hand on him. Gu Nankuan laughed arrogantly. Chun Wan's eyes blazed with fury. His words implied that expulsion was merely the beginning, that once Yi Fei left campus, Gu Nankuan would act freely. If he wouldn't touch Yi Fei within the school, then surely he intended to strike outside its walls. What more do you want? Gu Nankuan grinned coldly. He injured my son, and expects to walk away unscathed. Then Gun and Cohen may as well vanish from Haizhou forever. Li Hongming had reached his decision. Sacrificing a single student like Yi Fei to avoid offending Gun and Cohen was not just prudent, it was self-preservation. Tap tap tap. Just as Li Hongming opened his mouth to pronounce Yi Fei's expulsion, another knock interrupted. The grade 12 academic director stormed in. Xie Ding, the grade 12 academic director, was a portly middle-aged man whose name proved ironically apt. His scalp was already completely bald by midlife. Now Xie Ding burst in, face radiant with excitement, shouting at Principal Li Hongming, "Principal, excellent news. Truly extraordinary news." So elated was he that the few remaining strands atop his head stood upright, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Director Xie, what news could possibly stir you so? Li Hongming rarely saw Xie Ding this animated, and curiosity compelled him to ask. Haha, Principal, this time our school has truly. Xie Ding paused mid-sentence, suddenly registering the crowd in the office. Spotting Zhao Yun beside Yi Fei, he boomed with delight, "Haha, Teacher Zhao, congratulations. Your class has made headlines. In this second mock exam, the city's top 2 scorers both hail from your class, and the first place score holds genuine promise of claiming this year's National College Entrance Exam Championship." "Oh, you mean Luo Yiren?" Zhao Yun replied, feigning calm despite inner exhilaration. "Luo Yiren's consistently excelled academically. Am unsurprised by her achievement. But am curious, who placed second?" "No, not Luo Yiren." Xie Ding shook his head vigorously. "Luo Yiren performed admirably too, ranking second citywide, but she trailed the top scorer by over a dozen points. By the way, why have I never heard of this student Yi Fei in your class before?" "What a..." Zhao Yun recoiled as if stepped on by a cat's tail, every hair on her body bristling. She shrieked, "You just said, his name is what?" Zhao Yun's scream echoed throughout the principal's office, piercing through the eardrums of those present. Xie Ding, who was closest to her, shuddered and nearly fell to the ground. "Teacher Zhao, is it really necessary to be this agitated?" Xie Ding looked at Zhao Yun with a displeased expression. However, Zhao Yun did not respond to him, standing there as if someone had pressed her acupuncture points. At this moment, it was Principal Li Hongming who spoke up, asking, "Teacher Zhao, how many students in your class are named Yi Fei?" Zhao Yun opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word, her expression resembling that of a frostbitten eggplant. The one who was the happiest at this moment was undoubtedly Chen Wan. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. If Yi Fei truly ranked first in the city, then the predicament before them would be easily resolved. Seeing that Zhao Yun was silent, she patted Yi Fei's shoulder and said, "Principal, there's only one student named Yi Fei in our class, it's him." "Oh, you are Yi Fei, the one from class 10. Hearing Chen Wan's words, Xie Ding immediately became excited. "Yi Fei, do you know how many points you scored in this mock exam?" Without waiting for Yi Fei to speak, Xie Ding eagerly continued, "Haha, you definitely don't know, right? It's 745 points. Hiss. Even though those present had guessed that Yi Fei's score would be high, they still gasped in shock upon hearing the number 745. Zhao Yun's body swayed, even more, nearly collapsing to the floor. The total score for the second mock exam was 750 points, and Yi Fei actually scored 745. Does that mean he only lost 5 points across all subjects? This is simply terrifying. Yi Fei's reaction was quite calm as he said, "Oh, that's about what I estimated." Buffed Yi Fei was speaking the truth, but his reaction appeared rather boastful to everyone else. Even Chen Wan beside him felt an impulse to slap him. The entire principal's office fell into silence. After a few breaths, Principal Li Hongming cleared his throat and said to Gu Nanquan, "Mr. Guam, can we just let this matter go?" If Yi Fei were still that ordinary student with the lowest score in the grade, Li Hongming naturally would not care. Even if Yi Fei were just an average student, he wouldn't want to offend Gu Nanquan for him. But now it was different. Yi Fei had ranked first in the city in this mock exam. Schools like Haizhou One High School are nationally renowned. Their mock exams are definitely conducted according to the standards of the college entrance examination, and the questions are often even harder than those on the actual exam. This means that if Yi Fei can achieve first place in this mock exam, he is very likely to secure first place in the actual college entrance examination. The top scorers in the provincial college entrance exams each year almost always come from Haizhou, which also implies that Yi Fei has a high chance of becoming the top scorer in the province. Although Haizhou One High School is impressive, it is not the only dominant institution. At least in Haizhou, there are several private elite schools that are not inferior to Haizhou 1. If Li Hongming expelled Yi Fei, who knows how many high schools would be eager to recruit him, and he would face immense pressure to the point where he might even lose his position as principal. Isn't this equivalent to aiding the enemy? Gu Nanquan's expression also became somewhat grim. Dealing with a student from Haizhou One High School was really no big deal for him. But dealing with a future college entrance examination top scorer, if this matter got out, he would be drowned in spit from people nationwide. Gu Nanquan's expression shifted. He was truly reluctant to simply give up. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said to Li Hongming, Principal Li, it's just a mock exam, who knows if he cheated. How about this, as long as you expel him, I'll increase my annual donation to your school to 50 million. Right, Yi Fei's test score must have been obtained through cheating. His last exam score was only 250 points. How could he suddenly improve so much? Zhao Yun screamed upon hearing Gu Nankun's words. Li Hongming frowned, but ignored Zhao Yun. Gu Nankun's remark about Yi Fei's score being obtained through cheating was merely a joke, and he would naturally not take it seriously. However, if Gu Nankun truly donated 50 million to Haizhou one high school every year, he had confidence that with this amount, he could turn Haizhou one into not just the best high school in Haizhou, the top high school in the whole country. Compared to that, what is a college entrance examination top score worth? But if Yi Fei were simply expelled, he would also face significant pressure. If the principal couldn't even keep his position, then no matter how much Gu Nankun donated, it would have nothing to do with him. Li Hongming couldn't help but feel troubled. At this moment, Gu Nankun added, Principal Li, as long as you expel him, I guarantee he won't have a chance to participate in this year's college entrance examination. At that time, perhaps the top score would still be from your Haizhou 1. Li Hongming's eyes lit up at these words. Principal, you can't do this. Yi Fei is very likely to be this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Chen Wan couldn't help but say as she saw Principal Li being somewhat swayed by Gu Nankun. If his hands and feet were broken naturally, he wouldn't be able to take the college entrance examination, so what kind of top score would that be? Gu Nankun said with a cold laugh, showing no concealment of his intentions. He looked at Yi Fei with a sinister expression and said, Kid, what use is it for you to be able to fight? What good is it for you to score high? I could crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Don't worry, not just you but your family, and that Su family trade, I won't spare a single one of you. Next, I'll make you understand what despair truly means. Ha ha ha, Gu Nankun laughed arrogantly. Seeking death. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed, suddenly filled with a cold, murderous intent. Gu Nankun actually dared to threaten his family. This was undoubtedly touching Yi Fei's reverse scale. If this weren't the principal's office, Yi Fei wouldn't hesitate to kill him on the spot. Tap tap tap. Just as Yi Fei was contemplating how to resolve Gu Nankun quietly, there was a knock on the office door, and at the same time an inquiring voice rang out. Excuse me, is Yi Fei the little divine doctor here? After the voice fell, everyone saw a rough middle-aged man in his 40s walk in, followed by 2 bodyguards dressed in black. The middle-aged man gasped upon seeing Yi Fei, saying, Oh little brother, what brings you here? Yi Fei was also surprised to see this person enter. It was actually Wei Kuan, the wealthiest man in Haizhou, whom he had encountered a few days ago at the gambling stone shop with Chen Wan. Wei, Mr. Wei. Gu Nankun, who had been arrogant and domineering, suddenly widened his eyes upon seeing Wei Kuan enter. Then he shivered and rushed over quickly, extending his hand, saying, Mr. Wei, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here, hee hee. Wei Kuan glanced at Gu Nankun, merely nodding slightly as he said, Oh, it's Mr. Gu. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to him, but turned to Yi Fei with enthusiasm, saying, Haha, little brother, you left in such a hurry last time that I didn't even catch your name. By the way, do you still want to sell that imperial green? Yi Fei rolled his eyes upon hearing this, surprised that Wei Kuan still remembered this matter. He helplessly said, Mr. Wei, that piece of imperial green has already been used up, so you can stop thinking about it. Oh. Upon hearing this, Wei Kuan's face immediately displayed disappointment. Then he recalled the main matter, saying, I heard that Yi, the little divine doctor, is here. I wonder which one is. While speaking, Wei Kuan was scanning the surroundings. When he saw Yi Fei beside him, his words suddenly halted, and his eyes widened in surprise, unable to continue. After a long pause, Wei Kuan finally said, Little brother, you wouldn't be Yi Fei, would you? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow and asked, I wonder which friend Mr. Wei heard this from. Although he had medical skills, not many people knew about him. It was someone named Song. Wei Kuan replied. Yi Fei immediately understood and smiled, saying, If the friend you're talking about is Song Jiming, then the Yi divine doctor you mentioned is probably me. That's right, my name is Yi Fei. Wei Kuan was once again astonished. He indeed heard about Yi Fei from Song Jiming. After listening to Song Jiming praise Yi Fei so extraordinarily, he hurried to Haizhou one high school. When he arrived at Yi Fei's class, he found out that he had missed him, as Yi Fei had already been taken to the principal's office. That's why he rushed to this place. After a long while, Wei Kuan finally reacted and laughed heartily, saying, Ha, I didn't expect you to be the divine doctor, little brother. We are indeed fated. Mr. Wei, what divine doctor are you talking about? Gu Nankun felt a wave of uneasiness rise in his heart upon seeing how close Wei Kuan and Yi Fei were. Oh. Wei Kuan glanced at Gu Nankun in surprise and asked, Mr. Gu, are you not here to seek the little divine doctor's medical help? Little divine doctor. Seeking medical help. Gu Nankun was completely confused. Just then Yi Fei's indifferent voice rang out. Oh, he's here to show me what despair means. Yi Fei's calm words caused Gu Nankun's heart to shudder. What happened? Wei Kuan squinted his eyes upon hearing this. At this moment, He also noticed that the atmosphere in the office was somewhat strange. You are President Wei of Dawei Real Estate. Li Hongming instantly recognized Wei Kun's identity and became excited, rushing forward to shake hands with him. However, Wei Kun seemed to ignore him entirely. Gu Nankun, you dare offend Dr. Yi. Wei Kun's voice turned cold as he stared at Gu Nankun. Wei. President Wei, this is a misunderstanding. Gu Nankun quickly wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he was a wealthy man from Haizhou, he was several ranks lower compared to Wei Kun. If it were only this, he wouldn't be so afraid of Wei Kun. The most important thing is that his Gu group thrived by taking on projects from Dawei Real Estate. Even now, most of his business relied on Dawei Real Estate. At this time, Li Hongming was also flustered. He remembered Zhao Yun had mentioned that Yi Fei was a poor boy from the countryside with no background. But he never expected that just turning around would lead to the richest man from Haizhou showing up. At that moment, Li Hongming wished he could punch Zhao Yun for putting him in such a predicament. Humph! Wei Kun snorted coldly, ignoring Gu Nankun and speaking to Yi Fei. Little brother, since Gu Nankun has offended you, what do you think should be done? Wei Kun put the decision in Yi Fei's hands. Yi Fei smiled, casting a cold glance at Gu Nankun, and said indifferently, since President Gu wants me to understand what despair is, why not let him demonstrate it for me? It should be quite spectacular. Haha, little brother is straightforward. Wei Kun laughed heartily, and then coldly addressed Gu Nankun. Gu Nankun, listen well. Starting today, all contracts between Dawei Real Estate and Gu Group are terminated. What? Gu Nankun immediately trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. If the contracts between Dawei Real Estate and Gu Group were terminated, it might cause some losses for Dawei Real Estate, but it would be different for Gu Group. Just this one sentence from Wei Kun could likely paralyze the entire Gu Group. President Wei, you can't do this. We have contracts. Gu Nankun shouted, if you do this, you will have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. Wei Kun grinned upon hearing this, revealing a mouthful of sharp, white teeth. If you have the guts, come find me for the penalty. Gu Nankun's face instantly turned ashen. Wei Kun intended to default on the debt. If Wei Kun didn't pay the penalty, it wouldn't matter how brave he was, he wouldn't dare to ask for it. Even if Wei Kun offered him the penalty, he wouldn't dare take it. Money like that would burn his hands. Gu Nankun's face fell, regretting provoking Yi Fei. However, his misfortune was far from over. If it were just this, how could it be considered making Gu Nankun despair? Wei Kun took out his phone and made a few more calls. Soon Gu Nankun's phone rang urgently. President Gu, bad news. Hongxing Trade wants to terminate the contract with us and demand compensation for their economic losses. Just after hanging up, another call came in. President Gu, bad news. The tax bureau wants to audit our accounts, claiming we are evading taxes. President Gu, bad news. The fire department says our fire safety is inadequate and poses a major safety hazard. They want to seal off the building. President Gu, bad news. Continuous calls flooded Gu Nankun's phone like death warrants, causing his complexion to grow even paler. Gu Nankun could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. He had only one thought in his mind: it's over. Yi Fei glanced at the devastated Gu Nankun, but felt no sympathy. How could he show mercy to someone who wanted to ruin his life and harm his family? Naturally, no one else felt sympathy for Gu Nankun. Wei Kun didn't even look at Gu Nankun, chuckling. Little brother Yi, are you satisfied with this outcome? Not bad. Yi Fei nodded and replied. Then little brother, do you have time today? I would like to invite you. Wei Kun was about to express his intentions. You want me to treat your mother's illness, right? Yi Fei interrupted before Wei Kun could finish. Wei Kun was taken aback and asked in surprise, little brother Yi, how did you know? I could tell from your face. Yi Fei smiled faintly, appearing inscrutable, which made Wei Kun pay more attention to him and start to believe what Song Jiming had said. This must be a miraculous doctor. Yi Fei smiled before continuing, I already know about this matter, but I have something else to attend to tonight. So tomorrow after school, have someone come to pick me up here. Tomorrow, after school. Li Hongming nearly bit his tongue upon hearing Yi Fei's words. Wei Kun personally came to invite Yi Fei, and Yi Fei actually said he had something to do today. Moreover, he wanted to go after school tomorrow. Who do you think you are? What could be more important than Wei Kun's matter? Li Hongming yelled in his heart. At this moment, he felt that Yi Fei was somewhat ungrateful, and he wanted to see how Wei Kun would teach this arrogant young man a lesson. However, Wei Kun's reaction nearly caused him to drop his glasses. Wei Kun nodded and said, then I will trouble you, little brother Yi. Tomorrow I will personally come to pick you up. Tomorrow, you will come personally. Li Hongming was completely dumbfounded this time. After solving his own issue, Wei Kun bid farewell to Yi Fei, saying, then I won't disturb your class, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he left with 2 bodyguards. Once Wei Kun's figure disappeared, the whole office fell into a brief silence before Li Hongming finally spoke up. Zhao Yun, as the head teacher of Class 10 in your senior year, you haven't considered your students at all and have instead made things difficult and slandered them. I believe you are no longer qualified to continue as the head teacher of Class 10. After finishing his words, he turned to the senior year director Xieding and asked, Director Xia, what do you think? Although Xieding had remained silent, he had witnessed everything that had happened, and Zhao Yun's previous performance had left him quite displeased, so he naturally would not plead for her. He didn't even look at the pale-faced Zhao Yun and echoed, I also think Teacher Zhao is no longer suitable to be the head teacher. Very well, Li Hongming nodded and said, then it is settled. From today onwards, Zhao Yun will no longer serve as the head teacher of Class 10. Oh, and as for the new head teacher, I think it should be Teacher Chen Wan to take over. Ah, me, eh? Chen Wan exclaimed in surprise, pointing at herself. But I just came to the school, I might not be qualified enough. Teacher Chen, when you don't need to be so modest. You graduated from Beijing University a top student, and as for qualifications, who in the whole school can compare to you? Li Hongming said with a smile, and after finishing, he didn't forget to glance at Yi Fei, hoping Yi Fei would remember his favor. Yes, Teacher Chen Wan, I also think you are very suitable. Xieding quickly added. Chen Wan still wanted to refuse, but at that moment Yi Fei's voice rang out, Sister Chen Wan, since they all say, so you should agree. Oh then. All right, Chen Wan nodded in response. Seeing Yi Fei persuading Chen Wan to agree, Li Hongming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected that there was such an extraordinary student hidden in his school. It was one thing to have impressive grades, but he also had connections with someone like Wei Kuan. Most importantly, Yi Fei had inadvertently revealed an important piece of information. He actually knew the second-generation successor of the Song family, Song Jiming. The Song family. That was the #1 wealthy family in Haizhou, and knowing someone like that made Yi Fei no ordinary person. Thinking of this, Li Hongming glanced at the devastated Gu Nankuan again and felt a twinge of fear in his heart. Thankfully, he hadn't agreed to Gu Nankun's request earlier, otherwise he might have ended up in the same situation as Gu Nankuan. After leaving the principal's office, Yi Fei walked side by side with Chen Wan towards the classroom. After holding it in for a long time, Chen Wan couldn't help but ask the question in her heart. Xiao Fei, how did you tell that Wei Kun's mother was ill just by looking at his face? Yi Fei chuckled at her words. I was just bluffing him. Don't you remember that old man said that night during the stone cutting, we must find imperial green to cure Wei Kun's mother's illness? Chen Wan was taken aback and recalled that she had indeed heard it. However, if Yi Fei hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have remembered. Seeing Yi Fei's expression of how smart am I praise me, she couldn't help but laugh lightly. What Yi Fei had told Wei Kuan before was not a lie. The cultivation knowledge passed to Yi Fei by Luanhui Laozu was vast and manifold. Not only cultivation methods, medicine, talisman making, and alchemy, but even the art of physiognomy and other arcane skills. However, Yi Fei's cultivation was still very feeble. He could only perceive some of the most superficial signs. When Yi Fei said Wei Kun's mother was ill, he had not relied solely on what he had overheard in the stone bedding shop. He had also deduced it from the condition of Wei Kun's parents' palace on his face. The crescent angle in Wei Kun's parents' palace appeared dim and stagnant, a clear indication that Wei Kun's mother suffered a serious illness. But for someone of Yi Fei's meager cultivation to be able to detect that she was ill meant her condition had reached the point of the lamp's oil nearly spent, utterly depleted. After school that afternoon, Yi Fei bought a fruit basket, and together with Li Yunju went to the People's Hospital to visit her mother. All the way there, Li Yunju was distracted, her face etched with anxiety. She was plainly worried about her mother's condition. They had barely reached the hematology department on the 3rd floor when a mocking voice rang out. Oh, isn't this Li the little beauty? Bringing a man today, aren't you afraid Dr. Fan will find out and throw you both out of the ward? In the corridor, a fashionably dressed, glamorous woman fixed Li Yunju with derision. Li Yunju said nothing and lowered her head, intending to walk into the ward. But the woman had no intention of letting her go so easily. Why so silent? Are you ashamed because I hit the mark? You look so pure, yet you already know how to toy with men at such a young age. She glanced Yi Fei up and down with a scrutinizing eye and sneered, though your taste is not bad, your little boyfriend is a bit pathetic. I doubt he can even pay your medical bills. You. Li Yunju, never before so humiliated, went pale with anger. Tian, what nonsense are you saying? Nonsense? The glamorous woman sneered. If you hadn't sold yourself to seduce Dr. Fan, would he have given you the only bed? Heh, you get the bed and immediately find a boyfriend to pay the bills. Hearing their exchange, Yi Fei instantly understood the situation. Hospitals like the People's never lack patients, or beds are often in short supply. Clearly, the glamorous woman's relative was also hospitalized here, but had not received a bed. Li Yunzu's mother had been given the bed instead, and the woman resented her for it. Her tongue was vicious. The corridor was full of patients and relatives. On hearing the exchange, they turned curious and began to point at Li Yunju. Under so many stares, Li Yunju trembled with anger, but did not know how to respond. Tears welled in her eyes. Yi Fei stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and subtly transmitted a strand of true chi through his palm into her, calming her. Then he said, "Don't be afraid. Leave this to me." He had already learned how to handle people who sought trouble for no reason. The glamorous woman sneered at him. "Kid, as someone who's been around, let me warn you, some women who look innocent are filthy in secret. Be careful not to be sold and still be counting their money." Yifei glanced at her and replied coolly, "Ma'am, didn't you notice we're wearing school uniforms?" Then he feigned pity and shook his head. "I truly pity you. At your age, your eyes are already blind." The onlookers, seeing his mock sympathy, could not help but burst into laughter. They now noticed the uniforms and realized the two were students. Li Yunju was clearly still a high school girl, yet she had been humiliated by this glamorous woman. At that thought, the crowd's gaze turned contemptuous. "You little brat. Who the hell are you calling blind?" The glamorous woman snapped. She flushed with rage and lunged to grab Yifei's face, but he easily stepped aside. "Ma'am, I can't stand that scent. Could you please keep your distance?" he said coolly. The woman cursed. "You, little scoundrel. What did you say? I smell pleasant, can't you tell?" Yifei continued, "You're not only lewd, but your sexual appetite is strong. One man could never satisfy you. If I'm not mistaken, you were with 2 men last night, at the same time around 9 o'clock. 2 men. At the same time." The crowd gasped in astonishment at Yifei's words. It dawned on them why the glamorous woman, though fashionable, might live more wildly than appearances suggested. The woman herself stared at Yifei in horror, unable to fathom how he knew her secret. But with so many watching, she would not admit it. "Bullshit, you little bastard. Say that again, and it'll rip your mouth," she shouted, pointing at him. Yifei chuckled. "Whether I'm lying is something you know in your heart. Don't you ever wonder why your desire is so strong?" She blurted, "Why?" Then her expression changed instantly. Her question amounted to a tacit admission of Yifei's accusation. Those who had earlier thought Yifei was bluffing now widened their eyes and stared at the glamorous woman. Her face flushed crimson, then purple in mortification. She wished she could sink through the floor. Yifei's voice sounded again, "Because you are ill." The woman shot back, "You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick." She pointed at Yifei and raged, knowing she had been outplayed and desperate to strike him. Yifei showed no anger. He raised an eyebrow. "What, you don't believe me?" She scoffed. "I had a full checkup a week ago and perfectly healthy." Yifei smiled thinly. "Some problems hospital machines cannot detect." He narrowed his eyes and asked, "If you don't believe me, have you lately felt a burning heat in your chest while your hands and feet are icy and you break out in cold sweat?" The woman opened her mouth but had no rebuttal. She stared at Yifei in disbelief because he had named her exact symptoms. She realized that recently she had indeed felt a burning sensation in her chest, cold extremities, and cold sweat, and only after that did her sexual appetite grow far beyond what it had been. Yifei's voice came again. "If you still doubt, press 1 inch below your navel with your finger and see if there is a prickling pain." The woman, frightened, instinctively pressed the spot Yifei indicated. Instantly, a sharp stabbing sensation swept through her, and she gasped. Now the glamorous woman grew panicked. The onlookers watched in curious confusion. They could not understand how a stranger who had never touched her could know her symptoms so precisely. Yifei paid no heed to the stares. "If you want to cure it, press down hard," he told her. She bit her lip and pushed down forcefully. A sudden loud fart echoed through the corridor. A fetid stench filled the air as if years of rotten eggs had been smashed. Those behind the glamorous woman were taken by surprise and nearly fainted from the reek, hastily retreating. Others covered their noses and almost died laughing. The woman's face darkened. She hissed at Yifei, "You tricked me." Yifei shook his head calmly. "I didn't trick you. Do you feel much better now?" She spat. "You're talking rubbish." He replied with a serious look. "No, you did." Then a rapid series of flatulent noises erupted like a machine gun from behind the woman. She screamed and fled in shame, clutching her backside as she ran for the restroom. Li Yunju looked at Yifei, her eyes bright, and asked, "How did you do that? And what exactly is wrong with her?" Yifei chuckled. "Didn't I tell you I once studied traditional medicine with an old man? Her illness was obvious to me. As for what it was," he paused and smiled mysteriously, drawing everyone's curiosity. He said, "Merely a disrupted schedule causing endocrine imbalance. The spot I had her press is the Bodis Chihai acupoint. Press it, as she did, and one will pass gas." As for why the flatulence was so foul, it was because toxins had accumulated in her body. Releasing them like that can actually be beneficial. Li Yunju let out a soft laugh and rolled her eyes at Yifei. "You're terrible," she said. Yifei was left speechless. It was the second time that day had been called that. Just as the two were about to enter the ward, a voice Yifei found somewhat familiar sounded from behind them. Yifei instinctively turned his head and saw a young male doctor in a white coat approaching him down the corridor. At that moment, the doctor also noticed Yifei standing in the stairwell. "It's you. It's you." Both voices rang out simultaneously. A wry smile flickered across Yifei's lips. What an ironic twist of fate. This young doctor could be none other than Fan Wenbin, the very man who had lost 1 million yuan to Yi Fei in a jadestone gamble. Yi Fei harbored no goodwill toward this man who had schemed to pursue Chen Wan. With feigned cheerfulness he greeted him. Haha, Mr. Fan, how long it's been. At the mocking appellation, Fan Wenbin nearly twisted his nose in fury, his face darkening as he glared at Yi Fei. Boy, what are you doing here? The memory of having been swindled out of 1 million yuan by this youth ignited a seething rage within Fan Wenbin, a visceral urge to lunge forward and tear Yi Fei apart with his teeth. Yi Fei, Dr. Fan, you two know each other? Li Junzhu asked, glancing between them. Yes, we've met before. Dr. Fan is truly a man of great virtue. As Yi Fei spoke, a nostalgic expression softened his features. Oomph. Fan Wenbin let out a sharp, contemptuous snort, ignoring Yi Fei entirely. Turning to Li Junzhu, his countenance instantly brightened into a warm smile. Ah, Junzhu, you're here to visit your mother, I presume. Li Junzhu nodded silently. The three entered the ward without further exchange, and it was then that Yi Fei learned Fan Wenbin was in fact the attending physician for Li Junzhu's mother. Li Junzhu's mother was a woman in her 40s, her features dignified and refined, still bearing traces of extraordinary beauty from her youth. Only such grace could have birthed a daughter as exquisite as Li Junzhu. Yet time had etched deep lines upon her face, and the recent ordeal of hospitalization had aged her far beyond her years. Yi Fei's nostrils flared faintly, a quiet ache rose in his chest as he thought of his own mother, still living alone in their rural village. It struck him. He hadn't returned home in quite some time. I must make time to go home soon, he murmured inwardly. Seated beside the bed was Li Junzhu's father, a modest, unassuming, middle-aged man, visibly shy and reserved. Upon Fan Wenbin's entrance, he hastily rose to his feet. Dr. Fan, you're here. Li Junzhu's father stammered. Oh, please. No need for such formality, uncle. Please sit down. Fan Wenbin responded with exaggerated courtesy. Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. This deference seemed utterly alien to the man he knew. Fan Wenbin then proceeded to examine Li Junzhu's mother while Yi Fei stood quietly aside, deliberately fading into the background, as if he were invisible. After completing the examination, Fan Wenbin turned to Li Junzhu with a genial smile. Junzhu, your mother's condition has improved slightly. Frequent visits and heartfelt conversations will greatly aid her recovery. Li Junzhu nodded, her delicate brow furrowed with worry. Dr. Fan, have you found a matching bone marrow donor for my mother yet? Junzhu, rest assured, we've contacted hospitals nationwide. Good news will arrive soon. Fan Wenbin replied, smiling warmly. He added with apparent concern, is funding running low? If so, I can advance some funds. No trouble at all. As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Li Junzhu. Deep within his eyes smoldered a hunger carefully concealed, yet unmistakably present. He masked it well, so well that Li Junzhu's family, consumed entirely by their mother's illness, remained oblivious. Yet nothing escaped Yi Fei's watchful eye. Observing Fan Wenbin's gaze, and hearing his words, Yi Fei glanced at Li Junzhu's mother and felt a chilling suspicion rise like cold mist in his mind. Without hesitation, he placed a hand gently upon the woman's wrist, preparing to probe deeper into her condition. Boy, what do you think you're doing? Fan Wenbin recoiled with a startled shriek. Even Li Junzhu's family stared in bafflement. None understood his sudden action. Yi Fei had entered the room without uttering a word. Later, to avoid disturbing Fan Wenbin's examination, he'd consciously made himself inconspicuous. Initially, Li Junzhu's mother assumed Yi Fei had merely happened to enter the ward alongside them. Only when she noticed his school uniform did she realize he had come with Li Junzhu, and turned to ask, Junzhu, who is this young man? Though puzzled herself, Li Junzhu explained, Mother, this is Yi Fei, my classmate. He heard you were unwell, so he came along to pay his respects. He studied traditional Chinese medicine before. Perhaps he wishes to assess your condition. Fan Wenbin's heart lurched. He had witnessed Yi Fei's medical skill firsthand, and it was far more profound than mere study. Terrified his hidden scheme would unravel, Fan Wenbin barked, Stop, immediately. She is my patient. Get out now. Even as he shouted, Fan Wenbin lunged forward, reaching to wrench Yi Fei's fingers from the woman's wrist. But just before Fan Wenbin's hand closed around Yi Fei's wrist, Yi Fei withdrew his touch from the woman's pulse, then fixed Fan Wenbin with a cold, mirthless smile. Dr. Fan, you seem rather agitated. Li Junzhu watched bewildered. A simple pulse diagnosis hardly warranted such violent reaction. Realizing his overreaction, Fan Wenbin hastily backtracked. Ha, I merely wish to shield my patient from unnecessary disturbance. Then turning sharply to Yi Fei, he snapped, She requires rest. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Ha. Yi Fei's laughter held no warmth, only icy derision as he pierced through the facade. I suspect it's guilt, not vigilance, that has you trembling. Guilt. His words sent ripples through the ward. Patients in adjacent beds turned curiously drawn by the sudden tension. Guilt. Haha, I have nothing to hide. Fan Wenbin forced a brittle laugh, though panic flickered deep within his pupils. Yi Fei's smile sharpened into a blade, a common cold, misdiagnosed as leukemia. Tell me, doctor, would that not stir guilt? What a common cold. His declaration struck the ward like thunder. Stunning silence followed, thick with disbelief. Li Junju suddenly recalled Yi Fei's earlier demeanor outside the room and seized his hand, voice trembling. Yi Fei, is it true? Is mother really suffering only from a cold, not leukemia? Indeed, Yi Fei nodded firmly. Merely a mild fever triggered by the cold. Any further symptoms stem from shock, not disease. There is no leukemia. Ah, I remember now. Li Junju's mother suddenly interjected. When my fever first began, I bought medicine at a pharmacy. On my way home, a motorcyclist nearly struck me. I broke into a cold sweat from fright. Afterward, my condition worsened, and the hospital diagnosed me with leukemia. Skepticism had lingered among the onlookers until her testimony. Now belief took root. If Yi Fei could detect even the trauma of shock through pulse diagnosis, how could his diagnosis be false? Dr. Fan, what is the meaning of this? Yi Fei's revelation had stripped away all pretense. Li Junju's voice was ice, her gaze dissecting. Her earlier gratitude had curdled into revulsion as she stared at Fan Wenbin's ashen, panicked face. Fan Wenbin, already shaken, faltered under the weight of so many eyes, stammering, speechless, unable to formulate a coherent reply. Li Junju's father, who had remained silent until now, saw Fan Wenbin's collapse and instantly grasped the truth. His eyes flooded with crimson fury. Desperate to raise funds for his wife's supposed leukemia treatment, he had gambled his last savings, only to lose everything, suffer brutal beatings, and be cast out of the casino. Worse followed. Relentless debt collectors descended upon him, delivering repeated savage assaults. They had endured hell, teetering on ruin, for a diagnosis that was utterly catastrophically wrong. I'll kill you. Li Junju's father roared, bloodshot eyes blazing as he surged forward, gripping Fan Wenbin's collar with both hands.